Chapter 51, Exploring Warm Moon Pond. This map of Sky Wolf Valley seems simple, and as long as a demon is familiar with this area, it can easily be drawn. However, ordinary people would not bother creating such a thing. Furthermore, the fact that the wolf demon has been collecting demon skeletons and animal hides is quite unusual. In addition, he also has a storage ring. Maybe, as Zhou Lingyan said, this wolf demon is not so simple. As he held the old beastskin map in his hands, Sunan couldn't help but speculate. For some reason, he had a feeling that the wolf demon seemed to be looking for something. The only location marked on the map was Warm Moon Pond, and there was undoubtedly a big problem here. The location of Warm Moon Pond is very far from Thousand Wolf Cave. If I were to use foreknowledge there, 3 minutes wouldn't even be enough to get me to my destination. I must be close to Warm Moon Pond before I use foreknowledge. After some introspection, Sunan decided to head towards the direction of Warm Moon Pond. The route to Warm Moon Pond is narrow and rugged, covered by vines in many places. Without the map, Sunan might not have even noticed it. Clearly, not many demons journeyed on this path on a regular basis. Sunan stayed on high alert, prepared to exit the game at any moment. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any dangers along the way, or at least nothing that seemed evidently out of place. After 6 or 7 minutes, he stopped at a bend where he could hear the distinct sound of flowing water. According to the map, he was now very close to Warm Moon Pond. Another half-minute walk would bring him to his destination. This is the spot. Without going any further, Sunan began using foreknowledge at this location. You are drawn to the location marked in red on the ancient beastskin map and decide to investigate. You don't encounter any dangers along the way, easily finding the location drawn on the map. As you suspected, there is indeed a pool formed by a waterfall at this location, and a small river extends downstream from it, its destination unknown. There are no wolf demons guarding this place, it appears to be just an ordinary pool of water. You search around the pond, hoping to discover something, but after several breaths, you find nothing. It appears to be a completely ordinary pond. Just an ordinary pond. Sunan frowned, as this was completely unexpected. He had thought that this would be a unique location, possibly even a guarded stronghold for the demons. But not only were there no demon guards, but it was also just a simple pond. You are unwilling to accept that the only marked location on the map is ordinary. You continue your search, hoping to spot a clue. You are unaware that as you search, a sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked demon in the shadows is staring at you with eyes filled with hatred. This is a spirit-level monster. A year ago it was wounded by the wolf demon you impersonated, which has caused it to harbor a grudge and seek revenge. Unfortunately, although it's of the same spirit level, the wolf demon's strength far exceeds its own, so it has been unable to successfully avenge itself. Until today, you failed to notice it immediately, and it sees an opportunity. Eventually, the demon finds an appropriate time to ambush you, suddenly attacking from behind. You sense the danger and try to dodge, but your speed is too slow to avoid the demon's attack. Your heart is ripped out by the demon from behind. You are dead. No wonder this is the territory of demons, there are demons everywhere watching you. Since leaving Kuntian prison, Sunan had used foreknowledge 5 times, and on 3 occasions, he was targeted by demons. This meant that although Sky Wolf Valley was the territory of the wolf demon, there were still many other demons dwelling within it. Being targeted by those demons almost always led to a dead-end outcome. This time's foreknowledge wasn't without gain. The demon beside the pond had once been injured by the wolf demon and had wanted to take revenge. This indicates that the wolf demon may have been here more than once. In the foreknowledge, Warm Moon Pond was just an ordinary pond, but the wolf demon's multiple visits made Sunan feel that this place was not simple. He carefully reviewed the information from the foreknowledge, trying to find something he had overlooked. What have I overlooked? Unfortunately, the foreknowledge only lasts 3 minutes, which is too short. Even if there's something in Warm Moon Pond, he doesn't have time to look for it. If he could personally go to Warm Moon Pond, he might be able to find something. Since it's a pond, could there be a problem with the water? Sunan suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but brighten up. This possibility was very high, as ponds are the best places to hide things. If there's an issue with Warm Moon Pond, then the most likely problematic place would be the pond itself. With this in mind, Sunan decided to use foreknowledge once more. As the foreknowledge time cooled down, he started it again. You are attracted by the red circle on the old beastskin map and decide to investigate. You arrive at your destination smoothly and, looking at this ordinary pond, you realize that if there's a problem, it's probably in the pond itself. You decide to enter and investigate. However, before you can do anything, a demon suddenly attacks you from behind. You were prepared, but your speed was still too slow, and you failed to dodge the demon's attack. Your lower back is severely injured by the demon. Does this demon really like to attack from behind? Sunan frowned. The demon by the pond was not as powerful as the wolf demon, but it was still a spirit level, and that alone was more than he could handle. The key issue was that the demon liked to attack from behind, which left him unsure how to make a move. The demon failed to kill you with one blow and immediately launched another attack. At the critical moment, you jumped into the pond, barely surviving. Despite the discomfort in your body, you dive deeper into the water. The pond is so deep that you can't see the bottom. You struggle to swim downwards, not noticing that your blood is spreading in the water, attracting numerous fish with sharp fangs. These are a kind of fish called corpse-eating fish. They gather more and more, and finally, when they reach a certain amount, they launch an attack on you. You desperately fight back in the water, but it's useless, and the more blood that flows, the more excited the corpse-eating fish become. You were devoured. Before you die, you finally see numerous skeletons exposed in the sludge at the bottom of the pond. Eaten by fish. Not killed by the demon, but eaten by fish instead, Sunan feels the deep malice this world has for him. Fortunately, this time he gained something new. There are a large number of skeletons at the bottom of the pond, which aligns with the wolf demon's collection of demon bones. Perhaps the demon bones collected by the wolf demon come from here. I can be certain that there's an issue with Warm Moon Pond, but for now, I don't see any advantage for me. Sunan leaves. Having used up his 2 foreknowledge attempts and not getting much useful information, he doesn't want to waste more time here. When his foreknowledge attempts are refreshed, he plans to check out the other 2 places. He needs to find a way out of Sky Wolf Valley as soon as possible. Sunan doesn't return to the Thousand Wolf Cave, but heads towards Kuntien Prison instead. The wolf demon's job is to patrol the first level of Kuntien Prison, so to continue the disguise, he can't abandon his duties. He returns to Kuntien Prison very smoothly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, several armor-clad demons, holding more than a dozen humans, walk down the road leading to the gorge above. Chapter 52, Imprisoning the Player. Several demons, wearing armor and holding long spears, were similar to the guards at the entrance of the prison with a well-organized appearance. A dozen humans were bound by iron chains and escorted by the demons into the cave where the prison entrance was. The chief demon said, "By the order of the princess, lock up all these humans in the first-level prison cells." Princess. Sunan was astonished. This wasn't the first time he had heard this title. When he first entered the game, the demons had been preparing to capture 2 humans from the prison cell, also in the name of the so-called princess. Sunan looked at those people covertly and found that they were all in their early 20s, showing no fear but instead looking around curiously while being escorted by the demons. This was quite strange. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility: these are all players. Then he recalled the information that Li Hao had given him earlier and instantly understood that these people had been arranged by Zhou Cheng. "It's quite a coincidence that I ran into them," Sunan said in surprise. He had been wondering how Zhou Cheng would get the players into Kuntien Prison, but he never thought it would be so direct. He could even imagine that at this moment, these people were discussing in private chat channels how to kill the demons escorting them. The guards at the entrance ignored these players, and directly said to Sunan, "Take them in." Sunan didn't speak. He grabbed the iron chains binding the group of players and led them into the prison. As soon as they entered the prison, without the threat of armored demons, the dozen players became bolder and directly asked, "Is this the Kuntien Prison that the boss mentioned?" "Yes, this is it. This is an advanced map. The boss said that the imprisoned demons here are much more powerful than us, and at least 5 realms higher." A dozen people looked around the prison, and they didn't seem to feel the imminent danger of being imprisoned. It seemed that, in their opinion, they could come and go from the prison as they pleased. Some of them also focused on Sunan, saying, "This guy should be the first-level guard. I don't know how many demon power points we can get if we kill him. Didn't Brother Feng say earlier? The task of killing the guards is 3-star level. So, killing this guy would give us 15 demon power points. When it's 12 o'clock, there should be daily tasks related to this place in the refreshed tasks. By then, there should be a task to kill this guard. Everyone ignored Sunan and openly discussed right in front of him. Sunan pretended not to understand what they were talking about and did not stop their discussions. He wanted to see what these people were trying to do. These players were not newbies. According to Li Hao's information yesterday, one of them had achieved Demon Sutra great success, and the other 15 had all achieved initial success in Demon Sutra. Now that a day had passed, their strength had somewhat improved. Although these people weren't individually powerful, together, they posed a significant threat. Should we log out of the game now? According to Brother Feng, once we are locked in the cell, it will be difficult to get out, one player said. Let's see how this demon wants to imprison us. If he plans to lock us up together, then we won't log out for now. If he wants to separate us, then we'll log out immediately. If we are locked up separately, it would be challenging for us to escape from the cells with our strength. So we have to log out before being imprisoned. If we are locked together, it's actually a good thing for us. After the task refresh, we'll be strong enough to break out, which is like completing a 2-star task. They had already received plenty of information about the prison from Zhang Feng and had a plan for the current situation. Hearing this, Sunan couldn't help but sneer. These people chose to act at this time, which clearly indicated they had plans. At this point, they had all completed a daily task and had a chance to log out without restrictions, so they could log out at any time. If these people immediately logged out of the game, not to mention Sunan, even a real wolf demon guard would have no way to deal with them. Once these players log out and then log back in, they would be in a free state again. Even Sunan wouldn't be able to recapture more than a dozen players, and he could only let them explore the prison as they pleased. But these people were not satisfied, and they wanted to escape from the cells after being locked up to complete a Escape the Cell 2-star mission, which gave Sunan some room to work with. Since you want to be locked up together, then I'll help you. Sunan directly opened an empty cell and locked all the players inside. When the players saw this, they cooperatively entered the cell. As they saw it, this was like being given a task and demon power points on a silver platter. It's great. This stupid guy actually locked us all together. As soon as 12 o'clock comes and the daily tasks refresh, we'll create chaos, lure the wolf demon back, and when he opens the cell door, we'll all rush out together. It has to be said these players were quite clever. If it were a real wolf demon, their plan would surely be successful. After all, even if the wolf demon was powerful, it wouldn't be able to block all 16 players at once. This had already been verified by Zhang Feng last time. But Sunan wouldn't give them such an opportunity. He had no intention of opening the door for these players at all. After closing the cell door, Sunan turned around and left. In a city hundreds of miles away from Donglan City, Zhou Cheng and a dozen players gathered together. Brother Zhou, the plan is going smoothly. We not only entered the prison but were also locked up in a single cell. These dozen players were the same people Sunan had locked in the cell. Someone looked at another tall, young man, saying, Brother Feng, don't worry. We stole the second-level cell key from the demon princess. As soon as it's past 12, we'll break out of the cell and rescue you. This tall young man was none other than Zhang Feng, who had been locked in the second level by Sunan. Zhang Feng nodded and said, Be careful. I suspect that Wang Nan is still in the prison and hasn't left. It's best not to let him find our plan. Don't worry, Brother Feng. No matter how powerful Wang Nan is, he's just one person. If he doesn't interfere with our affairs, we can coexist peacefully. But if he wants to meddle, we'll just have to play with him. That's right. We want to see what's so great about his number 1 ranking. The group chatted and laughed, not taking Sunan seriously at all. Unbeknownst to them, Sunan was now considering how to prevent them from escaping from their cells. Chapter 53, The Fourth Bloodline. If he had not borrowed the wolf demon guard's identity before, Sunan might have hoped for someone to create chaos to help him escape from the prison. Now things were different. Borrowing the identity of the wolf demon guard, he could freely enter and exit the prison. This place had become his treasure trove for completing daily tasks. The arrival of a dozen players seemed to have no impact on him, but in reality, they were an unstable factor. To prevent accidents, Sunan planned to make the first move. As long as these players cannot leave the prison cell, even if there were more of them, they can't cause any trouble. As for how to deal with these players, he had already made a plan when locking them in the prison cell. The best tool to deal with players was naturally the demons in the cell. About 10 minutes later, Sunan logged out of the game. No one knew but him that 5 demons had been added into the previously player-only cell. These 5 demons were handpicked by Sunan, and their strength was stronger than most mortal-level demons. Not to mention that only one player among the dozen had achieved Demon Sutra great success. Even if there was a player with great demon art perfection, they would fail miserably. A 4-star mainline task. So long as this task successfully completed by the boss, the demon power received would be enough to surpass Wang Nan and Qian Yu in one swoop. You guys underestimate the 4-star mainline. Once completed, the rewards go beyond what's simply listed, and the world will belong to the boss alone. Players were chatting, envisioning the scene where Zhou Cheng became the top player in the game. Zhou Cheng listened to their flattery with a smile, neither participating nor stopping them. He was quite satisfied with this feeling. Time passed. Finally, it was midnight. It's time, everyone log into the game. Brother Feng, wait for our good news, we'll come to save you. The players were like chickens injected with adrenaline, eagerly logging into the game. After entering the game, someone immediately opened the task list, and when they saw the task of escaping from the prison cell, they showed joy on their faces. As expected, the task to escape the cell has been refreshed. In his opinion, this task was basically to send demon power, and it could easily be completed as long as the plan was followed. However, he soon noticed something else and asked curiously, "One don't have the task to kill a guard, but I have 2 2-star difficulty tasks to hunt mortal-level demons. What's going on?" According to the information Zhang Feng gave them, the daily tasks in this prison were mainly kill a guard and hunt mortal-level demons. Now he didn't see the task to kill a guard but saw 2 tasks to hunt mortal-level demons, which was not in line with Zhang Feng's information. Hearing the players' confusion, others wanted to check their own task panel. Suddenly, the roar of a demon in the darkness changed everyone's faces in an instant. A demon? How can there be a demon here? Someone immediately saw a tall and large demon standing behind them. Among them, the player with Demon Sutra great success reacted quickly, saying, "Don't panic, everyone. It's just a mortal-level demon, and it's not like we haven't hunted them before." He wanted to calm everyone down, but the next discovery completely unsettled him. Not just one. There are 2, 3, 5. There are 5 demons here. What happened after we logged out? How come there are 5 demons locked up with us? Everyone's scalp tingled, but they didn't have time to react as the 5 demons attacked them. Without any resistance or a chance to struggle, they were completely killed. This was a one-sided slaughter. From logging into the game to being forcibly logged out due to death, it took less than a minute in total. Not to mention escaping the cell, they didn't even figure out how demons appeared in the cell. In reality, Zhou Cheng and Zhang Feng did not log into the game immediately, as they leisurely enjoyed their drinks while waiting for good news from the players. However, they had barely taken a sip when they saw the players who had just logged into the game emerge from the game warehouse. What made them more suspicious was the fact that all of the players looked awful. What happened? Zhou Cheng and Zhang Feng looked at each other, feeling a sense of unease. Zhou Cheng quickly asked, "Why did you all log out?" Everyone looked solemn, not knowing how to answer Zhou Cheng. They were all so confident when they entered the game, and now they looked completely disheartened. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng and Zhang Feng's hearts sank even further. In the end, it was the only player with Demon Sutra great success who spoke up and described what had happened in the game. After hearing the events unfold, Zhou Cheng frowned and said, "You're saying that in a cell that shouldn't have had any demons, 5 powerful demons suddenly appeared?" "Yes. How can it be like this?" Zhou Cheng was puzzled. This situation was something he hadn't anticipated. "Boss, what should we do now?" Zhang Feng was anxious. It didn't matter if the dozen players were trapped in a cell, but if it affected Zhou Cheng's plan, that would be counterproductive. Zhou Cheng was silent for a while before saying, "You all go take a rest first. I'll deal with this matter." "Boss, you'll handle it." Zhang Feng was stunned and suddenly thought of something. "Boss, have you completed this part of the mainline task already?" Zhou Cheng nodded and said, "I have only one step left in my mainline task." I've already obtained the third bloodline and the Demon Sutra. So, big brother, does that mean you'll be able to fuse the third bloodline soon? That's right. In Kun Tien prison. Listening to the wails of more than a dozen players disappearing, Sunan's eyes revealed a smile. Even if he couldn't see the expressions of the people in reality, he could imagine the unwillingness of the dozen or so players. Perhaps after this time, Zhou Cheng would continue to let the players try to escape from the prison cell, but after a few failures, he would have to come personally. However, all of this was none of his concern now. At this moment, his full attention was focused on today's daily tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt a Spirit Level Monster. Task Difficulty: 3 stars. Task Reward: 15 Demon Points. Daily Task 2, Explore Wanjiao Peak. Task Difficulty: 2 stars. Task Reward: 5 Demon Points. Daily Task 3, Hunt Immortal Level Monster. Task Difficulty: 2 stars. Task Reward: 5 Demon Power Points. These are the tasks for Zhang Yang's role. The task of exploring the map of Tianlang Valley appeared in the task, which was within his expectations. Exploring Wanjiao Peak, the difficulty of 2-star level, might be considered challenging for others, but it was nothing for Sunan, who could transform into a wolf demon. What he didn't expect was that the original Kill a Guard task disappeared and was replaced by Hunt a Spirit Level Monster. This is also a 3-star level task. The moment he saw this task, Sunan thought of the demon at the edge of the cliff in his previous foreknowledge, as well as the demon by the warm moon pond. According to the task triggering mechanism, this task is most likely aimed at these two demons. After checking Zhang Yang's tasks, Sunan operated the life wheel scripture, and switched roles to Wang Nan. Perhaps it was because he returned to the prison as Wang Nan's character yesterday, the two tasks related to Kun Tien prison about killing guards didn't disappear in Wang Nan's tasks. Daily Task 1, Kill a Guard. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Daily Task 2, Hunt a Mortal Level Demon. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Daily Task 3, Kill a Level 2 Guard. Task Difficulty, 4 stars. Compared with yesterday, there was no significant change for the tasks of Wang Nan's character, which made him frown involuntarily. Out of the 3 tasks, he could only complete 1. Fortunately, he now has 2 characters, otherwise, if he could only complete 1 task every day, it would be difficult to maintain his first place on the ranking list in the long run. Try refreshing the tasks outside the prison tomorrow and see if the 2 tasks about killing guards can be refreshed. Thinking of the task refresh mechanism, Sunan decided to try to actively change the tasks tomorrow. And now, what he needed to do was to accumulate demon power. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Sunan left the prison. The tasks of Hunt a Mortal Level Demon for both characters have been completed. Demon power increased by 10 points. Usable demon power reached a whopping 41 points. This was already enough to raise a Demon Sutra from not yet started to great perfection directly. From what I see now, it's difficult to gain a strength-focused physique bloodline in a short time. Instead of waiting, I might as well integrate a bloodline and enhance my strength as soon as possible. With the Wind Leopard bloodline he got yesterday, Sunan no longer hesitated and planned to integrate this bloodline first. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush. Only when it's truly transformed into strength is it valuable. Although the Wind Leopard bloodline mainly enhances speed, it doesn't mean it can't enhance strength. It's just that compared to strength and physique, the improvement of speed is more apparent. There's no need to over-pursue the enhancement of strength. Sometimes, what decides one's strength isn't just the upper limit, but the lower limit is crucial too. Now, speed and physique are my lower limits. I need to improve these 2 points. Sunan reflected on himself. Yesterday while facing the monster attack at Warm Moon Pond, if he had integrated the Wind Leopard bloodline, he might not have been seriously injured twice, even if he couldn't dodge it. After fusing this speed-focused bloodline, maybe he could try Warm Moon Pond again. Perhaps this time, the monster wouldn't be able to hurt him again? With these thoughts in mind, he began to integrate the bloodline. At the same time he started integrating the bloodline. Many players in the game noticed that Wang Nan, who was originally in first place on the ranking list, suddenly changed to second place. Taking his place was Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was the first to integrate the third bloodline. And he directly upgraded the third Demon Sutra to the minor achievement stage. Zhou Cheng is mighty. As one of the great gods among the first batch of players, it's only temporary for him to be ranked third. He will eventually return as king. Compared to Zhou Cheng, Wang Nan has only simply upgraded the second demon art from perfection to great perfection since entering the ranking list. This is obviously a sign of lack of strength, and being replaced is just a matter of time. May I ask, is it too late to join God Zhou Cheng's guild now? In the regional chat, many players began to praise Zhou Cheng, including even some players who had previously praised Sunan. Only a very few people continued to support Sunan, including Li Hao, who had been collecting game information. Seeing the first place occupied by Zhou Cheng, Li Hao was dissatisfied. What the hell, my big brother just lacks the bloodline now. Otherwise, how can others catch up with him? Others did not know, but he was very clear that Sunan had been looking for a bloodline the day before yesterday. In his opinion, as long as Sunan found a suitable bloodline, it would be easy to upgrade it to the minor achievement or even the great achievement stage. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, he saw the forum was exploding again. Wang Nan returning to first place quickly occupied the forum. Did Big Brother return to first place? Li Hao couldn't believe it. He thought he saw it wrong. He refreshed the forum subconsciously, but the topic of Wang Nan returning to first place was still rising quickly in popularity. What's going on? Li Hao was stunned. He quickly logged into the game. Opening the ranking list in the game, he was shocked to see that Zhou Cheng, who had just risen to first place, was now second. And first place was still Wang Nan. However, this time, Wang Nan had changed from 2 types of Great Demon Art Perfection to 3 types of Great Demon Art Perfection. That's unbelievable. Do great gods upgrade their demon arts directly from beginner to great perfection? The method Sunan used to upgrade his bloodline surprised other players in the game. They deeply understood the difficulty of obtaining demon power in the game, and they never thought someone could directly upgrade a demon art from beginner to great perfection. Upon seeing his ranking, even Zhou Cheng, who had just integrated the third bloodline, was silenced. He couldn't comprehend how Sunan had gotten so much demon power. Who on earth is this Wang Nan? Investigate. No matter what, find out who he is. In the real world, various major forces once again set off a wave of investigations about Wang Nan's identity. As for Sunan, he knew nothing about this. After successfully integrating the 4th bloodline and awakening the bloodline combat skill, he gained 1 more foreknowledge opportunity. Now he had 7 foreknowledge opportunities every day. He planned to go to Moonwatching Peak and try his foreknowledge there. Chapter 54. Moonwatching Peak. The consumption of 40 points of demon power left him with only 1 point again, a severe dip from his original abundance. And his speed increased by more than double compared to before. Although the strength increase wasn't as obvious as when he integrated the Iron Ape bloodline or the Mountain Elephant bloodline, he still managed to enhance his strength by several hundred pounds. If he were to confront his former self now, he could easily defeat him. Walking on the rugged mountain road, Sunan suddenly exerted force underneath his feet. The next moment, his figure streaked across, leaving an afterimage, reappear 10 meters away. This was the bloodline combat skill of the Wind Leopard bloodline, the Wind Step. Now, when I face that demon at Warm Moon Pond, I should at least not be totally helpless. With 4 different bloodlines enhancing him, his strength had surpassed the average mortal level demon. According to his previous foreknowledge, although the demon at Warm Moon Pond was at the spirit level, it was considered to be among the weaker ones, and nowhere near as strong as the Wolf Demon Guard. The only advantage it had over the Wolf Demon Guard was its better stealth ability. If his strength were to continue to increase, he might be able to hold his ground against it. Let's complete the task of exploring the Moonwatching Peak first, then we could meet that demon. Pulling out the old beastskin map, Sunan started walking towards the Moonwatching Peak. Moonwatching Peak was as equally distant from Thousand Wolf Cave. He needed to get there if he wanted to use his foreknowledge, otherwise, the 3-minute foresight would all be wasted on the road. The path to Moonwatching Peak, quite unlike the deserted one to Warm Moon Pond, was broad, and he encountered many other wolf demons along the way. Every once in a while, he could even see a sentry post. Seeing this, Sunan didn't get nervous, but instead, breathed a sigh of relief. It meant that for the demons of Sky Wolf Clan, Moonwatching Peak wasn't a dangerous place. As long as he wasn't discovered to be a fake, issues should not arise. However, What he didn't expect was that they didn't get far before being stopped by 2 demons guarding one of the sentry posts. Sunan's heart skipped a beat, as this was the first time he had been stopped since pretending to be a wolf demon guard and escaping from Kuntian prison. He didn't initiate the conversation, but waited for the 2 wolf demons to speak first, as it was the safest way. One of the demons inquired, "I've never seen you before? Where is your identity token?" The wolf demon guard he had pretended to be had never come here before. Sunan's heart skipped a beat again, not saying much, he just handed over the identity token. The 2 demons glanced at Sunan's identity token and said, "You're not a miner from the mine. This isn't a place for you. Please leave immediately. There is a mine up ahead? What kind of ore could a demon mine?" 2 thoughts flickered. Sunan was curious. However, he didn't say much, and turned around to leave directly. A moment later, he circled back again. This time he had transformed into the appearance of another wolf demon. This was the appearance of a wolf demon that had left Moon-Watching Peak not too long ago. This move could potentially expose him, but apart from this, he didn't have a better approach. Fortunately, when he passed the sentry post again, the 2 demons didn't stop him. Continuing forward for a few more minutes, he finally reached an uphill section of the road. From here, the so-called Moon-Watching Peak was only half a minute away. He could use his foreknowledge now. Without stopping, Sunan continued to walk forward while simultaneously initiating his foreknowledge. You find out that Moon-Watching Peak is in fact a mine for the demons, and intrigued, you decide to investigate. Upon arriving at Moon-Watching Peak, you are taken aback to find that this is not a mine in the conventional sense. The ore they are mining is in fact the skeletons of demons. Hundreds of demons are digging through the mine, occasionally unearthing the remains of other demons. These skeletons are decayed and broken, bearing the traces of time. They had been buried underground for who knows how many years. You finally realize that the wolf demon guard you had impersonated earlier was not simply collecting bones. These demon skeletons may have a purpose you're not aware of. These demon skeletons were actually dug up from here. Sunan expressed his surprise. He had previously thought that gathering skeletons was a peculiar hobby of the wolf demon, but now it seems that the wolf demon is collecting them with a purpose. Those skeleton pieces are clearly not as simple as he had assumed. If those demon skeletons have an unknown use, what about those animal hides? At the same time, he pondered another question. The wolf demon guard never came here, so where did they get so many skeletons from? As this query surfaced, he already had an answer. Warm Moon Pond. There are demon skeletons at the bottom of Warm Moon Pond, and the wolf demon also frequents there. He didn't believe that the 2 facts were unconnected. There are a large number of demons watching over the mining area. To get out, the demons in the mining area need to turn in all the skeletons they've dug up. Some demons are responsible for sorting out the unearthed skeletons. It seems that they are trying to find something from these skeletons. The mine is vast. You explore in the mine, trying to figure out the function of these skeletons. You discovered that not only can demon skeletons be excavated here, but various broken weapons can also be dug out, which made you suspect that this place was once a battlefield. Battlefield? Was this gorge once a battlefield? Sunan was astonished. The foreknowledge ended here. 3 minutes were up. He didn't gam too much useful information, but at least he didn't encounter any danger. Moving forward with ease, Sunan soon arrived at Moon-Watching Peak. With no demons to stop him, he smoothly entered a mine. The foreknowledge time is too short. Even if there is something here, I can't touch it. Now is a good chance to explore. Sunan decided to give it a try and see what kind of rewards he could get from the actual mining. His luck was good, and he quickly excavated a skeleton. He was disappointed. According to the game's introduction, this skeleton is just a common demon skeleton. Even when compared to those collected by the wolf demon, it fell far short. At least the skeletons collected by the wolf demon didn't show much sign of weathering, and seemed to be fresher. He didn't give up and continued to dig. However, 10+ minutes later, until he left Moon-Watching Peak, he didn't gain many useful insights. Luckily, the task of exploring Moon-Watching Peak was completed, and he earned 5 demon power points. Bone shifting is really useful. In a place where there were no demons, Sunan transformed back into the shape of a wolf demon guard. Relying on the transformation into the shape of a demon, this task, which was very difficult in the eyes of other players, could be completed easily. There are still 6 foreknowledge opportunities left, and I can't waste them. Let's first use foreknowledge to see if I can leave Skywolf Valley from other places. His main task now is to leave Skywolf Valley. The mainline task has a 20-day countdown, and now only 11 days are left. The task of escaping from Skywolf Valley is only in the second phase at present. He doesn't know how many phases there are after this, and the time left for him is limited. Moreover, after leaving Skywolf Valley, he still needs to find a way to steal the bronze bell that Zhou Lingyan wants. He took out that old map and searched on it. Soon, he found what seemed to be a relatively easier route to exit. It was a place not far from Thousand Wolf Cave. The foreknowledge time was only 3 minutes. If the route was too long, the foreknowledge would not be able to give him the information he needs. After Sunan arrived at that location, he began his foreknowledge. Chapter 55, Mountain Demon. You plan to leave Skywolf Valley, but you know that leaving through the path leading to the gorge is not an option. Instead, you plan to find an alternative route through the mountain forest. You find a relatively easier location for departure and begin your escape journey. Although the mountain forest is rugged, it doesn't pose a problem for you. You quickly navigate through the forest, intending to leave the gorge as fast as possible. Unbeknownst to you, several demons have set their eyes on you as soon as you enter the forest. As you pass through a mountain depression, several demons launch an attack on you. These are low-intelligence mortal-level demons who are no match for you. However, your actions catch the attention of another demon. It's a powerful mountain demon. The mountain demon stops you and interrogates you about violating the rules and leaving the Skywolf clan's territory without permission. You can't answer the mountain demon's questions, and it suddenly launches an attack on you. You're dead. A mountain demon? What level of demon is that? It killed me without even giving me a chance to fight back. Failure for the first time was expected. What he didn't expect was that the demon he attracted this time would be so powerful. Keep in mind that even when facing a spirit-level monster, a single strike could only seriously injure him at most. He could still fight back and wouldn't be killed directly. But this time, he didn't even have a chance to fight back, which shows how powerful the mountain demon was. The failure this time is because I attracted the mountain demon. If I can avoid its attention, would I succeed then? Sunan doesn't give up and decides to try again from another location. Soon, he finds another seemingly easier route to leave. You find a location that you believe is suitable for leaving and prepare to escape from Skywolf Valley. Unfortunately, as soon as you enter the forest, you are targeted by the forest demons again. They launch an attack on you. You know that fighting with the demons could attract the attention of more powerful demons, so you choose not to fight back but escape with even greater speed. The demons don't plan to let you go and chase after you one by one, letting out sharp shrieks. The sounds echo through the forest and end up catching the attention of the mountain demon anyway. The mountain demon discovers you and interrogates you on why you left the Skywolf clan's territory without permission. You come up with a random excuse, but the mountain demon is not satisfied with your answer and suddenly attacks you. You're dead. Dying again at the hands of the mountain demon, Sunan's face turns a bit ugly. He had already changed locations and tried not to conflict with the demons, but the result was the same. This was just bad luck. Since it's impossible to leave as a wolf demon, what if I change into a different form? The root cause of the two failures wasn't the mountain demon, but the mortal-level demons in the forest. Once he entered the forest, he would be targeted by the forest demons. If he could change into the form of one of those demons, would he no longer be targeted? With this in mind, he doesn't try to change location anymore and directly starts predicting again. You find a location that you believe is suitable for leaving and prepare to escape from Skywolf Valley. As soon as you enter the forest, you are targeted by the forest demons again. They launch an attack on you. In that critical moment, you change into the form of one of the demons. The sudden change in your appearance confuses the demons, but they don't continue attacking you. As expected, they have low intelligence. I can fool them with this. Sunan is delighted. As long as he doesn't get attacked by the demons, it means his plan is correct. You successfully shake off the demons and continue following your planned route. After several breaths of high-speed running, you get closer and closer to the gorge exit. However, unluckily, just as you're about to leave the gorge, the mountain demon finds you again. The mountain demon stops you and questions why you're trying to leave the gorge. You don't know how to answer, and the mountain demon suddenly attacks you. You're dead. The mountain demon again. I wasn't even targeted by the forest demons this time, so how did it find me? Sunan found it strange that he had been discovered this time, unlike the previous 2 times. Unwilling to believe it, he changed his position and predicted again. You find a new location that you believe is suitable for leaving and prepare to escape from Sky Wolf Valley. As soon as you enter the mountain forest, you are once again targeted by a demon hidden in the woods. They launch an attack on you. Just as you are about to leave the gorge, you are discovered by the mountain demon. The mountain demon stops and questions you about why you want to leave the gorge. You do not know how to answer, and the mountain demon suddenly makes a move against you. You die. He was killed by the mountain demon for the 4th time, and just like last time, he was discovered when he was about to leave. Where did the problem come from? Can it be that the mountain demon can notice whenever a demon is about to leave the gorge? Sunan couldn't help but speculate. This was the worst possibility. If this was true, his only option to leave the gorge would be to take the path that leads out of it. Unfortunately, his foreknowledge time is too short, otherwise he would have liked to predict what would happen on that path. After all, he was targeted by an unknown demon last time but didn't die from it. Of course, he could risk going there in person and, if he detected any problems, use the unlimited logout opportunity to leave immediately. However, if a demon were guarding there, things would get difficult. He didn't want to gamble. Today he still had 2 more chances to predict, but Sunan didn't want to continue predicting his escape from the gorge. He decided to go and check out Warm Moon Pond. There were suspected wolf monster skeletons beneath the pond, and his latest prediction at Moon-Watching Peak made him curious about those skeletons. He wanted to find out what was so peculiar about those skeletons. About 10 minutes later, he came back to the place where he made his prediction yesterday. It's best if the demon from yesterday isn't here, but if it's still here, I should be able to avoid an attack today. Sunan had a thought and used bone shifting, changing his appearance into that of another wolf monster. Yesterday's 2 predictions stated he was targeted by the demon because the wolf monster he disguised himself as had injured the demon before. Today, he planned to change his appearance to see if he would still be attacked. You change your appearance and return to Warm Moon Pond. Looking at the deep lake water, you prepare to dive and explore its depths. However, before you can dive into the water, a demon has already set its sights on you, attacking without warning. You are well prepared and use your bloodline combat skill Windstep in time to successfully avoid the attack. Just as the prediction began, yesterday's demon had appeared again, and even though Sunan had turned into another monster, he was still attacked. Fortunately, everything went as he expected, and his bloodline combat skill helped him avoid the attack. The demon doesn't give up and plans to attack you again. You react quickly, turning around and diving into the lake water. The lake is deep, and you continue to dive towards the bottom, until you reach it after 2 or 3 breaths. You see that at the bottom of the lake, numerous skeletons are buried in the silt, varying in size and species, and it is unknown what kind of demons they belong to. You try to pick up a skeleton to examine it closely. You find that this skeleton is not much different from ordinary ones and has no special features. You do not realize that although these skeletons look ordinary, they are far from it. Their existence can be traced back to ancient times. Unwilling to give up, you continue searching in the lake, but other than skeletons, you find nothing else. Disappointed, you resurface. The moment you leave the water and step ashore, a demon that has been waiting for an opportunity attacks you once more. You fail to avoid this strike, and the demon severely wounds you. Enraged, you engage in battle with the demon. After a short fight, you, who have been severely injured, eventually lose to the demon. You die. Ancient times? Those skeletons are actually from ancient times. Sunan was killed by the demon, but his attention wasn't on the demon but rather on the origin of the skeletons that had shocked him. Chapter 56, Current Status of the Player. Many of the skeletons dug out of the Moon-Watching Peak were already decayed, showing how ancient they were, but Sunan had no idea that the origins of these skeletons could be traced back to ancient times. This was also the first thing he had encountered that involved ancient times other than the life wheel scripture and technique seeds. Not long ago, the information from the foreknowledge about going to Moon-Watching Peak mentioned that there was a suspected battlefield, and he hadn't thought much about it at the time. Now it seemed that Sky Wolf Valley might have once been an ancient battlefield, and these skeletons were the remains of demons who had died there. Could it be that these skeletons are valued by demons because they were left behind by demons in ancient times? Or, do these skeletons of ancient demons have some unknown function? There were still many skeletons in the storage ring of the wolf demon, so Sunan simply took them all out and studied them again carefully. Compared to the skeletons dug out of Moon-Watching Peak, the skeletons in the ring were relatively intact, but that was it, and there were no other unusual features. He tried to grind some of the skeletons into powder and study them further, but still found nothing special. The demons at Moon-Watching Peak picked the excavated skeletons, which means most of the skeletons are worthless, and perhaps only a handful of them are needed by demons. These skeletons I have are obviously not part of the very few. Putting away the skeletons and no longer studying them, Sunan focused on the information from his previous foreknowledge again. At the end of the foreknowledge, the demon attacked him again, and he was able to contend with it even when severely wounded. This indicated that the spirit-level monster's strength was not as strong as he had thought. Perhaps he could try to confront it head-on. Thinking of this, Sunan's spirits lifted. Hunting a spirit-level monster rewarded 15 demon points and the reward was enticing. More importantly, if he could hunt this spirit-level monster, it would prove that he already had the ability to contend with spirit-level monsters. I still have one more chance of foreknowledge to use, can't waste it. Once again at the edge of the pond, you know that there are demons secretly watching you, waiting for any moment to attack. You have great confidence in your strength and are not afraid. Instead, you plan to confront the demon head-on. After a brief search for opportunities, the demon suddenly launches an attack on you. You use the wind step to barely dodge, while simultaneously counter-attacking the demon. It is a spirit-level monster, but luckily, having integrated with 4 bloodlines, you now barely have the qualifications to fight against it. Unexpectedly, I can actually contend against a spirit-level monster, Sunan whispered delightedly. Before integrating with the Wind Leopard bloodline, he couldn't even dodge the demon's attack. After integrating with the Wind Leopard bloodline, his strength only increased slightly, but his speed greatly improved, which made up his weakness. You continuously use bloodline combat skills, trying to end the battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough to seriously injure the demon. Instead, with the continuous use of bloodline combat skills, you gradually become exhausted. At the critical moment, you jump into the lake, trying to use the water to escape. The demon doesn't plan to let you go and dives into the water as well, relentlessly pursuing you. Helplessly, you can only defend against the demon's attacks while fleeing towards the waterfall. During this process, you are inadvertently severely wounded by the demon. Just as you are about to be completely exhausted, you accidentally discover a huge cave hidden in the area where the waterfall impacts the water in the pond. You immediately sense something extraordinary and strive to go there. This is, Sunan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, there was a new discovery. You dive into the cave and swim towards its depths. It's not a cave that goes vertically downward, but one that slowly extends upward. After a short upward climb, you emerge from the water and find yourself facing 4 branching tunnels leading in different directions. With the demon closing in, you have no time to think and choose the leftmost branch to enter. The cave twists and turns, littered with decaying skeletons. Running for only 2 breaths, you find yourself again at a junction with 3 branches. Once again, you choose the leftmost branch. In a daze, you hear heavy panting from the tunnel ahead, and you immediately sense danger. You want to turn and run, but it's already too late. You have died. Who would have thought there would be a hidden world under the waterfall? I wonder if this is the real reason for the wolf demon coming here. Instead of fear, Sunan becomes more interested after being killed by an unknown monster in his foreknowledge. Such a mysterious cave existing in a place like Warm Moon Pond is already unusual. Moreover, he discerns another issue. Whether it's because Warm Moon Pond is within the Skywolf clan's territory or for some other reason, he did not attract any mountain demons when he battled the monsters near the pond. I just don't know where this cave leads. It would be great if it led to the outside of the gorge. Sunan is eager for another foreknowledge. However, his foreknowledge attempts for today have been used up, so now he has to wait until tomorrow to continue. What happened? Why do you look so bad? Sunan asks Wang Chong curiously. Ugh, don't mention it. Wang Chong sighs, looking bitter, it's about the game. I heard that the beginning of this game is difficult, but I didn't think much of it. Now, I know what a hellish start really is. I was killed by a monster yesterday before I even got the novice task. Today was not any better, I was discovered by a monster just 5 minutes into the game. In 2 days, 2 lives, and less than 10 minutes of total game time, I don't know what kind of messed up person created this game. Wang Chong, seeming to have found someone to vent to, couldn't help but complain. Yesterday, getting the game bracelet made him ambitious, thinking he could rise to prominence through gaming. Little did he know that as soon as he started, a monster in the game would give him a rude awakening. Sunan suddenly realizes this and is not surprised by Wang Chong's experience. Before the survival task begins, it's already challenging to complete the novice task, let alone during the survival task when monsters can find players and actively hunt them down. Under such conditions, new players can hardly complete the novice task and reach the standard for the survival task unless they get help from experienced players. Sunan even observes that many players lose their qualifications for the game once the 15-day survival task period ends. If only the game's starting location wasn't random, I could have landed near Miss Bai and taken off by now. Now all I can do is hope to meet up with Miss Bai as soon as possible. Sunan comforts him, take this easy. Your situation may not be good, but others aren't faring much better either. Wang Chong nods, that's true. Apart from those 4 ridiculously lucky luck children, there are many others who haven't completed the novice task. Luck children? What are those? Sunan is confused and curious. Chapter 57. Dongchen State. After the public beta test of the game, he had been following the game forum, but since there were too many posts, he had not read them carefully and had little understanding of the current situation of other players in the game. It's just the 4 guys who are extremely lucky. Wang Chong's eyes showed envy. Most players start in places that seem to be controlled by humans, but are actually controlled by demons in secret. Only a small number of players land in places that are truly controlled by humans. Among these people, some have incredible luck. After entering the game, they are taken as disciples by some human forces and don't need to directly face demons. Among these, there is an even smaller group that is nurtured by those influences as key talents. Among these people, 4 are the most famous, referred to by other players as the Luck Child. Wang Chong roughly explained the so-called Luck Child, and Sunan finally understood what was going on and wasn't too surprised. In the demon world, although humans can only survive under the oppression of demons, they haven't fallen to the point of complete control. Under such circumstances, it's natural for various sects to develop. In his opinion, Zhou Lingyan might be a martial artist from the Qinkan sect. It's only been 4 days since the public beta, but those 4 people have already advanced one of the Demon Sutras to great perfection. I'm afraid even the top 10 old players on the ranking list can't match that speed. According to player speculation on the forum, among these 4 people, aside from the fact that 2 are already cultivated by certain forces, the other 2 have also been signed for hundreds of millions of annual salary. Wang Chong's eyes were filled with envy, wishing that he was one of those 4 people. That's really rich. Sunan couldn't help but sigh as well. Wang Chong continued, but that's not all. Although these 4 people are lucky, they still fall slightly short compared to the top players on the leaderboard. Especially the number 1 on the leaderboard, Wang Nan, there are already forces offering him tens of billions in salary. Upon hearing this, Sunan was even more surprised, which forces are so generous. Tens of billions is no small sum, many city tycoons don't have this much. Only the top forces could easily put up that much money to invite a player. It's longevity pharmaceuticals and deep space technology, and I even heard that the official site also released a message intending to invite Wang Nan as a specially invited consultant. Sunan nodded. The longevity pharmaceuticals and deep space technology that Wang Chong mentioned are giants on a global scale, only such top forces can easily come up with tens of billions of funds. Sunan was somewhat tempted, but he knew very well that he could only hide in the shadows for now. Wang Chong said, and then seemed to think of something, speaking of which, it's really a coincidence, that number 1 guy in the game is named Wang Nan, and he's only 1 surname away from you, Brother Nan. Sunan said indifferently, what's the big deal? There are hundreds of thousands of people with the same names, let alone different surnames. When he originally named himself, it was just random, and even the appearance was arbitrarily adjusted. If it was an ordinary game, such a disguise would be enough. But he never expected that the Demon World game would be so extraordinary, and the appearance of the ranking list later made him the focus of the world. Fortunately, he didn't worry now. With bone shifting, he could completely divert attention with another appearance. Wang Chong sighed, that Wang Nan is really amazing, even ranked first on the leaderboards in other states. Su Nan was stunned again and asked, how many states are there in the Demon World? From the beginning of the game until now, he had never left Sky Wolf Valley, and his knowledge of the world outside Sky Wolf Valley was extremely limited. Even after the public beta test, he did not deliberately go to collect game information. Brother Nan, you really don't know much about the game, do you? Wang Chong was surprised this time, and then explained. There are a total of 12 states in the Demon World, corresponding to the 12 Demon Emperors, which also correspond to the 12 main countries in reality. Each state has its own independent rankings, and the chat channels do not communicate. Our country is located in Dongshan State, and out of the million players in this public beta, our Dongshan State got about 90,000 spots. Dongshan State. Su Nan suddenly realized. Before seeing the world chat not open, he had suspected whether there were other regions besides the area he was in. He didn't expect that not only the chat in each region is not interconnected, but also the rankings are not interconnected. I heard that in other states, the strongest player only has minor achievement in the second Demon Sutra. You don't even need to compare with Wang Nan at first place, but also far behind when compared to the great gods like Qian Yu and Zhou Cheng. Su Nan pondered, figuring out the reason. Is it because most beta players are from our nation? Wang Chong nodded, exactly. The more than 1,000 beta players are all from our Dongshan State. Now, we Dongshan State is the most powerful in 12 states. Having said that, he was upset again. However, this situation may not last long. Apparently, the situation of the players in the other 11 states is much better than us, with their novice task difficulty way lower than us. Lower novice task difficulty? Su Nan frowned secretly. A lower novice task difficulty means that with the same number of players, other states will have more players left after the survival task ends. Moreover, without the hindrance of the novice task, players in other states can get in touch with daily and mainline tasks faster, and their rising speed will be relatively faster, which invisibly pulls the gap apart. Maybe this is a compensation for the other states not having beta players. Su Nan thought of a possibility. Big brother, you're fantastic. Last night Zhou Cheng just got to the top of the ranking list and was bumped down by you. How did you do that? At 10 o'clock at night, Su Nan opened the forum, and a series of private chat messages popped up. Without exception, they were all sent by Li Hao, full of flattery and compliments. Zhou Cheng got to the top of the ranking list? I was bumped down? Su Nan was surprised, as he didn't know about this until now. After looking at other players' posts on the forum for a while, he finally understood what had happened last night. In his heart, Zhou Cheng was even more highly regarded. Acquiring a bloodline is not easy. Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu achieved great demon art perfection on the same day, but Qian Yu hasn't even integrated the third bloodline till now, which is enough to explain everything. I'm still not progressing fast enough. Su Nan felt a sense of urgency. He has the talent of foreknowledge, and now has 2 roles, which allows him to earn twice as much demon power every day. Logically, the gap between him and other players should keep widening. But as it stands now, his advantage is not very significant. Now, if I want to increase my strength, it's either to follow the due process and complete the daily tasks, or to obtain more bloodlines and demon sutras. Besides, I have to condense the third life wheel as soon as possible. For Su Nan, the difficulty of acquiring demon power is not significant. The main challenge lies in acquiring bloodlines and demon sutras. The main way players obtain bloodlines and demon sutras is through mainline tasks, but he now has 2 roles, and only 1 mainline task. This results in his acquisition of bloodlines and demon sutras to be insufficient to support the simultaneous development of 2 roles. He wants to gain bloodlines and demon sutras, and the only way to do so is to look elsewhere. Li Hao's mainline task is to hunt 3 mortal level demons. Maybe I can continue to focus on Li Hao's situation. Chapter 58, Exploring the Cave. Li Hao sent a message, briefly mentioning that he needed Demon Sutra and a bloodline. Li Hao didn't hesitate too much, and after a little thought, agreed. Although his mainline task's first step is only 2 stars, with a reward of bloodlines and Demon Sutra, that doesn't mean that he'll be left with nothing if he gives the rewards to Sunan. He can acquire bloodlines and demon sutra later. The most important thing is the demon power. 3 monsters, equivalent to 3 2-star tasks, which means 15 demon power points. To elevate one demon sutra to great accomplishment, it only takes 14 demon points. This means that as long as he completes this task, he has already surpassed most players in demon power. Even without the demon power, he would still give the bloodlines and demon sutra to Sunan. After all, Sunan is the key to his rise in the game. He must cling to this powerful ally. Big brother, all the prison doors here are closed, how do we open them? In the game, Li Hao looked at the locked prison doors and asked. At his side, Sunan was no longer in his wolf demon guard form but had already transformed into his own in-game appearance. His transformation art was a secret, and he could not let others know. Sunan didn't explain much. He took out the Kuntian key, opened a prison door, and quickly entered the cell. He quickly beat the monster inside to near death and let Li Hao kill it. Li Hao stepped forward in a daze, killing the monster. Seeing the completed task information, he was both shocked and pleased. Even though he had seen Sunan killing a monster last time, he was still shocked once again. It was a monster that many players feared, but it was quickly killed by Sunan. Big brother, you're so amazing. These monsters are like nothing to you. Li Hao flattered him. Sunan shook his head slightly without saying anything. His own abilities were apparent to his friends and family. It's true that if he uses the powers of his 4 bloodlines, he can surpass ordinary mortal-level demons. But just now, he used only 3 physique series bloodlines, not using the law-controlling class's power. The only reason he could easily kill the monster was that the monster's power had been drained by Kuntian prison and was less than 2/3 of its peak. I have already killed the first monster, let's wait for the next day and the day after tomorrow for the remaining 2 monsters. After sending Li Hao away, Sunan turned back into his wolf demon guard form and left Kuntian prison. Yesterday in Kuntian prison, he couldn't complete 2 of the 3 tasks related to the prison. Today, he changed his strategy, planning to wait in Sky Wolf Valley for the tasks to refresh. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. The tasks refreshed. Daily Task 1, Kill a guard. Daily Task 2, Hunt a mortal level monster. Daily Task 3, Kill a level 2 guard. Sunan was disappointed. Like yesterday, the tasks didn't change because he left Kuntian prison. It seems that the mechanism of task refresh is not as simple as I thought. In fact, there must be conditions I don't know. Is it because I didn't go far enough from Kuntian prison? If they could create conditions to change tasks, then obtaining demon points would be much easier, but it doesn't seem as simple as that now. He wasn't too entangled, activated the Operation Destiny Wheel Sutra, and turned to look at Zhang Yang's role's tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt a spirit level monster. Daily Task 2, Explore the mysterious cave of Warm Moon Lake. Daily Task 3, Hunt a mortal level monster. The task was not much different from yesterday's. The only difference was that the task of exploring Wanjiao Peak had been completed and was replaced by exploring the mysterious cave of the Warm Moon Lake. This was exactly what Sunan wanted. Even without this task, he would have gone to explore there. Now, he could complete the task while exploring the cave. However, what made him frown was that it was a 3-star task. Once the task reached 3 stars, the difficulty would skyrocket. If 1-star and 2-star tasks corresponded to mortal level, then at least spirit level demons would be encountered in 3-star and 4-star tasks. This point could be clearly seen from the tasks of hunting mortal level demons and hunting spirit level demons. He had been involved in exploration tasks before, and had successfully completed 2 3-star exploration tasks. Whether it was exploring cell number 30 or the second floor of the prison, the difficulty was extremely high, and without bone shifting and talent of foreknowledge, he would not have been able to complete them. Compared to the previous 2 3-star tasks, this one might not be that easy to complete. Thinking of the demon that killed him in yesterday's foreknowledge, Sunan's expression became serious. Yesterday, in his foreknowledge, he couldn't even see the appearance of the demon that attacked him. Even the wolf demon guard he disguised himself as couldn't achieve this. However, he was not afraid. He believed that with the foreknowledge of the future and bone shifting, he could handle such exploration tasks. But before that, he needed to complete the Hunt Immortal level monster daily tasks for the 2 roles. Returning to Kuntian prison, about 10 minutes later, Sunan left the prison again. With the 10 demon power points gained, his usable demon power was back to 11 points. After completing these 2 tasks, he immediately headed to Warm Moon Lake. Reaching the turning point not far from Warm Moon Lake for the first time today, his first foreknowledge of today started. You arrive at Warm Moon Lake, and the hidden demon targets you and launches an attack. You don't plan to fight the demon, knowing that there is a mysterious cave under the lake, which is your target. You dodge the demon's attack, turn around, jump into the lake, and quickly enter the cave where the 4 branching paths leading to different directions appear before you again. This time, you don't choose the first cave on the left but the second cave on the left. The cave is winding and complicated, and you don't know where it leads. You move forward quickly while carefully observing your surroundings. You find that the deeper you go into the cave, the more skeletons there are, and the wider the cave becomes. A few breaths later, 2 forks in the road appear in front of you again. This time, you still choose the cave on the left. Compared to earlier, this cave is wider. As you continue to move forward for 10 breaths, 3 more branching paths appear before you. Before you can choose which branch to enter, a figure suddenly leaps out of the cave on the right and attacks you. You died. The first foreknowledge of the day ended with death. Same as yesterday, he was killed by an unknown demon without even a chance to fight back. I didn't even see what the demon looked like. If I could, I might have disguised myself as the demon and avoided the attack. The demon in the cave was too strong, and encountering it meant death. If he wanted to continue exploring the cave, he could only try to change into the appearance of a demon in the cave. However, to use bone shifting, he at least needed to know what the demon looked like. Now, he didn't even know the appearance of the demon, so naturally, he couldn't change into the demon's shape. Now, all he could hope for is to see the appearance of the demon in the following foreknowledge. After the 1-minute talent cooldown time was over, he immediately started his second foreknowledge. Chapter 59, Infiltrated Players. You jump into the lake water, smoothly entering the cave. 4 branches leading to different directions appear before your eyes again. This time, you do not choose the first cave on the right. Unlike the other 2 caves, this one is not spacious but rather narrow. You struggle to move forward in the cave. After several breaths, the view in front of you suddenly opens up, revealing 6 forks leading in different directions. You choose the cave on the far right. There are few skeletons in this cave. You walk for several breaths before encountering the second fork. This time you choose the cave on the left. There are even fewer skeletons in this cave. After only a few breaths, you suddenly realize there is no way forward. Helplessly, you can only go back. You realize that perhaps only by choosing the caves with more skeletons can you enter the central region of these caves. You return to the previous fork, this time choosing the third cave on the left. This cave has relatively more skeletons. You quickly move forward to explore. Suddenly, a figure leaps out from around the corner. You died. Not at all surprised by being killed by an unknown demon again, Sunan sighed. There are too many forks in the caves here, leading in all directions. It's very likely that these forks are interconnected, and they may even all converge eventually. Of the 4 forks, he had explored 3 now, and encountered demons in each one. This indicated that there was more than one demon here. That was the worst-case scenario. Moreover, Sunan couldn't help but suspect that he hadn't even gotten close to the depths of the caves during these 3 tries, he had just been wandering around the periphery. If that was indeed the case, then there must be many demons here. Keep on foresighting. Sunan showed no signs of giving up. As soon as the foresight cooldown was over, he immediately started the third foresight of the day. Once again arriving at the 4 forks, this time you choose the last unexplored cave. Contrary to your expectation, there are many skeletons in this cave. You quickly move forward and see a fork after only 2 or 3 breaths. However, just as you approach the fork, a figure suddenly leaps out from the left and attacks you. You died. Before dying, you see that the demon attacking you has exposed white bones. After the third death, Sunan was still killed by a demon. The difference this time was that at least he knew what the demon looked like. Exposed white bones? Could it be the same kind of demon I encountered in my foresight when I left Kuntien prison? Sunan was astonished. When leaving Kuntien prison, the first fork led to 3 directions, one to the outside of Sky Wolf Valley, one to the Thousand Wolf Cave, and the third to a cliff. Back in his foresight, he was attacked and killed by a demon when he approached the edge of the cliff. It had bitten through his throat, and he had fallen off the cliff. That demon's body also had exposed white bones. Could it be a white bone demon? Sunan's imagination ran wild, picturing a demon made entirely of white bones in his mind. If the demon in the cave really looked like that, even knowing its appearance might not help him transform into it. There were limitations to the bone-shifting ability. He couldn't transform into something with too large or too small of a body type, nor could he guarantee that he could change into a creature composed entirely of bones. If the two demons are of the same kind, maybe I can go to the cliff and observe the demon's appearance. Sunan thought of a method, and his eyes lit up. The environment inside the cave was not conducive for him to observe the demon or to avoid its attack, so he couldn't fully utilize his speed. The area around the cliff, on the other hand, had enough space for him to maneuver. He had a good chance of observing the demon's appearance there. With this thought, Sunan immediately left Warm Moon Pond and headed for the cliff. A moment later, he arrived at the fork leading to the cliff and began his fourth foresight of the day. However, he was disappointed. He didn't know whether to regard his luck as good or bad, as he didn't encounter the demon that attacked him last time. With no other choice, he had to temporarily abandon the exploration of the mysterious cave. There was no point in continuing with foresight without being able to transform into the demon's appearance. If there's no immediate need to explore that cave, what should I do with the remaining 3 foresight opportunities? He still had 3 foresight opportunities left, which he couldn't waste. Standing at the fork, looking at the roads leading in 3 directions, Sunan had an idea. The priority is to figure out how to leave Skywolf Valley. I need to continue foresighting how to do that. The mainline task countdown was drawing nearer day by day. Now, only half the time remained, and he had yet to see even a glimpse of how to complete the second phase. He didn't know what the consequences would be for not completing the mainline task, but one thing was certain, it wouldn't end well. He had attempted leaving the valley through the mountain forest in his foresights yesterday, but all those attempts had ended in failure. Thus, that approach was not feasible. In order to leave Skywolf Valley, he needed to find a way through the normal route. Standing at the fork, Sunan looked at the road that led to the gorge, feeling hesitant. When he foresighted before, he had been watched by the demon at the end of the road as soon as he set foot on it. He didn't know the reason for that, but he knew it probably wasn't anything good. If there was a choice, he would never take this road. However, he had no other choice now. Besides this road, he hadn't found any other way to leave the valley. Last time I foresighted, I didn't die. Maybe this road isn't as dangerous as I thought. Sunan comforted himself. After thinking about it, he still decided to foresight on this road. However, the road was long, and 3 minutes of foresight time wasn't enough for him to reach the end. To reach the end of the road in foresight, there was only one way. He could only foresight a section of the road, move forward a bit, and then continue foresighting. This method had its risks. Whatever happened during the foresight didn't affect him, but once he truly stepped onto this road out of the valley, he would lose control over everything. But he had no choice. If he wanted to leave the valley, he had to do it this way. Foresight. Sunan didn't hesitate and started foresighting right away. Stepping onto the road out of Skywolf Valley, you know that a demon became aware of you the moment you set foot on this road. Just as you thought, the demon at the end of the road has fixed its gaze on you, despite the numerous obstacles in their way. You quickly move forward, wanting to reach the end of the road as soon as possible. After several breaths, you come across a patrol of demons at a corner. The demon leading the pack asks you why you are leaving Skywolf Valley. With a spark of inspiration, you tell the demon that you have important matters to report to Princess. The leading demon doesn't doubt your words and informs you that they just received an order from the demon monarch to capture outsiders who snuck into Skywolf Valley. They ask you to report immediately if you see any. Chapter 60, The Bewilderment of Life Stealing. A player sneaked into Tianlang Valley? The information in the foreknowledge made Sunan startled, and he immediately thought of a person. Zhou Cheng. Tianlang Valley belonged to the advanced map, and the monsters here were not accessible to rookie players. As far as he knew, only Zhou Cheng had shown interest in this place. Zhou Cheng's mainline task was related to Kun Tian Prison, and he sent Zhang Feng and more than a dozen players for it. There are monsters everywhere in Tianlang Valley, and there are patrolling guards. I don't know how he managed to sneak in under these circumstances. Sunan was secretly amazed. He had the foreknowledge talent and transformation art, but he couldn't easily leave Tianlang Valley. Yet Zhou Cheng was able to bypass the guards and sneak in, which sufficiently proved Zhou Cheng's methods. This question didn't puzzle him for long, as the foreknowledge continued, and he quickly understood what was going on. You asked how the outsider managed to infiltrate Tianlang Valley. The leading monster told you that the outsider appeared to have the ability to evade detection. The monster leader warned you again to report any abnormalities immediately, then left with the other monsters. You continued on your way. 3 minutes later, you stopped by a huge rock on the side of the road. At this point, the 3 minutes of foreknowledge ended. Sunan's eyes flashed with understanding. Zhou Cheng actually has the ability to evade the detection of the monsters. No wonder, the players who rise during the internal test are not simple. I just don't know if the other top-ranked players on the ranking list also have some special means. The difficulty of starting the game was extremely high, and it was precisely because of this that the players who stood out were extraordinary. Sunan didn't believe that the others didn't have any special opportunities. I was watched by the monster at the end of the road this time, too, but fortunately, nothing dangerous happened. Sunan hesitated no more and set foot on the road leading out of the gorge. 2 minutes later, he encountered the patrolling monsters. There were more than 10 monsters in this team, all wearing armor and exuding an impressive aura. After a brief exchange with the leading monster, he quickly arrived at the huge rock mentioned in the foreknowledge. At this point, he stopped and started his 6th prediction of the day. You quickly moved forward on the way out of the gorge. A minute later, you did not encounter any danger and continued to advance rapidly. 2 minutes later, you met another group of patrolling monsters entering Tianlang Valley. The leading monster asked you the same question about why you were leaving Tianlang Valley. You gave the same answer as before, and the monster leader did not suspect anything. After reminding you to report any suspicious presence immediately, he left. 3 minutes later, you stopped by a dead ancient tree. This foreknowledge was simple, and there were no dangers. The only surprise for Sunan was encountering the second patrol of monsters. Before, apart from the monsters stationed at the sentry posts in Tianlang Valley, he had not encountered any patrolling monsters. Now, within just a few minutes, he had encountered 2 groups, which showed how seriously the monsters regarded this player infiltrating Tianlang Valley. Sunan set off again. 3 minutes later, he stopped in front of the dead ancient tree mentioned in the prediction. At this point, he could faintly see the exit of the gorge. Whether I can leave safely or not depends on this final foreknowledge. The last foreknowledge of the day began. You continue to walk quickly toward the exit of the gorge. 2 minutes later, you came to the end of the road. At this point, you finally saw the scenery outside Tianlang Valley. What appeared before your eyes was a huge palace built on the edge of the gorge not far away. It was a palace made of bluestone, and it was quite majestic. A large number of patrolling demons surround the palace, and among them, a figure stands out, attracting your attention. It is also a demon, but unlike the others, it does not have any obvious demon features on its body. Its limbs and head are almost identical to those of an ordinary human. This is a demon that can completely transform into a human. A demon that can completely transform into a human, what realm does this monster belong to? Sunan wondered. He had encountered demons in 3 different forms before. The first kind was entirely in the form of a beast, without any human characteristics. The second kind had a human body and an animal head, and these demons had human bodies but still retained the appearances of beasts on their heads. As for the third kind, it was the exact opposite of the second, they had a beast's body and a human head. Sunan had seen a player who had lost control and transformed into this type of demon. And now he had encountered the fourth kind, a demon that looked entirely human. Obviously, compared to the other 3 kinds, this kind of demon was much more powerful. As you decide to continue walking forward, a figure appears beside you and grabs your arm. This is also a completely human-looking demon, but it appears as an old man. The demon has seen through the flaws in your transformation art and is very curious about it. It wants to force you to reveal your transformation technique. You refuse to reveal anything. You die. Before dying, you realize that the transformation brought by bone shifting is not reliable in front of demons with a large difference in realms. You are unaware that the combination of bone shifting and life wheel scripture can produce unexpected effects. Perhaps you can try killing the demon you have transformed into and gaining its fate. Bone Shifting's transformation technique has been seen through. Sunan's heart sank, and without time to think, he quickly retreated. He finally understood why he had been noticed by the demon. This was the first time his disguise had been seen through by a demon since using bone shifting. Upon thinking, it wasn't too unexpected. After all, the transformation art was fake, and it was already impressive to deceive demons 1 or even 2 realms higher than him. It was impossible to deceive demons with much higher realms than his own. However, this wasn't the main issue. What surprised him the most was the information from the final prediction. Killing a demon could also gain its fate? How could that be possible? He had killed more than 1 or 2 demons, but he had never been able to snatch any of their fates using the life wheel scripture. He had also never thought that the life wheel scripture could steal the fate of demons in the game. Even after having the life wheel scripture for so long, he still couldn't understand the restrictions when acquiring others' fates. After killing Li Suheng and obtaining his fate, he initially believed that simply killing someone could get their fate, but this belief changed after killing the person in black searching for the bracelet. Now the prediction told him that he could even steal a demon's fate, which seemed incredible to him. The information about life stealing in the life wheel scripture appeared in his personal information panel. Effect 1, Life Stealing. You have 2 chances to steal the fate of others. When you kill a target with fate that can be stolen, their fate will be automatically taken. After killing a target with a fate that can be stolen, fate is automatically taken. What kind of condition is required to be a target with stealable fate? Sunan pondered. Unfortunately, he could only steal fate twice with the life wheel scripture, which didn't give him enough chances to study and analyze. If I could really obtain a demon's fate, would I still be able to do tasks after switching to a demon's role in the game? Sunan thought of another question. Chapter 61, Methods to Advance to Spirit Level. Little did he know, he was a player, not a real demon, and he had a game interface. Even if he became a demon, the game interface wouldn't disappear, would it? If it doesn't disappear, what changes can happen? With numerous thoughts flashing through Sunan's mind, he kept moving and quickly returned. Unbeknownst to him, by returning, he inadvertently escaped a disaster. At the end of the road leading out of Sky Wolf Valley, an old man sat on a huge rock, frowning in the direction of Sunan's departure. Why is this little guy going back? The old man wondered. As soon as Sunan stepped on the path leading out of the gorge, he entered the old man's sensory range, and the old man immediately noticed that something was wrong with Sunan. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. He had intended to wait until Sunan approached him to capture and study him thoroughly, but he didn't expect Sunan to turn back at this moment. The old man couldn't help but want to go and capture Sunan, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. His duty was to guard this place, and he couldn't leave without a special reason. Forget it, this little guy will have to come back sooner or later if he wants to leave Sky Wolf Valley, and there's only one way to go. I'll wait until next time, he thought. Having successfully returned to Kuntian prison, Sunan felt heavy-hearted as he found out that the number of guards at the entrance of the prison had more than doubled. Even if he entered Kuntian prison disguised as a wolf demon guard, his identity token would still be checked. Compared to before, the security was much tighter now. This was not good news for him. With more guards, it might affect his hunting of demons. Sunan found it strange. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss just because one player sneaked into Sky Wolf Valley? Or did that Zhou Cheng do something significant? Entering Kuntian prison, Sunan headed straight for cell number 24 where Zhou Lingyan was. He planned to try to find a way to hunt wolf demon guards. Since his foreknowledge told him that by killing a wolf demon guard, he could acquire the fate of the wolf demon guard, he had to try it no matter what. This involved whether he could leave Sky Wolf Valley or not. Moreover, the rewards for killing a wolf demon guard were not meager, a full 15 demon points, which was enough for an ordinary player to complete 15 one-star tasks. In cell number 24, Zhou Lingyan sat cross-legged in the center of the cell. In one corner, the wolf demon guard looked listless, still trapped in an illusion, which made Sunan couldn't help but admire Zhou Lingyan's skill. You've already advanced the 3rd bloodline to great perfection so quickly. Do outsiders really enjoy such favor from heaven and earth? Zhou Lingyan's eyes revealed a different color as they swept over Sunan. Could she only see that I've fused 3 bloodlines? Sunan's heart skipped a beat. He had fused not 3, but 4 bloodlines, 3 of which belonged to the physique series, and 1 belonged to the law-controlling class. Now, he assumed the role of Wang Nan, thinking that Zhou Lingyan would see his unusualness, but unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyan didn't notice it. He couldn't help but admire the miraculousness of the life wheel scripture again. Zhou Lingyan said, "It won't be long before you can try to advance to the spirit level." Sunan's heart stirred and immediately asked, "How can I become a spiritual grade martial artist?" Until now, he only knew that the different realms of martial artists were categorized as mortal, spirit, mysterious, and king, but he didn't know how to advance. Zhou Lingyan said, "Martial artists in each realm can fuse up to 4 different bloodlines. You need to fuse 1 more bloodline, and then you can try to merge the 4 bloodlines into one. At that time, you'll be a spiritual grade martial artist." Upon hearing this, Sunan's expression changed slightly, merging 4 bloodlines into one? Wouldn't that lead to conflicts between the bloodlines? Conflicts can occur between different bloodlines. He had only integrated the bloodlines into his body, and there was already some rejection between them, not to mention merging 4 bloodlines into one. If he really did that, the possibility of bloodline conflicts would surely increase manifold. Zhou Lingyan said, "Advancement to each realm for martial artists is the most dangerous. For example, even in the simplest case of mortal level advancement to spirit level, it's considered good if 1 out of 10 people can successfully advance. A 1 in 10 chance? That's so low." Sunan was shocked, and this was just the simplest promotion. If fusion failure just meant not being able to break through, that wouldn't be too bad, but the problem was, fusion failure meant loss of control. If one lost control in the game, they would also lose control in reality. Now there are 1 million players worldwide, even if only 1/10 of the players are left after the survival task, there would still be 100,000 people. As long as these 100,000 people follow the normal procedures to complete their daily tasks, they will eventually fuse 4 bloodlines. At that time, if these people try to break through, there would undoubtedly be a large number of control losses. He can't imagine what reality would look like because these players lost control. Moreover, the game is now in its first public test, and there will undoubtedly be a second, third, and even a global public test. Thinking of this, Sunan's face grew darker. He had a feeling that the real world may sooner or later be shattered because of this game. Zhou Lingyan saw the change in Sunan's expression, and a mocking smile appeared on her beautiful face. "What? Scared?" Sunan did not answer, just shook his head slightly. Zhou Lingyan continued, "Promotion from mortal level to spirit level is the simplest, and as the realm is raised, the risks of promotion will multiply. This is why many senior martial artists dare not break through all their lives." Sunan took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked, "Is there no way to reduce the bloodline conflicts?" He has the ability of foreseeing the future and can try to fuse in his foreknowledge. But that can only let him know if he can succeed, and it has no help for improving the fusion success rate. Asking with a try-and-see attitude, he did not expect Zhou Lingyan to nod and say, "Yes." "Really?" Sunan was a little excited and immediately asked, "What's the method?" Zhou Lingyan said indifferently, "In order to fuse 4 bloodlines, one needs to take one of the bloodlines as the main, and the remaining 3 bloodlines as auxiliary. If you can fuse a powerful bloodline that surpasses the other 3 bloodlines, you can use it to suppress the other bloodlines, thereby reducing the bloodline conflict. There are differences between strong and weak bloodlines." Sunan frowned. He had never heard of this. If there is a difference between strong and weak bloodlines, which of the bloodlines he fused is the strongest? He tried to rank his bloodlines, but he quickly discovered that the difference was not significant among the same mortal level bloodlines. "Of course." Zhou Lingyan nodded and asked, "What do you think the strength of today's demons is compared to the strength of demons in ancient times? Are modern demons stronger or were ancient demons stronger?" Now, Sunan didn't know how to answer. Not to mention ancient demons, even if asking about the strength of demons now, he couldn't answer. He didn't know what the strength of ancient demons was like, so how could he judge who was strong and weak? Thinking about it, he still guessed, were the demons in ancient times stronger? Zhou Lingyan said, "That's right. The heaven and earth in ancient times were different from today, and the strength of both humans and demons cannot be compared to today. After ancient heaven and earth shattered, the strength of humans plummeted, and the bloodlines of demons also degenerated severely. Compared to ancient times, the bloodlines of today's demons are more than several times weaker. Ancient demon bloodlines are stronger. Hearing this, Sunan understood Zhou Lingyan's meaning. Senior, do you mean that if I fuse with a bloodline of an ancient demon, I can use it to suppress other bloodlines, thereby reducing bloodline fusion conflicts? Zhou Lingyan nodded gently. Sunan frowned, even more puzzled, but where can I find the bloodline of an ancient demon now? Life wheel scripture can be successfully cultivated in reality, which made him confirm that there is some commonality between the ancient periods of the real world and the demon world. But he wouldn't think that the bloodlines of beasts in reality could be compared with those of ancient demons in the demon world. It's impossible to use the bloodlines of beasts in reality to replace ancient demon bloodlines. Zhou Lingyan explained, although there are no ancient demons, some bones of ancient demons that were left behind by chance after their death may have essence and blood within them. It's just that such things are extremely rare, and each drop is a priceless treasure. There's essence and blood residue in the remains of ancient demons? Sunan suddenly understood why the demons on Moon-Watching Peak were digging the remains of ancient demons. Chapter 62, The So-Called Fortuity. Ancient Monster Essence Blood. The monsters at Moon-Watching Peak are digging for the remains of ancient monsters in order to find the possible precious essence blood inside. Sunan suddenly realized, according to Zhou Lingyan's words, that the bloodlines of ancient monsters are much more powerful than today's monsters. It's obvious that such essence blood would be useful not only to martial artists but also to monsters themselves. The benefits of merging with the bloodline of an ancient monster don't just stop at reducing the conflict of bloodlines during promotion. Martial artists who merge with ancient monster bloodlines will be much stronger when they advance than ordinary martial artists. There is even a certain probability that after advancing, one will awaken some special bloodline abilities. Zhou Lingyan explained the benefits of merging with the bloodline of an ancient monster. Upon hearing this, Sunan became even more interested in the so-called ancient monster essence blood. If he could get a drop of it, wouldn't his strength become even stronger? Merging with both the physique series and law-controlling class bloodlines would already make his strength surpass that of ordinary mortal warriors, and if he merged with the ancient monster bloodline as well, just how strong would he become? He might genuinely be able to kill spirit-level monsters within the mortal realm. As if sensing what Sunan was thinking, Zhou Lingyan said casually, I suggest you just stick to merging with ordinary bloodlines. Ancient monster essence blood is extremely rare, and every single drop that appears causes all the major forces to scramble for it. Extremely rare? Zhou Lingyan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Sunan, immediately cooling his head. He had just been attracted by the benefits of the ancient monster bloodlines but had forgotten how scarce such a thing was. Ancient times were countless millennia ago, and the powerful remains of monster skeletons have already rotted away. It was under such circumstances that the essence blood would naturally be difficult to preserve. Perhaps it was really as Zhou Lingyan said, that essence blood would only be preserved by coincidence, but such situations would definitely be rare. This could be deduced from the dug-up bones on Moon-Watching Peak. Thinking about this, he didn't have much hope for merging with an ancient monster bloodline anymore. However, just when he was feeling disappointed, Zhou Lingyan suddenly changed the subject. I mentioned earlier that if you can manage to steal what I want, I'll grant you a mysterious opportunity. But with your current rate of improvement in strength, you won't actually need that opportunity. A mysterious opportunity? Sunan had a sudden thought, and for some reason, when he heard Zhou Lingyan's words, he associated it with the ancient monster essence blood. Could the mysterious opportunity you're talking about be related to the ancient monster essence blood? Previously, under the pressure of Zhou Lingyan and wanting to use her power to leave the prison, he had agreed to help Zhou Lingyan steal the bronze bell. At that time, Zhou Lingyan indeed said that as long as he successfully completed the task, she would give him a mysterious opportunity. However, he was merely curious at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. That was because he had no confidence in completing the task. Now that Zhou Lingyan brought it up again and told him about the ancient monster bloodlines, he subconsciously connected the two things together. Instead of directly answering Sunan's question, Zhou Lingyan asked, do you know what kind of place Sky Wolf Valley used to be? Sunan pondered for a moment and said, an ancient battlefield. How did you know? Zhou Lingyan asked, somewhat surprised. She had only asked the question casually, not expecting Sunan to answer. But to her surprise, Sunan actually knew. Sunan wasn't surprised, as he had obtained this information from his foreknowledge and couldn't be wrong. Zhou Lingyan also thought of Sunan's background, and her eyes showed a hint of strangeness as she said, "Indeed, there was a great battle here in ancient times, and countless monsters died. The valley is buried with the remains of countless monster skeletons underground. When I first entered Sky Wolf Valley, I accidentally discovered a drop of ancient monstrous essence blood in a skeleton. And coincidentally, it was the essence blood of a mortal level demon of the physique series. Senior, you have the essence blood of an ancient monster." Upon hearing Zhou Lingyan's words, Sunan's initial disappointment disappeared in an instant, replaced by surprise and joy. Zhou Lingyan just happened to have the bloodline of an ancient monster from the physique series. Wasn't this prepared for him? "Senior, rest assured, I will definitely get what you want as soon as possible," he immediately promised. If Zhou Lingyan was willing to give him the ancient monstrous essence blood, then he would have to think about how to help Zhou Lingyan get the things out. It seemed that Zhou Lingyan was very satisfied with Sunan's reaction, revealing a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She said she told Sunan all of this so that he would hurry up and complete her task. With the goal achieved, Zhou Lingyan no longer continued on the subject, and instead asked, "What is your purpose for coming this time?" Coming back to his senses, Sunan looked at the wolf demon in the corner and said, "Senior, I plan to find a way to kill this demon." Zhou Lingyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she replied indifferently, "You're still not strong enough to kill him." Sunan explained, "As you know, Senior, us outsiders can revive once a day, no matter how severe our injuries, and be fully recovered the next day, but demons cannot. So, I plan to fight this demon every day, and as long as its injuries worsen day by day, I'll be able to kill it soon." He had thought of this method before, but he just hadn't had time to implement it. Zhou Lingyan's face showed surprise, as if she didn't expect Sunan to come up with this method. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "If you're determined to do this, I won't stop you. But I must remind you, once you awaken this demon from the illusion, I won't help you put him back into the illusion again." "She won't help any more?" Sunan was somewhat disappointed. If Zhou Lingyan was willing to help, even if it was to make the wolf demon fall into an illusion again, it would be a huge help to him. However, he had anticipated this situation and had not relied on Zhou Lingyan. After thinking about it, he did not directly attack the wolf demon, but first opened the door of cell number 24 and another cell door far away that had no demon in it. He planned to lure the wolf demon into the other cell. If he fought the wolf demon in cell number 24, unless he didn't use the blazing bird bloodline, Zhou Lingyan would notice the problem. Since Zhou Lingyan couldn't see that he had fused with the controlling technique bloodline, there was no need to let her know. However, without using the blazing bird bloodline, his strength could only compete with mortal level demons. To fight against the wolf demon, he was still lacking, so he had to lure the wolf demon to other prison cells. Zhou Lingyan didn't ask about his intentions, saving Sunan the trouble of explaining. After the preparations were done, he took a deep breath, then approached the wolf demon and launched an attack with all his might. Now that the wolf demon was trapped in the illusion, it wouldn't dodge, making this a rare and crucial opportunity. Even if he couldn't kill it outright this time, he wanted to seriously injure the wolf demon and weaken its strength considerably. Except for the blazing bird bloodline, Sunan didn't hold back and used his full bloodline combat skill, aiming a fierce blow at the wolf demon guard's head and heart. Feeling the strong sense of impending danger, the wolf demon guard awoke from the illusion at this moment. Seeing Sunan's all-out attack, the wolf demon wanted to dodge it, but it was too late. Bam! Sunan's fists landed on the wolf demon's body at the same time, causing it to fly back and slam heavily into the wall. Chapter 63, Impersonated by Someone. This attack dealt a significant damage to the wolf demon. Blood spurted out, the wolf demon's half-skull was slightly caved in, and its chest was nearly pierced through. Even so, the wolf demon did not lose its fighting spirit, but instead went completely berserk. Roar! "You damned rat, I'll tear you to pieces!" The eyes of the wolf demon turned blood red, it only had one thought now, to rip the rat in front of it apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Sunan turned and scurried towards the outside of the prison cell. The wolf demon immediately followed without a second thought. A man and a demon entered another cell. The prison door closed, and Sunan, no longer holding back, unleashed the flaming bird bloodline power. His fists, clad in scorching flames, bombarded the wolf demon. The wolf demon had no intention of dodging, swinging its claws, an invisible force threatened to rip Sunan apart. At the critical moment, Sunan used wind step to narrowly avoid the attack and simultaneously landed a punch on the wolf demon. The flames exploded, forcing the wolf demon to retreat several steps. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. Last time he fought with the wolf demon, he could only hurt the wolf demon by risking severe injury. This time, he could avoid the wolf demon's attack and hurt it. This was not only because the wolf demon had been seriously injured and its strength had declined, more importantly, his own strength had greatly increased compared to before. But Sunan was not careless. He knew very well that he was able to hurt the wolf demon by relying on using the bloodline combat skill consecutively. However, the bloodline combat skill consumed a tremendous amount of bloodline power, and he was unable to use it for a long time. He must fight quickly to end the battle swiftly. The wolf demon raised its head and roared. The muscles all over its body rapidly rose, and its formerly humanly body was covered with countless long and thick hairs. In the blink of an eye, the demon, which was a hybrid of human and beast, had completely transformed into a fierce beast, half a body taller than Sunan. Sunan's face changed. Even without having fought with this state of wolf demon, he could feel a strong sense of danger. The claws of the wolf demon swung and its speed was several times faster than before. Both sides were holding the thought of it's either you die or I die, and went all out. The battle was fierce. In just a few breaths, both sides had fought for dozens of rounds. At this time, Sunan was dyed red with blood, and his body was marked with dozens of large and small wounds torn out by wolf's claws. Not only that, a surge of power was destroying his internal organs from within. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth. He couldn't hold on much longer. Compared to Sunan, the situation for the wolf demon was barely any better. Huge patches of its fur were charred by the flames, the flesh smelled of burnt, and furthermore, one of its arms was hanging limp, losing its combat ability. I can't keep going on today. Sunan made a swift decision and sprinted out as soon as he opened the prison door. The wolf demon followed closely, having no intention of letting Sunan escape. But how could Sunan let it leave the cell? Risking serious injury from the wolf demon, he landed another punch onto the wolf demon, knocking it back several steps, back into the cell. Seizing this opportunity, Sunan quickly closed the prison door, trapping the demon inside. The wolf demon went berserk, furiously beating against the prison door, and the dull thunderous sound echoed in the corridor. Sunan's expression became stern, immediately holding his breath, listening carefully to any movement on the other side of the corridor. It would be troublesome if other guards were attracted here. Fortunately, no matter how the wolf demon attacks the prison door, no other demon guards came to check. Unbeknownst to him, for other guards, they had already become accustomed to such situations. Whenever a demon was imprisoned, such incidents would occur. Moreover, each guard had their own responsibilities. Unless something big happened, they would not easily leave their posts. Once assured that no guards would come, Sunan finally heaved a sigh of relief, worthy of being a spirit-level monster. Even when heavily injured, I can't deal with it. Sunan sighed. Compared with the demon at the edge of Warm Moon Pond, the wolf demon guard was much stronger. The difference between the two was akin to fusing one bloodline and fusing two bloodlines. At this rate, maybe I could take the wolf demon down within 3 days. Looking at his wounds, Sunan didn't care in the slightest. Once midnight passed, he would be able to recover to his peak condition, but the wolf demon could not. Today, the wolf demon has been heavily wounded, its strength greatly diminished. Tomorrow, fighting it will be even easier. Having exhausted his instances of foreknowledge and completed all the available tasks, there was little point in staying in the game. He exited the game. In the bedroom, he struggled to get out of the game warehouse. Having been wounded severely in the game, his real-life body too had been affected, and he felt utterly exhausted. Lying in bed without any energy to spare, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sunan looked at Wang Cheng's dejected appearance. "What's wrong? You didn't sleep last night." "It's the game again." Wang Cheng replied wearily, "I stayed up late last night battling a monster in the game, but ended up being killed by it." Suppressing his laughter, Sunan commented, "Not bad, you're improving. Keep it up and maybe it won't be long before you can take down that monster." Wang Cheng gave a bitter smile, "Right now, I just hope the monster leaves me alone. If I keep dying like this, I'll eventually run out of lives." While they were talking, Sunan noticed a middle-aged man walking quickly into the hotel. He recognized the man. It was the official player, Yang Zheng. Wonder why he's here. Seeing Yang Zheng reminded Sunan of the two figures clad in black he had recently encountered. Last time, as he couldn't extract any information from the person clad in black of the physique series, Sunan handed the law-controlling person in black to Yang Zheng, hoping he might be able to obtain some information from him. Calculating the time, it reached the appointed day. Huh? It's him. Wang Chung seemed stunned when he saw Yang Zheng. Turning to Sunan, he asked in a mysterious tone, "Brother Nan, did you notice that person?" Sunan feigned surprise, "Isn't he the same person we met in the suburbs last time?" Since everyone had seen Yang Zheng the last time, he couldn't pretend he had never met him before. Wang Chong nodded, "Indeed, it is him, but you certainly aren't aware of his identity." A thought crossed Sunan's mind and he asked curiously, "Does he have some kind of special status?" Wang Chung replied in amazement, "This guy's called Yang Zheng, and he's also a player in the demon world. Like Miss Bai, he too is a beta player. He's pretty amazing. His in-game name is Yang Fei, and he's ranked 6th on the leaderboard. Also, he works for the official. I heard that the official established a department called the Demon Investigation Bureau after the game went public. Yang Zheng is the captain of this department for us in Donglan City. Demon Investigation Bureau." Sunan made a mental note of the name. Yang Zheng went straight to the elevator. Once his figure disappeared, Wang Chung said quickly, "Brother Nan, you go ahead with your things. I'll go and see what he's up to." With that, he quickly entered another elevator. Much later, more than 3 hours had passed. Unexpectedly, after Yang Zheng left, Wang Chung had actually managed to find out some information. "Brother Nan, big news. The guy who's first in the ranking list, Wang Nan, has surprisingly shown up in our Donglan city. Moreover, he broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau last night. What's going on? Is someone pretending to be me?" Having heard Wang Chong's words, a thought instantly sprang into Sunan's mind. Chapter 64, Encountering the Human Martial Artist Again. "How do you know that person is Wang Nan?" "It's said that Wang Nan admitted it himself." Wang Chong said, "Last night, Yang Zheng was severely injured in just one move. Who else could have such strength, except the number 1 Wang Nan? Severely injured in just one move?" Sunan's heart shrank. Yang Zheng was, after all, a player who had reached the great perfection of one Demon Sutra. The strength of the person who could severely injure him shows how powerful the attacker was. It was very likely that the person had at least reached great perfection in 2 Demon Sutras. Sunan pondered and asked, "Why did Wang Nan break into the Demon Investigation Bureau?" "It's because of the person in black from last time." "Last time, didn't Yang Zheng catch one of the black-clothed men?" Originally, Yang Zheng wanted to interrogate that person and find out about the forces behind him. But not only did he get nothing, Wang Nan broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau last night and killed that person in black with a single slap. Killing to silence him? Sunan furrowed his brows. Well. Originally, they had hoped that the official investigation would reveal something, but now it seems hopeless. Sunan felt a chill in his heart. Those people even killed their own. This showed the ruthlessness of the organization the black-clothed man belonged to, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Of course, there was another possibility as well. The attacker and the black-clothed person might not be from the same organization. If that were the case, the situation would become even more complicated. Sunan quickly thought that no matter which possibility, the person who took action using his name must have ulterior motives. He even suspected that the purpose of the attacker was to draw out the real Wang Nan. Where did all these people come from? Sunan wondered in his heart. Last time, he had guessed that the 2 black-clothed men might not be players. Now another person with at least 2 great perfection Demon Sutras appeared, which made him increasingly suspicious. To be clear, there are now only 2 players with 2 Demon Sutras great perfections on the ranking list besides himself, Qian Yu, and Zhou Cheng. Of course, it was not ruled out that the organization the black-clothed man belonged to had a way for them not to be on the ranking list. It was not impossible. After all, up to now, Sunan's understanding of the demon world game may not even amount to the tip of the iceberg. He couldn't know what methods the black-clothed man had. Wang Chong continued, Miss Bai is now the only player in Donglan City besides Yang Zheng who has reached the great perfection of the Demon Sutra. Yang Zheng wants to ask Miss Bai to help investigate Wang Nan in the game. Sunan nodded, not asking anything more. There was clearly something strange about this matter. No matter what, he had no intention of showing himself. At 11 o'clock at night, Sunan logged into the game again. Li Hao's mainline task was to hunt 3 mortal level demons. One was hunted yesterday, and as long as the second one is hunted today and the third one is hunted after the task refreshes at midnight, the mainline task would be completed. Big brother, what happened to you? What demon can injure you like that? Li Hao looked at Sunan's wounded body and couldn't help but be shocked. It's a spirit level demon. Sunan replied indifferently. Spirit level demon? Li Hao was even more startled. As far as he knew, the players ranked in the top 10 with 2 demon sutras were not daring to confront mortal level demons head-on. Let alone facing a spirit level demon, it's a sure death. On the contrary, Sunan not only survived the encounter with the spirit level demon, but from the injuries on his body, it was obvious that there had been a fierce battle between Sunan and the demon. Is it possible to confront a spirit level demon after reaching the great perfection in 3 demon sutras? Li Hao wondered. Ignoring Li Hao's thoughts, Sunan walked straight into a prison cell after opening the prison door. Although his current strength was greatly diminished, the demons in the cells were in no better condition. When he first entered the game, the demons in the cells had been imprisoned for more than 10 days, with only 2/3 of their strength remaining. Now, more than 10 days have passed, and the demons in the cells have further weakened, with only 1/3 of their peak strength left. Now, even a player with 1 great perfection demon sutra could easily confront the demons here. A few minutes later, the severely injured and dying demon was killed by Li Hao. Sunan said, after midnight, I'll help you kill the last demon. All right, big brother. Li Hao was excited. He naturally hoped that the mainline task would be completed as soon as possible. The two temporarily logged out of the game and waited. Time passed. It quickly arrived at midnight. After logging back into the game, Sunan immediately found that his injuries had completely disappeared. Feeling the power restored, Sunan was secretly shocked. I don't know how the game can make players achieve such incredible things in this world. If the demon world was just an ordinary game world, then the current situation wouldn't be considered strange, even things 10 or 100 times more bizarre would be entirely acceptable. However, the demon world was different, making it seem unbelievable. Opening the task panel, today's daily tasks appeared before him. Daily Task 1, Kill a Guard. Daily Task 2, Hunt a mortal level monster. Daily Task 3, Kill a level 2 guard. The 3 tasks were the same as yesterday, with no changes. Sunan had anticipated this and casually glanced before operating the life wheel scripture to switch his role to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1, Hunt a spirit level monster. Daily Task 2, Explore the mysterious cave of Warm Moon Lake. Daily Task 3, Hunt a mortal level monster. Zhang Yang's tasks also remained the same. The Hunt mortal level monster task was a repeatable task that would appear daily. Since he didn't complete the Warm Moon Lake exploration task yesterday, it appeared again today. Big brother, which prison cell's demon are we going to hunt this time? Li Hao also logged into the game and couldn't wait to ask. This one. Sunan casually pointed to a prison cell not far away. As he spoke, he opened the prison cell and walked right in. Li Hao, fearless, followed him. Just over half a minute later, the two walked out of the prison cell. Li Hao's 5 demon power points were once again added to his account. With the mainline task completed, Li Hao was overjoyed. He now had 15 demon power points, more than enough to raise a demon sutra directly to great accomplishment. If it wasn't for his lack of demon sutra and bloodline, he would have definitely been in the top 500 of the ranking list. Such speed among the new players in the public beta test was already considered extremely fast. Big brother, this is what you wanted. Li Hao handed a blood-red crystal and a jade plate to Sunan. This was exactly the Demon Sutra and Bloodline reward from his mainline task. Sunan took it, and just like Li Hao's bloodline last time, this too was the bloodline of a law-controlling series monster. Big brother, you should be a physical warrior. Why do you need a law-controlling series bloodline? Li Hao curiously asked. Last time he gave Sunan a bloodline, he wanted to ask this question but didn't think much about it at the time since he didn't understand the game very well. He just thought Sunan needed the bloodline for some other purpose. Now that Sunan asked for his bloodline again, he became even more puzzled and didn't understand what Sunan wanted to do. Could it be that the bloodlines of different systems could be merged? Sunan naturally wouldn't answer him. Putting away the bloodline and demon sutra, he said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Li Hao forced a smile and didn't ask any further. He changed the subject and said, "Big brother, my mainline task's second phase has come out. It's actually a 3-star task. The content requires me to hunt down 9 mortal level demons. What do you think?" Li Hao's intention was very clear. He wanted Sunan to help him complete the second phase of the mainline task just like before. After thinking for a moment, Sunan said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow." He didn't refuse. As long as Li Hao was willing to hand over his bloodline and demon sutra, helping him out wasn't an issue. In fact, he preferred more players like Li Hao that way. He wouldn't have to worry about bloodlines in the future. Dismissing Li Hao, Sunan walked towards another prison cell. Having gained another bloodline, he naturally wanted to fuse it. However, right now, he only had 11 points of demon power, so even if he fused the bloodline, the enhancement wouldn't be significant. Only by completing the tasks of hunting monsters as the 2 characters today would he have enough demon power to upgrade the Demon Sutra to great accomplishment. Then the bloodline would have some combat power. Yet, what he didn't expect was, as the prison door opened, he unexpectedly saw a middle-aged man. Chapter 65, The Price of Delaying a Loss of Control. Martial Artist. Sunan was surprised. There were 72 cells on the first floor of the prison, most of which housed demons, with only a small portion housing martial artists. Besides Zhou Lingyan in cell number 24 and the mysterious old man in cell number 30, he had also met some martial artists. It was a pity that those people might have been trying to advance in their realm or for other reasons. Even in this prison that could suppress bloodline and delay the loss of control, they still lost control. However, the man in front of him didn't. The middle-aged man sat cross-legged in his cell, his eyes sharp. Seeing Sunan opening the prison door, he did not rush out like the other out-of-control warriors, wanting to leave the cell. The middle-aged man looked at Sunan with suspicion in his eyes. "A mortal warrior? How did you get in here? He can see my realm?" The middle-aged man's words made Sunan stunned. He was wearing a hiding spirit ring given by Zhou Lingyan, and even the demons guarding the entrance of the prison couldn't see his true realm. However, the middle-aged man could see it at a glance, which could only mean one thing: the middle-aged man's realm was much higher than his. Sunan realized instantly that the middle-aged man might not have been captured. "Senior, I accidentally came here. I wonder why you are locked up here?" Sunan tentatively asked. This time he did not reveal that he was an outsider. Unless necessary, he did not want others to know his true identity. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "If it weren't for the bloodline conflict about to go out of control, who would willingly come here? Is it going to lose control soon?" Sunan thought to himself, "It really is." The first time he entered the game, he met a martial artist named Li Yuan who was like this. The mysterious powerful being in cell 30 was also like this. Even, he suspected that Zhou Lingyan came here because of the bloodline conflict. "This is not a place for you to come, leave as soon as possible." The middle-aged man appeared to want to keep his distance, and after saying that, he closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing this, Sunan didn't say anything more and turned to leave. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Wait a moment." Sunan stopped. "What does senior want?" The middle-aged man said, "You can open the prison door, so you should be no ordinary person. I ask you, can you leave this prison?" What does he mean? Does he want to leave? Sunan guessed, hesitated for a moment, and nodded, "Yes, I can." "Very well." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he said, "I want you to help me with something." Again, to help with something. It's not going to be about stealing that bronze bell, is it? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Sunan couldn't help but have an idea pop into his head. "I wonder what senior wants me to do." Instead of answering immediately, the middle-aged man took out a ring. Storage ring. Sunan instantly recognized the ring in the middle-aged man's hand. "I want you to help me deliver this ring to Lu Qing'er of the Taixu sect. Once it's done, there is a treasure I obtained in my early years in this ring that can be used as your reward. So, it's about delivering something." Sunan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the middle-aged man had asked him to steal the bronze bell, he really wouldn't know whether to agree. Looking at the middle-aged man, Sunan was puzzled. Senior, your current state is not bad, why don't you go yourself? You think I don't want to? The middle-aged man shook his head bitterly and asked, do you know what this place is? Kuntian Prison. Then do you know what capability this Kuntian Prison has? It can suppress bloodline power and delay the bloodline conflict. If you stay here for a long time, your bloodline power will be forcibly extracted by the prison. Not bad, it seems you know quite a bit about this place. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. Do you know that to use this prison to delay bloodline conflict, in addition to paying the price of bloodline power being extracted, there is also another price to pay? There's another price? Sunan was surprised, he didn't know this. The middle-aged man sighed, I only found out about this after I came in, and it was too late by the time I discovered it. Indeed, this prison can delay the bloodline conflict, but once you stay here for too long, you can never leave again. Once you leave, your bloodline will immediately go out of control like a wild horse, causing violent conflicts and direct loss of control. That's how it is. Sunan's face changed slightly. He also thought of Zhou Lingyan and couldn't help but suspect if that was also the reason she didn't want to leave the cell. All right, I promise to deliver the item. As for whether the item could be delivered or not, that was another matter. At worst, he could ask Zhou Lingyan later if he could forcefully erase the mark on the ring as she did last time. As if seeing Sunan's plan, the middle-aged man said, don't think about forcefully erasing the mark on the ring. I've left some power inside the ring, and without a special method, trying to forcefully erase the mark will only destroy the contents of the ring. Sunan replied without changing his expression, Senior, you're overthinking it. With my strength, how could I possibly erase the mark you left? I hope so. The middle-aged man gave Sunan a deep look and then threw the ring to him. Sunan took the ring and thought of something, may I know Senior's name? And where is the Taixu sect? He knew too little about the demon world. At present, he only knew that there were 12 states in this world, and the state he was in was called Dongchen State. The middle-aged man frowned with surprise, you don't even know about Taixu sect. Sunan smiled awkwardly and did not respond. There are 3 sects, 6 teachings, and 1 dynasty in Dongchen State. Taixu sect is one of the 3 sects. Once you go out, you can find out by asking around. As for my name, you can call me Hanfu. The middle-aged man didn't seem to want to say more and fell silent after that. 3 sects, 6 teachings, and 1 dynasty, so many influences. Sunan made a mental note. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any further, took the ring, and left. The appearance of Hanfu was just a minor episode, and Sunan didn't dwell on it. After leaving the cell, he continued to do his tasks. More than 10 minutes later, the task of 2 roles hunting mortal-level demons was completed, and he gained 10 demon power points, increasing his usable demon power to 21 points. First, let's fuse the bloodline, and then go and meet that wolf demon guard. Chapter 66, Pretending to be a mountain demon. Lightning Bug Bloodline Crystal, Law Controlling Class, Mortal Level Bloodline. After taking it, you can obtain the Lightning Bug Bloodline. The lightning bug is born from thunder and lightning and excels at controlling them. Lightning Sutra, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. The Demon Sutra that the Lightning Bug clan uses to enhance their bloodline power. It must be used in conjunction with the Lightning Bug bloodline. Do you want to use it now? The power of this bloodline is actually to control lightning. Sunan's eyes lit up. Lightning power is a strong force no matter where it is. With the experience of taking the Blazing Bird bloodline last time, he didn't need foreknowledge this time. After switching his role to Zhang Yang, he directly used the jade plate containing the Lightning Sutra and swallowed the bloodline crystal at the same time. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang's personal information panel shows the appearance of the second Demon Sutra and bloodline. Upgrade. With a thought, 21 points of demon power began to decrease. It consumed 2 points of demonic power, and the Lightning Sutra was upgraded to beginner level. It consumed 4 points of demonic power, and the Lightning Sutra was upgraded to minor achievement. It consumed 8 points of demonic power, and the Lightning Sutra was upgraded to great accomplishment. 14 points of demonic power were consumed, leaving 7 points of usable demonic power. Feeling the power within his body, Sunan raised his palm, and a bolt of lightning struck the distant wall at an ear-splitting speed, accompanied by a dazzling light and a dull roar echoing in the corridor. Sunan's mouth curled into a smile, as expected of lightning power. Compared to the fire power at great accomplishment, it may be slightly weaker in destructive power, but the attack speed is more than twice as fast. This will be my first truly long-range attack method. Even with just a slight attempt, he could see the advantages of lightning power. Although the fire power controlled by the blazing bird bloodline can also be used for long-range attacks, the speed of the fire is not fast and can be completely avoided by relying on speed. The lightning power controlled by the lightning bug bloodline, on the other hand, makes up for this flaw. Opening the ranking list, he saw Zhang Yang's name at 10th place at a glance. Today is the 6th day of the public beta test. Among the top 10 players on the original leaderboard, besides him at first place, Zhou Cheng at second place, and Wang Yu at third place, who had already merged 3 bloodlines, the other players had only merged 2 bloodlines. Compared to the top 3, the remaining 7 players are also advancing at an undiminished pace. The 4th and 5th ranking players have already upgraded their second Demon Sutra to perfection, and it won't be long before they reach great perfection. After all, it's not difficult to go from Demon Art Mastery to great perfection with just 10 points of Demon Power. The remaining 6th to 10th ranking players all have their second Demon Sutra at great success. Now that Zhang Yang has achieved great success in his second Demon Sutra, he has become the only player outside of the top 10 to have their second Demon Sutra at great success. If I kill the Wolf Demon Guard tomorrow, I'll have 15 points of Demon Power, and if I can really get the Wolf Demon's fate and leave Sky Wolf Valley, there will be another 15 points of Demon Power. With 30 Demon points I can quickly upgrade again. This time I am sure to be in the top 5, and even if I get another law-controlling bloodline and Demon Sutra, entering the top 3 won't be a problem. After merging with the 5th bloodline, Sunan is now full of confidence in killing the Wolf Demon tomorrow. Now his only question is, can he really steal the fate of the Wolf Demon Guard after killing it? This question is important. If not, he can only find other ways to leave Sky Wolf Valley. I can go meet the Wolf Demon now. When he arrived at the prison cell where the Wolf Demon was held, the prison door was opened and a furious roar came out as the Wolf Demon rushed out at an extremely fast speed. But Sunan wouldn't let him succeed. He reacted quickly, raised his hand, and shot out lightning while using his bloodline combat skill to strike at the Wolf Demon. Compared to yesterday, the Wolf Demon's injuries had healed quite a bit, making it slightly stronger than Sunan's current strength. Under these circumstances, although Sunan couldn't kill the Wolf Demon, he didn't suffer like he did yesterday. This time, the battle between the two sides lasted for more than 10 minutes. Sunan used all kinds of bloodline combat skills in succession. The Wolf Demon was even crazier, with hatred clouding its eyes, intent on tearing Sunan apart. The result was a loss for both sides. Sunan's recently recovered body was severely injured again, while the Wolf Demon was in an even more miserable state, with several bloody holes left on its body, and its strength further diminished. 10 minutes later, Sunan used up the last of his energy to drive the Wolf Demon back into the prison cell and closed the prison door. Then, he used the bone-shifting technique to take on the appearance of the Wolf Demon and left the prison. I still have 7 foreknowledge opportunities today, I can't waste them. Standing at the fork in the road outside Kuntian prison, Sunan pondered on what to predict. His current priority was to leave Sky Wolf Valley. As it stands, there were only 2 ways to leave Sky Wolf Valley. The first was to simply traverse through the mountain forest, but the biggest problem with this method was the mountain demons. Once he got close to the location where he could leave the gorge, he would be discovered by the mountain demons and killed. The second method was to take the main path leading out of Sky Wolf Valley. He didn't need any foreknowledge for that route, unless he could acquire the fate of the Wolf Demon, he would most likely end up dead. After some consideration, he ultimately decided to continue attempting to leave through the mountain forest. However, this time he planned to take on the appearance of a mountain demon. Mountain demons are not ordinary demons. If I change my appearance in front of them, it definitely won't work. I have to take a risk and see what the mountain demon looks like first. After carefully considering the details of the plan and making sure nothing was overlooked, he entered the mountain forest. The ancient trees were dense in the mountain forest, and Sunan moved swiftly. But after only a few breaths, he felt several gazes falling upon him. He was being targeted by demons. These were a group of monkey-like demons, and there were dozens of them. If it had been before, he might not have been afraid of these demons, even if he was no match for them. But now that his power was nearly depleted, he was no match for them at all. Sunan didn't panic. He immediately used the bone-shifting technique to change his appearance to match that of these demons. In his previous foreknowledge, these demons had low intelligence. After he changed his appearance to look like them in front of them, they stopped attacking. As expected, just like in his foreknowledge, once he changed his appearance to match theirs, the demons stopped attacking him and instead looked at him curiously. Sunan ignored the demons and continued moving towards the exit of the gorge. 2 or 3 minutes later, he reached a sparsely wooded area. From here, it wasn't far to leave the gorge. Sunan wanted to keep moving forward. Just then, a terrifying figure half a head taller than him appeared in front of him. Mountain Demon. A thought flashed through Sunan's mind. Why do you want to leave this place? The Mountain Demon asked in a hoarse voice. Sunan didn't answer but quickly observed the Mountain Demon's appearance. Chapter 67, Another Important Location. The Mountain Demon exhibited no human traits, its skin was covered in folds, its bodily hair sparse, with a head vaguely reminiscent of an enlarged rat head. What sort of realm does this demon belong to? Sunan wondered, his breath hitching in apprehension at the sight of the Mountain Demon. Having noted the appearance of the Mountain Demon, Sunan dared not linger. Without waiting for the Mountain Demon to speak again, he used an unrestricted opportunity to immediately exit the game. It disappeared. Witnessing Sunan's sudden disappearance, the Mountain Demon issued a surprised sound, its eyes flashing with thought. One hope I won't be corpse-camped. Back in his room, Sunan climbed out of the game warehouse. His choice this time was somewhat risky. With explicit instructions from the 12 Demon Emperors, demons know now to wait where a player used to log out of the game in order to catch them again. If the Mountain Demon was indeed guarding his logout location, this would spell trouble. To be safe, Sunan waited a full half-hour before logging back into the game. Reappearing in the game's mountain forest, he was relieved to an environment free of the Mountain Demon. Assured of his safety, he promptly transformed his appearance into that of the Mountain Demon, and then initiated his foreknowledge. I can only gauge if I could escape based on this foreknowledge. You have taken on the appearance of a Mountain Demon, attempting to leave the gorge. You swiftly set off beyond the gorge, only to encounter another mountain demon after a few breaths. The sight of you left the Mountain Demon befuddled before it flew into a rage and swiped at you. You are dead. Before your death, you realized taking the form of a Mountain Demon was futile as their clan could tell that you don't belong. From initiation to conclusion, his foreknowledge ended in death before a breath's time. It didn't work. Sunan was disheartened. Without wasting any more time, he quickly transformed back into another demon and hurriedly retreated. The retreat process went smoothly and didn't attract the Mountain Demon. This left Sunan perplexed as to how the Mountain Demon discerned whether he was leaving the gorge or returning. Having reached the three-way junction outside the prison, Sunan transformed back into the Wolf Demon Guard. It seems practically impossible to escape from Sky Wolf Valley under the Mountain Demon's control. He sighed, seemingly the only way to leave the Sky Wolf Valley was the explicit exit. Now all he could hope for was to usurp the Wolf Demon Guard's fate after killing it tomorrow. I have 6 more opportunities left. What should I foresee this time? He glanced at the task panel. He was now playing the game as Zhang Yang. After completing the Hunt Immortal level monster quest, besides the Hunt a Spirit level monster task, only Explore Mysterious Cave remained on the panel. He could discard the idea of hunting a spirit level monster. Even if he wasn't drained, it would still be quite difficult to kill a spirit level monster in his prime state. Perhaps if he managed to advance his lightning bug bloodline to great perfection, it may be feasible. As for the mysterious cave, it was the same. Unless his strength could level up, or if he could mimic the appearance of the demons that dwelt inside the cave, entering it would almost certainly mean death. Yesterday, I came across a demon near the cliff. I can't predict whether I'll meet the same demon today. Looking at the road that led to the cliff, Sunan, with a determined look on his face, decided to initiate foreknowledge. You are aware there is a mysterious demon near the end of the road leading to the cliff, so you've decided to seek it. A minute later, you smoothly arrive at the end of the road. Unfortunately, you don't encounter any demons. Unsatisfied, you try to look for it near the cliff, you explore the mountain forest along the left side of the cliff edge. 2 minutes later, you've gained nothing, despite not giving up and continuing to search. Unknowingly, you've been surrounded by several demons, none of which you were looking for. The demons sensed that you've spotted them, revealing themselves and launching a simultaneous attack on you. In this crucial moment, you transformed into the appearance of a demon to narrowly escape disaster. You continue to search, but alas, still found nothing. Same as yesterday, he couldn't find the demon he was looking for. It seems like it was good luck that I ran into that demon last time. He regretted a bit. If he had a glimpse of the demon before, perhaps he would have completed the task of exploring the mysterious cave by now. Just left exploring earlier, let's try right this time. Sunan didn't give up, and used foreknowledge again. A few breaths later, he was disappointed. He still got nothing this time. I have 4 foretelling opportunities left, but I better have other arrangements. He was unable to find that demon twice, thus he had to give up. However, he suddenly found that he had no other places he needed to predict. Both characters have completed all available tasks, and the remaining ones were impossible to complete. There is a huge gap in strength, even with the prediction, he can't get it done. Forced prediction is merely a waste of predictive chances without any effect. After contemplating, he took out the beast skin map, his focus fell on a place. Purple Leaf Forest. Centered around the Thousand Wolf Cave, there are 4 paths leading to 4 directions. He has already explored the other 3 directions, only the road to the Purple Leaf Forest was left untouched. What can be there? Sunan was curious. The daily task of exploring Wanjiao Peak, the mission of exploring the mysterious cave have been refreshed but not for exploring the Purple Leaf Forest. Of course, the possible cause of this situation, he suspected, was probably because he didn't complete the mission of exploring the mysterious cave. Perhaps, once he completes the mission of exploring the mysterious cave, he will be able to refresh the task of exploring the Purple Leaf Forest. Then it's this one. Having nothing to do, Sunan decided to go and check it out. What if there is a way out of Sky Wolf Valley there? Even though the likelihood is slim. Purple Leaf Forest is just as far from Thousand Wolf Cave, and he couldn't foretell without getting closer. Unexpectedly, he encountered a sentry post not long after he set foot on the road leading to the Purple Leaf Forest. Compared to the other sentry posts, this one was noticeably different. It was guarded by not 2, but 4 demons, and each of them was fully armored and armed. One of the 4 guards saw Sunan and immediately growled, "Warning, no one of our kind may enter beyond this point without the Great Princess's order." The Purple Leaf Forest is a pivotal place for the Sky Wolf clan? Sunan was instantly intrigued. Initially he thought that in this Sky Wolf Valley, only the Kuntian prison was a key point, but unexpectedly the Purple Leaf Forest turned out to be one as well. Furthermore, by observing the current situation, it seems that the security guarding the Purple Leaf Forest is even stricter than the Kuntian prison. Now, I want to check out what's inside this Purple Leaf Forest. Sunan not only wasn't deterred but ironically became more interested. Any other person may find this situation hopeless, but he has an alternative. He can completely transform into the appearance of a demon and approach the Purple Leaf Forest through the mountain forest. As long as he gets near the Purple Leaf Forest, he can use foreknowledge. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Great Tomb. There are many demons in the mountains and forests of Sky Wolf Valley. Although most of them are at the mortal level, fighting them would easily attract mountain demons. It is almost impossible for ordinary players to traverse the mountain forest. Sunan found a place without any demons and directly transformed into a demon similar to a macaque in the mountain forest. Similar to the previous situation, he was targeted by several demons not long after entering the forest. These demons didn't attack him, they were just curiously watching him. Sunan quickly moved through the mountain forest towards the Purple Leaf Forest. Tens of minutes later, he stopped. The forest in front of him was no longer dominated by lush ancient trees but rather a kind of purple tree he had never seen before. No wonder it's called the Purple Leaf Forest, the leaves of the trees here are actually purple. He can start using his foreknowledge now. You cross the mountain forest and cautiously approach the Purple Leaf Forest, attempting to enter it. A few breaths later, you successfully enter the Purple Leaf Forest, which is dead silent and devoid of any demons. You cautiously explore the depths of the Purple Leaf Forest, and 3 breaths later, you suddenly see a stone tablet standing in front of you. The stone tablet has been there for an unknown amount of time and has been severely weathered. You study it for a moment, but cannot figure it out. You can only continue on, and after just a breath or two, you find another stone tablet. This stone tablet is relatively intact, and you can vaguely see the engravings on it. Upon studying it, you are shocked to find that it is a tombstone. You finally understand that this purple leaf forest is very likely a cemetery. Numerous stone tablets can be found here, and the further you go, the more there are. Unfortunately, these tablets are too weathered, and you cannot obtain any information. Ignoring the tombstones, you quickly head towards the depths of the purple leaf forest. 2 minutes later, the purple trees in front of you start to thin out. This place is actually a cemetery. Seeing this, Sunan was surprised. Based on the information from his foreknowledge, this cemetery had existed for quite a long time. The tombstones had all weathered, and the carved inscriptions were no longer visible. He couldn't imagine when this cemetery was left behind. Could these tombstones be from ancient times as well, he guessed in secret. There had been a great battle in Sky Wolf Valley during ancient times, resulting in the deaths of many demon beasts. It was highly possible that they had left tombs here. The foreknowledge continued. Lastly, you arrive at the end of the purple leaf forest. Through the sparse trees, you see a gigantic cliff face, in front of which stands a stone tablet at about 30 feet in height. Compared to the stone tablets in the purple leaf forest, this huge stone tablet is even more severely weathered, making it impossible to discern its original shape. As you carefully observe, you suddenly see a red-clothed woman emerge from a cave entrance, followed by 2 young girls. The appearance of the 3 women catches your attention. Unlike demons, the 3 women possess no demonic features. Immediately, you realize that the red-clothed woman is no ordinary person, and you carefully observe her appearance, planning to use her appearance to enter the cave later. What you don't know is that your prolonged observation has alerted the red-clothed woman to something unusual. Suddenly, the red-clothed woman looks at you. Seeing that you are a demon, she is briefly startled before reaching out to grab you. You have no ability to resist and are caught by the red-clothed woman. You died. It wasn't a surprise for Sunan that he died during his first attempt at using foreknowledge. What did surprise him were the things he discovered beyond the purple leaf forest. If these stone tablets are tombstones, then is the huge stone tablet behind a large tomb. At the end of the purple leaf forest, there is actually a great tomb. What kind of demon beast could be buried inside? His heart trembled slightly, and he could be certain that if there really were demon beasts buried inside the great tomb, they would not be ordinary. I wonder what's inside. Curiosity filled his heart, and he could not help but want to enter the great tomb and explore. It was obvious that the purple leaf forest was being closely guarded by demons because of the great tomb. However, from the current situation, the tomb's security appeared quite tight, and it would be difficult for him to enter. The 3 women I encountered in the foreknowledge must be extremely powerful demon beasts. I'll have to wait for the 3 women to leave before I can go over and check it out. According to the foreknowledge, the 3 women would leave the great tomb in a little over 2 minutes. If he wanted to enter the tomb, Sunan would have to wait until they left. Of course, he didn't have much hope of being able to enter the tomb either. These heavily guarded demonic areas must have many demons watching over them, and the tomb's interior would be the most heavily guarded place. But before that, he needed to get closer to the tomb. Foreknowledge only lasts 3 minutes, and if the distance is too far, time will be wasted on the road. Even if he is able to enter the tomb, there is no time left for him to use his foreknowledge. Over 2 minutes later, he arrived at a location not far from the end of the purple leaf forest. From here, the entrance to the great tomb could already be seen clearly. Just then, in his line of sight, a red-clothed woman emerged from the entrance of the great tomb, followed by a white-clothed girl and a green-clothed girl. Just as stated in the foreknowledge, the 3 women did not resemble demons at all. Especially the red-clothed woman in the lead, who was not only extremely beautiful in both face and figure but also on par with Zhou Lingyan. Sunan quickly observed the 3 women. His actions were quite risky, although he had been discovered in the foreknowledge only after observing them for a long time. Such powerful beings could usually be alerted by a single glance. But he had no choice. If he wanted to enter the great tomb, he had to use the woman's appearance, otherwise, even if he had entered, his chances of survival would be slim. After quickly glancing at the 3 women and memorizing their appearances, he immediately averted his gaze. He then held his breath and tried to hide his body behind a tree, waiting quietly for the women to leave. 2 minutes later, Sunan looked towards the entrance of the tomb again. The 3 women were nowhere to be seen, and there was no sign of any unusual occurrences. He breathed a sigh of relief, as his actions had evidently not attracted any attention. He didn't act rashly and continued to wait. After another 2 to 3 minutes, when he was certain that no anomalies had occurred, he prepared to use his foreknowledge. Foreknowledge. You arrive at the end of the purple leaf forest, knowing that there is a great tomb here and that it is your target. After transforming into the appearance of the red-clothed woman, you head towards the entrance of the great tomb. It is a downward-sloping cave entrance, and following the stairs down, you quickly arrive in a circular stone room. There is nothing in the stone room, only 4 demons standing guard in 2 lines, guarding a downward-sloping entrance. Seeing your arrival, the demons not only show no suspicion but immediately salute you, calling you the Great Princess. Chapter 69 Second Mainline Task. The Great Princess? The red-clothed woman is actually the Great Princess these demons were talking about. Sunan was surprised. He had seen the title Great Princess several times in his foreknowledge but didn't expect to encounter it in such a situation. Now that I've turned into the appearance of the Great Princess, doesn't that mean I can go anywhere in Skywolf Valley? Sunan was ecstatic. In Skywolf Valley, the Great Princess was clearly the supreme ruler of these demons. As long as he turned into the appearance of the Great Princess, no demon would dare to stop him, let alone attack him. This is a pass. Of course, the premise is that he cannot encounter demons with much higher realms than his own. For example, the old man guarding the exit of Skywolf Valley could see through his transformation art. You ignore the 4 demons and come to the cave entrance, following the steps down. Soon, a straight passage stretching forward appears in front of you. There is still nothing in the passage. You continue forward, carefully observing as you go. You see that there are many rooms on both sides of the passage, but unfortunately, they are all empty now. Several breaths later, you arrive at the end of the passage, and you see a huge, round, vertical cave in front of you. The cave's formation is unknown, it is vast, and the distance between the stone walls on both sides reaches hundreds of meters. You look down and see that at the bottom of the cave, dozens of iron chains as thick as a bowl stretch out from the stone walls in all directions, wrapping and suspending a giant black coffin about 100 meters long. You only have time to take a glance before quickly looking away. You discover an old man is continuously carving something on the black coffin. You realize that the old man is also a powerful demon beast, and your transformation art isn't very effective against him. If you disturb the old man, you'll die without a doubt. Fortunately, the old man is fully focused on his carving and hasn't noticed your arrival. You dare not linger and decisively choose to return the way you came. You don't notice that a shadow follows you out of the passage. A shadow? What's going on? Sunan was alarmed. Even with foreknowledge, he couldn't help but feel anxious. After leaving the Great Tomb, you change back into the appearance of a demon from the forest and prepare to return to the Thousand Wolf Cave through the mountain forest. You don't walk far when the shadow that followed you out suddenly turns into a young man, who suddenly launches an attack on you. You sense the anomaly, immediately use wind step to dodge to one side, barely avoiding the attack. The young man doesn't let you go and continues to attack you. You want to counterattack, but your strength is almost gone, and you have barely recovered. You are not a match for the young man. After a brief exchange, you die. Before dying, you realize that the attacker is not a demon, but an outsider. This time, because of transforming into the appearance of the Great Princess of the Skywolf clan, the process of foreknowledge was relatively smooth with a lot of information. However, what caught his attention the most was the content at the end. Player. Could it be Zhou Cheng? Sunan frowned. This possibility was very high. Apart from Zhou Cheng, he couldn't think of anyone else who could infiltrate here. It's not like a player would appear in the Great Tomb the first time they entered the game, right? Zhou Cheng entered the Skywolf Valley, but he still hasn't found any traces of him. He originally thought that Zhou Cheng might be hiding somewhere, but he didn't expect to meet Zhou Cheng in the Great Tomb of the Purple Leaf Forest, and even followed him out in his foreknowledge. Zhou Cheng turned into a shadow and followed me out. What kind of method is this? Sunan was amazed. When Zhou Cheng entered Skywolf Valley under the watch of the demons, he already knew that Zhou Cheng had special means. But he never thought that Zhou Cheng could actually turn into a shadow. This method was simply unimaginable. It's even comparable to his bone shifting, each with their own strengths. Could it be that Zhou Cheng is also using an art technique? Sun Nan thought of another possibility. He had suspected before that Zhou Cheng's novice task wasn't 1-star difficulty, but at least 3-star difficulty. Now it seems that Zhou Cheng might have completed a 4-star difficulty novice task like him. However, he shook his head as soon as he thought of it, denying his previous thoughts. No, Zhou Cheng's novice task shouldn't be a 4-star task. He entered the game much earlier than I did. If his novice task was a 4-star task, he wouldn't have caught up with me so quickly afterwards. Sun Nan realized the problem and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Zhou Cheng was indeed using an art technique, that would mean he had also cultivated ancient scriptures. Other than him, someone else had also cultivated the ancient scriptures. This wasn't good news for him. He was very clear about the power of the ancient scriptures, and if other players also cultivated them, his advantage would undoubtedly be diminished. But if Zhou Cheng isn't using an art technique, then what is he using? Sun Nan pondered, but his understanding of the game was too limited, so he couldn't find any ideas. Zhou Cheng has such abilities that it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter Kuntian prison. In no time at all, Skywolf Valley won't be peaceful. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. Zhou Cheng's arrival had already increased the alertness of Skywolf Valley, and if Zhou Cheng caused more commotion in Kuntian prison, it would undoubtedly be disadvantageous for him. Kuntian prison was a treasure trove for him to farm demon power. Now that he could turn into the appearance of the Great Princess, he was even more hopeful of using her appearance to gain some benefits from the prison. Using this opportunity, he could explore the 3rd level, the 4th layer, and even the 5th level. If possible, he naturally hoped to eliminate Zhou Cheng. However, Zhou Cheng's abilities left him somewhat helpless. If it wasn't for foreknowledge, he wouldn't have discovered Zhou Cheng at all. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't come up with any good solutions, so he stopped thinking about Zhou Cheng's problem and turned his attention back to the mysterious ancient coffin in his foreknowledge. This great tomb must have been left from ancient times. What's inside the black coffin that even the Great Princess of Skywolf Valley is interested in? Looking in the direction of the tomb, he was full of curiosity. Just as he was thinking, a game message suddenly appeared in front of him. You have come into contact with the mysterious ancient coffin, triggering a mainline task. Please refer to the task panel for detailed information. Mainline task. Can foreknowledge trigger tasks too? Sun Nan was startled, followed by great joy. Mainline tasks were different from daily tasks, as daily tasks refreshed every day, and he didn't need to worry about running out of tasks. As for mainline tasks, apart from completing novice tasks, he had no idea how to obtain them. Now, the acquisition of the second mainline task was undoubtedly a surprise to him. More importantly, his current identity was not Wang Nan, but Zhang Yang. This mainline task was triggered by Zhang Yang, meaning that his character Zhang Yang could also obtain mainline tasks. Chapter 71, Chapter 70, Leaving Skywolf Valley. Main Quest, Demon Emperor's Bloodline. A fierce war took place 10,000 years ago, where a formidable demon emperor was killed and buried in the gorge. Due to a series of coincidences, even after 10,000 years, the corpse of the demon emperor is still not entirely decomposed. Several decades ago, the Skywolf clan discovered the demon emperor's tomb and inferred the potential presence of essence blood within his remains, which excited them immensely, and they intend to extract the essence blood from the corpse. The potent demon's essence has the power to strengthen another demon's bloodline. If the Skywolf clan succeeds in acquiring the essence blood of the demon emperor, it could potentially lead to the emergence of several powerful demons, which would be a disaster for the human race. Fortunately, the demon emperor's coffin is protected by the force left by an ancient powerhouse, which makes it extremely difficult to force open, even by the likes of a demon emperor. But after decades of research, the demons of the Skywolf clan have discovered a way to resolve this problem. The demons carve a certain array on the coffin to keep whittling down the force protecting the coffin. If this continues, the force shielding the coffin will be completely depleted within 15 days. First phase of the task, destroy the array. Task difficulty, 4 stars. Task reward, mortal level demon sutra, mortal level bloodline, 30 demon points 1 drop of essence blood. Countdown timer, 15 days. Demon Emperor? What level of existence is that? Up to now, the players in the game only comprehend the 4 realms, mortal, spirit, mysterious, and king, but they have no clue about the realms above these. The task he triggered now involves a demon emperor, obviously indicating a realm above the king level. The first phase of the task is of 4 stars, how hard would the final task be? Sunan was astonished. This task is obviously several times more difficult than the monster crisis task. It's basically impossible to complete it in a short period. Unless he could find a way to draw away the old man within the tomb. However, high difficulty also means high rewards. Apart from the usual Demon Sutra bloodline, there are also 30 demon power points and a drop of essence blood as rewards. The essence blood for a 4-star task can't be ordinary. This could very well be the essence blood of an ancient demon beast. The thought of this possibility made Sunan's eyes shine brightly. The rewards for a 4-star task are extremely generous. The novice task last time gifted him the technique seeds that have now become one of his most important methods. This time, a 4-star task rewards essence blood again, and naturally, it can't be the essence blood of a normal demon beast. Concurrently, he thought of another problem: I only triggered the task by using foresight to enter the Great Tomb. Zhou Cheng actually entered the Great Tomb. He must have also triggered the task. He didn't know if there were tasks in this game that multiple people could complete simultaneously. But for sure, his task wasn't of that nature. That meant there could only be one person able to complete this task in the end. Remembering this, Sunan felt a tightening in his chest. If his opponent was someone else, he had nothing to worry about. With his ability to foresee the future and the bone-shifting technique, he had the absolute upper hand. But if the opponent is Zhou Cheng, his advantage will be greatly reduced. This task can't be completed in a short time, so don't worry about it for now. Sunan shook his head and turned to look at his personal information panel. I still have one opportunity for foresight, where should I use it? There is a powerful demon beast in the tomb, so continuing to foresee is not very beneficial. After giving it some thought, he plans to predict once again whether he can leave the Sky Wolf Valley. Previously, when he turned into the mountain demon, his disguise was seen through. This time, he plans to use the transformation of the Great Princess. You transform into the Sky Wolf clan princess in hopes of leaving the Sky Wolf Valley. You are moving through the mountain forest. Because of your transformation, you don't attract the attention of the forest beasts. On the contrary, many beasts are avoiding you. 2 minutes later, you are not far from the exit, but as expected, a mountain demon appears before you. The mountain demon doesn't see through your disguise, but he is curious about why you are leaving this way. You ignore the mountain demon and press forward towards the exit of the Sky Wolf Valley. It doesn't try to stop you. A few breaths later, you have successfully left the Sky Wolf Valley. I can't believe it actually worked this time. With the end of the foresight, a smile of joy surfaced in Sunan's eyes. While the mountain demon was strong, it was clearly inferior to the old man guarding at the end of the exit path. He couldn't discern any flaws in its transformation art. Activating the life wheel scripture, he switched his role to Wang Nan and then hastily moved directly through the mountain forest outside the gorge. 2 or 3 minutes later, he found himself standing on a huge rock outside the gorge. Unlike the gorge, there weren't many ancient trees outside. He immediately spotted a majestic palace in the distance. He had finally escaped from this place that had entrapped him for over 10 days. Almost simultaneously, the task completion prompt appeared. Congratulations on completing the second phase of the main quest, Monster Crisis. Would you like to claim your rewards immediately? Claim. Congratulations on acquiring Immortal level Bloodline. Congratulations on acquiring Immortal level Demon Sutra. Congratulations on acquiring 15 Demon Power Points. The third phase of the main quest has been unlocked. Please check the task list for more information. Having obtained the rewards, Sunan felt relaxed. He now had a total of 22 usable demon power points. That was enough to elevate his Thunder Lightworm bloodline to perfection. He decided not to upgrade immediately, instead planning to do so in one go after the tasks are refreshed the next day. Taking out the awarded bloodline and Demon Sutra, unsurprisingly, it was another physique bloodline. Too bad, I can't merge any more physique bloodlines. After a glance, he again stowed away both the bloodline and the Demon Sutra. A martial artist at each realm could only merge 4 types of bloodlines, and he had already merged 3 physique bloodlines. If he didn't know that Zhou Lingyan had a physique bloodline from an ancient monster, he might have gone on to merge this ordinary bloodline, but now he had decided not to. Putting away the bloodline, Sunan opened the task panel. The third phase of the main quest had already appeared. Main quest, Monster Crisis. Third phase, optional task 1, escape more than 100 miles away. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon power points 1 treasure map. Optional task 2, slay the demon beast. Task difficulty, 5 star. Task reward, spirit grade bloodline, spirit grade demon technique, 4.5 demon power points, 1 spirit item, and a divine ability seed. Countdown to the end of task, 9 days. Optional tasks. A 5-star task. Sunan was surprised. He didn't expect that he could choose to complete the third phase of his main quest. It was obviously the final phase of this main quest. The first task was a 4-star. This task might be difficult for others. In a world full of monsters, it's not easy to traverse 100 miles. You might encounter many strong monsters along the way. But this was not difficult for him. He had managed to escape from the advanced map of Sky Wolf Valley, so running another 100 miles should be easy. It was the second task that surprised him. Chapter 71, The 3 Major Guilds. 5-star mission. This was the first time Sunan had seen such a difficult task, he had never even heard of it before. Killing a spirit-level demon is a 3-star level task, this task is 5-star, so that demon beast must be at least Xian level. Sunan guessed. Then he looked at the rewards of the task. There were 4 rewards for the 4-star task, and besides the basic rewards, there was also an extra treasure map. But the 5-star reward directly improved by 1 level, reaching a total of 5 rewards. Not to mention that both the Bloodline and Demon Sutra became spirit level, the demon power also reached 40 points. The key point was the rewards of the spirit object and divine ability seed. Sunan didn't know what a spirit object was, but he had a rough guess about the divine ability seed. This might be an advanced version of the technique seeds. Once obtained, it means that I will have one more powerful ability. Sunan was quite envious. If possible, he naturally hoped to complete both tasks, but this was obviously impossible. There was no restriction on choosing one of the 2 tasks, and in theory, he could complete both tasks at the same time. However, it would be impossible to do this in practice. Because once he escaped 100 miles away, the demon beast would not be able to find him, and the second task of killing the demon beast would not be completed. He couldn't possibly first kill the demon beast and then escape 100 miles away. Would there be any difference between fleeing and not fleeing then? There are still 9 days left before the task ends, so there is plenty of time. No need to rush now. Sunan didn't immediately decide which task he wanted to complete but decided to take it one step at a time. At least let him complete the tasks of Sky Wolf Valley first. Looking at the palace in the distance, Sunan didn't intend to explore it, instead choosing to return to Sky Wolf Valley. There was a bronze bell in that palace that Zhou Lingyan needed. If he wanted Zhou Lingyan to give him the blood essence of the ancient demon beast, he would have to go inside. But without prior foreknowledge, it would be no different than seeking death to go there rashly. After returning to Kuntian prison, Sunan quit the game. He didn't know. Not long after he quit the game, a patrolling team of demon beasts entered the great tomb of Purple Leaf Forest. An incense stick's worth of time later, the patrolling demon beasts left the great tomb. None of them noticed that a shadow had silently followed them out. I never thought that there would be such an unexpected harvest this time. Outside the Purple Leaf Forest, Zhou Cheng looked at the task on his panel, filled with surprise and joy. Just as Sunan had thought, he also received the Demonic Emperor's Bloodline task. Sky Wolf Valley is heavily guarded, and that Wang Nan may not have left yet. I wonder if he has received this task. Zhou Cheng also thought of Sunan. But then he shook his head again. The location of the Great Tomb is the most heavily guarded place in the Sky Wolf Valley. Even I have to be very careful if I want to enter. Although Wang Nan is powerful, he should not be able to access the Great Tomb, let alone go inside. When he first entered the game, he was lucky to find a treasure in an ancient relic. It was with the help of that treasure that he was able to rise rapidly. He knew that Sunan, who had surpassed him and become number 1, must also have some special means, but he didn't think Sunan's means could compare with his own in sneaking into high-level maps. There's no hurry for this task. First, let's complete the final task of Kuntian prison and get the rewards. Last time Wang Nan directly promoted his third bloodline to great perfection, making me a joke. I don't believe he can do the same this time. The first place belongs to me, no one can take it away. Qian Yu, Wang Nan, you will both be my stepping stones. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath and quickly headed towards the direction of Kuntian prison. Before the game's public beta test, he had always thought he would be number 1, but he never thought that he would end up as number 3. Fortunately, after this period of catching up, he finally arrived at the second position. Now that his third bloodline had reached great accomplishment and was not far from perfection, he was confident that if he could complete this mainline task, he would become number 1. Over 10 minutes later, Zhou Cheng arrived at the location of Kuntian prison. He didn't enter immediately but chose to wait. His treasure could not be used without limit. Not only did it have a daily limit on usage, but it also had specific requirements for usage conditions. A full 2 hours later. Finally, a team of patrolling demon beasts entered Kuntian prison. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly transformed into a shadow and sneaked into the shadow of the patrolling demon beasts. This time, the demon beasts failed to detect his presence as well. A few minutes later, Zhou Cheng successfully entered the first floor of Kuntian prison. Is this Kuntian prison? He walked slowly along the corridor, and soon he arrived at the prison cell where a dozen players were imprisoned. Looking at the tightly closed prison door, he frowned slightly. The key to open the prison door is on a wolf demon. It seems that I have to find a way to steal the key. Today is Sunday, a rare day off for Sunan. Having nothing to do, he decided to browse the forum. Compared to before the public beta test, the game forum is now very lively, with hundreds of thousands of posts, and the number is increasing by 10,000 to 20,000 every day. Sunan casually read for a while, but he didn't find any posts that interested him. Helplessly, he could only search by criteria, selecting the posts with the most replies. The web page refreshed, and several posts with over 10,000 replies appeared before him. He had seen the first one, which was an official post on how to avoid losing control. This post immediately attracted the attention of all players when it was released, and even now it is the most followed post. What Sunan didn't expect was that after this post, several other posts were all guild recruitment posts. Working Guild Recruiting, established by Great Master Qian Yu, assured strength. 9 Heavens Guild Recruiting, join us if you are a brother. Deification Guild Recruiting, interested friends come quickly. The top 3 posts all had over 10,000 replies, showing that these 3 guilds were the most popular. Deification Guild? Isn't that Zhou Cheng's guild? Sunan was instantly attracted by the recruitment post of Zhou Cheng's guild. When he clicked in, he discovered that more than 1,000 people had joined Zhou Cheng's guild now. This number might not seem like much, but the most important thing is that these players have all completed the novice task and attained initial success in their Demon Sutras. This was not a simple feat. It should be noted that the reward for a 1-star novice task only includes 1 bloodline, but no Demon Sutra. To obtain a Demon Sutra, one must proceed with subsequent mainline tasks. This leads to many people who have completed the novice task but still have no abilities at all. Players who have initial success in their Demon Sutras, on the other hand, have not only acquired their Demon Sutras and bloodlines, but have also completed several daily tasks. These players were undoubtedly the elite of the elite in the current game. This Zhou Cheng is indeed extraordinary. Sunan sighed in admiration. After clicking on other posts, he found that the top-ranking guilds were all established by players who ranked at the top of the ranking list. The Working Guild, for example, was established by Qian Yu, who ranked 3rd. Meanwhile, the 9 Heavens Guild was founded by a player named Li Longfei, who was ranked 4th. Sunan wasn't interested in these guilds and continued to scroll down, when suddenly a post caught his attention. It was a screenshot of a mainline task. From the screenshot, it could be seen that the first part of the player's task was a 4-star task. Chapter 72, Role 3. When did 4-star tasks become so cheap? Sunan was surprised. He had only obtained a 4-star mainline task today, but he didn't expect to see another one in the forum. He immediately clicked on the screenshot and started to examine it carefully. Many parts of the screenshot were censored, making it impossible to see the specific task content. He could only see the task's name, its level, and the rewards. The task was called Heavenly Dome's Danger. Aside from the basic rewards of demon's bloodline and demon power, the last reward was a set of ancient scriptures. The task countdown was still 25 days. The reward is actually ancient scriptures. I just don't know what level the ancient scriptures are at. Sunan was attracted to the reward. Having practiced the life wheel scripture, he was extremely sensitive to ancient scriptures, knowing how heaven-defying they were. If possible, he naturally didn't want such things to be obtained by others. Unfortunately, the screenshot was heavily censored, and he could only get limited information from it. After taking a few more glances, Sunan was about to click back when a reply under the post caught his attention. Could the Heavenly Dome in the main task be referring to the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition? This was a reply from a player with the forum nickname Archaeologist. Many players commented under this reply, expressing their doubts, and even more people inquired about what the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition was. Sunan clicked on those comments and scrolled down. Soon enough, he found a follow-up reply from the archaeologist. I learned about the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition from an ancient book in the game. It is said that in ancient times, to prevent demons from infiltrating the human's territory, a peerless powerful person laid the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition across the 12 states. It's a powerful formation. Within the range of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, all demons would be suppressed, their strength greatly reduced, and the suppression would be more severe the closer they were to the center of the formation. After the ancient times, the strength of the human race declined, but they were not completely extinct by demons. The Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition played a huge role, and now the imperial city of the Great Yu Dynasty is one of the centers of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. Great Yu Dynasty? Upon seeing this name, Sunan couldn't help but feel a little moved. Wang Nan, in Kuntian prison, had mentioned that there were 3 sects, 6 religions, and 1 dynasty in Dongchen state. The one dynasty was very likely the Great Yu Dynasty. So, that's why the closer you get to the Great Yu Imperial City, the fewer demons there are, and the weaker they are. The poster is worthy of the name archaeologist. He even knows this kind of secret. It seems that the poster is also not simple in the game. If the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition really has something to do with the Heavenly Dome in the task name, what does the Heavenly Dome's danger mean? Could it be that the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition is in danger? Archaeologists' information sparked a lot of discussion among players. For them, this kind of thing was undoubtedly a secret, which was difficult to access under normal circumstances. Sunan was also very interested. He continued to scroll down the post, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any other useful information. Helplessly, he had to exit the post and return to the forum's main page, trying to find other interesting posts. As he continued scrolling down, one post after another passed by in front of his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, he couldn't find anything interesting and eventually logged out of the forum. Midnight. Sunan logged into the game once more. Today was his 12th day in the game and the 7th day of the public beta test. There were only 8 days left before the survival task was completed. It just so happened that this time was the same as the remaining time for the Demon Crisis mainline task. That meant when the survival task was over, so would his mainline task. By now, although most players were still targeted by demons every day, the situation had improved drastically compared to when they first entered the game. Many players had even joined guild influences and, with the help of these influences, escaped their predicament. This could be seen from the ranking list. Now on the ranking list, there are already over 100 players who have reached great perfection in one type of Demon Sutra, and more than 30 have fused with a second type of Demon Sutra, among which are some existences similar to the Luck Children. There are over 300 players who have reached perfection in one type of Demon Sutra, over 1,000 players who have reached great accomplishment in Demon Sutra, and more than 4,000 players who have achieved minor achievement in Demon Sutra. This number is already quite impressive, but compared to those players who haven't even fused with any bloodlines, this number is nothing, not even 1/10. If the remaining players cannot upgrade their Demon Sutra to perfection within the next 8 days, they will only be permanently deprived of their game qualifications. Sunan sighed. The cruelty of the game was beyond imagination, and it was too difficult to rise in this game without any special opportunities. On the other hand, none of those who could rise were simple individuals. Of course, these matters didn't concern him much, what he cared about now was the task. Yesterday I couldn't kill the wolf demon, but today it's definitely not a problem. Without checking today's daily tasks first, he immediately operated the life wheel scripture, switched his role to Wang Nan, and quickly came to the prison cell where the wolf demon was imprisoned. If we say that yesterday, when he battled the wolf demon, it had the strength comparable to the spirit-level demon at the edge of Warm Moon Pond. Today, the wolf demon only had the strength of a mortal-level demon. Facing such a demon, Sunan felt no pressure at all. The wolf demon guard seemed to know that they couldn't escape death today, showing despair and resentment in its eyes. Just 1 minute later, the wolf demon was killed by Sunan with a single fireball. Congratulations on completing the daily task, kill a guard and gaining 15 points of demon power. Current available demonic power, 37 points. The prompt for the completion of the task appeared, and Sunan's mouth curled up with a smile. It took more than 10 days, but the task was finally completed. At almost the same time, his life wheel scripture started to work uncontrollably. It's really possible. Sunan was not surprised but delighted. The huge life wheel spun quickly within his body. The next moment, he seemed to have established an intangible connection with the corpse of the wolf demon in the dark. Vaguely, he felt that something indescribable was being quickly stripped away from the wolf demon's corpse and then swallowed by his life wheel. This is life-stealing. He felt both familiar and strange about this feeling, which was exactly the same as when he stole Li Suheng's destiny. The life wheel shone brightly and rotated even faster. When the life wheel stopped rotating, the originally dim and illusory third wheel was no longer illusory. Without hesitating, he immediately operated the life wheel scripture to switch to the wolf demon's life wheel. The next moment, the personal information panel in front of Sunan changed. Name, Lang 13. Race, Sky Wolf Clan. Realm, none. Demon Sutra, none. Bloodline, none. Racial talent, Berserk. Demon power, 0 points. So this wolf demon is called Lang 13. I can actually become a demon clan. Racial talent? Is this the ability to transform into a beast-like form like the wolf demon had? Chapter 73, Goodbye, Novice Task. At a glance of his personal information panel, just like when he first received Zhang Yang's character, all the demon bloodlines had disappeared. What was different this time, however, was that because he was a member of the Sky Wolf clan, he had gained a racial talent of Sky Wolf clan. Prompt, loss of bloodline and demon sutra detected, you can choose to fuse with a new secret power bloodline. Prompt, detection of your cultivation of the ancient life wheel scripture, personal information has been updated. Prompt, detection of your possession of the technique of bone shifting, personal information has been updated. Prompt, detection of your talent to foresee the future, personal information has been updated. Prompt, detection of your 37 points of usable demon power, personal information has been updated. Sunan was not surprised by seeing a series of prompts popping up and his personal information panel changing greatly. With his previous experience, Sunan's eyes lit up when he saw the first prompt. As expected, the wolf demons don't belong to the physique series but to the secret power system. After several fights with wolf demons, he had long discovered the difference in their abilities. The power of the wolf demons could penetrate his internal organs and cause damage to him. Physique series, secret power system, law controlling class, now I can fuse with bloodlines from all 3 systems. He was excited. Each system had its advantages and disadvantages, but mastering 3 systems allowed him to make up for the shortcomings of a single system, greatly increasing his combat options. Moreover, a character in the same realm could fuse with 4 different bloodlines. As he was 3 characters now, it meant that he could fuse with 12 bloodlines. How powerful would 12 bloodlines be? Sunan's breath quickened a little. With just 5 bloodlines fused, he could already fight spirit-level monsters. He could not imagine how powerful he would become if he fused with 12 bloodlines. He feared that by then, even if he did not break through to the spirit level, slaying spirit-level monsters would be a piece of cake, perhaps even capable of going beyond the spirit level and fighting Xian-level monsters. If I could fuse all 12 bloodlines before the demons arrive and advance them to great perfection, would I be able to fight the demons? He thought of the mainline task again, and at that moment, he saw hope in completing the task. If others knew about Sunan's thoughts, they would be utterly shocked. With only 8 days remaining, it's impossible to even fuse with 3 more bloodlines, let alone 7. However, for Sunan, it might not be impossible. As long as the character Lang 13 also had daily tasks. There must be daily tasks. Taking a deep breath, he opened the task list. Prompt: unknown error occurred, novice tasks have been refreshed. Please select and complete any of the following tasks to unlock daily tasks and mainline tasks. Novice Task 1, patrol the first floor of Kuntian Prison. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline. Novice Task 2, slay a mortal level outsider. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline. Novice Task 3, hunt the infiltrator. Task difficulty, 2 star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra. Note: tasks refresh daily. The selection and completion of novice tasks will directly affect the unlocking of subsequent mainline tasks and daily tasks. Please choose carefully. Novice tasks. Sunan was stunned for a moment, but then he seemed to realize something, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Clearly, in the game's judgment, the character Lang 13 was deemed as a new account. Last time, Zhang Yang's character didn't have any novice tasks because he had already completed them. Compared to the appearance of novice tasks, the most unexpected thing for Sunan was the 3 tasks themselves. Hunt players? The task actually asks me to actively hunt players. Sunan was astonished. After seeing the personal information panel, he was almost certain that the character Lang 13 could also receive tasks. But he never expected that the task would be to hunt players. This was simply unbelievable. However, thinking about it, he understood. Humans want to hunt demons, and demons want to hunt humans too. When he played as a human, the main tasks were focused on hunting demons. Conversely, when he played as a demon, hunting humans was quite natural. Understanding this point, Sunan's eyes sparkled. Compared to hunting demons, hunting players was much easier. I must not let anyone know about my ability, or I'll become public enemy number 1. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. He then looked at the 3 tasks again. The first task was not worth mentioning, patrolling the prison's first floor with a difficulty of only 1 star, which he didn't care about. The second task was also 1 star, and even though it required him to hunt players, he had no interest. The only task that caught his attention was the third one. Hunt the infiltrator. So someone infiltrated Kuntian prison. Sunan was surprised and then thought of someone. Zhou Cheng. If the infiltrator in the task was a player, it was highly likely to be Zhou Cheng. Although there were other players like Zhang Feng in Kuntian prison, they were not considered infiltrators but prisoners in the context of the prison. A 2-star task isn't too bad, I'll take it. Sunan didn't hesitate and accepted the task. Like the mainline tasks, novice tasks had detailed introductions, and the introduction appeared on the panel as soon as the task was accepted. Novice task: hunt the infiltrator. An outsider had invaded Kuntian prison yesterday. Find and kill him. It really is Zhou Cheng. The task introduction was simple but already enough. Sunan was now 2% sure that the infiltrator was Zhou Cheng. Only Zhou Cheng had the ability to infiltrate the prison. This task is not urgent. Players can log in and out, and Zhou Cheng might not be online now. First, let's advance the Lightning Sutra to great perfection. Switching back to Zhang Yang's character and seeing the 37 points of demon power, he immediately chose to upgrade. Consuming 26 points of demon power, he directly upgraded the Lightning Sutra from great accomplishment to great perfection. He still had 11 points of usable demon power left. The number of times he could use his talent to foresee the future increased again, reaching 8. Checking the ranking list, his rank unexpectedly became 5th. Look at the ranking list, the 5th place has changed to someone named Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang? I remember him. A few days ago, he jumped from beyond 500th place to over 200th, then yesterday moved up to nth place. I never thought he'd reach the 5th place today. From beyond 500th place to 5th place in just a few days? Where did this dark horse come from? Great God! This is a great God! What are those luck children compared to him? They're nothing. Begging for Zhang Yang great God's friend position. The moment Zhang Yang's character appeared as the 5th on the ranking list, the game's regional chat channel exploded with players exclaiming about Zhang Yang's upgrading speed. However, no one knew that Sunan was not satisfied with this rank. Only 5th place? My goal is the top 3. He shook his head slightly. He still had demon power, but there were no bloodlines and demon sutras left for him to upgrade. Helplessly, he activated the life wheel scripture, switched his character back to Lang 13, and focused on the novice tasks again. I wonder if Zhou Cheng has logged into the game or not. After using the bone-shifting technique and transforming back into a wolf demon, he left the prison cell. Sunan didn't know that in the corridor outside the cell, Zhou Cheng was also looking for him. Chapter 74, White Bone Dagger. Didn't they say that the wolf demon would patrol from 10 o'clock in the evening to 2 in the morning? Why don't I see it now? Walking silently in the corridor, Zhou Cheng glanced at the freshly refreshed daily tasks on the task panel. There were 3 daily tasks. The first one was to hunt down a mortal level demon, quite common, yet difficult to complete at present unless he could get the keys to these prison cells, otherwise, he would have to leave the Kuntian prison. The second task had a 3-star difficulty, which was to explore the second floor of the prison. This task wasn't hard for him. As long as a demon entered the second floor, he could mingle and sneak in with it. What he paid attention to was the last task. He had anticipated the appearance of this task, having learned it from Zhang Feng's mouth a long time ago. However, what differed from the information he got was that this wasn't a 3-star task, but a 2-star task. The task difficulty has decreased. What's going on? Has the wolf demon's strength declined? Zhou Cheng was puzzled as this was the first time he encountered such a situation. 3-star tasks corresponded to spirit level, and 2-star tasks to mortal level. He couldn't figure out how a task to hunt a spirit level demon could be 2-star. Little did he know that in the judgment of the game, the wolf demon was no longer considered a spirit-level monster. No matter what caused it, this is good news for me. Zhou Cheng's eyes gleamed with delight. Maybe, I could find an opportunity to kill that wolf demon. Initially, he just wanted to steal the keys to the prison cells from the wolf demon, but now he changed his mind. With a flip of his hand, he took out a slender dagger from his personal space. The entire dagger was white, appearing to be a polished piece of bone. This was a dagger he had risked great danger to steal not long ago, and it had a strong restraint against demons. With this dagger and the treasure that could transform him into a shadow, he could say that hunting mortal-level monsters was smooth sailing. Suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps coming. The wolf demon is here. Zhou Cheng was shocked and immediately turned into a black shadow and hid in a corner, blending with the shadow of the corner. Leaving the prison cell, Sunan walked slowly towards the depths of the prison, contemplating how to deal with Zhou Cheng if he encountered him. Zhou Cheng's third monster technique had not yet reached great perfection, so he wasn't a major threat, but Zhou Cheng's ability to transform into a shadow was a headache for him. Zhou Cheng can turn into a shadow and follow behind others, with effective concealment. Would observing the shadow's changes expose him? He thought of a method, but then he shook his head. No, if it were that easy, he couldn't have slipped in so easily. Powerful demons could even detect being observed, so there was no way a demon couldn't detect a trailing shadow. Zhou Cheng's ability was not as simple as he imagined, at least with his current abilities it was hard to find Zhou Cheng. It seems to crack Zhou Cheng's ability, I still have to use foreknowledge. After thinking for a while, he decided to use foreknowledge once. You know that a stranger from outside has sneaked into the Kuntian prison, and you want to find him out. You carefully observe the situation in the corridor, especially those hidden corners. However, even so, you don't find anything. You have no idea that when you pass cell number 40, a shadow enters at your feet and follows you forward. He really is here. Seeing this, Sunan was not frightened. Instead, he was overjoyed. As long as Zhou Cheng logs into the game, he would have a chance to complete the novice task. A minute later, you reach the end of the first floor without gaining anything. You have no choice but to turn back and return. You arrive in front of cell number 49, open the cell door, and walk in, planning to kill the demon inside the cell. The shadow following you seems to hesitate to enter the cell and it doesn't continue to follow you, instead, it stays outside the cell. This guy is really cautious. Sunan sighed. If Zhou Cheng could follow him into the cell, he could completely use the cell to trap Zhou Cheng in the prison. Obviously, before this, he used cells to imprison Zhang Feng and others, making Zhou Cheng understand that once you enter a cell and if you don't have a key, it's hard to get out. Sunan regretted a little. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have imprisoned Zhang Feng and the others. Compared to Zhou Cheng, a big fish, the others were nothing. More than a minute later, you kill the demon in the cell and leave the cell. The moment you leave the cell, the outsider who has turned into a shadow can't suppress it anymore and suddenly attacks you. You sense danger and immediately use the bloodline combat skill Wind Step to dodge this attack. However, despite your fast speed, the outsider is even faster. Huh? Zhou Cheng's speed is even faster than mine with Wind Step. Sunan was surprised. Then he thought of a possibility. It seems that at least 2 of the 3 bloodlines he integrated are based on speed. Unfortunately, you were injured by the outsider using a bone device, your strength is affected, and your power is greatly reduced temporarily. You don't know that the weapon the outsider uses is crafted by the ancient human clan specifically for demons and only works against demons. After successful first attack, the outsider launches another attack on you, you fight back with all your strength, and after realizing that your remaining strength is still very strong, the outsider changes its strategy and plans to fight with you relying on speed. Your speed is slightly slower than the outsider's. Every time you attack, the outsider barely dodges. At critical moments, you use lightning to injure it. After the outsider realizes that it's not your match, it decisively flees. The foreknowledge ends. This premonition made Sunan experience several surprises in a row. Bone device? There are such things in the game. Good stuff, it would be nice if I can get hold of it. Sunan was tempted. If he had such a thing, the wolf demon guard would have been killed by him yesterday. However, he also knew that this would be very difficult. Players have their individual spaces, and they will definitely put away the items before they die. This game does not have a mechanism of dropping equipment upon death. But he did not give up. Zhou Cheng's speed is faster than mine, it seems I have to strike first. He continues moving, maintaining his previous speed towards cell number 40. He's coming. In the corner, Zhou Cheng, who has melded into a shadow, holds his breath, ready to strike at any moment. Sunan arrives at cell number 39, and as he reaches here, he suddenly stops without advancing further. His gaze sweeps over to a corner in front of cell number 40, it's the most likely place for someone to hide. In the premonition, he didn't know that Zhou Cheng was following him, he was passive and waited for Zhou Cheng to strike. Now that he knows Zhou Cheng will be here, he would not be so foolish as to wait for Zhou Cheng to strike. Could this wolf demon have found me? Seeing Sunan's gaze over, Zhou Cheng, who has blended into the darkness, is taken aback. A thought flashes through his mind. Then he shakes his head secretly, impossible, this wolf demon is a spirit-level demon at best, he can't possibly find me. It's not self-consolation, but confidence in his own abilities. However, at this moment, Sunan makes a move. Chapter 75 Task completed. A streak of lightning formed into a long snake, shooting towards his location at lightning speed. This is the combat skill of Sunan's electric insect bloodline awakening, which he named Thunder Snake Technique. Not good, I've been spotted. Zhou Cheng was startled and immediately dodged to the side without a second thought. However, the speed of the Thunder Snake was more than twice as fast as his. Bang! Accompanied by the explosion of electric light, Zhou Cheng's figure appeared in front of Sunan. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's appearance was a bit miserable, his skin charred and there was fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Sunan's full-strength attack had caused considerable damage to him. The physique bloodline can enhance strength, speed, and physique simultaneously, but the focus of each bloodline is different. But the bloodlines of the law-controlling class are different. They only enhance one thing, mana. The stronger the mana, the more powerful the attack will be. Although Sunan now only uses the power of one bloodline, his power is a combination of 2 great demon art perfection mana powers. Damn rat, daring to break into Kuntian prison! Sunan roared in the tone of a wolf demon while launching another fireball attack. Having been seen through by Sunan, Zhou Cheng didn't escape but instead decisively chose to use his bloodline combat skill and approached Sunan. Even though he was injured by Sunan, it allowed him to figure out that Sunan's strength was not yet at the spirit level. Otherwise, the blow just now would have either killed or severely injured him. As long as Sunan wasn't at the spirit level, he had hope for victory. After using his bloodline combat skill, Zhou Cheng's speed suddenly soared, avoiding the fireball attack. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Sunan at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that even Sunan, with his 3 physique bloodline great perfections, was slightly inferior. Sunan could only use the Thunder Snake technique again. As the Thunder Snake exuded dazzling light, Zhou Cheng's heart tightened. This time, he didn't dodge because he knew he couldn't. He planned to trade injury for injury. Even if he was severely injured by this strike, he would still stab Sunan with the dagger. It must be said that Zhou Cheng's plan was sound. His focus was on speed, and combining that with his relentless fighting style, Sunan had no way of dodging. Now he could only choose between fighting back against Zhou Cheng's attack or defending himself. Sunan chose the latter, lifting his arm to block the attack. Ignorant of your own death. Seeing Sunan trying to block his attack with his arm, Zhou Cheng sneered. In his view, as long as Sunan was stabbed with the dagger, his strength would be greatly reduced. Even if he was severely injured himself, he could still kill Sunan. The bone-quality dagger was exceptionally sharp, easily piercing Sunan's flesh. Gotcha! Feeling the resistance from the bone as the dagger touched it, Zhou Cheng was overjoyed. He didn't see the slight smirk on Sunan's face. Sunan was waiting for this moment. Although he still looked like a wolf demon due to the effects of bone shifting, his character had already switched his role to Wang Nan when he first made a move, and he had already activated the life wheel scripture. He was now a human, so the dagger's damage to him was no different from an ordinary dagger. Sparing no child, his target was Zhou Cheng's dagger. Players can put items into their personal space before death, but this also has a prerequisite. If an item isn't in a player's hand or if another person is holding onto it, it cannot be entered into the personal space. Ignoring the pain of the dagger piercing his flesh, Sunan grabbed the dagger with one hand, and at the same time mobilized all his strength to hit Zhou Cheng with a fierce punch. This time he didn't hold back any longer, not worried about Zhou Cheng finding out his anomaly. The power of both the law controlling and physique classes burst forth, with flames surging and electricity running wild. Now that he had obtained the destiny of the wolf demon, whether in the eyes of demons or players, he was a demon. Even if players knew he could use the powers of 3 classes simultaneously, it wouldn't have much impact on him. Besides, unless he never used his full strength in front of players, he would be exposed sooner or later. Facing this punch, Zhou Cheng finally looked alarmed. How can there be so much strength left? Zhou Cheng's face was full of shock. He could feel that the wolf demon's strength in front of him was far beyond what it was just now, as if the wolf demon had never used its full strength before. Zhou Cheng wanted to pull the dagger out of Sunan's body, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Sunan even a tiny bit. His physical strength was much weaker than Sunan's. Left with no choice, he let go of the dagger and retreated quickly. However, Sunan had no intention of letting him go so easily. After pulling out the dagger and operating the life wheel scripture to switch back to the wolf demon form, Sunan fired off an electric shot, which forms another lightning snake that struck Zhou Cheng. This very attack slightly slowed down Zhou Cheng's evasion, and in the next moment, Sunan's punch landed heavily on him. Bang! The fire burst open, and electric sparks flashed. Zhou Cheng flew back several meters. Blood gushed from Zhou Cheng's mouth, and his chest caved in, his flesh charred. Already severely injured from the previous 3 lightning snake attacks, Zhou Cheng couldn't hold on any longer after taking Sunan's punch. He finally died. Before dying, Zhou Cheng deeply regretted. He regretted not completing a daily task first before dealing with the wolf demon. If he had done so, even if he lost, he could have forcibly quit. In reality, in a villa, more than a dozen players gathered, looking at the luxurious game warehouse in a room not far away, anticipation in their eyes. Do you think Brother Zhou can succeed this time? One person asked. Why bother asking? You guys have seen Zhou's ability before, and also know how dangerous the place we are trapped in is. Yet even so, hasn't Zhou been able to come and go as he pleases? Hearing that, the others nodded, their hearts filled with expectations, waiting for Zhou Cheng to come and rescue them. They were the players who were locked up in prison by Sunan. Once Brother Zhou opens the prison, I'll tear those damned demons to pieces. And that damned wolf demon guard, he's the real culprit. Mentioning the wolf demon, the dozen people gritted their teeth in anger. They had been locked in prison for 3 or 4 days already. During these days, they were helpless to do anything and couldn't gain any demon power nor even log in. Originally, they were considered top players ranked in the top 100 or so. But now, their rankings had dropped to the 1 to 2000 range, a gap too big for them to accept. Zhang Feng had it worse. Before the public beta test, he had already reached demon cultivation initial success, but now after more than 10 days, he was still at the same level. That wolf demon must die. Zhang Feng clenched his teeth. As they were talking, they suddenly saw that the luxurious game warehouse in the room opened, and Zhou Cheng crawled out of the warehouse. Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward and asked, "Big brother, how did it go? Did the wolf demon die?" Zhou Cheng's face was extremely gloomy, he shook his head without saying a word. It was his first time dying in the game. He couldn't understand why the task of hunting a spirit-level wolf demon would be a 2-star difficulty. He couldn't understand how a spirit-level wolf demon could have discovered him. He couldn't understand why his dagger couldn't produce the expected effect when facing the wolf demon. Nor could he understand how a wolf demon could simultaneously use 2 types of power. All of these, he couldn't figure out. Most importantly, he lost his dagger. "Damn wolf demon, I must kill you." Zhou Cheng's eyes were darkened, and he clenched both fists, shouting the same words as Zhang Feng just now. "Congratulations, the novice task is complete. Daily task activation, main quest activation, please go to Task Center 2. Check tasks and claim rewards." In the game, Sunan looked at the prompts that appeared before him, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Ignoring these, he carefully examined the dagger he held. Chapter 76, 4-star Daily. Beast Bone Dagger, Spirit Level Dagger. There were ferocious beasts in ancient times, born inheriting the evil energy of heaven and earth, powerful, and humans use the bones of these beasts to create weapons to counter the demons. These weapons have a temporary suppressing effect on the demon bloodline. It needs to be tempered with a drop of mortal-level demon essence blood every 3 uses, and it works most effectively on spirit-level demons. The remaining number of uses is currently 2/3. The bones of ancient ferocious beasts. It's a pity that it's only useful for spirit-level demon beasts. Sunan sighed secretly. If the dagger could work on all the boundaries of demons, it would undoubtedly be a divine weapon. However, it is only useful for spirit-level demons, which considerably reduces its value. However, acquiring this dagger came at an opportune time. Now his strength is already comparable to that of a spirit-level demon. Coupled with this dagger, handling slightly weaker spirit-level demons is no longer an issue. The white bone dagger is snow-white all over, with a jade-like warmth to it. On one side of the dagger, a blood-red thin line sprawls up to 2/3 of the dagger. This should be the mark of the tempering of the demon essence and blood. This time not only did Zhou Cheng lose a treasure, but he also lost a drop of essence blood. The essence blood of a demon is the bloodline of the demon. Surprisingly, one needs the demon's blood to use this dagger, and the cost of using it is not small. At the very least, ordinary players wouldn't have the ability to use it even if they get their hands on it. 1 drop of essence blood can be used 3 times. As long as it's used well, it can slay 3 spirit-level demons. It's still worth it. After looking carefully at the dagger for a moment, he put it away and then turned his attention to the rewards of the novice tasks. "Do you want to claim the reward for the Hunt the Invaders task?" "Claim." "Congratulations, you have acquired the Sky Wolf Bloodline and Sky Wolf Sutra. Reward has been stored in the personal space, please go to personal space to check. Daily tasks are now open. Mainline tasks are now open." Without looking at the daily tasks and mainline tasks in a hurry, Sunan took out the Bloodline and the Demon Sutra. Skywolf Bloodline, Secret Power System, Mortal Level Bloodline. Once one of the ancient 100 clans, the Skywolf clan was powerful, capable of mastering the entire power of the Secret Power System. After taking this Bloodline, you will randomly gain one of the Secret Power System's abilities. Skywolf Sutra, Mortal Level Demon Sutra. This Demon Sutra is used by the juvenile Skywolves of the Skywolf clan to enhance their bloodline and has to be used in conjunction with the Skywolf bloodline. Do you want to use it now? One of the ancient 100 clans? Randomly mastering one of the Secret Power System's abilities. Sunan was surprised. Before, all the bloodlines he merged with were predestined to grant him a certain power. This is the first time he's seen a bloodline that grants him a random power. Obviously, the Skywolf clan is far more formidable compared to the demon clans he had merged with before. The secret power system comprises 3 types of powers: essence, primordial chi, and divine soul. I wonder which one I will get. Even though he hasn't seen the various powers of the physique series and law controlling class, just from the literal meaning of words, he can guess what the powers are. However, the secret power system is different. Besides the divine soul power which he roughly understands, it is difficult for him to fathom the essence and primordial chi powers from the literal meaning of the words. With anticipation in his heart, he chose to use the Demon Sutra and swallowed the bloodline at the same time. Compared to when he first used the controlling technique bloodline, the conflict caused by the use of the secret power bloodline was more intense, and he had a feeling of losing control in an instant. Fortunately, everything changed as the life wheel scripture was circulated. More than a minute later, when everything calmed down, the game prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have mastered the power of Divine Soul. Power of Divine Soul. Sunan's heart stirred, and he immediately felt the changes in his body. He found that he now seemed to have a few invisible tentacle-like appendages that were untouchable but truly existed. These appendages were like his eyes, and even when he closed them, he could see the surroundings clearly by relying on them. At the same time, he had a premonition that if he used these appendages to attack an enemy, the enemy would be caught off guard because these appendages were intangible to begin with. It reminded him of the bat demon he killed when he first entered the game. In that foreknowledge, the bat demon could launch a mental attack on him, which was obviously a use of the power of Divine Soul. The power of Divine Soul is really hard to guard against. It's good that there seemed to be few demons with this power. He had killed so many demons, and other than the bat demon that could mentally attack initially, the rest of the demons mainly focused on the law-controlling class and body series. This provides proof of the extraordinariness of the Divine Soul power. Sunan was very satisfied, as having this power undoubtedly enriched his means. With TT demon points left, he didn't plan on keeping them. He spent 6 demon points to raise the Sky Wolf Sutra to a minor achievement. Clearly feeling the increase in the strength of his Divine Soul, Sunan nodded in satisfaction before looking at his daily tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt and kill one mortal great outsider. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 1 demon power point. Daily Task 2, Hunt and kill 2 mortal level outsiders. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 3, Hunt a top 100 Chi Luck outsider. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 5 demon power points. All 3 tasks are about killing players. Are they really trying to make me a public enemy of the players? Top 100 Chi Luck outsiders? It must be referring to the top 100 players in the rankings. Sunan's eyes showed a different color. After seeing the novice tasks, he already had a foreknowledge that his role may inevitably involve hunting players in the future. However, he didn't expect that all 3 daily tasks would mainly involve killing players. Since killing players gets me demon power, if I hire a group of players specifically for me to hunt, wouldn't I be getting 11 demon power points every day? For a moment, he thought of an excellent way to obtain demon power. But then he shook his head. During the survival trial period, players have a limited number of deaths, so no one would be willing to waste them just like that. Moreover, if he really did that, it would be just a matter of time before some players found out about his abnormality. If it was discovered then that he could hunt players for demon power, it would not be worth it. There are still more than 10 players in the prison, maybe I can make use of them. Thinking of Zhou Cheng's people, Sunan's eyes lit up again. Main quest, Wrath of the Demon Emperor. Not long ago, a large number of outsiders descended. The ancient sages among the demons predicted that their appearance would completely break the long-standing domination of the demons in this world, something that no demon would allow. The 12 demon emperors were furious and ordered the hunting of outsiders. As a member of the demon clan, you have no choice but to comply. First stage of the mission, hunt 30 mortal level outsiders and 1 top 100 Chi Luck outsider. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, mortal level Demon Sutra, mortal level bloodline, 15 demon points. This is also a mission to hunt players. Compared to the 2-star daily tasks, the number of players to be hunted has increased by 3 times. 30 people, that's a bit difficult. Players can respawn. If repetitive kills count, it's possible to complete it quickly. Compared to slaying demons, hunting players is much simpler, as no current player is a match for him. However, the problem is that he is in an advanced map, where ordinary players won't appear, making it difficult for him to hunt a large number of players. Should I think of a way to attract some players over here? Sunan's eyes flickered as he secretly planned. After checking Lang 13's task, he switched roles again and looked at the daily tasks of the other 2 roles today. There was no change in Zhang Yang's tasks, the same as yesterday: hunt a mortal level monster, hunt a spirit level monster, and explore a mysterious cave. Instead, Wang Nan's tasks changed because he left Sky Wolf Valley yesterday. The task of hunting the second floor guard in the prison disappeared and was replaced by an exploration task. Daily Task 1, Explore Wolf King Palace. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, 30 demon points. Chapter 77, Hunting Players. Apparently, the Wolf King Palace was the palace outside Sky Wolf Valley. 4-star task. Sunan was taken aback. This was the first time he refreshed to a 4-star daily task. Moreover, this was just an exploratory task. Having completed so many daily tasks, he had discovered some patterns about the task levels. Under normal situations, the levels of exploratory tasks are usually lower than that of tasks requiring killing demons. The fact that an exploratory task has now reached 4 stars shows how high the task's difficulty is. Upon consideration, Sunan was relieved. The Wolf King Palace was clearly the Sky Wolf clan's main base here. There were not only a large number of guards there, but there were also powerful demons who had completely transformed into human form guarding the place. Just this alone was enough for this task to reach a 4-star level. This task will be difficult to complete in a short time, better to finish the other tasks first. He definitely intended to go to the Wolf King Palace, but he decided to save this task for last. At the very least, he should first complete all the tasks that his 3 roles allowed him to do. After thinking it over, he decided to first go and check on the players who were locked in the prison cell. Previously, in order to prevent these players from affecting him, he kept them in the same cell with the demons. Now that he could gain demon power by killing players, he naturally couldn't let those players be killed by the demons anymore. He opened the prison cell, and the 5 demons who were awakened by this rushed at Sunan like mad upon seeing him. Sunan threw a punch, and the first demon was directly put into serious injury. Then he hit another with a fireball, also seriously injuring it. Now, none of the demons in the prison cell were even qualified to make him go all out. A moment later, 2 of the demons were killed by him using 2 different identities, yielding him 10 demon power points. He then transferred the remaining 3 demons one by one. Quite interestingly, just when he was taking away the last demon, a player appeared in the prison cell. Where are all the demons? The player was stunned as he immediately noticed the unusual situation in the cell. His game name was Wu Ye, and he was the only player among the dozens who had achieved great success in demon cultivation. Since they were all wiped out by demons for the first time, they had been taking turns logging into the game to monitor the situation, in order to minimize the number of deaths. Today, it was Wu Ye's turn. He looked around and didn't see the demons that had previously killed him, making Wu Ye couldn't help but feel elated. However, when he saw Sunan, his face dramatically changed. Sunan, holding the last demon, was a bit surprised to see Wu Ye appear. Then a smile appeared in his eyes. This guy who was about to deliver the demon power points had just arrived. He took a look at Wu Ye, but instead of attacking immediately, he held the demon and turned around to close the prison door and leave. Now was not the time to strike. After he left, Wu Ye looked at the empty prison cell and was both frightened and overjoyed. Great, those damn demons were finally taken away. Wu Ye almost wept for joy. For so many days, he had been too afraid to even log in, let alone complete tasks. Now, he finally saw hope of leaving the prison cell. Quit game. Seeing no danger around, Wu Ye immediately exited. He needed to share the good news with the others. A minute or so later, the empty prison cell was now crammed with a full 16 players. The demons are really gone. Why would that wolf demon be so kind? Who cares, as long as those demons aren't around, we have a chance to get out of here. Finally, I can get out. I don't want to stay in this hellish place for a minute longer. The crowd of players was excited. Earlier, Zhou Cheng's failure made them believe they wouldn't be able to leave the prison cell today, but the current situation had once again given them hope. Without the 5 demons, they could completely take advantage of their superior numbers and escape as soon as the prison door opened. What should we do now? Someone asked. Without thinking, Wu Ye immediately responded, continue with our previous plan, escape as many people as we can. He couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and immediately some players began to bombard the prison door to attract the attention of the demons. Under the onslaught, the prison door made a dull thud. In the corridor, Sunan smiled. He had been waiting for this moment all along. The wolf demon is here. Everyone take your tasks and get ready to rush out, Wu Ye warned at the sound of Sunan's footsteps. The rest prepared themselves, their eyes fixed on the prison door. Finally, the prison door was open. Everyone, charge! Someone shouted and a dozen players rushed out like a swarm of bees. However, what greeted them were bolts of electric light. As the electric light exploded, the first 3 players who charged out retreated and fell to the ground. They were only at the beginning stage of Demon Sutra, how could they resist Sunan's attack? The death of these 3 did not deter the others, each of them looking for an opportunity to rush out. You bunch of rats, none of you can escape. How could Sunan possibly let these people escape? He was relying on them to farm demon power in the future. He did not hold back his power and his palms continually slapped the players, knocking them backward with his immense strength. This caused the players who were following them to suffer. They were about to rush out of the cell, but were knocked back again. At that moment, 3 players found an opportunity. In the moment when Sunan launched his attack, they suddenly shot out. Just as the 3 were about to rush out of the cell, they seemed to be bewitched and their movements involuntarily paused. They were hit by Sunan's power of Divine Soul. The Sky Wolf Sutra was only at the beginning stage, so the power of the Divine Soul could only halt the players for an instant, but in that instant, Sunan had freed up his hand. 3 bolts of electric light hit the 3 players, killing them on the spot. From the moment Sunan opened the cell until now, it was only a short breath's time, yet already 8 or 9 players had died. Watching as their teammates were killed one after another, at this critical moment, Wu Ye, the only one who had reached the advanced stage of the Demon Sutra, stepped forward, "Till hold him back, you all run fast." As he spoke, he fearlessly charged towards Sunan, trying to create an opportunity for the others to escape the cell. Sunan wouldn't let him succeed. He hurled a fireball out, blasting Wu Ye off before he could even touch his body. What's going on? This wolf demon seems to know what we want to do. Someone finally noticed something was off and exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Sunan sneered inwardly. If they were dealing with a normal wolf demon, their plan would have already been successful. The wolf demon wouldn't know these players had a task, so naturally, it wouldn't care about them escaping the cell. In the eyes of the wolf demon, even if the players were to escape the cell, they would still die by its hand. Sunan wouldn't do that, his goal was to keep all the players in the cell. A few breaths later, the cell was quiet again. All 16 players, without exception, were killed by Sunan in the cell. They hadn't even been able to take a step out of the cell before their death. In the villa where Zhou Cheng was located, a dozen players crawled out of the game warehouses one after another, all with gloomy expressions. When they realized that none of them had escaped the cell, they were even more puzzled. What's going on with that wolf demon? It seemed to know our purpose and didn't give us any chance to step out of the cell. Exactly, that wolf demon is strange, it's much smarter than the other demons. The crowd discussed, they tried to think but couldn't figure out what went wrong. How can this be? Zhang Feng was even more puzzled. When he had escaped the cell before, it had also been very difficult, but he had still succeeded. He had never encountered a situation like this. The wolf demon isn't something you guys can handle, Zhou Cheng finally spoke, pausing, before looking at Zhang Feng and saying. Contact Wang Nan again, ask him if he's in Sky Wolf Valley. If possible, ask him to help you deal with that wolf demon. Okay, Zhang Feng nodded, then asked with concern, what about you, big brother? Zhou Cheng said, the plan did not keep up with the changes, I don't have much time left. Originally, I planned to save you all today and then proceed to complete the mainline task. Now things have gone awry and wasted a day's worth of time, I have to speed up. As long as I complete the task, even if that wolf demon is not dead, you all will be able to come out. Moreover, that wolf demon will surely die. Chapter 78, Exploring the Mysterious Cave Again. Congratulations, daily task hunt and kill one mortal grade outsider has been completed, 1 demon power point has been released. Congratulations, daily task hunt and kill 10 mortal grade outsiders has been completed, 5 demon power points have been released. Current available demon power, 21 points. Lang 13 completed 2 of his 3 daily tasks at once. Plus, the 2 demons he just killed, and the wolf demon guard from before, 5 of the 9 daily tasks for the 3 roles have been completed. It's a pity that the player with the great accomplishment in Demon Sutra was not in the top 100. Otherwise, he could complete one more task. Although it's also a task to kill players, killing one player can only count towards one task. When he started killing 3 players, he found out that after the 3 players died, 1 seat would be counted on the first task and the remaining 2 seats on the second task. This resulted in the fact that he only completed both tasks after he killed the 6th player. Fortunately, the players killed in daily tasks were also counted in the mainline tasks. In the mainline task, he has already killed 16 players. If he kills another 14 ordinary players and 1 player in the top 100 Destiny players, this 3-star task will be completed. However, there's a premise that the repeated hunting of players can be calculated. Otherwise, he would be helpless. I need 24 more demon power points to upgrade the Sky Wolf Sutra to perfection. I only have 21 points now, so I'll save them and see if I can complete another task. Of the 9 daily tasks, only explore the Wolf King Palace, explore the mysterious cave, hunt a spirit level monster, and hunt one of the top 100 Destiny outsiders are left. The tasks explore the Wolf King Palace and hunt one of the top 100 Destiny outsiders can't be done for the time being. The former is too dangerous and saved for last, while the latter has no target for him to kill. Eventually, he chose the hunt a spirit level monster task. When I reached the great accomplishment in 4 bloodlines before, I could barely fight the monster at the edge of the warm moon pond. Now, I've reached the great perfection in 5 demon sutras, and I have a dagger to suppress the demons. I should be able to kill that monster. Sunan left Kuntian prison and went straight to Warm Moon Pond after switching roles to Zhongyang. Over 10 minutes later, he came to the bend again. Unlike previous foreknowledge opportunities, this time he didn't stop to use his foresight and went straight to the Warm Moon Pond. He was confident in his current strength. Unlike the previous foresight situations, in the past, he only knew that there was a demon at the edge of the Warm Moon Pond, but he couldn't actively find the demon. This time, as he arrived at the edge of the pond, he immediately felt eyes watching him. This is the effect of the power of Divine Soul, Sunan realized. The power of Divine Soul greatly enhanced his perception, so he could notice anomalies around him even without his eyes. A few minutes later, in front of Sunan was a dead spirit-level monster. As expected of a spirit-level monster, it really is hard to kill, Sunan panted. Relying on the 5 Great Perfection Demon Sutras, he barely gained the upper hand, but to kill the monster, he was still a bit short. Finally, he used the Beast Bone Dagger to kill the monster. Congratulations, completed daily task hunt a monster, 15 points of demonic power have been released. Current available demonic power, 36 points. Now it's enough to upgrade the Sky Wolf Sutra to great perfection. He switched roles and chose to upgrade directly. Consumed 8 points of demonic power to upgrade to great accomplishment. Consumed 16 points of demonic power to upgrade to perfection. Consumed 10 points of demonic power to upgrade to great perfection, awakening bloodline combat technique. There are still 2 points of usable demonic power left. Since obtaining the Sky Wolf bloodline, it took just more than 10 minutes for him to upgrade the Demon Sutra to great perfection. It can be said to be incredible speed. Bloodline combat skill in use, the invisible tentacles swung like long spears, their power more than doubled compared to before. If I had this ability just now, I wouldn't have wasted a chance to use the Beast Bone Dagger. Sunan felt great about the changes in his soul power. Now he has already achieved great success in 6 Demon Sutras. If other players knew about it, their jaws would drop. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill, please name it. Soul Spear. Bloodline combat skill naming successful. Congratulations on elevating a Demon Sutra to great perfection, initially possessing the ability to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, and the number of daily uses increased by 1. Foreknowledge times increased again, reaching as many as 9. Opening the ranking list, the character Lang 13 had impressively risen to the 122nd place. He was one step closer to his goal of having all three of his characters in the top 3 positions. There should be essence and blood in these demon corpses, but unfortunately, I don't know how to extract it. It seems I have to go to the forums to find a method after quitting the game, or I can ask Zhou Lingyan directly. Sunan, looking at the demon corpse in front of him, didn't waste it and stored it in his personal space. This was his first time killing a demon outside the Kuntian prison. In the Kuntian prison, the bloodline power of a demon would be drained dry after it died. This means that, despite him killing numerous demons, not a single useful corpse is left behind. He once tried to pressure the demons into giving up their essence and blood by threatening them with death, but not every demon fears death. Even after being critically injured by him, all these demons had was hatred for him. They wanted to swallow him alive, so there's no way they would simply hand over their essence and blood to him. With the demon's corpse secured, Sunan did not leave but looked at the waterfall not far away. The entrance to the mysterious cave was under that waterfall. Now that I have achieved great success in 6 demon sutras, those demons in the cave should not be able to kill me instantly. Maybe I can even get a glimpse of what they look like. With that thought, Sunan used a foreknowledge opportunity without hesitation. You once again arrive at Warm Moon Pond, intending to continue exploring the mysterious cave beneath it. After several breaths, you arrive at the first branch entrance of the cave. You carefully observe the situation at each entrance, noticing that the second hole on the left has more demon skeletons, and you choose to enter it. The cave twists and turns, leading to an unknown destination. You hold the bone dagger carefully and move forward, ready to strike at any moment. The more you walk towards the depths of the cave, the more skeletons you encounter, and the wider the cave becomes. Half a minute later, the second branch entrance appears in front of you. There are 2 paths, and after careful observation, just like last time, you choose the left cave. This path is more spacious, and the skeletons become even more numerous. After walking for another half-minute, you reach the third branch entrance. There are 3 paths. You remember being attacked by a demon here last time, and with heightened caution, you observe the number of skeletons in each path and choose the middle one with more skeletons. You're in luck this time, encountering no demons. You continue onward, arriving at the 4th branch entrance after a dozen breaths. This time there are only 2 choices. Just then, you suddenly sense something rapidly approaching you. Your reactions are quick, and you decisively activate your bloodline combat skill, Soul Spear and Lightning Snake technique to attack the demon simultaneously. Being attacked, the demon's speed slightly pauses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you finally catch a glimpse of the demon's head. The demon's head has no hair, and its pale skin looks like a dead person's face. Underneath that skin, bulging bumps of various sizes appear like a toad. You only have time for a quick glance before the demon is already in front of you. You died. It was just a little bit off. If my strength were a bit more, I could almost see the demon's appearance. My power of divine soul is still too weak. If only I could fuse it with another bloodline that can control the power of divine soul. This foreknowledge allowed him to see the head of the demon. Next time, if the demon's pause could last longer, he would have a chance to see the demon's true appearance completely. Glancing deeply at the pond, Sunan turned and left. It's time to explore the Demon King Palace. Chapter 79, Difficult Choices. He did not choose to leave Skywolf Valley as the Great Princess as he had done yesterday, but instead switched his role back to Lang 13 and headed towards the exit of Kuntian Prison in Skywolf Valley. If I leave through the mountain forest, I will surely be discovered by the mountain demon. Mountain demons are not as dim-witted as other demons. I may be able to fool them once or twice, but they are bound to discover the problem if I do it too often. The path out of Skywolf Valley was not straightforward, but ascended gently at a small angle. It took Sunan a good 6 to 7 minutes to finally reach a withered tree. Upon reaching there, he could already see the exit of Skywolf Valley. In order to be on the safe side, he decided to use foreknowledge once more. You walk along the road leading out of Skywolf Valley. A minute later, you reach the end of the road. At this moment, an old man appears in front of you, scrutinizing you closely. The old man is puzzled by your transformation, not understanding why the anomaly he previously sensed on you has now disappeared. Eventually, he is unable to find any anomaly on you. He abandons his skepticism, asking you why you want to leave Skywolf Valley. You tell the old man that you have discovered outsiders infiltrating Skywolf Valley. Without expressing any doubt, the old man lets you go. I was really not discovered. Though he knew the outcome in advance, Sunan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that in the future, he could appear openly in front of all demons without his identity being revealed. You leave Skywolf Valley and head towards the Wolf King Palace. Half a minute later, you arrive at the front of the Wolf King Palace. The leading demon beast guards stop you and ask your purpose. You use the excuse of discovering outsiders to answer. The demon beast leader takes outsiders very seriously and immediately escorts you into the palace to report to the great princess. The Wolf King Palace has 6 large and small palaces. You quickly follow the demon beast leader inside. You notice that the number of demon beasts inside the Wolf King Palace is not high, only a few are occasionally patrolling. More than a minute later, you pass through 4 palaces and arrive at the 5th palace. The 3 minutes of foreknowledge ended, with no dangers appearing. Without any further hesitation, Sunan walked towards the end of the road. A minute later, he reached the end of the road. As expected, as soon as he arrived, an old man with hair as white as a crane and a face as youthful as a child appeared and grabbed him. Sunan did not show any fear and responded according to the conditions of foreknowledge. A moment later, he walked towards the Wolf King Palace under the puzzled gaze of the old man. There were plenty of demon patrols around the Wolf King Palace as well as powerful demons fully transformed into human forms. He couldn't possibly pass by infiltrating as another demon. His only option was to enter normally by using Lang 13's identity. As for how to evade the demon beast leader and explore the Wolf King Palace after entering, that's a problem for later. Stop! As soon as he got near the Wolf King Palace, he was stopped by a patrolling demon beast leader. Sunan held his composure, answering as per his foreknowledge. When the demon beast leader heard that Sunan had discovered outsiders infiltrating Skywolf Valley, he became excited, leading Sunan into the palace immediately. While following the leader, Sunan started using his foreknowledge again. You follow the demon beast leader through 4 palaces, finally arriving at the 5th palace, which is the sleeping chamber of the Skywolf clan great princess. The demon beast leader asks you to wait outside the palace while he goes in alone to report. After half a minute, he comes out and invites you into the palace. Upon entering the palace, you meet the great princess of the Skywolf clan again, along with 2 young girls who are with her. The great princess inquires about where you discovered the outsiders. You report truthfully. When she finds out that the outsiders have entered Kuntian prison, the demeanor of the Skywolf clan great princess slightly changes, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, the great princess allows you to leave, giving you orders to report to her first as soon as there are any new findings. The demon beast leader leads you to leave by the same route. You don't want to leave like this and plan to explore the Wolf King Palace. Unfortunately, the demon beast leader always maintains a step's distance from you, leaving you no opportunity to leave. Eventually, you leave the Wolf King Palace. Did I just leave like that? Have I come in vain? While Sunan's face remained impassive, his heart sank. He came to explore the Wolf King Palace, and to somehow steal Zhou Lingyan's needed bronze bell, not to just report messages. If he were to just leave like this, his trip could be considered wasted. Sunan started thinking about possible solutions quickly. Maybe I can take advantage of the unlimited logout option, log out now, wait for the demon to leave, then log in again. But by doing so, I would undoubtedly expose that I'm a player. By then, the identity of Lang 13 would surely be exposed, making it impossible to use this identity to return to Skywolf Valley in the future. An identity exposed would be loss-making, as he still had several unfinished tasks in Skywolf Valley. However, with the demon beast leader following him all the time, no matter what, once he does something suspicious, his identity as Lang 13 would be hard to maintain. But without Lang 13's identity, he wouldn't be able to get into the Wolf King Palace at all. This undoubtedly led to a vicious cycle. This is indeed a 4-star mission, it's so difficult, sighed Sunan. Now he felt a bit envious of Zhou Cheng's shadow transformation ability. Compared to his transformation art, Zhou Cheng's ability was undoubtedly more suitable here. At the very least, Zhou Cheng didn't have to worry about being discovered by demons. While he was contemplating this, he had already followed the demon beast leader all the way to the 5th palace. The demon beast leader said, "Wait here, I will go in and report to the great princess." With that, the leader entered the palace, leaving Sunan alone to wait outside. Sunan scanned the surroundings, realizing that presumably due to the palace being the great princess's sleeping chamber, there were no other demons present, nor any patrolling demons to be seen. This seemed to be a good opportunity for him to leave. But Sunan hesitated, unsure of what to choose. He did not use foreknowledge again, as in the previous foreknowledge the demon beast leader was with him all the way, and the results of continuing the foreknowledge would undoubtedly be the same. Unless he could find a way to handle the demon beast leader, but clearly, he lacked the power to do that. He currently only had two options, either abandon the identity of Lang 13 and immediately log out of the game, or report the news and leave the Wolf King Palace with the demon beast leader to plan for another opportunity in the future. However, given the state of the palace's security, the result would likely be the same if he tried again in the future. Time was slowly slipping away, and the time when the demon beast leader would come out was approaching. He was running out of time. If he didn't make a decision now, he would have to report the news as in the foreknowledge and then obediently leave. Chapter 80, Tiangong Pavilion. Da. The footsteps of the demon beast leader faintly came from within the palace. Sunan knew he had little time left. Forget it. I can only give up my identity as a wolf demon guard and try to secure the bronze bell first. He could always enter Sky Wolf Valley in the form of the Great Princess later, but the bronze bell would give him access to the blood essence of ancient demonic creatures, which he urgently needed. With the blood essence of ancient demonic creatures, he could attempt to break through to the spirit level in his physique series bloodline. Besides, no demon saw him log out of the game, so his player identity might not be exposed. Making up his mind, Sunan targeted a corner not far away, rushing over at the fastest speed. Hiding in the corner, he immediately chose to log out. Log out of the game. Using up one forced logout opportunity, he successfully logged out of the game. In his bedroom. Just as he crawled out of the game warehouse, he heard a message alert on his phone. He picked it up and saw a series of unread messages on the screen. All of them were from Zhang Feng. Sunan took a brief glance and ignored them, turning off his phone and going straight to bed to sleep. Deal with him? What a joke! Brother Nan, when do you think the next public beta test of the Demon World will be? Asked a young man in his early 20s. The youngster was Lu Sudao, the newlywed who took over Wang Chong'an's security work. Sunan said, why? Can't wait to enter the game now. Lu Sudao laughed, of course, who wouldn't want to enter the game now? That's a chance to master extraordinary power. Besides, the sooner you get into the game, the greater the advantage. Can the first batch of players really be the same as the second batch of players? Sunan shook his head, not necessarily. From what I know, the situations of the players who entered the game this time are not optimistic. I'm afraid that by the time the survival tasks end, many players will lose their gaming qualifications. Lu Sudao nodded and said solemnly, that's true, given the current difficulty of the game, those who haven't completed their novice tasks will probably lose their gaming qualifications permanently, which is not much different from being sentenced to death. As more and more players achieve great demon art perfection, the game of the Demon World has completely entered everyone's view. Every day, the headlines of major media are all about the game, and everyone knows how magical this game is. It can be imagined that the future world is destined to belong to the powerful people in the game. If you lose your gaming qualifications now, you lose the opportunity to master extraordinary power, a loss that no one can bear. What are you guys talking about? Wang Chong came over with a happy face. Brother Wang. Lu Sudao immediately gave up his seat to Wang Chong, who had now become a member of Bai Mengmeng's studio and was in a completely different position than before. Sunan looked at Wang Chong and asked, what's the good news that's making you so happy? Wang Chong proudly said, of course, it's great news. Last night, I finally completed the novice task, and it was a 2-star task. Oh! Sunan was surprised, and then thought of something, you killed the demon. Wang Chong had previously been pursued by a demon, preventing him from completing his novice task. Now that he has completed the task, the implications are clear. Wang Chong said proudly, of course, that demon was fierce, but she couldn't resist me in the end. Last night, as soon as I logged into the game. Wang Chong recounted what had happened the night before, emphasizing how he had used his wisdom to slay the demon, boasting tremendously. Lu Sudao, on the other hand, was inspired and looked at him with admiration. Sunan just smiled and listened. Brother Nan, when you get into the game, I'll cover you so that you can easily complete your tasks. Sunan said with a smile, good, whether I can obtain extraordinary power in the future depends on you. You can relax, Brother Nan. Wang Chong promised again, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, do you know that last night, we had the third player in Donglan City to achieve great demon art perfection, and his name is Zhang Di. Zhang Di. Lu Sudao obviously heard the name and couldn't help but pause. I know this guy. It is said that in reality, he's similar to Miss Bai, both being rich second-generation kids and part of the first batch of game players. Unlike Miss Bai, when the game bracelet came out, he didn't spend a lot of money to buy them but chose to win over those who got the bracelets and formed a club. Believe it or not, he successfully won over more than a dozen players and has become the biggest player influence in our Donglan City, next to Bai Mingmeng's Dream Guild. That's right, it's him, Wang Chong nodded and then angrily said, that guy was so arrogant in the regional chat last night after he achieved the great demon art perfection, saying that he would replace our Dream Guild and become the #1 influence in Donglan City. He doesn't even know how insignificant he is compared to our Dream Guild. Once I achieve great demon art perfection, I'll teach him a lesson. Sunan listened quietly without expressing any opinions. After the initial struggle, players are now in a rapid promotion stage. As time goes by, there will only be more and more players achieving great demon art perfection, and it won't take a long time. If there are more powerful players, it's inevitable that conflicts will arise among the various major forces. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Sunan returned home. Instead of logging into the game immediately, he opened the forum and started searching for information. Last night, he hunted a spirit-level monster. Now he wants to know how to extract the essence and blood from it. Directly searching for keywords, he surprisingly found the answer. Reminder, everyone, don't forget to collect the corpses after hunting demons. Demon corpses are essential resources in the game. As you all know, the bloodline of a demon is its essence and blood. After a demon is killed, the essence and blood in its corpse will not disappear. You can extract it using certain methods. However, after a demon dies, the essence and blood will scatter throughout its body, making it extremely difficult to extract. Some treasures are needed to do this, which we players do not have the means to obtain. So I suggest that after you get a demon corpse, sell it directly to Tiangong Pavilion. The value of a mortal-level demon corpse is equal to 1 drop of mortal-level demon essence and blood. Need treasures? Sunan frowned, and this was beyond his expectation. He couldn't help but think of Kun Tien Prison. Kun Tien Prison itself is a treasure. After a demon dies, its essence and blood will also be extracted. This is consistent with the treasure mentioned in the forum. Tiangong Pavilion? What kind of influence is this? He continued to search on the forum. But the information he got made him more and more shocked as he read on. It turns out that Tiangong Pavilion is a force that sells treasures, claiming to sell any treasure you want. From various demon clans' bloodline to all kinds of divine weapons, everything is available for purchase. At the same time, they also buy various treasures, with demon corpses being one of the most common types. The base currency of Tiangong Pavilion is demon essence and blood. That's because demon essence and blood are not only used for fusion, but also have various incredible uses, with a wide-ranging application. If it was merely this, it wouldn't be too surprising. What shocked Sunan was that this force is not just strong in Dongchen state but is also present in large numbers in the other 11 states. So there is such a place like this, isn't it equivalent to an official store? Sunan realized. Unfortunately, he cannot leave Wolf King Palace at the moment, otherwise, he really wants to visit Tiangong Pavilion to see for himself. While browsing, a message came over. It was from Li Hao. Big brother, when will you log into the game? I'm waiting for you to help me hunt demons. He promised yesterday to help Li Hao complete the second phase of the mainline task, but now he's left Sky Wolf Valley and can't do it in a short time. I can't return to Kun Tien Prison for now. Let's talk about it when I get back there. After casually dismissing Li Hao, Sunan logged out of the forum and logged into the game. Chapter 81, Exploring the Wolf King Palace. Wolf King Palace. Sunan appeared at the exit. He quickly glanced around, and to his relief, there were no demons nearby. The Wolf King Palace is so huge, where would the bronze bell mentioned by Zhou Lingyi be? His main goal was the bronze bell, and as for whether he could complete the task of exploring the Wolf King Palace, he didn't hold much hope. He looked around and eventually set his eyes on the great princess's bedroom not far from him. Will it be here? The thing Zhou Lingyan needed was apparently a very precious treasure, which wouldn't be placed in an ordinary place. The more dangerous the place, the greater the possibility. The bedroom of the Sky Wolf clan princess perfectly met this criterion. I wonder if the great princess is still here. Sunan thought and decided to start using the foreknowledge skill. He had already used 3 of the 9 precognitions today, and the remaining 6 would allow him to foresee all the palaces. You know that there is a treasure resembling a bronze bell in the Wolf King Palace, and you plan to steal it. You target the Sky Wolf clan princess's bedroom and find that there are no demon guards nearby, so you immediately enter the palace. The palace is vast, and entering, you see an elegantly arranged lobby. No demons can be found at first glance. You cautiously explore the depths of the palace, and 1 minute later, you arrive at a room at the end of the lobby. The room is exquisitely decorated with inner and outer chambers, separated by a screen in the middle. Looking at the layout of the room, you realize it is a woman's bedroom, and you guess this is the great princess's bedroom. You are in luck, as there are no demons in the bedroom either. It seems that the Sky Wolf clan great princess is not in the palace. How can I be so lucky? Sunan was surprised. The first precognition not only allowed him to successfully enter the palace but also led him directly to the great princess's bedroom, with no demons present. Everything went so smoothly that it felt surreal. While exploring the outer room, you find that aside from some daily necessities, there is nothing special here. It seems more like an ordinary human woman's boudoir rather than the Sky Wolf clan great princess's bedroom. Disappointed, you have no choice but to pass through the screen and enter the inner chamber. You died. What happened? Sunan was startled. One moment he was fine during the precognition, the next moment he entered the inner chamber and died. There were no warning signs. Could it be the great princess? No, if it were the great princess, she would have discovered me the moment I entered the room. There's no way she would have waited until I entered the inner chamber to strike. Sunan was puzzled, unable to figure out what happened. The mysterious death in the precognition left him unprepared. This was the first time encountering such a situation. No wonder it's the bedroom of a great monster in human form. It's extremely dangerous. Sighing, he had no choice but to change targets and continue foreseeing. Although the great princess was not in the bedroom, Sunan didn't plan on insisting on searching there. There were 6 palaces in total, and his goal for today was to have a rough exploration of each palace, making sure of the possible location of the bronze bell first. The great princess's bedroom is the 5th palace, now let's see the 4th palace. You head towards the 4th palace. Not long after you start walking, you hear the sound of orderly footsteps, and you know a patrol team of demons is approaching you. At the critical moment, you use bone shifting and transform into the appearance of the Sky Wolf clan great princess. The patrolling demon team does not notice anything unusual and leaves after saluting you. You make your way to the 4th palace unimpeded. The palace is not large, filled with rows of wooden bookshelves holding numerous ancient books. You casually flip through an ancient book, only to discover that you can't recognize the characters inside. Not giving up, you check a few more bookshelves, but unfortunately, none of them contain books that you can recognize. After 2 minutes, you leave the palace empty-handed. Let's take a look at the 3rd palace next. Over the next few minutes, Sunan continued to foresee. He didn't know whether it was due to good luck or the lack of powerful demon beasts in the Wolf King Palace, but none of the 4 consecutive precognitions were noticed by the demons. Of course, it could also be because he had transformed into the Great Princess, and no demon dared to probe him easily. The 5th palace was the Great Princess's bedroom. The 4th palace stored ancient books. Numerous young demons were housed in the 2nd and 3rd palaces. The 1st palace was a resting place for patrolling demons. After exploring 5 palaces in succession, aside from the mysterious death in the Great Princess's bedroom, he was safe in the other 4 palaces. However, even with such a smooth process, he still had not found the bronze bell. Of course, it's possible that the bronze bell is in one of these palaces, and he just didn't notice it. Now, only the 6th palace remains. Sunan looked at the last palace and began his precognition. You arrive at the 6th palace. Unlike the other palaces, there are more guards in this palace. Apart from the patrolling demons, there are also demons standing guard on both sides of the palace's entrance. Relying on the appearance of the great princess, you successfully enter the palace. Inside the palace, you see numerous shelves displaying various items. On the outermost shelves, many broken weapons are stored, while deeper inside, other items of different kinds are arranged. You realize that this is likely the treasure vault of the demons. The demons' treasure vault. Sunan's eyes lit up. The bronze bell Zhou Lingyan needed might be here. At the same time, another thought arose in his mind. What if he could get his hands on everything in the palace? At the thought, his breath became rapid. Although he had no idea what was inside, anything collected by demons couldn't be trash. Even if he could only get 1 or 2 items, it would be a great harvest. However, just as the idea surfaced, the information in the precognition poured cold water on him. You quickly enter the palace, intending to find the bronze bell. Suddenly, a withered hand grabs you, and a haggard-looking old man appears before your eyes. The old man sees through your bone-shifting disguise and asks you how you did it. You don't answer, but the old man isn't willing to give up so easily. You feel a sharp pain in your head, as if something is drilling into your mind. Your memories are read by the old man. You died. Reading memories, there's even such a method. Sunan gasped in shock. Chapter 82, The Great Princess's Boudoir. Sunan's expression was serious, and his nerves, which had been slightly relaxed due to several successful premonitions, tightened up again. Having one's memory accessed was a chilling thought. Fortunately, this kind of thing is highly unlikely to happen in reality. In his premonitions, he didn't log out of the game or use anything related to the game interface, but in reality, he could use the opportunity of unlimited logout. This Wolf King Palace is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Sunan was not surprised that the old man had seen through his transformation art, but instead felt that this was the normal situation. If he could enter all 6 palaces with just his transformation technique, then that would be truly abnormal. Now it's difficult, with that old man there, I can't enter the palace at all. Even if the bronze bell is inside, I can't do anything. Having used up his 6 premonitions, Sunan found himself in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. The Wolf King Palace is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. Even if he wants to leave now, it is very difficult. He needs to know that there are demons outside the palace who can see through his transformation technique, and even if he changes to the appearance of the great princess, he is unlikely to succeed. Now all I can hope for is that the bronze bell is not in that treasure vault, but in the princess's bedroom. Sunan's eyes showed hope. Apart from the 6th palace, he hadn't fully explored the princess's bedroom. Although the probability of the bronze bell being in the princess's bedroom is low, it is not impossible. He could only pray that the bronze bell wasn't in the treasure vault. Now it was already 11 p.m., and there were less than 1 hour left before his premonitions refreshed. Sunan did not quit the game, but hid in a corner and quietly waited. Time passed. Soon, midnight arrived. Foreknowledge times and daily tasks were refreshed at the same time. Sunan first looked at the daily tasks. Compared with yesterday, Lang 13's tasks had not changed, there were still 3 tasks to hunt players. Zhang Yang's tasks hadn't changed either, not even after he had killed a spirit-level demon. There were 1 hunt demon at mortal level task and 1 hunt demon at spirit level task, and the remaining task was to explore the mysterious cave. However, Wang Nan's tasks had changed. Today, besides the hunt mortal demons task and the explore Wolf King Palace task, there was 1 new task. Daily Task 3, Escape the Wolf King Palace. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 15 Demon Points. This was a task that corresponded to exploring the Wolf King Palace. However, compared to exploration, the escape task was of a lower grade, only 3 stars. It's a shame, in this palace, I can't even complete a single task. Out of the 9 tasks for the 3 roles, he could have completed at least 2 if he had stayed in Sky Wolf Valley. But in the Wolf King Palace, he had no chance at all. Sunan was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Once he chose to enter the Wolf King Palace, he was already prepared to face this situation. With 9 precognitions, as long as the great princess isn't in her bedroom, I still have a chance to enter the inner chamber. He was ready to make a last stand in the great princess's bedroom, because he had no other choice. 4c. You transformed into the appearance of the Sky Wolf clan princess and entered her bedroom, heading straight for her boudoir. Once again stepping into the great princess's boudoir, you instantly become more alert and cautiously explore the surroundings. There weren't many items in the outer chamber of the boudoir, only a few pots of unknown blooming flowers that filled the room with a faint fragrance. You stopped by the screen that divided the inner and outer chambers, not advancing further, knowing that if you continued, you would encounter something unexpected. You stared into the inner chamber, trying to see what was inside. To your surprise, you saw a sea of red. In front of the inner chamber, against the wall, was a large red carved wooden bed. The red curtains were drawn, hiding everything on the bed. Using the bed as the centerpiece, on the left was a red clothes rack with a red dress hanging, and on the right, a table with pots of unknown red flowers in full bloom. Not far away, a red dressing table was placed against the wall. Near the dressing table, there was a red wooden cabinet as tall as a person. The two cabinet doors were tightly closed, and it was unknown what was inside. This great princess really has a preference for red. Sunan sighed. Red bed, red curtains, red clothes rack, red dressing table, red dress, and red wooden cabinet. Everything was red, giving Sunan the illusion of entering a woman's bridal chamber. Aside from that, this bedroom seemed quite ordinary. If he didn't know it belonged to the great princess, he might have even thought it was an ordinary girl's boudoir. After a quick glance around, you did not see what you wanted. You then focused on the tall red wooden cabinet. You believe that if the bronze bell were in this bedroom, that cabinet would be the most likely place for it to be. After carefully observing the situation in the room, you concluded that there was no danger and finally couldn't resist trying to enter the inner chamber. You died. After his second death, Sunan wasn't disappointed. At least this time, he was certain that the Sky Wolf clan princess was not in the bedroom. Where exactly is the problem with entering the inner chamber? Sunan carefully read the information from his foresight over and over again, but still had no gain. Helplessly, when the cooling time of his foreknowledge ended, he could only continue his foresight. You returned to the Sky Wolf clan princess's boudoir once more. This time, you have no intention of entering the inner room, opting to explore the outer room instead. You carefully examine each item, not even letting go of the flowers on the flower stand. However, after a busy 2 minutes, you still haven't made any progress. Eventually, your attention is drawn to the screen that separates the inner and outer rooms. Coming up to the screen, you feel its material and examine its texture. You die. What the hell is going on? Why did I die without even going into the inner room? It looks like whatever killed me instantly wasn't in the inner room, but in the outer room. Is it that screen? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Sunan's mind. The answer is obvious since he died while examining the screen in his premonition. Sunan let out a sigh of relief. As long as he knew where the problem was, it would be easy to deal with. As soon as the cooldown of his foreknowledge ended, he immediately began today's third premonition. You once again enter the princess's boudoir, coming to the screen that separates the inner and outer rooms. You know that there is a problem with this screen. Upon closer inspection, you find that the screen's frame is dark, the surface of the screen is made of ordinary white paper without any patterns or decorations, and it doesn't appear unusual at all. You are certain that there is a problem with the screen, but instead of giving up your research, you suddenly notice a faint pair of eyes staring at you from the surface of the screen. You try to touch the screen again, and you die. It really is that screen. After his one attempt yesterday and the 3 premonitions today, he finally determined the source of the problem. What on earth is this screen that it can kill me instantly several times? Sunan's expression was solemn. The screen was obviously a treasure, but an extremely dangerous one, most likely used by the great princess to keep people from entering her bedroom. What would happen if I were to destroy that screen? A bold idea arose in Sunan's heart. The screen's surface seemed to be made of paper, which, in theory, could be destroyed. Coming to the bedroom again, you stare at the screen blocking your path to the inner room and decide to try to destroy it. You use the bloodline combat technique, earth-shattering fist, gathering all your strength and striking the screen heavily. You die. Dying without warning once more, Sunan became increasingly restless. In his previous premonitions, even if he died without any resistance, he could at least find out how he died. However, when facing this screen, he had no idea how it had killed him. Could it be that this screen cannot be touched? He thought of his previous 2 premonitions. The first time he tried to study the screen, he died, and the second time he touched it, he also died. This time, when he struck the screen, he died once more. All three deaths had one thing in common: he touched the screen. Sunan's eyes lit up, but then he immediately thought back to the situation of his initial deaths and added another point to himself. I can't go behind the screen either. In the first two premonitions, he died when he tried to go past the screen and enter the inner room, just when he was right behind the screen. With these thoughts in mind, he couldn't wait to start his next premonition. Successive failures made you realize that the screen likely cannot be touched, so this time, you try to attack it from 5 steps away. Without hesitation, you use the Flame Scripture's Bloodline combat technique, Firebird, to attack the screen. The dancing firebirds emit intense heat, yet, when they land on the screen, they don't ignite it. Not giving up, you continue using the Thunder Snake technique against the screen. With electric light blasting, the screen remains unscathed. You don't give up and instead use a spear, condensed with power of Divine Soul, to attack. To your surprise, when the spear, condensed with power of Divine Soul, pierces the screen, you faintly hear a barely audible scream. You immediately realize that the power of Divine Soul can suppress the screen. The power of Divine Soul is useful. Sunan was overjoyed. After all this hard work, his efforts finally paid off, as he found a way to deal with the screen. It was fortunate that he had several abilities he could try one by one, otherwise, he would have had no idea how to handle the screen today. You continually control the power of Divine Soul to launch attacks, and as you keep attacking, a face slowly appears on the blank screen. The face looks pained, showing fear, and even begging for mercy in its eyes. You want to continue attacking, but you find that your power of Divine Soul is nearly exhausted, so you have no choice but to stop attacking and try to walk into the inner room. This time the screen doesn't block you, and you successfully enter the inner room. Success! Sunan is overjoyed, seeing results after 5 consecutive premonitions. The premonition hasn't ended and is still ongoing. In the inner room, you head straight for the wooden cabinet next to the dressing table. The red cabinet is unlocked, and you easily open it. Surprised, you find that the cabinet doesn't contain various treasures you imagined, but only a passage leading down to the ground. Congratulations, you've discovered a mysterious passage. Where does this passage lead? Sunan is surprised, never imagining that there would be such a place inside the Great Princess's bedroom. You don't know, but the Great Princess has already returned at the moment you opened the cabinet door. You enter the passage, and follow the ladder downwards. The passage is long, and it's unknown where it leads to. The premonition ends at this point, after 3 minutes. The Great Princess is coming back. Sunan's face changes. Just in case, he chooses to exit the game decisively. However, what makes his face turned ugly is that he can't actually exit. You are currently in a dangerous environment, temporarily unable to exit the game. Forcing exit may result in unknown consequences. Please select a safe location to exit. It shouldn't be. The Great Princess hasn't arrived yet, and I haven't been discovered by any demons. Logically, I should be in a safe environment. Could it be that in the game's judgment, the entire Wolf King Palace is considered a dangerous environment? Sunan is puzzled. Last time it was an exceptional situation, he used an unlimited logout opportunity to exit the game, and he didn't notice this issue. Having no choice, he can only brace himself and quickly enter the palace. Now, he can only try to enter that passage. He hasn't completed a single daily task today and doesn't have any unlimited logout opportunities. If the Great Princess discovers him, he would be really dead. 2 minutes later. He's already standing in front of the red cabinet that's as tall as a person. Upon opening the cabinet door, a dimly lit passage extending downwards appears before his eyes. Without time to think, he starts premonition while quickly entering the passage. After entering, he doesn't forget to close the cabinet door. However, what Sunan doesn't know is that all his actions are completely redundant. Just a dozen breaths after he entered the passage, the Skywolf clan princess had already returned to her bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, the Great Princess frowned. When she saw the damaged screen, her face darkened even more. She understood that someone had entered her room. In the passage, Sunan quickly ran along the ladder while looking at the content of the premonition on the panel. You enter an unknown passage, which is very long and leads to an unknown place. You run quickly, and after half a minute, you still haven't reached the end of the passage. You don't know that the Sky Wolf clan princess has already discovered your infiltration and is quickly chasing after you. In 3 breaths, you're caught up and captured. The Sky Wolf clan princess is very angry about you sneaking into her bedroom. You're dead. The great princess is chasing after him? Sunan's heart sinks, thinking that this is really bad. Chapter 83, Return to Kuntian Prison. What should I do? Sunan was anxious in his heart. This might be the most dangerous situation he has faced since he started playing the game. Even being captured by the Wolf Demon Guard during his first login was incomparable. The difference in strength between the two was just too great. In the past, no matter what danger he faced, it was limited to his foreknowledge, but this time was completely different. What kind of existence is the great princess of the Sky Wolf clan? Sunan had no doubt that she was the biggest boss in Wolf King Palace. Being caught by such an existence, one could imagine the consequences. In the foreknowledge, I was killed, but it doesn't mean that the great princess would let me go so easily. Now that demons know that players can respawn, if I'm corpse guarded, it will be troublesome. Moreover, if that great princess is like the old man guarding the treasure vault, forcibly reading my memories, then it would be a disaster for me. With these thoughts, Sunan immediately used the life wheel scripture to switch his role to Wangnan and change his appearance back to normal. He was already prepared to face the worst-case scenario. If he were really caught, maybe the great princess would find out he was just an ordinary outsider and kill him. But, if the great princess knows he can change his appearance, even turn into a wolf demon of the Sky Wolf clan, then she would most likely forcibly read his memories. Swift footsteps echoed in the passage as he ran forward at his top speed. This was the only thing he could do besides praying for a miracle. The passage was long and obviously deliberately constructed, sloping downward continuously. After running for half a minute, he tried to quit the game but failed each time. Only a few breaths away from the great princess chasing him in his foreknowledge. It seems that I can't escape this time. Sunan panted heavily. He didn't know in the foreknowledge that the great princess would chase him, which was why he didn't run at full strength. Now that he was running at full strength, his speed should be much faster than what he saw in the foreknowledge. But half a minute had passed, and he still hadn't reached the end of the passage. Sunan's face was gloomy, but at that moment, a game prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Escape Wolf King Palace, 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demon power, 17 points. What? I escaped the Wolf King Palace. Sunan was stunned, followed by great joy, instantly realizing what had happened. The passage kept sloping downward, and although he didn't know where it led, he could be sure that, location-wise, he had indeed left the Wolf King Palace. The Wolf King Palace is built above the Sky Wolf Valley, and this passage slopes downward. Could it be that I have already entered the Sky Wolf Valley? Sunan thought of a possibility. However, now was not the time for him to think too much. By completing a daily task, he finally had a chance for an unlimited logout. Logout. With the use of the unlimited logout chance, his body disappeared. Not long after he logged out, the great princess in red appeared in the passage. In the bedroom. Sunan heaved a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous just now. He was terrified at the thought, unable to imagine what would have happened if he had been caught and how it would have affected his game. Glancing at the time, he had no intention of logging back into the game. There was no need to guess, that great princess would surely not let him go easily, and might search for him in the passage. Logging in tonight would be no different from courting death. The next day, Sunan went to work as usual. Since the last incident with the bracelet, the hotel's security had been doubled again, with personnel assigned to every 2 floors. Sunan was responsible for the lobby on the first floor and the guest rooms on the second floor. His task was much easier than before. 9 o'clock in the evening. After returning home from work, Sunan didn't log into the game immediately, but opened the game forum and casually browsed through it. Unfortunately, there were no interesting posts in the forum today. After leaving the forum, he finally put on the game bracelet and entered the game warehouse. I wonder if that great princess is still there. In the passage, Sunan was fully alert and looked at his personal information panel. He had 3 foreknowledge attempts left for the day, and he didn't hesitate to start using them. As you continue down the passage, you suspect that the great princess of the Sky Wolf clan may not have let you go and might be waiting for you at the end of the passage. You can't afford to be careless and have to explore carefully. 1 minute later, you haven't encountered any danger and continue down the passage. 2 minutes later, you still haven't reached the end of the passage. After a few more breaths, you suddenly see, on a stone wall on one side of the passage, a branch path extending to the left. After a brief hesitation, you choose to enter the branch path. The branch path isn't long. After just 2 breaths, you reach the end. A door appears before your eyes. It's a metal door. Seeing this door, you immediately sense a familiarity. It's the unique prison door from the Kuntian prison. You instantly realize that behind the door could be the Kuntian prison. You take out the Kuntian key and attempt to unlock the door. You successfully unlock the door. Kuntian prison actually has a back door. Sunan was surprised. He would have never thought that this passage stretching down from the Great Princess's bedroom would lead to the Kuntian prison. Who knew what the Great Princess wanted to do? However, this wasn't what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was another issue. My Kuntian key can only open the first floor's prison doors. In the foreknowledge, the door could be opened successfully, meaning that the first floor of Kuntian prison is behind the door. Thinking of this, Sunan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly followed the passage downward. Just over 2 minutes later, he arrived at the door. The prison door opened to a bare cell. The cell was empty, no demons in sight. On the opposite side of the room, an identical prison door stood. Without needing a second guess, Sunan knew what waited beyond the door, the corridor of Kuntian prison. Kuntian prison actually has such a place. Sunan was pleasantly surprised. Not long ago, he was racking his brains trying to escape from Wolf King Palace. Unexpectedly, not only has he left the palace, but he has also managed to return to Kuntian prison, evading the demons. Upon entering the cell, he found that the back door was very well disguised. Once closed, it blended perfectly with the cell. If you didn't know there was a door there, you'd probably never consider it. Obviously, like the Kuntian key, this was left behind by those who originally built Kuntian prison, though he had no idea what their purpose was. As he opened the cell door, Sunan noticed the number 64 inscribed on the door. He had been in this cell before, but his earlier visit only involved hunting demons and he had not noticed the back door. I should take this opportunity to complete the quest, he thought. After all, since he was back in Kuntian prison, the first thing he wanted to do was to complete the quest. He did not fancy experiencing being hunted again. A few minutes later, the task of Wang Nan and Zhang Yang, the 2 roles, to hunt mortal-level demons was completed, and he was credited with 10 demon power points. To his disappointment, at this time the cell that was imprisoning the players was empty. He wanted to hunt players but it was impossible now. Once the task was completed, Sunan reopened cell 64 and returned to the passage extending down from the Great Princess's chambers. I wonder where this passage leads ultimately? Surely it doesn't directly connect to the 5th floor of Kuntian prison. He still had 2 foreknowledge opportunities left today, which he naturally wouldn't waste. You return to the passage and continue your exploration downwards. 3 breaths later, you encounter the second branching path. You choose to enter the branching path. At the end of the branching path, a metal prison door appears in front of you. You realize this door leads to the 2nd floor of Kuntian prison. Unfortunately, your Kuntian key cannot open this prison door. Returning to the passage, you continue your downwards exploration, quickly encountering the 3rd branching path. This time, you choose to continue heading downwards. 3 breaths later, you come across the 4th bifurcation. Once again, you choose not to enter. Finally, you reach an end to the passage. There's no branching path here, only a metal door. You understand that beyond this door lies the 5th floor of the Kuntian prison. This passage really leads straight to the 5th floor of Kuntian prison. An odd look flickered in Sunan's eyes. In the past, he never encountered the Great Princess in Kuntian prison. He subconsciously thought that the Great Princess wouldn't be found in such a place. Now, it seems that it's not that the Great Princess didn't come, but rather he simply didn't know. In fact, it's very possible that the Great Princess frequents Kuntian prison. What exactly does the Great Princess do in this sort of place? Unfortunately, his Kuntian key could only open the 1st floor's prison doors. If he could, he'd sincerely want to open a couple more doors and have a look inside. However, this wasn't completely unmanageable. He could transform into the shape of the great princess and then confidently descend from the prison's first floor. With that thought, Sunan's eyes lit up. The second floor confines spirit-level demons, and by now, those demons should be mostly depleted. If I use the appearance of the great princess to enter, I might be able to complete a 3-star task. It's definite now that he won't be returning to Wolf King Palace. Not only because the great princess might be lying in wait at the end of the passage, even if he could successfully return to Wolf King Palace, he wouldn't be able to enter the treasure vault. If that's the case, why not take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly explore Kun Tien prison? With a plan in mind, he returned to the first floor, transformed into the appearance of the great princess, and prepared to delve deep into Kun Tien prison. Before that, however, he still needed to use his last foreknowledge. The last foreknowledge opportunity was used, and the words on the panel flickered rapidly. Changing into the appearance of the Sky Wolf clan princess, you head for the second floor of Kun Tien prison. The 2 demonic guards watching the second floor respectfully salute you. You command the 2 demons to hand over the keys to all the cells on the second floor. The 2 demons didn't hesitate at all, handing over all the keys to the second floor of Kun Tien prison. Holding the keys, you arrive alone at cell number 30, open the prison door, and go in. You are detaining a spirit-level monster here. Luckily, after being forcibly extracted by the Kun Tien prison, the demon's strength has been greatly reduced. You finally dealt with the monster in a minute and then continued towards the 3rd level of Kun Tien prison. You didn't notice that as you passed prison cell number 50, a shadow followed closely behind you. Zhou Cheng. Sunan flinched, not expecting to meet Zhou Cheng again this time, and that too on the second floor. He was also curious about what Zhou Cheng's mainline task actually was. Zhou Cheng clearly wanted to follow him to the 3rd floor, but the 3rd floor was holding Xian-level demons. He couldn't understand what Zhou Cheng could do there. The 2 Xian-level demons are guarding the 3rd floor. They did not see your transformation art. After you took all the keys, you moved on to the 4th floor. You didn't notice that the shadow following you stopped in front of cell No 35. The 4th floor is guarded by only one monster. This is a king-level great monster that has fully transformed into a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was surprised to see you and soon discovered you were pretending, which made him angry. You died. King-level monsters are fully transformed into human form and can see through my transformation art. Sunan realized, and also felt a little regretful. With the king-level great monster guarding, it was impossible for him to enter the 4th or 5th floors. And that great princess will likely only go to the 4th or 5th floors. It's not bad to be able to get the keys to the 2nd and 3rd floors successfully. The key to the 3rd floor is temporarily useless to him. Even if he opens the prison cell on the 3rd floor, he cannot kill the demon inside. On the contrary, the key to the 2nd floor is very useful to him. With the key, he can enter the 2nd floor to hunt monsters in the future without worrying. You know, every spirit-level monster is a 3-star task, which is 15 demon points. This is definitely a great harvest. Zhou Cheng stopped in front of cell number 35, it seems that Zhou Cheng's task is related to cell number 35. Sunan noted secretly. Unfortunately, there is only one foreknowledge opportunity today, otherwise he would really like to see in the foreknowledge how Zhou Cheng plans to enter cell number 35 and what he is going to do. However, there's no hurry. These things can also be done tomorrow. Half a minute later. Sunan is walking in the corridor for the 2nd time, looking at the key in his hand, and he can't help but frown. He managed to get the key to the 2nd floor, but there were only 60 available. There are 63 jail cells on the 2nd floor. I'm missing 3 keys, could those 3 keys have been lost? Sunan guessed. He didn't care too much, and when he came to prison cell number 30, he immediately operated Destiny Wheel Sutra, switching roles to Zhang Yang. A minute later, he left the prison cell. 15 demon power points deposited. The available demon power has returned to 42 points. The speed of acquiring demonic power is really terrifying. Sunan was startled by his own speed of acquiring demonic power. 2 3-star tasks, 2 2-star tasks, he has gained 40 demon power points today. If he wants to, he can now fully enhance a demon sutra to great perfection. However, it's not over yet. He ran Destiny Wheel Sutra, switching his role to Lang 13. He plans to kill Zhou Cheng once again. This was free demon power delivered to his doorstep, and it was relevant to his main line. Don't blame me, Zhou Cheng, you can only blame yourself for delivering it to my doorstep. Sunan did not continue to use the appearance of the great princess, but rather transformed back to the appearance of Lang 13. Although his strength is on par with the spirit level now, it may still be a bit difficult to kill Zhou Cheng in an instant. If he tries to attack wearing the disguise of the great princess and can't kill Zhou Cheng instantly, it would definitely expose his act and Zhou Cheng would become suspicious. If Zhou Cheng then associates the disguise of the great princess with him, it would be more loss than gain. Walking slowly towards prison cell number 50, Sunan prepared to make his move. This was not the first floor. If he was seen here, he might attract the guards' attention, so he must fight quickly. Chapter 84, The Turtle in the Jar. Pat, pat, pat. Familiar footsteps came from the corridor. In the corner, Zhou Cheng's face tensed. A demon is coming, I hope it's going to the third floor. He looked forward with anticipation. Very few demons entered Kuntian prison, and if he wanted to go to the third floor, he had to follow other demons. To seize the opportunity, he had been waiting here without doing daily tasks. Fortunately, it was worth it. As long as he could enter the third floor, only time stood between him and completing the mainline task. The footsteps grew closer and closer until he saw the approaching demon. However, upon seeing Sunan's transformed wolf demon, his heart sank. He recognized Sunan. While wolf demons looked similar, careful observation would reveal many differences. Zhou Cheng had a deep impression of Sunan's transformed wolf demon, just one glance, and he recognized him. Damn, how did this wolf demon get here? Zhou Cheng cursed silently. He knew that Sunan's transformed wolf demon was a guard on the first floor and should only be on the first floor. But now it had come to the second one, which made him suspect Sunan was sent by demons for him. After all, other than fully transformed great monsters, this was the only demon that could discover him. Zhou Cheng held his breath, averted his eyes, tried to hide himself as much as possible, hoping Sunan wouldn't detect him. But he was let down. Sunan's footsteps stopped not far from him. Zhou Cheng knew he had been exposed. Escape. Without time to think, he turned into a shadow and darted away at great speed. Utilizing the treasure's ability, without the help of other martial artists or demons, the concealment effect was greatly reduced, and it was easy to be discovered. However, in this state, there was also a benefit: the damage from ordinary attacks was greatly reduced. But as soon as he made a move, he suddenly felt as if his head had been hit hard, and his mind instantly felt bewildered. Due to the influence, his body was immediately revealed from the shadow state. Zhou Cheng was greatly alarmed and tried to force himself to wake up. But before he could react, the transformed wolf demon, Sunan, was already standing in front of him, his fist heading towards Zhou Cheng. What was that ability just now? Right before his demise, a thought flashed through Zhou Cheng's mind. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunt atop 2 outsider, and 5 demon power points have been awarded. Usable demon power, 47 points. Sunan continued walking, his body transforming back into the appearance of the great princess as he headed for the third floor. The third floor has 54 cells, 9 fewer than the second floor. What surprised Sunan was that the demon guarding the place only had 46 keys, which meant 8 of them were missing. With the keys in hand, Sunan went around and returned to the first floor. I wonder if any of these keys can open those back doors. Perhaps his transformation into the great princess wouldn't be exposed in a short time, but if it happened too often, it would inevitably raise suspicion. If he could enter the second and third floors from the back doors, the level of concealment would naturally increase significantly. He returned to the passage and quickly arrived at the metal door leading to the second floor, trying out the keys one by one. To his delight, as soon as the key for room number 25 touched the metal door, there was an immediate response. It actually opened. Sunan was thrilled. Inside the cell was a dog-headed demon that charged at Sunan with a roar. Sunan punched the demon back and closed the prison door again. Great, from now on, this second floor will also be my treasure trove for gaining demon power. Not daring to stay in the passage for long, he quickly returned to the first floor of Kuntian prison. After some thought, he headed for cell number 24. The bronze bell had a high probability of being in the 6th palace of the wolf King Palace. He couldn't enter it on his own and had to rely on Zhou Lingyan. I suppose you've killed that wolf demon by now. In the cell, Zhou Lingyan was sitting cross-legged, her eyes half closed, as if she hadn't moved at all. Senior, I entered the Wolf King Palace not long ago. Sunan said. Oh, so soon. Zhou Lingyan suddenly opened her eyes, filled with surprise. When she asked Sunan to steal the bronze bell, she saw that he was an outsider and wanted to give it a try. As for whether Sunan could steal it successfully, she didn't hold out much hope. She knew all too well the dangers of the Wolf King Palace. In her view, whether Sunan could even leave Sky Wolf Valley in a short time was a problem. But she never thought that in just over 10 days, Sunan would not only escape Sky Wolf Valley but also enter the Wolf King Palace and return to Kuntian prison. You've truly surprised me. Zhou Lingyan looked deeply at Sunan, but she didn't ask any further questions. Sunan didn't explain either. He continued, there are 6 palaces in the Wolf King Palace. I've almost confirmed that the bronze bell is in the 6th palace. But there's a transformed demon guarding it, and I can't get in. Zhou Lingyan seemed to know that Sunan would face this situation and calmly said, isn't my identity jade with you? It has the power I injected into it 3 years ago. As long as you shatter it, it will unleash my full power in one strike, more than enough to deal with that demon. Identity jade? Well. No wonder she didn't ask for the identity jade back last time. She was waiting here. Sunan naturally knew that Zhou Lingyan's power was in the identity jade. He had also thought about using it but ultimately held back. For him, Zhou Lingyan's identity jade was a trump card. In case he was ever besieged by a demon, he would have a way to turn the tables. It seems that this trump card cannot be preserved now. Having figured out the method to deal with the demon, he thought of another question. Senior, I found that there are 5 back doors in Kuntian prison. Sunan told the story of his discovery, finally asking, what is the great princess trying to do by setting up a passage in her own bedroom? 5 back doors. Zhou Lingyan was startled, clearly not knowing about this. However, she quickly thought of something and whispered, it seems the rumors are true. Sunan became interested, what rumors? Zhou Lingyan was silent for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, the great princess probably wants to completely control the Kuntian prison. Completely control the Kuntian prison. Sunan was shocked, does that mean the Sky Wolf clan hasn't completely controlled Kuntian prison yet? Zhou Lingyan nodded, the ancient world was shattered by a great war, after which many treasures disappeared without a trace, and Kuntian prison is one of them. Originally, this place was not called Sky Wolf Valley, until several decades ago when the Sky Wolf clan discovered it, claiming it as their own and found the Kuntian prison. There are rumors that the Sky Wolf clan has always been trying to refine the Kuntian prison and gain complete control of it, but they have not been successful, which has made some influences want to wrest the Kuntian prison from the Sky Wolf clan. So that's how it is. Sunan suddenly understood. His other mainline task, Demonic Emperor's Bloodline, mentioned that the Demon Emperor's tomb was discovered decades ago, apparently when the Kuntian prison was found. Now knowing how to deal with the old man in the Wolf King Palace, Sunan didn't linger any longer and left cell number 24 after excusing himself. Looking at the panel with 47 demon power points, his thoughts raced. This was his first time accumulating so many demon power points, but what a pity that he didn't possess the appropriate bloodline and demon sutra. I can't merge with the physique series bloodline for now, so I have to try to find a solution through the law controlling class and secret power system. The bloodline obtained from the mainline task is the same as the player's role. The secret power system bloodline can be obtained from Lang 13's mainline task, but the controlling technique bloodline cannot. That demonic emperor's bloodline task is not something that can be easily completed. It seems that if I want to get the controlling technique bloodline, I have to help Li Hao finish the second phase of the mainline task as soon as possible. After considering his options, he logged out of the game and sent Li Hao a message on the forum. A few minutes later, when he logged into the game again, there were more people in the corridor besides Sunan. Big brother, you're already back. Seeing Sunan, Li Hao was overjoyed. Yesterday, upon learning that Sunan had left the Kuntian prison, he was worried about whether Sunan would return. Now it seemed his worry was unnecessary. There are only 7 days left until the end of the survival task, and your mainline second phase task is to hunt 6 demons. If you slay 1 demon per day, when the task is completed, the survival task will be almost over. I urgently need bloodlines and demon sutras, so I've decided to speed up the process and let you slay 2 demons each day. Big brother, as you say, I won't hesitate to use my bloodline and demon sutra. Li Hao agreed without thinking. Sunan was satisfied with Li Hao's attitude and looked at him. Don't worry, if I take your bloodline and demon sutra, I won't let you fail the survival task. Before the end of the task, I will give you a bloodline and demon sutra. Since Li Hao has demon power but no bloodline, Sunan had a physique bloodline and demon sutra in his hands. Giving it to Li Hao wasn't a bad idea. But not now. If Li Hao merged with the physique bloodline, the rewards of the mainline task would inevitably be physique-based, which is not what he wanted. Hearing this, Li Hao was excited. Really? That's great. Accompanying Sunan, he wasn't worried about the demon power shortage, but the bloodline and demon sutra problem. Although Li Hao didn't say it, he had been worried about what would happen if he didn't get the bloodline and demon sutra by the end of the survival task. Now, having received Sunan's promise, he finally put that worry to rest and felt relieved. In high spirits, Li Hao thought of something and asked, Big brother, it's been several days since you merged the 3rd bloodline, why haven't you merged the 4th bloodline yet? Do you want to, like last time, merge a bloodline and directly promote it to great perfection again? If anyone on the ranking list received the most attention, it was undoubtedly Sunan, who ranked first. Many players speculated that Sunan hadn't merged the 4th Demon Sutra because his mainline quest had problems and couldn't be completed, thus he couldn't obtain the bloodline. But Li Hao didn't think so. In his view, Sunan was more likely to directly promote the Demon Sutra to great perfection as he had done last time. You're overthinking it, I just don't have a suitable bloodline. No suitable bloodline? Li Hao wondered, not knowing what Sunan meant. Sunan did not explain and went straight to a prisoner cell. A few minutes later, Li Hao completed the task, and both of them logged out of the game. Checking the time, it was not far from midnight. Sunan had no desire to sleep, so he simply turned on his phone and started watching videos. More than an hour later, he logged into the game again. Daily task refresh. Lang 13's tasks remained unchanged, still 3 tasks to hunt players. Zhang Yang's task also remained the same. The only change was in Wang Nan's task. The hunting the 2nd floor guard task that had disappeared the day before last seemed to have reappeared because he had returned to Kuntian prison. It seems difficult to get rid of this task in a short time, Sunan sighed to himself. After checking the tasks, he didn't go hunting for demons like before, but went straight to the prison cell where the players were held. At this time, most players would log in. This was the best time for him to complete the player hunting tasks. The wolf demon was actually on the 2nd floor yesterday, no wonder it didn't appear. Brother Joe is still waiting. If that wolf demon returns to the 1st floor, we need to inform him immediately. As Sunan had guessed, more than a dozen players had already logged into the prison cell. The previous route made them realize their previous plan was inadequate, and to escape the cell, they made a new plan. However, to their disappointment, they waited for 2 hours last night and the wolf demon didn't appear. It was only an hour ago that they learned from Zhou Cheng that Sunan's transformed wolf demon had gone to the 2nd floor. Before, our approach was to rush out together and fight separately, like scattered sand. This time, we'll use half of the people to distract the wolf demon, creating an opportunity for the rest to escape. In this way, the probability of success will greatly increase. Everyone was full of confidence and saw hope in escaping the cell once more. Just as they were preparing, suddenly, the prison door opened. Sunan's transformed wolf demon appeared before their eyes. Upon seeing Sunan, the crowd hesitated. We haven't even prepared to take action yet, and the wolf demon is already here. What's going on? Why doesn't the wolf demon make any sound when it walks today? The crowd was surprised and quickly prepared for action after they realized what was happening. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. They saw Sunan step into the cell, and then close the cell door. Have we become fish in a barrel? A thought flashed through everyone's minds at the same time. Immediately after, they saw electric light and fire shooting at them. A few breaths later, Sunan left the cell. 2 of Lang 13's tasks were completed, and 6 demon power points were added to his account. However, he wasn't happy about it. Instead, he frowned. It's difficult, hunting the same player doesn't even count towards the mainline task. On the mainline task, the 30-player hunting quotas were still only 16 completed, with no change at all. This meant that his plan to use the dozens of players to brush the mainline task had gone down the drain. This task is currently the only way for me to obtain secret power blood. It must be completed as soon as possible. Sunan became a little anxious. According to his previous plan, he was to fuse all 3 roles with 4 kinds of Demon Sutra at the end of the survival task and secure the top 3 spots on the ranking list. But according to the current situation, players have become the key constraint for him. He needed to find a way to attract more players to Skywolf Valley. 2 minutes later. With the second mortal level demon killed, Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's 2 daily tasks were completed. The usable demon power reached an unprecedented 63 points. Now I should go and see what Zhou Cheng is up to, and also hunt a spirit-level monster on the way. Yesterday, due to the lack of foreknowledge, he had chosen to kill Zhou Cheng instead of taking him to the 3rd floor. Now that he had foreknowledge, he naturally wanted to see what Zhou Cheng was up to. Chapter 85, Zhou Cheng's Purpose. Foreknowledge. You disguise yourself as the Skywolf clan princess and arrive at the 2nd layer of Kuntian prison. You know that there is an outsider hiding on this floor. Pretending not to know, you slowly make your way towards the 3rd level. As you pass cell number 52, a shadow begins to follow you. Although you don't realize it, you have a feeling that the outsider is already following you. Upon arriving at the 3rd level, you make a symbolic round on this floor. You know that after passing cell number 35, the outsider will not follow you anymore. As you thought, when passing cell number 35, the shadow, following you hides in a corner. You do not scare the snake out of the grass but instead return to the 2nd layer to wait silently. A minute later, you quietly return to the 3rd level and arrive in front of cell number 35. Taking out the key, you unlock the prison door. You see an outsider in the cell, arranging something. In a corner, the corpse of a demon is slowly being consumed by flames, turning to ashes. Zhou Cheng actually has a way to kill Xian-level demons. What a thorough preparation! Sunan is shocked. Although the strength of the demons in Kuntian prison is almost exhausted due to their suppressed bloodlines, their Xian-level realm is not easily dealt with. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he didn't push Zhou Cheng too hard earlier. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would have used his method to defeat demons against him, and he would be lying down as well. Where did Zhou Cheng get the key to open cell number 35? Sunan wondered. He is missing a few 3rd-level keys, but none of them include the key to cell number 35. Does Zhou Cheng have the 3rd-level Kuntian key? This is not impossible. There are 5 layers in Kuntian prison, so there should be 5 Kuntian keys. Zhou Cheng had been preparing to enter Kuntian prison for a long time and must have considered the issue of keys early on. Perhaps, Zhou Cheng had obtained keys from other places a long time ago. Seeing your arrival, the outsider hurriedly packs up the items on the ground. You only have time to see that it is a disc-shaped object. The outsider has no intention of fleeing, knowing he cannot escape and can only wait for death. You show no mercy, using several bloodline combat skills to kill the outsider. You search the cell, wanting to check if the outsider has left any other items behind. To your disappointment, it seems that you arrived too early. The outsider has not had time to set up anything, and nothing is left behind. Did I go too early? Sunan frowned. The foreknowledge time lasts for only 3 minutes. It takes 1 minute to go from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor and back to the 2nd floor. This is already quite fast. In the foreknowledge, he even waited more than a minute on the 2nd layer before going, leaving virtually no time left. If he continues to wait, the foreknowledge will end. If only the foreknowledge time could be a bit longer, Sunan sighed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. If he wants to see what Zhou Cheng is doing, he has only one way now. That is, to bring Zhou Cheng into the 3rd level and then return to the 2nd layer, waiting for a minute before using foreknowledge again. But doing so is undoubtedly helping Zhou Cheng. Perhaps Zhou Cheng could even complete the mainline task this way. It may even lead to unknown consequences that affect him. Sunan has to consider carefully. With foreknowledge, even if Zhou Cheng really causes unknown consequences, I can respond in advance, interrupt his actions in time, and the risk is not uncontrollable. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. After hesitating for a moment, Sunan decides to help Zhou Cheng enter the 3rd level. With the decision made, he disguises himself as the great princess and continues towards the second layer without stopping. In the dark corner, Zhou Cheng logs into the game. Before he can check his daily tasks, he suddenly hears footsteps approaching. Zhou Cheng's expression changed and his face instantly darkened. Could it be that wolf demon again? After being killed by Sunan disguised as wolf demon twice in a row, he had developed a psychological shadow, subconsciously thinking that the approaching footsteps belonged to the wolf demon disguised by Sunan. However, thinking about the members killed by the wolf demon earlier, he shook his head. I must be overthinking it. That wolf demon was still on the first floor just now. It's unlikely they would come to the second floor so quickly. Not daring to be careless, Zhou Cheng held his breath and silently waited. The footsteps grew closer, and soon he saw who the footsteps belonged to. When he saw that the approaching demon was not the wolf demon, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, realizing it was a Demon King realm shapeshifting demon, his heart skipped a beat, and his face instantly darkened again. Zhou Cheng's face turned ugly. Although the power he gained from the treasure was formidable, it was not enough to elude a Demon King realm shapeshifting demon. He wanted to flee but found no escape route. Helplessly, he could only hold his breath and pray that he wouldn't be discovered. The footsteps drew nearer, finally arriving beside Zhou Cheng. To Zhou Cheng's surprise, the footsteps did not stop. Did they not notice me? Zhou Cheng was stunned, and then overjoyed. He didn't know why the great monster in front of him didn't notice him, but he knew this was an opportunity. Without thinking, he quickly entered the shadow beneath Sunan's feet while his disguised great princess form was still nearby. Sunan continued forward without showing any emotion, a faint smile in the corner of his mouth. Soon, he entered the third level. TM. At the moment of entering the third floor, Zhou Cheng's heart raced. Now that he entered the third floor, he was getting close to completing his task. Even if he was discovered by demons now, he wouldn't be afraid. Sunan pretended to know nothing. Following the scenario in his prior vision, he made a round on the third floor before returning. He didn't idle away, seizing this opportunity to hunt spirit-level demons on the second floor. 2 minutes later, 15 demon power points arrived. The terrifying figure of usable demon points has reached 78. It's a pity that among the 3 roles, only Zhang Yang has a task of hunting spirit-level demons. Otherwise, I would use the Kuntian prison as a means to farm demon power, just like when killing mortal-level demons. Sunan was never satisfied, he thought to himself. Enough waiting has been done, I can foresee now. You enter the third floor of Kuntian prison and head directly to cell number 35J. You know that an outsider is setting up something in the prison cell right now. You decide to wait quietly instead of acting rashly. 2 minutes later, the prison door opens, you see an outsider in the cell manipulating a circular disc that is 6 or 7 inches in diameter. The disc takes on a silver-white color, spinning rapidly with countless runes jumping on it. Seeing your arrival, the outsider panics, hurriedly hiding the disc. After successfully stowing away the disc, the outsider breathes out a sigh of relief. Knowing he can't escape, instead of attempting to flee now, he chooses to wait for his impending death. You do not hold back, using various bloodline combat skills to kill the outsider. You search the cell, hoping to find whether the outsider left any other items behind. To your disappointment, you arrived too early. The outsider's preparations were not yet completed, leaving nothing behind. Did I arrive too early again? Sunan frowned. In reality, he waited 2 minutes, he waited another 2 in his vision, accumulating a total of 4 minutes. What on earth is that disc? It actually takes this much time to set up. He had no choice but to keep waiting. After another 2 minutes of waiting, he started the third prediction. You enter the third floor of Kuntian prison, heading straight for cell number 35. You know that an outsider is in the cell setting something up. You do not act impulsively but choose to wait quietly. 2 minutes later, you open the prison seal. Unfortunately, you are too late. The cell is empty except for a disc slowly spinning in midair. You try to touch the disc, luckily, nothing dangerous occurs. You grab the disc to closely observe and discover that there are dense lines and patterns on it. Silver light flows spontaneously on these patterns, they do not change despite your handling. Though you don't know the function of the disc, you realize this extraordinary artifact must have been left by the outsider for a reason. Did I arrive too late this time? Sunan frowned. Immediately, a thought emerged: what would happen if I took the disc away? If he went now, he'd definitely interrupt Zhou Cheng's preparations. But in that case, Zhou Cheng would hide the disc instantly, preventing him from getting the disc. But if he let Zhou Cheng finish setting up, Zhou Cheng might be able to complete his mainline task because of this. If I go after Zhou Cheng finishes setting up, without the disc, Zhou Cheng's plans would surely be affected. Moreover, with my current strength, even if Zhou Cheng completes his mainline task, it will not pose a significant threat to me. He felt that whatever Zhou Cheng was planning was definitely not going to be simple. If he didn't know, he'd let it be. Now that he was in the know, naturally, he needed to figure out Zhou Cheng's purpose. And that disc was the only entry point, he must get it. Silently waiting. Another 2 minutes passed, and then he walked towards cell number 35. As the cell door opened, there was no one inside, only a disc spinning quietly. Knowing that the disc was safe, Sunan promptly grabbed it. Rongling disc, an ancient treasure, function unknown. An ancient treasure. Sunan's face changed slightly. Even though he did not know exactly how powerful an ancient treasure was, he knew that anything associated with ancient times was never to be underestimated. After all, both humans and demons from ancient times were far stronger than those of today. I wonder how Zhou Cheng acquired something like this. Could he have the backing of a powerful martial artist? Sunan speculated a possibility. Zhou Cheng had the means to kill a Xian-level demon, and now he had an ancient treasure. These were not ordinary. In his view, the most likely scenario was that Zhou Cheng's task was related to a powerful entity. Regardless of Zhou Cheng's method of killing demons or this Rongling disc, they were all provided by someone behind the scenes. The introduction does not provide information about the function of the Rongling disc, otherwise, I might be able to infer Zhou Cheng's plans from it. If one wants to clarify what this disc is for now, I can only ask Zhou Lingyan. Storing the items, Sunan returned to the first floor. Just when Sunan entered the cell above, in the villa where Zhou Cheng was located, Zhang Feng looked at Zhou Cheng, who was crawling out of the game warehouse, and asked, "How did it go, big brother? Was it successful?" Seeing Zhou Cheng leaving the game, a sense of unease rose among Zhang Feng and the others. Only a few minutes had passed since Zhou Cheng logged into the game. Although they believed in Zhou Cheng, they didn't think he could finish the task in such a short time. After all, there had been 2 prior failures. But unlike the past 2 days, today, Zhou Cheng not only didn't wear a calm face but wore a smile, which left everyone somewhat puzzled. Zhou Cheng didn't say anything, just gave a slight nod. Seeing him like this, everyone was first stunned, then all of them were overjoyed. "Did you really succeed? Great, finally we can get out of that ghostly place. There are only 6 days left until the end of the survival task. If they can't escape from the prison cells quickly, they can imagine their fate." Zhou Cheng said, "Once today is over, tomorrow I will be able to control part of the power of that prison, and I will be able to let you all out even without a key." Zhou Cheng was full of confidence. He would never have guessed that as soon as he left, the treasure he had placed was taken by someone else. Inside cell number 24. Zhou Lingyan opened her eyes and said solemnly, "Why are you back again? It's only been a little over an hour since Sunan left last time." Sunan took out the Rongling disc and said, "Senior, take a look at what this is." "Hi." Seeing the item in Sunan's hand, Zhou Lingyan suddenly stood up and instantly came to Sunan's side, grabbing the Rongling disc. She only took a glance and asked, "Where did you get this thing?" This was owned by another outsider. Sunan didn't hide anything and roughly told her about what had happened. After listening quietly to Sunan's words, Zhou Lingyan was silent for a moment before saying, "It seems someone is preparing to make a move on Kuntian prison." Making a move on Kuntian prison. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he knew that he had found the right person in Zhou Lingyan. It was obvious that Zhou Lingyan not only knew the function of the Rongling disc but also may know about the existence behind the Rongling disc. Zhou Lingyan said, "This thing is called Rongling disc. It is said that ancient powerhouses created it specifically for refining divine weapons. Once activated, it will slowly integrate into a treasure. When it completely integrates, it is time to refine the treasure. The materials used for this thing are extremely special and extremely rare even in ancient times. To my knowledge, there is only one piece in Dianxing sect in the whole Dongchen state. There are 2 marks on this Rongling disc, one of which is extremely powerful. It belongs to the true owner of the Rongling disc, while the other is weaker by thousands of times, and it should belong to the outsider you mentioned. The cell number 35 on the third level is the central location of Kuntian prison, and the refining speed is the fastest when placed there. Refining treasure? After listening carefully to Zhou Lingyian's introduction, Sunan was surprised. Does the owner of this Rongling disc want to refine the Kuntian prison? Before, he had guessed that there might be other powerful beings behind Zhou Cheng, and now this guess was confirmed. You're right. Zhou Lingyian nodded and continued, I mentioned earlier that Kuntian prison hadn't been completely refined and controlled by the Sky Wolf clan, and it even attracted many covetous powers. Dianxing sect is one of them. Dianxing sect? Sunan remembered the name and secretly admired this power. Keep in mind that the Sky Wolf clan is one of the ancient 100 clans and should not be underestimated even in ancient times. Now that the strength of humans has been greatly reduced and can only barely protect themselves, the ambition of the Dianxing sect is evident in their ability and willingness to steal from the Sky Wolf clan. If my guess is correct, when this Rongling disc is completely integrated into Kuntian prison, that powerful person from Dianxing sect will come to retrieve Kuntian prison. Sunan had a thought and immediately asked, Senior, I took the Rongling disc with me, can it still continue to integrate into Kuntian prison? Of course. Zhou Lingyian nodded, now that the Rongling disc has been activated by the outsider you mentioned, it has already established a connection with the Kuntian prison. As long as this thing is still inside the prison, it will continue to integrate. Fortunately, you discovered it early. If you had found it a few hours later, you wouldn't be able to touch it. Sunan suddenly realized why Zhou Cheng had left the Rongling disc unattended after activating it. He could never have thought that the item he had just set up would have been taken by someone else. Zhou Lingyian looked at the Rongling disc. Let's leave it here for the moment, and come back for it in 2 hours. Put it back? Why put it back? Sunan was confused. Since they know that the Rongling disc will only continue to work while in the Kuntian prison, why not take it out of the prison completely, and be done with it? It's not usable now, but that doesn't mean it can't be used in the future. Zhou Lingyian saw Sunan's thoughts and sneered, this thing has been completely refined by someone else. Unless you kill that person, there's no use for you to keep it. Besides, do you think this thing is so easy to take? The moment you touched it, the person behind it already knew about you. If you're not afraid of death, you can keep it and try. Having been discovered by the owner of the Rongling disc as soon as he touched it, Sunan felt a chill in his heart. It's no joke, they dared to compete with the Sky Wolf clan for treasures, so they must be incredibly powerful. With such a being watching him, he'd never have enough lives to spare. Senior, how long would it take for the Rongling disc to completely integrate into Kuntian prison if I put it back? Zhou Lingyian said, as soon as 6 days or as long as 7 days. 6 to 7 days? Isn't that exactly when the survival task ends? This is too coincidental. Sunan's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ponder. It can be imagined that once Kuntian prison is refined and the powerful person behind it arrives, Sky Wolf Valley will be in turmoil. Perhaps at that time, he could take advantage of the situation and complete some tasks that he couldn't finish now. Thinking of this, Sunan's eyes lit up. But before that, he still needed to strengthen his strength as soon as possible. Quit the game. Sunan checked the time and went to sleep. Early the next morning. As soon as he was awakened by the alarm clock, he logged into the game. Zhou Lingyian had asked him to put the Rongling disc back in 2 hours, and now 3 hours had passed. Fortunately, Zhou Lingyian didn't say anything. Holding the Rongling disc, he didn't know why, but he always felt that the round disc in his hand was different from before. But he couldn't tell where exactly was different. Did Zhou Lingyian do something to this thing? Sunan speculated. After putting the disc back in cell number 35 on the 3rd floor, he logged out of the game again. Linjiang Hotel. As soon as Sunan entered the hotel, he noticed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Not only were most of the security personnel present, even Wang Chong was also there. Sunan walked over to Wang Chong and asked curiously, what's going on? Wang Chong whispered, Brother Nan, that Wang Nan appeared again last night. I don't know what he wants to do. Last night, almost half of the players in Donglan City were approached, and some players were even killed. Chapter 86, Methods to Attract Players. Wang Nan. Sunan's heart skipped a beat. Ever since that so-called Wang Nan rescued the person in black last time, he hadn't heard any follow-up news in the past few days. Unexpectedly, not only did he reappear now, but he was also using his name to target other players. It seems that they have become desperate since they haven't found the bracelet for so long. Sunan whispered to himself. His expression was a bit solemn, not because he easily defeated two people in black last time, but because the opponent was too mysterious, and he hadn't even seen the tip of the iceberg of their organization. Miss Bai suspects that Wang Nan may come to us tonight, so she wants to strengthen our security. Wang Chong looked at a large box not far away. The box contained neatly arranged equipment, including various knives, electric batons, tear gas sprayers, high-power flashlights, and other items used by the police. Sunan glanced at them and frowned. What's the use of these things? We are ordinary people. If that Wang Nan really comes, we won't be a match for him with these things. Wang Chong looked around and whispered, these are just for show. I heard that Miss Bai got some handguns from Yang Zheng, but unfortunately, we won't be using them. Handguns. Sunan's heart trembled slightly. After a player awakens their bloodline combat technique, they possess power beyond ordinary people, but they are still far from being able to ignore firearms. If you want to deal with martial artists, firearms are undoubtedly very effective, but unfortunately, such things are controlled by the officials and ordinary people can't get them. Of course, it doesn't mean that the players have no ability to resist under the threat of firearms. In Sunan's view, as long as one merges a speed-based bloodline, the threat of firearms is greatly reduced. Although bullets are fast, the people who shoot them are slow to react. Players can fully predict the direction of the bullets before the opponent shoots, and dodge them in advance. External things are always external, and only one's own strength is the most reliable. Sunan was anxious. Those people in black made such a big move, determined to find the bracelet at any cost. It is even possible that they might have guessed that the bracelet is on Wang Nan and used Wang Nan's name to try and lure him out. If this continues, those people in black might really find him. Now my demon power is sufficient, but I need some solutions to the lack of bloodline and demon sutra. Players. As long as there are enough players, Lang 13's mainline can be easily completed. Maybe I can use the Dion-seeing sex situation to attract other players. Sunan secretly plotted. What he didn't know. At that moment, in the new district of Donglan City, a tall black-robed man was frowning at a sketch. If Yang Zheng was here, he would surely recognize that this tall black-robed person was the one who broke into the Demon Investigation Bureau and injured him last time. The reason the tall black-robed person broke into the bureau to rescue another black-robed person was to obtain Wang Nan's appearance from him. At this time, another person in black came over and said, "We have compared all the facial information of people in Donglan City and the surrounding cities. There are more than a dozen similar people, but none are highly similar." None. The tall person in black frowned and said without thinking, "Enlarge the comparison range, and find this person at all costs." After a pause, he added, "Give me the information on the remaining suspicious players." Sunan continued to work as usual, as if nothing had happened. But the forum was not calm. Last time, the appearance of the fake Wang Nan was deliberately suppressed because he only rescued one person from the Demon Investigation Bureau, and not many people knew about it. This time, the fake Wang Nan attacked players on a large scale, even causing the deaths of several players, and finally caused a sensation. The news spread quickly, and for a moment, the forum was full of posts discussing Wang Nan. "Big brother, you are in Donglan City, I will come and find you tomorrow," Li Hao said excitedly in the game. He had always wanted to know about Sunan's identity in reality but has always been clueless. Now he finally knew Sunan's whereabouts. Sunan stood in the prison cell, punched a charging demon, and calmly said, "That's an impostor." "An impostor?" Li Hao was stunned, and then immediately became angry. "Who is so bold as to impersonate you, big brother? Why can't someone impersonate me if I'm not a big shot?" Sunan said lightly. After helping Li Hao kill two demons, Sunan continued, "There is something I need you to do." Li Hao immediately became energetic, patted his chest, and said, "Big brother, just tell me what to do, and I will definitely help you with it." Sunan didn't directly say it, but asked, "Do you know where this Kuntian prison is located?" "I don't know." Li Hao shook his head. "This place is called Sky Wolf Valley, the territory of the Sky Wolf Demon Clan. Outside the Sky Wolf Valley, there is a Wolf King Palace, where there is a treasure vault of the Sky Wolf clan. In 6 or 7 days, the Dianxing sect will seize the Kuntian prison, and by then, the Sky Wolf Valley will be in chaos. I want you to post on the forum and spread this news. Attract the attention of other players to that treasure vault. Create an illusion that they can take advantage of the chaos to steal treasures, attracting as many players as possible here. Sunan spoke out his plan. This was the method he had thought of after careful consideration. For players, treasures were undoubtedly the most attractive thing. Sky Wolf Valley? Wolf King Palace? Treasure Vault? Li Hao listened in amazement, his mind shaken, not understanding what Sunan wanted to do. However, he also knew what he could ask and what he couldn't. After a slight pondering, Li Hao had an idea. Don't worry, big brother, I'll take care of this. I'll make sure it's done to your satisfaction. Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. Sunan nodded. After Li Hao quit the game, Sunan turned and entered the passage leading to the great princess's bedroom. Having thought of a way to deal with the great demon guarding the treasures, he naturally wanted to give it a try. He knew that there was likely a monster guarding at the end of the passage, but he couldn't give up. What if there wasn't one at this time? He had only used his foreknowledge ability 3 times today, so he still had 6 chances. He didn't hesitate to use it again. Be careful when walking the passage, try to avoid making any noise. 1 minute later, you haven't encountered any danger, continue moving forward. 2 minutes later, you guess that you've covered a third of the distance. 3 minutes later, you still haven't reached the end. With no imminent danger, Sunan moved forward with ease. After 3 minutes, he used his foreknowledge ability again. Once again, there was no danger. It wasn't until his third prediction that things finally changed. 2 minutes later, you finally reach the end of the passage, where you see the familiar red door. As the door opens, a green-clothed girl appears before you. You try to escape, but it's too late. You have no choice but to launch a full-scale attack against the young girl. You get caught by the girl, who doesn't kill you but instead takes you to the lobby, locking you in a metal cage. You try to break the cage but find that your strength can't damage it at all. Is it trying to trap me to death? Sunan's heart sank. Obviously, these demons had found a way to deal with the players. He had to admit that this method was very effective. Once trapped, the player would still be in the cage upon logging in next time. Unless they were rescued by other players one day, they would never escape. Confirming that there was a monster at the end of the passage, Sunan finally gave up and returned quietly. It's impossible to enter the Wolf King Palace through this passage for now. I have to think of another way. I wonder if my identity as a wolf demon guard has been exposed. Last time, when he quit the game directly in the Wolf King Palace, it must have aroused suspicions among the demons. However, he had no idea what consequences it might have caused. If it hadn't created serious consequences, maybe he could use the previous method to enter the Wolf King Palace again. Thinking of this, Sunan returned to Kuntian prison and switched his role to Lang 13 before using his foreknowledge ability again. You transform into the appearance of a wolf demon guard and head towards the exit of Kuntian prison. The demon guarding the exit doesn't notice anything unusual about you or stop you, so you easily leave Kuntian prison. 1 minute later, you arrive at the fork in the road leading to the Thousand Wolf Cave and the way out of Sky Wolf Valley. After a brief hesitation, you choose the path to leave Sky Wolf Valley. 2 minutes later, you encounter a patrol of demons. They don't pay attention to you, so you continue forward. 3 minutes later, you stop walking. Being able to successfully leave Kuntian prison means that my previous actions didn't cause too much of a stir. At least the demons in Sky Wolf Valley don't know that I disappeared in the Wolf King Palace. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, as this was the best outcome. I just don't know if I can still use the identity of the Wolf Demon Guard to enter the Wolf King Palace. Leaving Kuntian prison, Sunan proceeded to leave Sky Wolf Valley as his premonition had shown. This time, he walked right up to 100 meters from the end of the road before using his foreknowledge. Your arrival does not catch the attention of the shapeshifting demon at the end of the road, and you easily leave Sky Wolf Valley. As you approach the Wolf King Palace, the patrolling demon beast leader recognizes you and immediately questions where you went last time. Not knowing how to answer, you use the excuse of discovering the outsider's plot to report to the Great Princess. The demon beast leader doesn't believe you and grabs at you. You run away but are hit by the demon beast leader's palm. You died. This method doesn't work either. Sunan took a deep breath but wasn't too surprised. Last time he disappeared mysteriously, it was bound to be questioned, and the demon beast leader who brought him into the Wolf King Palace was naturally the biggest suspect. Fortunately, during that time the demon beast didn't see him disappear, or else his player identity would have been exposed. Both routes are unviable, this is difficult now. Sunan frowned. To enter the Wolf King Palace directly, he had to use Lang 13th's identity, otherwise, his transformation art would be seen through by the great monsters at first glance. But using Lang 13th's identity, he couldn't pass the demon beast leader, so this route was caught in a deadlock. I have to figure out a way through that passage, the green-clothed girl can't always be guarding the exit. Returning to Kun Tien prison, Sunan didn't continue with the foreknowledge. He had completed the tasks he could, so he chose to quit the game. Lying on the bed, he opened the forum on his phone to browse. Undoubtedly, the hottest topic on the forum today was Wang Nan. A lot of people were shocked by the fact that the fake Wang Nan could boldly kill others in reality and condemned him. Sunan was indifferent, ignoring posts discussing Wang Nan as he continued browsing. What should I do? I still haven't finished my novice task, there are only 6 days left until the end of the survival task, who can help me? Requesting any major guild to take me in, as long as my Demon Sutra can reach perfection before the end of the survival task, I'm willing to pay 10 million as a reward. Money is not a problem, seeking a high-paying carry. Due to the approaching end of the survival task, many players were becoming increasingly desperate and sought a solution. Offering large sums of money was the most common method, each bid higher than the last. However, it wasn't very effective. After all, most players were barely managing to survive now, who would have the ability to help others? Moreover, the first batch of game bracelets were ridiculously expensive, and only the wealthy could afford them, so money wasn't the same lure for them as one would imagine. It's a pity, Li Hao is the only player that was assigned to Sky Wolf Valley this time, otherwise, I could completely leverage other players to obtain the Bloodline Demon Sutra like I did with him. Sunan shook his head, it was unavoidable. He continued browsing. Suddenly, a newly posted article caught his attention. Shocking! The Demon Race Treasure Vault has been discovered in Sky Wolf Valley, Dianxing sect wants to start a war with the Demon Clan. Upon seeing the post title, Sunan instantly connected the dots. He checked the username, and sure enough, this post was made by Li Hao. This guy works fast, he's already posted so quickly. He opened the post which was filled with lengthy walls of text. Sunan went through it and smirked. Li Hao, as per Sunan's instructions, focused on describing the existence of the treasure vault in Wolf King Palace. Li Hao didn't concern himself with its contents and instead portrayed the vault as a place piled with divine weapons and treasures. To prove the authenticity of the situation, Li Hao also posted a photo of Kun Tien prison. He even exposed that Zhou Cheng sent people to Sky Wolf Valley. I know the Dianxing sect, I heard that they are one of the 3 sects and 6 religions and have powerful strength. Where is Sky Wolf Valley? Is it true that the god Zhou Cheng sent people to Sky Wolf Valley? Because the post was just published, there weren't too many people who saw it. However, the terms Dianxing sect and Demon Race Treasure Vault still attracted the attention of many players. Within just 1 minute, dozens of players had replied to the post. I hope this method works. Expectation flashed in Sunan's eyes, but he didn't have high hopes. Dongchen State was vast, and players were scattered, so even if someone was attracted, they would need to be able to reach Sky Wolf Valley. Just then, the muted sound of gunshots caught his attention from afar. That's, gunshots! Sunan was startled, immediately going up to the window to look in the direction of the sound. Chapter 87, People from Another World. Lake Moon Park. Dark and brooding, this usually empty park is now filled with tension. Yang Zheng's eyes are fixed on the 3 mysterious figures in black, his face a mask of seriousness. To his left stands a man and a woman, the woman has long flowing hair and a graceful demeanor, and if Sunan were here, he would recognize her as Bai Mengmeng. The man is Zhang Di, a newly promoted player in Donglan City, who has reached great demon art perfection. On Yang Zheng's other side, several soldiers with guns are continuously shooting, trying to take down the figures in black. Where did they come from? How are they so powerful? Bai Mengmeng's eyes widen in surprise. These three people in black are too strong, at least having 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection, or even possibly 3 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection. The speed is so fast, they can already dodge bullets. Wang Nan is a player, but the other 2 are definitely not players. If they were all players, the ranking list would have more than just a few 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection. Zhang Di quickly analyzed. As the only 2 great demon art perfection players in Donglan City, they were invited here, originally believing that their strength combined with firearms could hold their own against Wang Nan. But they were caught off guard by the current situation. Stop shooting! Yang Zheng says sternly. The continuous gunfire has already consumed a lot of ammunition, but apart from preventing the 3 figures in black from getting close, it hasn't served its purpose. The gunfire stops, and the 3 figures in black not only show no fear of the guns in their hands, but instead, their eyes are filled with contempt. Yang Zheng firmly stares at the tall figure in black and says, Wang Nan, what do you want? Tonight's operation was carefully planned by him, aiming to capture these mysterious figures in black. Last night, several players had died, which had already had a severe impact on Donglan City, and as the city's leader, he couldn't pretend as if nothing had happened. The tall figure in black responds, I've already told Captain Yang what I want, all you have to do is help me find that bracelet, and we'll leave Donglan City immediately. Yang Zheng angrily says, I don't care about what you're looking for, but randomly killing players is a serious violation of the law. Law? The tall figure in black sneers, what is the law? Just a tool for you lowly people to control this world. To me, fists are the law. The tall figure in black looks at Yang Zheng and the others with disdain in his eyes. At this, Yang Zheng shakes with anger, but there's nothing he can do. The tall figure in black continues, originally, as long as you cooperated obediently, there wouldn't be any problems. But now that you're seeking your own doom, don't blame me. With a murderous glint in his eyes, the tall figure in black takes a step towards them. In his eyes, Yang Zheng and the others are just ants, and now these ants want to deal with him, which is unbearable. Yang Zheng's face darkens, and a sense of crisis rises in his heart. Just as he's about to order the gunfire to continue, a man's voice calls out. From afar, on a stone-paved path, a handsome young man approaches. Old A, it's been a while, and you're still the same. You? I didn't expect you to come too. When he sees the young man, Old A's eyebrows furrow slightly. Halt! Who are you? Several soldiers point their guns at the young man, questioning him. The young man smiles at Yang Zheng, Captain Yang, don't worry. My name is Zhang Wen, and I'm here to assist you. Yang Zheng's expression shifts, as if suddenly realizing something, you're with the night patrol. As the leader of Donglan City, Yang Zheng knows some hidden secrets, including this organization called the Night Patrol. The Night Patrol is also an official department established after the game's public beta test. Its members are all very mysterious, with no one knowing their origins, as if they appeared out of thin air. Night Patrol? What department is that? Bai Mengmeng and Zhang Di exchange glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Zhang Wen looks at the tall figure in black, you've been deceived by him, he's not Wang Nan. Not Wang Nan. Bai Mengmeng and Zhang Di are stunned, but Yang Zheng's eyes light up. Actually, the first time he saw this figure in black addressed as Old A, he suspected that he was not Wang Nan. In his opinion, the man who had rescued him from the figure in black's hands that day was more like Wang Nan. If he's not Wang Nan, then who is he? Zhang Di can't help but ask. Zhang Wen looks at Old A and the others, to be more precise, they're not even players. Not players. Yang Zheng, Bai Mengmeng and Zhang Di exchange glances, their hearts shocked, but not too surprised. Actually, they had thought of the possibility moments before because there weren't many players in the ranking list with 2 types of Demon Sutra Great Perfection, so how could 3 just conveniently appear here? However, the question arises, if the figure in black isn't a player, then isn't Zhang Wen not a player either? Bai Mengmeng can't help but ask, if they're not players, how do they obtain the powers from the game? Zhang Wen mysteriously smiles, it's because they're not from this world. Not from this world? Now, not only Bai Mengmeng and Zhang Di but even Yang Zheng is greatly shaken. How could that be? Are they people from the demon world? Their faces filled with astonishment and uncertainty, their gazes onto the 3 figures in black are now filled with curiosity. Zhang Wen shook his head, saying no more, his demeanor full of inscrutability. Old A stared at Jiang Wen and said, I can't believe that the once proud descendant of the god race has willingly fallen so low, to be mingling with these ordinary people. Jiang Wen smiled faintly, those who follow different paths cannot make plans together. You descendants of the heavenly race wish to usurp the chi luck of this world. Letting you continue down this path would be a disaster for this world. Descendants of the god race? Descendants of the heavenly race? Aren't they from the human race? A myriad of questions emerged in the minds of Yang Zheng and his companions. Regrettably, no one offered them an answer. Old A coldly chuckled and replied disdainfully, you make it sound as if you're so noble. You know best what scheme you're hatching, we're all the same in the end. No, 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 we are not the same. Jiang Wen shook his head repeatedly. Old A snorted coldly, saying, I don't want to waste my breath arguing with you. Since you're here today, I'll spare this group of people for now. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Old A prepared to leave. But Jiang Wen was not ready to let him go. Leave? Did I say you could leave? On hearing this, Old A stopped and instantly turned frosty, eyeing Jiang Wen, are you planning to fight me? Hehe, I used to be no match for you, but that may not be the case today. The opportunity is rare, so let's just see how much capability you still have. Jiang Wen rubbed his hands together, eager for a fight. Seeking death. Old A was now angry and stopped wasting words, lunging directly at him. Bring it on. Jiang Wen was not at all intimidated but rather quite excited. The strength of the two of them was clearly equal. Despite the lack of many tricks in their hand-to-hand combat, it was mainly physical wrestling. Yang Zheng and his companions all felt a piercing aura. So strong. Their abilities are not as simple as the great perfection of 3 monster techniques, it's very likely that they have reached the great perfection of 4 demon classics. Bai Mengmeng stared intently at the two combatants in the field and murmured quietly. His strength is even greater than last time. Yang Zheng was also taken aback as he watched Old A. The last time Yang Zheng crossed hands with Old A, although he was severely defeated by a single blow, he also noticed that Old A's strength was not as strong as it is now. If he were a player, such an improvement wouldn't be extraordinary. But the problem was that Old A is not a player. He couldn't figure out how Old A managed to enhance his strength in this world. No wonder you dare to challenge me, it turns out you have also recovered the power of the peak of mortal level. Old A's face turned grave. Jiang Wen laughed, can you be the only one allowed to recover strength, while I can't? Old A revealed a cold smile, you are celebrating too soon. Do you think I've recovered only this much strength? What do you mean? Jiang Wen was taken aback, but before he could react, he suddenly felt the strength from Old A's arm multiply several times. Under this blow, he was immediately forced back several steps. Spirit level. You've actually recovered to spirit level. How did your strength recover so quickly? Jiang Wen's face changed dramatically as he realized that he had underestimated Old A and overestimated himself. Without thinking, Jiang Wen turned to flee. However, it was now Old A who disagreed, thinking of leaving now? It's too late. The situation reversed. Jiang Wen, who had just held his ground against Old Black, was now at a disadvantage. This is bad. We have to help him. Yang Zheng's face turned pale. If Jiang Wen were defeated, Old A certainly wouldn't spare them. Yang Zheng wanted to aid Jiang Wen. The three of them went into action. Yang Zheng and Zheng Di charged out with their fastest speed, and Bai Mengmeng swung her arm, sending a stream of water shooting out like a blade. However, just as they began to move, the two men in black, who had been observing all along, retaliated, launching swift attacks on the three of them. The two men in black were also strong. Yang Zheng and Zheng Di were no match for them. After just a brief clash, they were heavily injured. Seeing this, several soldiers reacted quickly and began to open fire. Yet, even so, they could only rely on the continuous gunfire to barely stop the two men in black from advancing, they could not inflict significant damage on them. Without help, Jiang Wen was in a tight spot. Facing the rapidly increasing strength of Old A, he was only able to fend off his attacks, but this was only temporary. If he continued like this, a serious injury was inevitable. Even if he couldn't find a chance to escape, he might be unable to leave here today. He was full of regret, cursing himself for being too reckless and deciding to stop Old A earlier. But it was too late now. Seeing that Zhang Wen was gradually unable to withstand Old A's assault, he suddenly yelled towards the darkness in the distance. "How long are you planning to watch?" Hearing these words, Old A's expression slightly changed, quickly turning to look in Zhang Wen's shouted direction. There were no street lights there, only darkness. But, except for a few soldiers on the scene, the rest were martial artists. This kind of darkness didn't matter much to them. They could see a thicket of shrubbery, nothing more. Seeing that his shout had had no effect, Zhang Wen's face slightly darkened. While fending off Old A's attack, he continued to say, "Stop hiding, Wang Nan, I know it's you. If you want to know the identities of these people in black, then immediately join the fight." Wang Nan. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, everyone was surprised, their eyes uniformly focusing on the thicket. It seemed that Zhang Wen's words had had an effect. After a short silence, a youth with an ordinary appearance emerged from the darkness. "How did you find me?" The person who arrived was indeed Sunan, in a different guise. After hearing the gunshots, he had briefly hesitated before ultimately deciding to come. However, he wasn't here to confront the people in black, but to hide in the shadows and gather intelligence. In fact, the information he had obtained this time far exceeded his expectations. People from another world. Not players but possessing extraordinary powers. Descendants of the divine and heavenly races, seizing the chi luck of this world. Each piece of this information, taken separately, would be enough to cause a huge sensation. Now that he knew all this, Sunan finally had a certain understanding of the people in black. However, the only downside was that he had been discovered in the end. "It really is him." Yang Zheng's eyes lit up. Seeing Sunan's disguised appearance, he recognized him at glance. Hearing Yang Zheng's muttered words, Bai Mingmeng's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately asked, "Captain Yang, do you know him?" Yang Zheng nodded. "Do you remember the incident last time? It was him who had taken action. Without his intervention, I wouldn't have been able to capture that person in black." "So, it was him who took action." Bai Mengmeng knew what incident Yang Zheng was referring to, and her eyes also lit up. "What? Both of you know him?" Zhang Di frowned from the side. Given Yang Zheng knew the newcomer, that was one thing. But Bai Mengmeng knew him too, which Zhang Di found hard to accept. "Kid, you've finally shown up. You made me look hard for you." Seeing Sunan, Old A didn't panic but felt joy. Just as Sunan had guessed, Old A had impersonated him in order to draw Sunan out. Now that the main culprit had shown up, Old A immediately let go of Zhang Wen. His figure flashed, and he lunged towards Sunan at an extremely fast speed. Sunan's eyebrows furrowed, not hesitating, but immediately turned and disappeared into the darkness. He wasn't trying to run away but planned to change his location. It wasn't suitable to fight here. Old A already possessed spirit-level strength. If it were 2 or 3 days earlier, Sunan wouldn't have been his match. Although he was confident of coping with Old A now, he would have to go all out. But if he did so, the crowd would surely discover that he had mastered the 3-system power. This was not what he wanted to see. "Trying to run? Can you escape?" Old A scoffed. In his eyes, Sunan was already like a turtle in a jar, simply struggling on his last legs. Old A was like a sharp sword, pushing his speed to the limit. But in the next moment, he found that Sunan's speed was not at all slower than his own. A martial artist who primarily relies on speed. Old A didn't think much and continued the chase. "We can't let Old A prevail." After Sunan and Old A disappeared into the darkness one after the other, Jin Wen hesitated for a moment and decisively chased after them. He knew what Old A was searching for. If the item was really with Sunan, that would be trouble. He had to prevent Old A from getting the item. "Captain Yang? Should we chase them?" asked a soldier. Yang Zheng, Bai Mengmeng and Zhang Di exchanged a glance. "Chase." The group decisively chose to go after them. Unfortunately, their speed was nowhere near Sunan and Old A. By the time they had reacted, their targets had already disappeared. Chapter 88, The Secret of the Game. Under the veil of night, a deserted path remained eerily silent. Suddenly, this silence was shattered by 2 figures, rushing in one after the other at high speed. Their speeds were neck and neck, leaving even Zhang Wen trailing behind, unable to catch up in such a short time. How can he still hold on? Old A frowned increasingly as he pursued. In his view, Sunan only integrated 3 kinds of bloodlines, and even if all 3 were speed-focused, he should have gradually caught up. Yet, more than 10 minutes later, they had left the park by several kilometers, and he still couldn't catch up to Sunan. He didn't know, Sunan had only merged 3 physique bloodlines, but he had other bloodlines. The control law system power and the secret power blood seem to have nothing to do with the physique, but in fact, no matter which bloodline, it can enhance the body's various abilities to a certain extent. Even if such an enhancement is not substantial, it prevails in its sheer quantity. Finally, at the end of the path, Sunan stopped. This was an abandoned factory area that had not been entirely demolished. A perfect place to make a move. Old A advanced step by step without stopping, approaching Sunan. Not bad, you've reached this level in such a short time, the bracelet's function seems to be greater than I thought. He doesn't know the powers of the bracelet? Sunan's heart stirred, but his face revealed nothing as he said, I don't know what you're talking about. You killed people using my name, we need to settle the score. As he finished speaking, he made the first move against Old A. He had barely managed to rid himself of the others temporarily, and he certainly didn't plan on wasting time with Old Black. Mayfly shaking the tree. Old A sneered. In his eyes, what Sunan was doing was no different than courting death. He wanted a quick fight too and slapped at Sunan. However, at the very moment he got close to Sunan, something bizarre happened. Old A paused involuntarily, a pained expression on his face. He was attacked by Sunan using the power of Divine Soul. However, this situation lasted only an instant before Old A's eyes regained clarity. Sunan knew that this was because of Old A's strength. The Divine Soul attack was not almighty. The stronger the opponent, the more they could endure the attack. But that fleeting moment was more than enough. Sunan easily avoided Old A's palm and instead landed a punch on Old A's chest using the fist of ground splitting. This punch forced Old A to retreat several steps before he barely steadied his form. The power of Divine Soul. This is the mental attack of the power of Divine Soul. Old A's face turned ugly, he knew what tactics Sunan used. He then remembered something and exclaimed, how is it possible? How can you use 2 kinds of power? It's the bracelet, it must be the power of the bracelet. He really doesn't know. Hearing Old A's words, Sunan finally confirmed that Old A did not know about the bracelet's ability. There was even a possibility that Old A's organization didn't know either. Having landed a hit successfully, Sunan spared no effort, the lightning snake and the firebird made of electricity and flame respectively, simultaneously rushed towards Old A. Old A tried to dodge, but at the critical moment, he was again interrupted by Sunan. With the impact of 2 kinds of powers, Old A was seriously wounded this time. Old A was very strong, and without the Divine Soul attack, Sunan could at best keep a draw with him or even be slighted. But, with the addition of the Divine Soul power, everything had changed. 3 system power, you actually possess the power from 3 systems. How is that possible? Even if you can fuse different system bloodlines, how did you manage to elevate so many bloodlines to great perfection in such a short time? You only integrated 3 bloodlines according to the ranking list, how did you dodge the game's record? Old A was horrified. The various abilities displayed by Sunan at this moment felt unbelievable to him. He turned around and tried to run, but Sunan gave him no chance. A minute later, Old A's corpse was lying at Sunan's feet, his face unrecognizable and body charred. Can't leave the corpse here, thought Sunan. He picked up Old A's body and quickly left. If he left Old A's corpse here, others could easily deduce from his corpse that he had mastered the control law system power. A moment later, he arrived at a riverside. The scorching flames spread over Old A's body, and in just a few minutes, Old A's body was reduced to a skeleton. Sunan threw the skeleton into the river. After making sure that he wouldn't leave any obvious flaws, he returned to the earlier battlefield. From afar, Sunan could see Zhang Wen squatting down in the place where he and Old A had fought. Obviously, he was trying to deduce something from the traces of Sunan's fight with Old A. Feeling someone's approach, Zhang Wen lifted his head. Seeing that it was Sunan, he was overjoyed, you actually weren't taken away. Then he remembered something and asked, where's Old A? I got rid of him. Sunan stated. He had no intention of admitting that he had killed Old A, even though this secret was bound to be exposed sooner or later. Got rid of him? How is that possible? Zhang Wen looked unbelieving. Even if the three bloodlines you merged were all speed focus, you couldn't hold on for long in front of a spiritual grade martial artist. How did you get rid of him? Jiang Wen was puzzled. Then do you think I killed him? Sunan retorted. What a joke, that guy even I couldn't deal with, how could you possibly be his match? Jiang Wen scoffed. Sunan calmly said, isn't that the conclusion? Since I can't kill him, I could only shake him off. Although you say so, Jiang Wen still couldn't accept it. Sunan didn't give him a chance to continue questioning, and said, you mentioned earlier that Old A is not from this world. Where does he come from? The demon world? Or some other world? This, Jiang Wen hesitated, he obviously didn't want to answer this question. After all, he was also from that world. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wen said, I can tell you if you really want to know, but only if you join us. Everything we know will be open to you. Jiang Wen valued Sunan's first player status and wanted to win him over. However, Sunan's face darkened, and to him, it seemed that Jiang Wen simply didn't want to say anything. Jiang Wen seemed not to notice Sunan's expression and continued, the old A who attacked you just now is not alone. He is a member of the Destiny Society. You might have escaped from him this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. If you join us, we can protect you. Sunan said solemnly, I have no interest in joining you. Since you refuse to answer, let's settle the arson issue earlier. Jiang Wen frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed in his heart. But thinking about something else, he eventually decided not to fall out with Sunan. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Old A and I come from the same place. Our world cannot really be considered a world, but rather a slightly larger space. A space that lies between your world and the demon world. Unlike your world, our space is more similar to the demon world in many aspects. A space? Sunan was surprised. If it had been before the demon world appeared, he would never have believed such words, but now he had no choice but to believe. Sunan continued to ask, how did you enter this world? Having already opened up, Jiang Wen no longer hid the truth, for us, entering this world is just like you guys entering the demon world. Hearing this, Sunan instantly understood Jiang Wen's meaning, his face slightly changed, you mean, your identity in this world is a player. He was no longer calm, as being a player meant the possibility of resurrection. If Old A hadn't died yet, then his possession of 3 powers would be exposed. You can understand it that way. However, unlike you, those of us who come to this world cannot return at will, and if we die in this world, we really die. No resurrection. Sunan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Old A's burned corpse, he accepted this answer. Players in the demon world don't leave a corpse when they die, but Old A's death left a corpse. This alone proved that what Jiang Wen said was true. So, are you saying that the game of demon world is created by you? Sunan continued to ask. Jiang Wen obviously had a deep understanding of the game's truth. With such a rare opportunity, Sunan naturally wanted to ask for clarification. Jiang Wen smiled bitterly and shook his head, you overestimate us. Even in our world, no one knows what's going on with the game of demon world, at least I don't. After a pause, his tone changed and added, however, in our world, some people speculate that the appearance of the game is related to a legendary treasure. In a certain sense, the game bracelet is a combination of that treasure and the technology of your world, evolving on its own. No one knows how it is achieved exactly. Maybe one day you players will become powerful enough to try to find the answer. As for the heavenly destiny of the old AI mentioned earlier, they want to plunder the chi luck of your world to control that treasure. Could it be that the game was created by a treasure? Sunan was shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of treasure could allow players to go to another world and gain the power of that other world. Fortunately, if what Jiang Wen said was true, it meant that no one could control the treasure yet. Old A impersonated me to find me, why was he looking for me? Sunan feigned confusion. He was looking for a special game bracelet, which should be in your hands, right? A special bracelet? I've never seen one. Sunan naturally wouldn't admit it. For one thing, Jiang Wen and Old A were from the same place, and it was still unknown whether he had come to this world for good or ill. Even if it were someone he could trust, Sunan would not admit that the object was in his possession. Jiang Wen was obviously not convinced by Sunan's words. He stared deeply at Sunan, shook his head, and said, I don't know the specifics of that bracelet. I've only heard that the bracelet might contain a hint of the power of the legendary treasure. Contains the power of the treasure. Sunan maintained a calm exterior, as if it had nothing to do with him. But his heart was far from calm. After having the bracelet for so long, he finally learned some information about it. Jiang Wen stared at Sunan, trying to gauge any reaction on Sunan's face, but found nothing. Sunan thought of another question and continued to ask, there is no bloodline demon sutra in this world, how do you guys increase your strength? Jiang Wen didn't hide anything and nodded, indeed, we cannot increase our strength in this world, but we can in our own world. In fact, our strength was not weak before we entered this world. Just like the old A who pursued and killed you earlier, his strength in our world was Xian level. What a pity, once we entered this world, all of our powers became unusable. We can only recover slowly with the passage of time. Xian level. Sunan was surprised. He couldn't believe that he had unknowingly killed an Xian level expert. At the same time, he felt relieved. If Jiang Wen and his group could show all of their strength upon entering this world, that would be a real disaster for this world. Just as Sunan wanted to ask more, three figures quickly approached. They were Yang Zheng and his two companions, who had caught up. Brother Wang Nan, are you okay? What about old A? Yang Zheng asked. I shook him off. No matter whether Yang Zheng believed it or not, Sunan answered with the same response. At this point, Bai Mengmeng stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Bai Mengmeng, and I'm the president of the Dream Guild. Thank you for saving one of my members last time. Bai Mengmeng brought up the previous incident, trying to build a relationship with Sunan. Zhang Di reacted quickly, not to be outdone, and said immediately, I am the president of the largest player club in Donglan City, the Tianya Club. Here's my business card, Brother Nan. With that, he took out a business card. Sunan just nodded slightly, but didn't take it. If it were in the game, he might have added these two as friends and gotten to know them, but in reality, he didn't want to deal with these players, at least not for now. With the arrival of the three, Jiang Wen obviously didn't want to continue talking with Sunan. He said, Wang Nan, consider what I told you before. Old A will definitely not let you go, and you're no match for him. Joining us is your only chance for survival. If you make up your mind, you can find me at the Demon Investigation Bureau anytime. Having said that, Jiang Wen left without looking back. Sunan's face was calm and unmoved, as he naturally wouldn't say that he had already killed old A. Having gathered most of the information he needed, Sunan didn't intend to stay any longer. He glanced at Yang Zheng and his companions and said, the three of you should go back and rest, it's getting late. Goodbye for now. Before the sound of his voice had even faded, his figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness. To prevent being followed, Sunan didn't go straight back but took a roundabout route. Along the way, he changed his appearance several times, making sure he was in the clear before returning to his original look and going home. After this detour, it was already midnight. The daily tasks in the game were refreshed once again. Sunan logged into the game. In the corridor, Li Hao appeared almost simultaneously. Big brother, the thing you asked me to do is done. Now we just have to wait a few hours to see the results, Li Hao reported proudly. Good job, Sunan nodded, continuing, now let's help you complete the mainline task. After the previous 2 days of hunting, Li Hao had only 2 remaining demon beasts to kill for his mainline task, which could be completed today. Alright, big brother. A few minutes later. Looking at the demon power on the panel, Li Hao was overjoyed. I have 30 demon points now, already enough to achieve perfection in one bloodline. In total, he had spent less than an hour logging into the game. But in this short span of time, with Sunan's help, he had completed the second phase of the mainline task. Such speed was already far beyond most players. If he had the Demon Sutra and a bloodline now, Li Hao's ranking would be enough to break into the top 1000. Without further ado, Li Hao quickly took out the task reward and said, Big brother, this is what you wanted. Sunan received it. This was still a controlling technique bloodline, but this time, it was a bloodline that controlled water powers. After fusing with this bloodline, I should be able to try exploring that mysterious cave again, Sunan thought to himself. During the previous exploration, he had managed to catch a glimpse of the demon beast's head. This time, with another demon fairy bloodline and increased strength, he surely wouldn't be killed instantly by the demon beast in the cave. Once he could see the demon beast's appearance, he could try to transform into it and infiltrate deep into the cave. I wonder what secrets that cave holds. Chapter 89 Third Effect. Big brother, my third phase of the main mission is a 3-star task, requiring me to slay 12 mortal level demons, said Li Hao. 12. Sunan furrows his brow. A small number, he could help with. But a large number is different, not only would it waste time, but he couldn't possibly stay in Kuntian prison indefinitely. Of course, he could help Li Hao complete the task all at once, but that would be quite wasteful. After all, the demon power earned from hunting one demon in a day is the same as that from hunting 12. After some thought, Sunan pulls out the Demon Sutra of Physique and Bloodline rewarded from his previous task of escaping Sky Wolf Valley and a few keys of the first-level prison cells, handing them to Li Hao. I'll give you these Bloodline and Demon Sutra now. You'll have to find a way to complete the rest of the tasks on your own. Bloodline. Li Hao is thrilled. Sunan had previously promised to give him a bloodline. He had thought he would have to wait a while longer, but he didn't expect Sunan to give it to him now. Thank you, big brother. Li Hao, filled with excitement, promptly uses it. Without waiting for Li Hao to finish the integration, Sunan directly walks away. Glancing at the daily tasks, there's no change to any of the 3 roles tasks compared to yesterday. Which he expected. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Now, he has to complete those tasks that were always left undone in order to refresh new tasks. Otherwise, he'll have to move away from Sky Wolf Valley. First, Sunan goes to the second level to complete Zhang Yang's hunting demon at spirit level task, gaining 15 points of demon power. Then, he returns to the first level, to the prison where players are kept. What's surprising is, the prison is completely empty. Over 10 players have not logged in. Are they scared of being killed? Sunan guesses. He doesn't know that at this moment, these players are waiting. They are waiting for Zhou Cheng, after he gained control of Kuntian prison, to rescue them. In cell number 35 of the third level, Zhou Cheng looks at the circular disc in front of him which has become illusion-like, his eyes full of anticipation. Since he activated the disc yesterday, nearly a whole day has passed. When that happens, the disc will begin to integrate with Kuntian prison on a preliminary level and his 4-star mainline task will be considered completed. Once the preliminary integration is successful, he will be able to control some of the power of Kuntian prison through the disc. Wang Nan, this time you definitely won't have a chance to surpass me. Zhou Cheng is excited. He was very upset when Wang Nan overtook him last time, and this time, he is ready to regain his glory. Then he thinks of something, his eyes flashing coldly, and that damned wolf demon, it must die too. After being killed 2 consecutive times by Sunan transforming into a wolf demon, he has utterly detested the wolf demon, which has become his obsession. As for Zhou Cheng's grudge, Sunan is oblivious. At this moment, he has already transformed into a wolf demon and left Kun Tian prison. This time, he chose not to complete the task of hunting demon at mortal level inside Kun Tian prison. There are only 50 to 60 demons on the first floor of Kun Tian prison, and after this period of slaying, there aren't many left. He needs to find a new brushing monster spot. And he has already chosen the spot. It's the mountain forest of Sky Wolf Valley. There are a large number of mortal-level demons in the mountain forest where Sky Wolf Valley is located. Even if he stayed there for a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of demons to hunt. The strength of the demons outside Kun Tian prison is much stronger than those in the prison, but I can obtain their corpses after hunting them. That's a kind of reward, too. I'll have to be careful, though. Can't make too much noise, must settle fights quickly, or it'll attract the mountain demon. If it was in the past, he would have had a hard time doing this. But now that he has the power of Divine Soul, it's different. Entering the mountain forest, Sunan once again transforms into the likeness of those demons in the forest. Soon, he locates several demons. Sunan doesn't attack hastily. Instead, he waits patiently, waiting for a demon to be separated from the group. He's in luck this time, only a few minutes pass before he spots a lone demon. Seeing his chance, Sunan suddenly launches a mental attack at it. The demon's gaze instantly becomes dull, and before it can recover, Sunan's punch, encased in flame and electric light, has already hit its skull. Fire bursts, and the demon, not even given a chance to react, becomes a decapitated corpse and falls to the ground. After collecting the corpse, Sunan switches characters and once again repeats the process, hunting the second demon. 10 Demon Power Points credited. His usable demon power has reached a terrifying 103 points. 103 Demon Power Points, even if used to promote Life Wheel Scripture, it's enough. I wonder what changes there will be if Life Wheel Scripture is promoted again. To promote the first level of Life Wheel Scripture to the second level, it requires a full 2 Demon Power Points. Before, he simply didn't have the excess demon power to promote it. Now that he has 3 roles, the least demon power he can gain per day is 20 or 30 points. Finally, he has saved enough demon power to promote it. However, as the personal information panel appears before him, his gaze lands on Life Wheel Scripture. Doubt is apparent in his eyes. If he chooses to promote Life Wheel Scripture, it means that the demon power he saved will become 0 all at once. He wouldn't even have the extra demon power to integrate the bloodline. If he could gain more useful abilities after promoting Life Wheel Scripture, it would be worth it. But if he didn't gain any useful abilities, it would be a significant loss. It doesn't matter if the bloodline isn't immediately integrated. The crucial point is Life Wheel Scripture. It's pretty obvious which is more important. Sunan doesn't hesitate too much and decides to promote Life Wheel Scripture between the bloodline and Life Wheel Scripture. Do you want to consume 2 demon power points to promote Life Wheel Scripture? Yes. Congratulations, your Life Wheel Scripture has been upgraded to the second level, the Ream upgrading restriction has been unlocked. 100 demon power points disappeared, leaving only a pathetic 3 points of usable demon power. In his body, the giant life wheel was spinning at high speed. The life wheels of the 3 rolls were shining brightly. A message flashed across the panel. Looking over, Sunan showed a strange expression. Unlocked the border upgrade limit? When did the Ream upgrading become restricted? No, Zhou Lingyan never mentioned any restrictions on Ream upgrades. This might be because I practiced the Life Wheel Scripture. That possibility wasn't nil. When he upgrades his Life Wheel Scripture, the restriction on Ream upgrades was lifted. So, what about other players who wanted to upgrade their Ream? Could they all need to practice ancient scriptures to upgrade their Ream? At this thought, Sunan slightly frowned. If things are really as he thought, after practicing the Life Wheel Scripture, if the upgrade requires breaking the lock limit, his upgrading difficulty was undoubtedly much higher than other players. However, thinking of the powerful Life Wheel Scripture, he was relieved. This is not a big problem. Compared to the benefits brought by the Life Wheel Scripture, this restriction is nothing. Without being entangled in these, he continued to feel the changes to his body. The life wheel spun rapidly. This situation continued for several minutes. When everything was over, Sunan could not help frowning. In his body, it seemed as if something happened, and it also seemed as if nothing had happened. He did not feel any apparent change. Sunan could only look at the information panel. Life Wheel Scripture, unique second level, ancient and mysterious scripture from ancient times. Upon successful cultivation, the life wheel could be condensed in the body. Effect 1, Life Stealing. You have 2 chances to steal the destiny of others. After you kill a suitable target, their destiny will be automatically stolen. Effect 2, Stealing Heaven. The one who steals the destiny of others has the ability of altering destiny. When you actively operate the life wheel, your identity will change. Effect 3, Heavenly Luck. Hunting a great luck person, you can plunder a certain amount of chi luck. The higher the chi luck, the better your luck can be, and the higher the probability of triggering an adventure event. Current total chi luck, 105 points. Other effects unknown, please explore on your own. Initially, there were only 2 effects, now they have become 3. Hunting a great luck person, isn't this letting me hunt down the top 100 players on the leaderboard? Looking carefully at the introduction of the Heavenly Luck ability, Sunan was amazed. The task given by Lang 13 asked him to hunt down the top 100 Destiny players, and now the Life Wheel Scripture was also asking him to hunt as well. Intriguingly, they were similar in their ask. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My total chi luck is 105 points, which should be the total value of my 3 rolls. When he tried to switch rolls, chi luck didn't change at all. Clearly, this so-called total chi luck referred to the total chi luck of his 3 rolls. 105 chi luck points seemed not much, but Sunan was confident that other players were significantly lower than him. After all, this was the Chi luck of a rank 1 and a rank 5. Chi luck can bring me good fortune and increase the probability of triggering adventure events. I wonder what kind of effects these Chi luck points can produce. Sunan was extremely curious and couldn't help wanting to give it a try. His gaze fell on the second level after the life wheel scripture, and another prompt popped up. To upgrade the life wheel scripture to the third level, 500 demon power points are required and you don't have enough. 500 demon power points. It's actually 5 times more. Sunan gasped. 500 demon power points were equivalent to the reward for a whopping 17 3-star tasks. This was absolutely absurd. It seems that the next time I can upgrade the life wheel scripture will be a long time from now. He couldn't help sighing. Taking no more note of the life wheel scripture, Sunan switched roles to Zhang Yang, took out the bloodline and demon sutra belonging to Li Hao. It was a mortal level demon bloodline from a creature called waterjet fish. He had planned to merge with this bloodline and directly upgrade it to perfection, but that was no longer possible. Anyway, let's just merge with it first. Swallowing the bloodline crystal, the life wheel scripture began to revolve. 2 minutes later, the third bloodline had already appeared on Zhang Yang's panel. Almost simultaneously, he was shocked to find that his destiny points had increased by 2 points, becoming 107 points. Sunan realized that his ranking had increased again. He opens the ranking list. As expected, Zhang Yang had already risen from 5th place to 4th place. In front of him, there were only Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu. Qian Yu's third bloodline had reached great accomplishment, and Zhou Cheng's third bloodline had already reached perfection. It wouldn't be long before he reached great perfection. 107 points of Chi luck, I wonder what effect it can have. Curious, Sunan decided to give it a try. After some thought, he set his sights on the mysterious cave. Most of the Sky Wolf Valley has already been explored by me. If there's a place that might hold unexpected encounters, it's undoubtedly the mysterious cave. Arriving at the warm moon pond, he began to foresee. The ability of heavenly luck is derived from the life wheel scripture, not from the game. As long as it doesn't involve the game interface abilities, it is present in the foreknowledge. This is more straightforward than his own research. You've returned to Warm Moon Pond, intending to continue exploring the mysterious cave below it. A few breaths later, you arrive at the first branch in the cave. You choose the same path as last time, entering the second cave to the left. 2 minutes later, you pass through the third, fourth, and arrive at the fifth fork. You're preparing to choose the left side where there are more skeletons. At that moment, your heavenly luck ability takes effect. With a stroke of luck, you choose the right side where there are fewer skeletons. Not long after, you suddenly see a demon blocking your path in the cave ahead. You're very lucky. The demon is in a deep sleep and doesn't notice your arrival. The effect of heavenly luck has taken effect so quickly. Sunan's eyes brightened. He was just trying it out and didn't expect heavenly luck to really work. It was well worth spending 100 demon power points. The results are immediate. Sunan was overjoyed. If such events happened every time, then he could fare quite well in the game, if not smoothly sailing. However, after short contemplation, he felt it was impossible. The prerequisite for triggering an adventure event is to have an adventure opportunity. If there's no adventure around, he can't trigger one. It can't be that simply walking on the road would lead a pie to fall from the sky. You observe the appearance of the demon carefully, ultimately noting that this is a creature with bone spikes growing from its head, back, and tail. You attempt to utilize bone shifting, transforming into the figure of the demon. Seemingly aware of the movements in its surroundings, the demon suddenly awakens. When it sees you, it doesn't notice any abnormality, but is only annoyed at you for disturbing its sleep. You turn around impassively and return to the prior fork, choosing the other tunnel with more skeletons. At this point, the foreknowledge ended. It really works. A smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. All this time has passed and he finally saw the possibility of completing the task of exploring the mysterious cave. Without hesitation, he acted swiftly and entered the cave under the pond. Just over 2 minutes after, he arrived at the fifth fork as foreseen. Standing at the fork, just as he was about to turn left, he changed to the right side of the cave as if possessed. This feeling was remarkable, like a sixth sense, like an intuition. Is this the power of heavenly luck? Sunan marveled. Walking cautiously through the cave, sure enough, in no time, he saw that bone-spiked demon. The demon wasn't large, somewhat similar to a large dog, its body completely hairless, with only deathly pale and bare skin. Suppressing his breath, Sunan carefully observed the details of the demon's body, then started to use bone shifting. Between breaths, he transformed into a being identical to the demon. The demon woke up. Sunan didn't mind, went straight back to the previous fork and chose the other path with more skeletons. Continue foretelling. Even though he had shapeshifted into a demon, Sunan didn't dare to let his guard down and decisively chose to use foreknowledge. Chapter 90, Demon God's Relic. You transform into the appearance of a demon and walk towards the depths of the cave. You know, the more skeletons there are, the closer it may be to the center of the cave. The cave is very long, and it takes you a full minute to reach the 6th branch entrance. During this time, you encounter a demon, but it does not attack you. You choose the branch with more skeletons again. This branch is unusually wide, and the ground is covered with fragments of crushed skeletons. In just 2 breaths, you encounter another demon, and as you go forward, there are more and more demons. Fortunately, these demons do not discover your anomaly and do not launch an attack on you. Half a minute later, the scene suddenly clears up before your eyes, and you see a huge underground cavern. This is a gathering place for demons, and there are at least 20 or 30 of them scattered around, deep in slumber. In the center of the demons stands a blue stone-carved altar, on which lies an arm-thick skeleton. You are attracted by the skeleton. You see that the greater part of the skeleton has obviously decayed and been eroded by the wind, but its top is bright red and seems to have just been torn off of a demon, very strange. You realize that the skeleton is not simple and decide to steal it. An altar? A skeleton? Sunan is surprised, not expecting such a scene in the depths of the mysterious cave. Looking at the description of the skeleton again, he hesitates and suddenly thinks of something Zhou Lingyan mentioned. Could it be the ancient demonic creature's essence and blood? He trembles inwardly. Zhou Lingyan said that after some ancient demonic creatures died, the essence and blood might remain in their accidentally left behind skeletons. Although he has not seen what such skeletons look like, he would definitely choose the one in front of him, which is mostly decayed but has a fresh piece. Thinking of this, Sunan's breath quickens. What was the reason for risking infiltrating the Wolf King Palace? Wasn't it for the essence and blood of the ancient demonic creatures? Now, a skeleton that may contain the essence and blood of an ancient demon is in front of him. How can he not be excited? You walk carefully towards the altar, trying not to disturb the other demons. These demons are powerful, but they are far from being able to see through your transformation art. In their eyes, you are one of them, and you easily approach the altar. Climbing the altar stairs and reaching the top, you see a giant skull carved on the flat surface of the altar. You don't know the meaning of it and don't think twice about it. You take advantage of the demons not paying attention and grab the skeleton. Congratulations, you have obtained the remains of Nether Wolf Demon God. Nether Wolf Demon God. Sunan's pupils constrict. Demon God, this is the first time he hears such a title in the game. Sunan doesn't know what the existence of a demon god is like, but he has a hunch that it must be a realm above a demonic emperor. With his heart pounding, he knows he has found a real treasure this time. Before you have time to look at the skeleton in your hand, you get ready to put it away. But before you can react, you suddenly feel that you have lost control of your body. What you don't know is, the moment you stepped on the altar, an unknown existence began observing you from within the darkness. The other party has seen through your transformation art and is very angry. You are dead. Dead. Seeing the information on foreknowledge, Sunan stops abruptly. Just as he thought he had everything in his hands and it was foolproof, he never expected in the end he would die, which caught him off guard. Sunan's expression is solemn, and for a moment, he hesitates, not sure whether or not to take the skeleton. Dying once is nothing to him. He can simply wait and revive tomorrow. But what if the unknown existence still does not let him go after he revives? Just being watched is enough to cause death. Sunan can't imagine what kind of terrifying existence it could be. He dares not take the risk. But he doesn't want to give up either. The existence in the foreknowledge attacked me because it saw through my transformation art. Could it be because I am human? Sunan's gaze falls on the last part of the foreknowledge, and he wonders secretly. In order to get the skeleton, This seems to be the only breakthrough. To complete Zhang Yang's mission, he switched roles to Zhang Yang, and even if he transformed into a demon, he was still human in the eyes of powerful demons. If the unknown existence attacked him only because he was human, then this problem is not unsolvable. While it's impossible to turn me into demons that live in the cave, it's possible to turn me into a wolf demon. After acquiring the fate of Lang 13 in the game Judgment, he became a demon. He believes that only very few demons could see through his real identity. Thinking of this, his eyes light up, and he immediately operates the life wheel scripture to switch his role to wolf demon. When the foreknowledge cooldown is over, he tries foreknowledge again. Entering the cavern at the end of the cave, you cautiously climb the altar. Although you don't notice anything strange, you know that an unknown existence is watching you in the dark. Feeling uneasy but holding your breath, you try to pick up the skeleton on the altar. To your surprise, nothing unexpected happens as you grab the skeleton. Congratulations, you have obtained the remains of Nether Wolf Demon God. Without time to inspect the skeleton, you immediately turn back the way you came. Your actions did not attract the attention of the demon beast, and you smoothly left the cave 2 minutes later. It actually worked this time. It seems that being targeted earlier was really because I am a human. That unknown existence that was watching me is a powerful demon beast. Sunan's face showed a hint of joy. It was lucky that he had the identity of the Sky Wolf demon, or else he might have missed the opportunity to obtain the relic of the demon god. Since there was no danger, he didn't hesitate any longer and continued deeper into the cave. Inside the cave, Sunan saw the blue stone altar. He didn't approach it immediately but switched back to Zhang Yang's role and took a circle around the cave. Zhang Yang's mission still had to be completed, as exploring the mysterious cave was a 3-star task, and the 15 points of demon power should not be wasted. After he had roughly circled the entire cave, a notification for task completion finally appeared. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Explore the Mysterious Cave, 15 demon power points have been granted. Current available demonic power, 18 points. Finally done. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought that to complete this task, he would have to raise the level of another bloodline to great perfection. Unexpectedly, he was able to complete the task with the good fortune brought by the heavenly luck ability. Not wasting any time, after switching role to Lang 13, he quickly approached the altar. Knowing the outcome, Sunan became bolder, grabbed the strange bone without even looking, and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Sunan safely reached the path leading to the Thousand Wolf Cave. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Let me see what's so peculiar about this thing. Sunan couldn't wait to take out the bone. Remains of Nether Wolf Demon God, a bone left behind by one of the 12 ancient demon gods, the Nether Wolf Demon God. It contains a drop of essence blood from the Nether Wolf Demon God. Unfortunately, even the power of a demon god cannot resist the erosion of time throughout 10,000 years. The power within this drop of essence blood has been almost entirely depleted, and the mark belonging to the demon god has long been erased. Now, this drop of essence blood can only maintain a mortal level realm. There really is essence blood. It's a pity that its power has almost been completely depleted. Sunan was both pleasantly surprised and regretful. Since the power of essence blood was exhausted, its value was greatly reduced, and it could even hardly be called the same thing in comparison to the original. That's fine too. If it were high realm essence blood, even if it were given to me, I wouldn't be able to integrate it. Mortal level essence blood is what I need. He had no choice but to comfort himself. Then, he thought of several other issues. First, what kind of bloodline system does this drop of essence blood belong to? Second, how should he extract the essence blood from the bone? Third, what should he do without the corresponding demon sutra? A series of 3 questions appeared in his mind, and Sunan's brow gradually furrowed. The first issue wasn't much of a problem, regardless of which bloodline system the essence blood belonged to, he needed it. The second problem was similar, since the object was already in his hands, he would eventually find a way to get the essence blood out. The most important thing was the third issue. Demon Sutra. Integrating bloodlines requires the corresponding Demon Sutra. Before, when he didn't have the essence blood, he had never considered this issue. Now that he had practically obtained the essence blood, he naturally had to prepare for the integration. It seems that I can only ask Zhou Lingyan. Having no other choice, she was the only person in Skywolf Valley who might be able to answer that question. Sunan returned to Kuntian prison. Cell number 24. As soon as the prison door opened, before he could enter, Zhou Lingyian's voice came from inside the cell. You came just in time, the outsider has already mastered a part of the Kuntian prison's power using the Rongling disc, and he is trying to open cell 42. Cell 42? Wasn't that the cell that held the players? Sunan was shocked, he didn't expect that Zhou Cheng could use the Rongling disc to control the power of the Kuntian prison. However, he was even more amazed at Zhou Lingyian's abilities. Zhou Lingyian was actually aware of what Zhou Cheng was doing. This was simply terrifying. Sunan even suspected that the entire Kuntian prison was under Zhou Lingyian's control. It seems that Zhou Lingyian really did tamper with the Rongling disc. Sunan thought to himself. Previously, Zhou Lingyian used the Kuntian key to probe the first level, but now she clearly wasn't using it. Without thinking too much, he quickly headed towards cell number 42. To him, players were equivalent to demon power, and before new players arrived, he didn't want these players to escape. Even if killing them would only complete a 1-star task or a 2-star task. In cell number 42, a group of players were more excited than ever before. After so many days, they finally saw the hope of leaving their cells. Everyone stared at the prison door, their eyes full of anticipation. Finally, the prison door slowly opened. Haha, I'm free! The frontmost player shouted excitedly and rushed out without a second thought. However, the next moment, his body suddenly halted. An electric light struck him, and his body disappeared in the prison cell. Seeing this scene, the remaining people were stunned. Then, they all thought of something simultaneously, and their faces changed drastically. The wolf demon! It's that wolf demon! Damn it, it's him again! Let's fight him together! After a brief moment of fear, everyone became angry and rushed out regardless of the consequences. However, their efforts were destined to be futile. Just a few breaths later, the prison cell was empty. With 6 points of demon power added to his account, his usable demon power increased to 24 points. Zhou Cheng didn't come. He must still be on the 3rd floor. In that case, I'll go find him. With that thought, Sunan headed towards the 3rd level of Kuntian prison. In cell number 35 on the 3rd floor, Zhou Cheng looked at the faintly visible circular disc in front of him and said, the prison door is open. They should be out by now. Now I just need to fuse the 4th bloodline. With the aid of the prison's power, I should be able to kill that wolf demon too. He revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth, opened the personal information panel, and saw the 30 demon points, then directly chose to upgrade. With 10 demon points consumed, the perfection level demon sutra became a great perfection. But that's not all. He waved his hand, and a bloodline and demon sutra were taken out from his personal space. 2 minutes later, with another 14 demon points consumed, the 4th demon sutra reached great accomplishment. Looking at the ranking list again, he jumped from the 2nd place directly to the 1st place. At this moment, Sunan, who had transformed into the great princess's appearance and was walking towards the 3rd floor, also discovered the change in his chi luck. Opening the ranking list, he saw the change in his rank. Instead of feeling upset about his rank falling, Sunan laughed. To him, reaching the 1st place was just a matter of willingness. He didn't care about his temporary rank at all. On the contrary, he hoped that someone could replace him as number 1. I wonder what kind of rewards I'll get for hunting down the player with the highest chi luck. Sunan revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth. Although the chi luck from the ranking list was fluctuating, the chi luck plundered belonged to him. Plundering a top-ranked player would definitely yield great rewards. It has been 10 days since the public beta test began, and I have finally returned to the 1st place. In cell number 35, Zhou Cheng was proud. Opening the regional chat, he knew that the player's topic must be him replacing Wang Nan as the 1st place without even looking. However, just as he was enjoying the thrill of being first, he suddenly saw the door to his prison cell open. The person who came was Sunan, who had once again transformed into the wolf demon. Zhou Cheng was taken aback. What's going on? Isn't he the guard of the 1st floor? How did he get the key to the 3rd floor? Zhou Cheng was puzzled, then he thought of something and sneered in his heart, I wasn't going to look for you, but you came to me. That's fine too. There's no reason not to take the demon power that's being handed to me. Although he only controlled a very small portion of Kuntian prison's power, it was already enough. The Kuntian prison was once created by human experts to imprison demons, and it had a strong suppressive effect on bloodlines. He was confident that with his 4 bloodlines, as long as he could suppress the wolf demon's bloodline just a bit, he would have the opportunity to kill it. Chapter 91, The Cost of Reduced Luck. Sunan's sudden arrival took Zhou Cheng somewhat by surprise. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly calmed down and began to think about how to deal with Sunan. Sunan didn't know Zhou Cheng's plan, but he had foreknowledge. Far from being complacent because he had killed Zhou Cheng twice, he became even more cautious. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng held the wrong Ling disc, merely the fact that Zhou Cheng had completed the 4-star mainline task was enough to command his attention. The rewards of the 4-star mainline task include the Demon Sutra, Bloodline, Demon Power and an additional special reward, which truly marks the value of the 4-star mainline task. Unaware of what Zhou Cheng's mainline reward was, Sunan did not dare to be careless. He didn't want his ship to sink in the drain. You have arrived at cell 35 on the 3rd level of the Kuntian prison, where a hidden outsider awaits, whom you plan to hunt down. This same outsider also intends to hunt you. You have just entered the cell, and the outsider immediately summoned the power of Kuntian prison, which suppressed your bloodline and substantially weakened you. Without waiting for you to react, leaning on his advantage in speed, the outsider quickly launched an attack on you. You didn't flinch, choosing to use the power of Divine Soul to launch a mental attack on the outsider. Regrettably, as the power of Kuntian prison had suppressed your power of Divine Soul, the effectiveness of your power was halved, only enough to cause a minor hindrance to the outsider's movements. My strength was suppressed by half. Sunan was startled. It was within Sunan's expectations that Zhou Cheng could use the power of Kuntian prison, but he hadn't expected that Zhou Cheng's ability would suppress his strength to such a great extent. It should be known that Zhou Cheng is not the true master of the Rongling disc, so the power he can utilize is quite limited. Upon contemplating a moment, Sunan arrived at a possible explanation. This must be due to the exceptional strength of the Kuntian prison treasure. Even when it only exerts a tiny bit of its power, it's enough to suppress me. No wonder the Dianxing sect went to such lengths to get their hands on Kuntian prison. You took advantage of this opportunity and tried to end the fight quickly. But before your attack could come close, the outsider had shaken off the effects of your mental attack and swiftly evaded. The outsider used his advantage in speed to grapple with you. Surprisingly, both of you seemed evenly matched, with neither able to overcome the other. There's no way you could hunt him down in such a short time. 2 minutes passed, your power of Divine Soul was rapidly draining, and you began to grow anxious. Without the power of Divine Soul's assistance and with your bloodline suppressed, you weren't a match for him. Unknown to you, the outsider was even more anxious than you. He couldn't control the power of Kuntian prison for a prolonged period. You wanted to leave the cell, planning to leverage your identity as the wolf demon guard to attract other guards. The outsider spotted your plan and became even more frantic. In his desperation, he pulled out a piece of paper covered in densely packed, strange symbols. This was an ancient human clan talisman used to store power, containing a sliver of a powerful person's strength. The outsider affixed the talisman to himself, and his power surged, leaving you severely wounded. The outsider didn't let up, launching consecutive attacks on you with a swift pace. You died. Just before your death, you realized that the outsider could only control the power within the cell and not that in the corridor. You shouldn't have entered the cell. As expected, this guy had a backup plan. Was this his reward for the task? Or was it given to him by the person behind the scenes? Sunan was both shocked and relieved. He didn't expect that his foreknowledge would actually fail him this time. Truly, he is worthy to compete with me for the first place. Not to be underestimated. Sunan sighed. He had to admit, those who were able to rise to prominence in this game were all exceptional. It's easy not to go into the cell. Sunan had a plan in his mind. Without entering the cell and only relying on the strength of the law-controlling class, he could still deal with Zhou Cheng. However, before that, he needed to power up a notch. 14 points of demon power were consumed to enhance the waterjet fish bloodline to great accomplishment, enhancing the overall strength of the law-controlling class. Strange, why isn't he coming in? Zhou Cheng prepared to fight at any moment. Half a day passed and there was no sign of the wolf demon, an illusion created by Sunan, intending to enter the cell. Now, Zhou Cheng started to get anxious. He pondered on how to provoke the wolf demon to enter the cell. Yet, in the next moment, a lightning bolt shaped into a lightning snake was launched at him. Zhou Cheng's face turned grim. He immediately tried to dodge, but just as he started to move, his head began to ache as if a big hand was stirring within his brain. Crash! The lightning exploded, struck him squarely, and nearly made Zhou Cheng spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could react, a firebird attacked him immediately after. How can this be? Does he know I was going to deal with him inside the cell? Could he know what I'm thinking? Zhou Cheng appeared gloomy. It was clear to him that the wolf demon intended to bombard him inside the cell. He couldn't help but think of his first encounter with the wolf demon conjured by Sunan. At that time, it seemed like the wolf demon was baiting him to attack, which led to the loss of the beast bone dagger. This wolf demon is too mysterious. Electric light and flames bombed him continuously. Every single attack hit Zhou Cheng squarely. In the face of the power of Divine Soul, his boasted speed was completely useless. Zhou Cheng was unwilling but helpless. He wanted to rush out of the cell to fight Sunan, but eventually, he restrained himself. Without the help of Kun Tian Prison's power, he was no match for the wolf demon, unless he used that talisman. From the current situation, it seems that even if he uses talismans, he may not be able to kill the wolf demon. Finally, after 2 minutes of bombardment, Zhou Cheng collapses onto the ground, powerless. This is the third time he was killed by the wolf demon transformed by Sunan. Successfully hunted a great luck person, do you choose to plunder their luck? Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 chi luck points. As Zhou Cheng was killed, at the very moment his vision faded to black, he suddenly saw a message flashing before his eyes. He barely managed to catch a glimpse of it, and couldn't even read the entire content. Warning, your luck has been plundered by unknown forces, as a result, your realm has fallen, and someone stole my luck? What's going on? With the last thought flashing through his mind, Zhou Cheng was forcibly logged out of the game. In the villa, a dozen players are already waiting for him. As Zhou Cheng crawled out of the game cabin, Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations big brother on becoming the number 1 player. Now no one in the game will ever be your match again, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Congratulations, Zhou bro. The others excitedly celebrated, their mood instantly lifted after being killed by the wolf demon once again. In their eyes, the wolf demon wouldn't live for much longer. However, Zhou Cheng was anxious in his heart. Ignoring everyone's congratulations, he hurriedly opened the forum. On the forum, players were still discussing his topic of overtaking Wang Nan to become the number 1. God Zhou Cheng raised one of his demon techniques from perfection to great perfection and another one from beginner to great accomplishment, which cost him a total of 24 demon power points. We can basically be sure that God Zhou Cheng must have completed a 4-star mainline task. That's right, it must be so. A 4-star task, no wonder he's the number 1 player, God Zhou Cheng is too strong. Upon seeing these posts, Zhou Cheng had lost all his previous pride. He quickly refreshed the web page, hoping to see the latest ranking list. This process didn't take long, just a few breaths later, a new post entered his view. Shock! God Zhou Cheng's ranking has fallen back to 2nd place. Upon opening the post, there was an unmistakably screenshot of the rankings. In the screenshot, Zhou Cheng, who had originally been in 1st place, had changed into the 2nd. What should have been 3 types of Great Demon Art Perfection, 1 type of Great Demon Art Success, had now changed into 2 types of Great Demon Art Perfection, 1 type of Demon Art Perfection, and 1 type of Demon Art that hadn't even started yet. This meant he had just wasted 24 demon power points for nothing. How is this possible? Zhou Cheng's eyes seemed to split open, finding it hard to accept the reality before him. As soon as the post was released, within moments, it attracted a large number of players' replies. What's going on? Can the demon power be taken back after the demon technique is upgraded? No way, I've never heard of anyone being able to take back demon power. I know, Zhou Cheng must have obtained some kind of hidden strength method. Exactly, that must be it. Zhou Cheng is hiding his strength, which is too sneaky. At first, most players were curious about how Zhou Cheng had changed from first to second place. However, as time went on, most people believed that Zhou Cheng had used some means to hide his strength. Zhou Cheng felt bitter in his heart. He wished he could hide his strength, but reality wouldn't allow it. The wolf demon. It must be that damn wolf demon who's causing all this trouble. Zhou Cheng gritted his teeth. If he had known earlier that being killed by the wolf demon would have such consequences, he would have risked using a talisman to kill the wolf demon. Zhang Feng and the others had also seen the content of the forum, looking at each other. They hoped that Zhou Cheng had hidden his strength, but looking at Zhou Cheng's expression, they realized that it didn't seem like the other players had guessed correctly. Things didn't end there. Suddenly someone noticed something and immediately said, "Zhou bro, it's not good. Our entry into Sky Wolf Valley has been exposed. Current total Chi Luck value, 127 points. Current available Chi Luck, 20 points. The luck recovered from the ranking list has made me number 1 again. Available Chi Luck? What does this mean?" Looking at the available Chi Luck, several prompts suddenly popped up. You can consume Chi Luck to actively trigger adventure events. Consuming different amounts of Chi Luck can trigger different level adventure events. Consume 50 points of Chi Luck, trigger ordinary adventure event. Consume 100 points of Chi Luck, trigger rare adventure event. Consume 500 points of Chi Luck, trigger uncommon adventure event. Consume 1000 points of Chi Luck, trigger epic adventure event. Consume 5000 points of Chi Luck, trigger legendary adventure event. Your available Chi Luck is insufficient to activate any level of adventure event, please keep working hard. Active initiation of adventures, this ability, is perfect for me. Sunan's eyes flashed, owning the character of Lang 13, and he would hunt players in the future. As long as he was willing, the acquisition of Chi Luck would be continuous. He checked the ranking list again. He noticed the change in ranking at a glance and understood what was going on after a little thought. He couldn't help but gasp in his heart, robbing players of their Chi Luck actually reduces their strength, this is absurd. This ability can only be used when I become a wolf demon. Sunan quickly made up his mind. Not to mention the impact of plundering Chi Luck on players, even in order to hide his identity as a wolf demon, he must use it cautiously. Zhou Cheng already knew that he could rob Chi Luck. If he later robbed other players in the name of Wang Nan or Zhang Yang, it would definitely cause a sensation. It would be difficult not to expose himself then. Congratulations, you have completed Hunt a Top 100 Outsider in Chi Luck and have been issued 5 Demon Power points. Currently available Demon Power, 15 points. I'm only 1 Demon Power point away from leveling up my Waterjet Fish Demon technique to perfection. Entering cell number 35, he saw that the Rongling disc had become extremely illusory. Sunan tried to touch it but found that he couldn't touch the seemingly visible object, which was like a shadow. It's a pity that Zhou Cheng has the key to the prison cell and can control Kuntian prison, otherwise maybe I could find a way to trap him in here forever. Shaking his head, Sunan turned around and left. He returned to the first floor. He visited cell number 24 again. Did you deal with that outsider? Zhou Lingyan asked. Sunan nodded and took out the remains of the nether wolf demon god. Senior, how can I extract the essence and blood from this skeleton? He wasn't afraid that Zhou Lingyan would covet his things. Although the essence and blood in the skeleton was once highly regarded, it was now just a drop of mortal-grade essence blood that was useless to Zhou Lingyan. Huh? You were able to get something like this? Zhou Lingyan was surprised when she saw the skeleton Sunan took out. She didn't expect that Sunan could obtain a drop of ancient demon beast blood essence with his own abilities. Sunan didn't conceal anything and roughly explained the situation of the mysterious cave. After listening, Zhou Lingyan looked deeply at Sunan and said, "You're really bold, stealing offerings meant for the demon monarch, but you were actually successful." Demon monarch? Sunan's pupils shrank. What is the demon monarch? This was an existence that controlled this world. Zhou Lingyan didn't intend to explain further and continued, "It's simple to extract the essence and blood, just smash it one. It's that simple." Sunan was surprised. He thought extracting essence and blood would be troublesome, but he didn't expect it to be that simple. Since Zhou Lingyan had said so, he naturally wouldn't doubt it. He continued to ask, "Senior, what if I only have essence and blood but no demon technique?" Zhou Lingyan said, "It's simple to obtain a demon technique, you can go to Tiangong Pavilion to buy it. You can buy most low-ranked bloodlines and demon techniques in Tiangong Pavilion. Tiangong Pavilion. Sunan had seen this influence on the forum but had never heard of it in the game. He had considered Tiangong Pavilion before, but the problem was that he couldn't leave Skywolf Valley now. Sunan talked about his problem. Zhou Lingyan frowned and said, the essence and blood in the skeleton is not physique series, but secret power series, you won't be able to use it. What do you want its demon techniques for? Secret power system? A thought flashed across Sunan's mind, and he said without changing his expression, I can't use it, but others can. I have a friend who happens to be in the secret power system. Really? Zhou Lingyan stared at Sunan, her expression enigmatic. Chapter 92, Bai Shui Town. Sunan gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, yes. At this moment, he was very suspicious that Zhou Lingyan already knew about his ability to merge 3 bloodline systems. After all, Zhou Lingyan could know about what happened in the prison through the Rongling disc, so it would be normal to discover that he could use 3 system powers. However, since Zhou Lingyan didn't expose it, he naturally wouldn't admit it either. Zhou Lingyan was silent for a moment and flipped her hand to take out a golden small tower that could be held in one hand. This is a treasure forged by Tiangong Pavilion that can be used for trading with the Tiangong Pavilion anywhere. Spatial trading. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he was very tempted. If he had something like this, why worry about not having demon sutras? He could completely trade with Tiangong Pavilion by hunting demons. Seemingly seeing through Sunan's thoughts, Zhou Lingyan said indifferently, don't bother, there are only 100 or so of these in the Tiangong Pavilion, and only extremely powerful forces are qualified to have them. Only extremely powerful forces can have it. Hearing Zhou Lingyan's words, Sunan became even more convinced that Zhou Lingyan came from a major power and obviously had an extraordinary status in it. Trading with Tiangong Pavilion requires essence and blood. I don't have any, so you need to figure it out yourself. No essence and blood. Sunan was somewhat incredulous, but since Zhou Lingyan had already said so, he had no choice but to say, I don't have any either. Can demon corpses be used instead? Sunan took out the 2 mortal-level demon corpses he had obtained not long ago. Zhou Lingyan shook her head and said, 1 mortal-level demon sutra requires 10 drops of mortal-level demon essence and blood. 10 drops? That's so expensive. Sunan couldn't help but gasp. A single demon corpse was only worth 1 drop of essence and blood. He had originally intended to let Zhou Lingyan help him purchase bloodline demon sutras directly, but now it seemed to be somewhat difficult. Having no choice, Sunan took out the corpse of the spirit-level monster he had hunted by the warm moon pond. This is all I have. Spirit-level monster? Seems like you have hidden quite a few things. Zhou Lingyan looked at Sunan and said meaningfully. Sunan smiled and said, it's just a fluke. Zhou Lingyan said, 1 spirit-level monster corpse will do. Without any visible action from Zhou Lingyan, the golden small tower flashed with golden light, and the demon corpse was directly collected inside. Immediately she asked, which demon sutra do you need? Sunan said, Netherwolf Clan's Demon Sutra. Netherwolf. Zhou Lingyan seemed to have thought of something, her brows furrowed slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Soon Zhou Lingyan's golden tower flashed with golden light, and a jade plate recording the Demon Sutra appeared. A look of joy appeared in Sunan's eyes. With this Demon Sutra, he would be able to fuse the bloodline of the Netherwolf demon god. This was the first ancient monster bloodline he was going to merge with, but not the last. Having achieved his goal, Sunan didn't linger. After bidding farewell to Zhou Lingyan, he left cell number 24. I wonder if that great monster guarding the passage is still there. He still had 6 foreknowledge attempts, and basically all the tasks he could do today were completed, so not using the remaining foreknowledge attempts would be a waste. Thinking about this, Sunan entered the passage leading to the Wolf King Palace. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. In his foreknowledge, the young girl guarding the passage hadn't left, just like last time, caught red-handed. With a sigh, Sunan could only quit the game. Starlight poured down. Under the night sky, 3 figures shrouded in black robes stood where Sunan and Old A had fought, carefully observing. Old A has disappeared, but that Wang Nan is still alive. It seems Old A has failed. It shouldn't be. Old A has already recovered to the spirit level. Even if Wang Nan really got that bracelet, he couldn't have killed old A. The night patrol also sent someone over, but that person is not a match for old A. Even if he and Wang Nan joined forces, they couldn't have killed old A. No matter what, let's report this information first, and continue looking for Wang Nan. Moreover, we should catch that night patrol and interrogate him. Unbeknownst to when it started, Sunan had developed the habit of browsing the forum every day. Clicking on the hottest post to scroll down, suddenly, a familiar post appeared before his eyes. It was the post he had asked Li how to create. Compared to yesterday, this post had now become one of the hottest posts on the entire forum. In just one night, the number of views had reached tens of thousands, and there were thousands of replies. This post actually went viral. Sunan was a little surprised and then delighted. From top to bottom, Sunan read through most of the replies. He found that at the beginning, not many people believed the post, mostly questioning it. However, as more people discussed it, more and more information about Skywolf Valley and the Skywolf clan was found, and the number of players who believed in the post increased. By now, many players believed it was true. All because of one thing. Several people discovered that members of Zhou Cheng's God Sealing Guild had gone to Skywolf Valley. Zhou Cheng has actually sent people again, what does he want to do? Sunan was puzzled. Although the treasure vault of the Skywolf clan might attract other players, it was somewhat difficult to attract Zhou Cheng's attention, as he was the protagonist of this event. Could it be that Zhou Cheng wants to take advantage of the conflict between Dianxing sect and the Skywolf clan to make a fortune? Sunan speculated quietly. This one move by Zhou Cheng immediately made many players believe in the authenticity of the post. It even made the other major guilds restless, all sending people to investigate. Skywolf Valley is located about 400 miles from Dianxing sect, within Tianyun County. If you want to go there now, you can go to the Whitewater town in Tianyun County. From there, walk 30 li directly south, and you'll reach Skywolf Valley. Tianyun County? That's a pity, I'm too far from Tianyun County right now, otherwise, I'd like to go there and join the excitement. Anyone going to Skywolf Valley for a treasure hunt in a group? Take me with you. Many players on the forum started getting restless and wanting to head to the Skywolf Valley to grab a share of the treasure. Of course, the players who had such thoughts were not simple. Each and every one of them had reached the Demon Sutra great success at the very least, and were not far from Demon Art Mastery, so they no longer had to worry about failing the survival task. Tianyun County, Whitewater Town. Sunan's eyes lit up as he finally found out where he was located. 30 li isn't that far, I can go take a look tonight. With his strength, 30 li wasn't a big deal, it would take only a couple of tens of minutes at most. But there was no hurry for now. The post had only been published within one night, and the news hadn't spread completely yet. And the time was too short, even if players really wanted to go to Skywolf Valley, they couldn't reach there immediately. At least another 10 hours or more would be needed. What? That Wang Nan who killed several players is fake? How is that possible? If he's fake, then how could he have such strong strength? I can assure you that Wang Nan is indeed fake. Moreover, the real Wang Nan also appeared last night. As soon as Sunan arrived at the hotel, he saw Wang Chong talking animatedly with some colleagues, saliva flying everywhere. Who is more powerful, the real Wang Nan or the fake one? Do you even have to ask? Of course, the real Wang Nan is more powerful. Last night, the fake Wang Nan tried to capture the real one, but in the end, the fake Wang Nan disappeared while the real one remained unscathed. Wang Chong seemed to know everything, as if he had been there in person, which excited the young listeners. Seeing Sunan arrive, Wang Chong immediately asked, "Brother Nan, do you know what happened last night?" "What happened last night?" Sunan pretended to know nothing. Although he had heard gunshots last night, that was only because his senses were far superior to ordinary people. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear such sounds from a distance. If he said he'd heard gunshots, he'd risk making others suspicious. Upon hearing Sunan's denial, Wang Chong became even more excited and recounted the story of last night's events. After listening, Sunan turned and asked, "How did you know all this?" Wang Chong said, "Miss Bai told me, as she participated in the operation to arrest the fake Wang Nan yesterday." Sunan nodded. In fact, he didn't have to ask, he already knew where Wang Chong's source of information came from. But since he was playing the role of an ordinary person, he had to act like one. Curiosity was the expected behavior for an ordinary person. Then someone suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother Wang, there are only 5 days left for the survival task. What realm have you reached with your Demon Sutra?" Wang Chong proudly said, "I have already reached Demon Sutra great success, and I only need to accumulate 16 more points of demon power to meet the survival task's requirements. And, I'll be joining Miss Bai and the others very soon." "Brother Wang, you're amazing." The others were full of admiration for Wang Chong's achievement. Wang Chong felt like he was on cloud 9 and directly told the others to find him in the game after they logged in. While they were talking, the group suddenly saw a man quickly walking into the lobby. Sunan recognized him at a glance. It was Yang Zheng, the head of the Demon Investigation Bureau in Donglan City. Why is he here again? Wang Chong wondered. Yang Zheng looked hurried, as if in a rush. He came to the hotel and headed straight for the top floor, apparently going to see Bai Mengmeng. Did something happen again? Was old A's death discovered last night? Sunan had a thought, considering a possibility. Sure enough, after a while, Bai Mengmeng left the hotel with Yang Zheng quickly. Sunan shook his head secretly, without much concern. With his illusion technique, as long as he didn't bring disaster upon himself by revealing his identity, it was almost impossible for anyone to find him. Who would have thought that a regular 9-to-5 security guard would turn out to be the number 1 Wang Nan in the game? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Sunan returned home. After a simple wash-up, he logged into the game. Transforming into the appearance of a wolf demon guard, he left Kuntian prison once again. This time, he planned to leave Sky Wolf Valley and check out the so-called Whitewater Town. According to the player's description on the forum, Sky Wolf Valley is due south of Whitewater Town, so I should head north, Sunan thought. Sky Wolf Valley was located in a long east-west mountain range that stretched for countless miles. Fortunately, it seemed that most of the demons were gathered in Sky Wolf Valley, and there weren't many demons in the mountain range itself. As Sunan transformed into a demon, his journey was smooth and unobstructed. In just over 20 or 30 minutes, he left the mountain range. Continuing north, the terrain began to level out, with only occasional small hills. After another half an hour, Sunan stood on a small hill and looked into the distance, finally seeing a faint outline of a human town. That must be Whitewater Town, he thought with anticipation. It had been over 10 days since he had entered the game, and Sunan had finally left Sky Wolf Valley and found a human settlement. "I guess I've graduated from being a beginner," Sunan said to himself sarcastically. Entering a human activity area, he could not maintain the appearance of a demon and reverted to his original game character. About 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at Whitewater Town. Whitewater Town was quite large, enclosed by high walls, and could be considered a small city. In the town, there were tea houses, restaurants, and inns aplenty. However, for some reason, there were only a few people on the streets, and even the occasional passers-by seemed hurried and a bit desolate. Sunan frowned. Even though he didn't know what other towns in the game looked like, he knew the situation was not normal. "I'll find a place to inquire about what's going on here," he thought. After some consideration, he headed for a tea house. The tea house was obviously past its prime and somewhat dilapidated. As if she hadn't seen a customer in a long time, an old woman in her 60s or 70s came over as soon as Sunan entered the tea house. "Would you like some tea, traveler?" the old woman asked. Sunan instinctively wanted to nod, but then he realized that he didn't have any of this world's currency. Helplessly, he could only shake his head and answer, "No, ma'am, I just wanted to ask you why this town seems so big but has so few people." Hearing this, the old woman's eyes flashed with surprise. "You are not from Tianyun County?" Sunan was intrigued and replied, "No, I'm not from Tianyun County." "That explains it," the old woman nodded. "If you were from Tianyun County, you would know that Whitewater Town used to be a prosperous town until about 20 years ago when a group of powerful demon beasts arrived in the Blackwind Mountain Range, which is about 30 miles away. At first, the demons periodically came to the town to capture martial artists. As time passed, powerful martial artists either escaped or were captured, and the demons then started to target young and strong people. After that, people in the town either left or moved away, leaving only us helpless old people and some families who could not afford to move. So that's what happened. Sunan suddenly understood after listening to the old woman's explanation. Obviously, the so-called Black Wind mountain range was the mountain range where Sky Wolf Valley was located. And the demons the old woman mentioned were the wolf demons from the Sky Wolf clan. "Ma'am, have you seen any foreigners like me today?" Sunan asked. The old woman shook her head and said, "Not today." Sunan's heart sank, knowing that he had arrived too early. He thought it was normal since the player's strength was not strong. It would be very risky for them to travel long distances in the demon-infested world, and their speed could not be too fast. He was somewhat disappointed. However, at that moment, the old woman seemed to remember something and continued, "But, about 10 days ago, several people like you appeared mysteriously in the town. They later went to Li Keizu's house on the east side of the town and were never seen again." 10 days ago. Sunan's eyes sparkled. If his guess was correct, the people the old woman mentioned were highly likely to be players. "Ma'am, where is Li Keizu's house?" Sunan asked. At the sound of Li Keizu's name, the old woman's murky eyes filled with fear, and she quickly said, "You're going to Li Keizu's house? You must not go there, it's a very dangerous place." Chapter 93 The Four Dangerous Places. A place of great misfortune. Sunan's heart shook, not only fearless but actually interested. He immediately asked, "Old man, what's unusual about Li Keizu's house?" "Young one, that place is not somewhere you can go. Leave quickly." The old woman didn't want to continue the topic, waved her hand and turned to leave. Sunan did not intend to give up. This was a good opportunity to gather information and he couldn't miss it. "Old woman, to be honest with you, I am a martial artist." "A martial artist?" The old woman was surprised. She stopped, turned around, and looked at Sunan up and down again, as if she was hesitating whether or not to tell him. Sunan took this opportunity to continue, "Old woman, actually, those people who disappeared more than 10 days ago were my friends. I am here to look for them. Even if you don't say anything, I will still go to find them." "So they were your friends, what a pity." The old woman sighed, hesitated for a moment, and said, "There are demons there." "Demons?" Sunan's face showed an unusual color, but in his heart, he knew it. In this world, danger is almost always related to demons. 20 years ago, the Li Keizu family was not wealthy. In fact, you could say they were impoverished and thus unable to move away. 10 years ago, Li Keizu somehow acquired a large sum of money, and since then has become increasingly prosperous, quickly becoming the richest family in Whitewater Town. Therefore, everyone started calling him Li Keizu. If it were only that, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But 3 years ago, something strange happened at Li Keizu's house. The younger servants in his family started to go missing one after another. Everyone suspected that it was because of a demon, so Li Keizu posted notices offering large amounts of money for martial artists to eradicate the demon. Every martial artist who tried to eliminate the demon, however, never returned. After hearing the old woman's description, Sunan's expression became serious. If the demon was only making ordinary people disappear, then it wouldn't be considered powerful. However, if it was able to make several martial artists disappear in succession, then that was extraordinary. "Young one, I'm afraid your friends have already become the demon's meal. This old woman advises you to go back where you came from and not to sacrifice your own life unnecessarily," the old woman said earnestly. "Don't worry, old woman, I know what I'm doing." Sunan nodded. He turned and prepared to leave. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and stopped. "By the way, old woman, are there any other dangerous places in this town?" Now, it was already past 10 o'clock in reality. 2 hours remained before the task refresh. There was no way he would return to Sky Wolf Valley today. As such, tasks related to Whitewater Town would inevitably refresh after midnight. It was better to gather information now, making it easier to take action later. The old woman thought for a moment and said, "There are several dangerous places. The Earth God Temple in the south of the town has had demons wreaking havoc for over 20 years. Later, the townspeople moved away, and there was almost no news of demons appearing again. Also, the Whitewater River to the west of the town is off limits. There is a terrifying great monster rumored to live in the river. Lastly, there's the Chen Ancestral Hall in the north of the town. Although there haven't been reports of demons appearing there, it's a very sinister place, with people often hearing voices and laughter in the middle of the night. The Earth God Temple, Whitewater River, Chen Ancestral Hall. Sunan secretly recorded these locations. Adding Li Keizu's house to the list, Whitewater Town had a total of 4 places potentially inhabited by demons. Sunan wasn't surprised. This world was full of demons, so it was unusual for a town this size to have no demons at all. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Sunan headed eastwards through the town. He still had 4 more foreknowledge opportunities, he couldn't waste them. Sunan planned to scout a few places first, roughly assessing the dangers that might exist in these locations. Of all the places, only Li Keizu's house still has people living in it, so it should be a relatively safe place. However, several groups of martial artists have disappeared there, so there are only 2 possibilities: either those martial artists were really incompetent, or the demon there is truly too powerful. While walking eastward along the street, Sunan secretly analyzed the possibilities. Between the 2 possibilities, he leaned more towards the first, as a place like Whitewater Town wouldn't likely attract powerful martial artists. Besides, if the demon were really that powerful, it wouldn't just be the disappearance of a few martial artists. Players don't actually die. Since those players went to Li Keizu's house and never came back, they are most likely trapped somewhere. Sunan continued eastward, asking passers-by for directions from time to time until he finally arrived in front of a relatively luxurious courtyard. The red-painted door was tightly closed, and there was a yellowing notice posted on it. Sunan did not use his foreknowledge right away but instead walked up and knocked on the door. Li Keizu's house was large and inhabited. Without a clear idea of where the demon was, 3 minutes of foreknowledge would be practically useless. The foreknowledge time was too short. Knock knock knock. Sunan knocked for a while, and finally, there were hurried footsteps coming from inside the courtyard. As the door creaked open just a fingertip wide, an old man with a hunched back and full of white hair appeared before Sunan. "Who are you?" The old man looked at Sunan up and down with surprise in his eyes. "Old man, I was passing by and saw your posted notice. What is happening in your residence?" Sunan pointed at the notice on the door and asked knowingly. The old man was startled, then said with great joy, "Are you a martial artist?" Sunan nodded. Seeing this, the old man immediately opened the gate, saying, "Young master, please come in. I will take you to meet my master." Sunan followed the old man into the courtyard. The mansion of Li Keizu is large, but due to the lack of servants, it appears lifeless. The old man led Sunan to a lobby, saying, "Young master, please wait here. I will go inform the master." Then he turned around and left, leaving Sunan alone and waiting. Soon, a slightly overweight man in his 60s came hurrying over. Upon seeing Sunan, his eyes lit up with joy. "Young master, are you going to help my Li mansion get rid of the demon?" Sunan cut to the chase. "What exactly happened at your mansion?" The story begins 3 years ago. Li Keizu explained the situation from beginning to end. What he said was not far from what the old tea seller had told him. Sunan silently listened and asked directly, "With these events happening, why haven't you left?" "It's not that I don't want to move, but I can't. The nearest town to Whitewater Town is 30 li away. We older folks don't have the energy to travel that far. If we encounter a demon on the way, we will certainly perish." Li Keizu sighed. Sunan nodded and continued, "Have there been any recent disappearances?" Li Keizu shook his head, "Not recently." "No." Sunan frowned. The old woman had told him that several players had disappeared after entering Li Keizu's house over 10 days ago. This was inconsistent with what Li Keizu was saying. Something was off. Sunan's expression turned solemn. "Old man Li, I heard before coming here that several young men around my age visited this place over 10 days ago, and they disappeared afterwards." Li Keizu was taken aback, then forced a bitter smile. "Young master, you might not know, but indeed, 5 young men came 10 days ago. However, they found nothing after searching my mansion, and then they left." "They left?" Sunan was dubious. Li Keizu continued, "As you may have noticed, that demon is only interested in young people. There are no young people left in my mansion due to the torment of the demon. Even the youngest servant is already 52. The last person went missing a month ago. A month ago, I took a concubine. But she went missing the very next morning." Sunan asked, Do you know where the concubine disappeared? Could you take me to see it? Of course, please follow me. Li Keizu led the way and soon arrived at a room in the back courtyard. This was once Li Keizu's bridal chamber. It was very festively furnished, but since the disappearance of the concubine, he had not stayed here anymore. Sunan looked around briefly and found nothing unusual. Reluctantly, he began his foreknowledge. He hoped that he could find something different in his foreknowledge. 1 month ago, Li Keizu's concubine went missing in this room. You suspect she was taken by a demon and want to find any clues she left in the room. You came to the bed to look around and found a rusty pair of scissors under the pillow. The scissors were ordinary, nothing special. You went over to the dressing table not far away to look. 2 minutes later, you'd almost thoroughly searched the room without finding anything unusual. You were unwilling to give up and searched again, but still found nothing. You realize that if you want to find the demon, you may only have a chance at night. Foreknowledge ended, yielding nothing. Sunan sighed, had to bid farewell to Li Keizu and agreed to come back at night. He didn't have the ability to find the demon. If the demon hid and refused to come out, he couldn't do anything about it. Young master, this is a token of my sincerity. If you can get rid of the demon for my Li mansion, I will certainly offer you a generous reward. Before leaving, Li Keizu, seemingly afraid that Sunan might not come back at night, quickly took out something from his body. They were pieces of broken silver of different sizes. The world actually uses silver as currency. Sunan was surprised. After a thought, he took it anyway. It would definitely come in handy in the future. Leaving Li Keizu's house, Sunan went straight to the Earth God Temple to the south. The Earth God Temple was not in Whitewater Town, but about a li outside the town. Sunan searched for about 10 minutes and finally saw a not-so-large building. Due to years of neglect, the Earth God Temple was in ruins and surrounded by weeds as tall as a person. Sunan had no intention of entering. Standing 100 meters away from the Earth God Temple, he began his foreknowledge. You came to the abandoned Earth God Temple outside Whitewater Town. It used to be prosperous with incense and pilgrims, but the arrival of a demon had completely changed it. Entering the temple, you immediately noticed a huge statue placed on a square stone platform about 1 person high. Covered in dust due to long-term neglect, the stone statue. You searched the Earth God Temple. The temple had been abandoned for over 20 years, but there was no sign of birds or animals. Apart from that, there was nothing special. 1 minute later, you carefully searched the entire Earth God Temple without finding anything peculiar, as if it was just an ordinary Earth God Temple. You were about to give up, then your chi luck kicked in. Suddenly, you noticed that one side of the huge rock under the statue was uneven, different from the other sides. It seemed to have been repaired at a later stage. The chi luck is working. Sunan was delighted, his eyes full of anticipation. Last time chi luck worked, it allowed him to complete the task of exploring the mysterious cave. He wondered what he would gain this time. You punched the side of the huge rock, and instantly an entrance to an underground tunnel appeared before your eyes. The entrance is not big, just enough to accommodate 1 person. Without any hesitation, you enter the tunnel. After a few breaths, a small underground stone room appears before your eyes. You see a corpse sitting cross-legged on a cushion in the center of the room. The corpse's age is unknown, and it has long turned into a dry, skin-covered skeleton. As you are about to approach the corpse to check it, you suddenly sense something watching you. You suddenly turn around towards the entrance but see nothing. Your mind is on alert, ready to strike at any moment. Coming closer to the corpse, you see a silver-white longsword placed between its legs. A longsword? This must be a treasure. Sunan's eyes lit up. The heavenly luck ability could bring him extraordinary encounters, and since it was an extraordinary encounter, it couldn't be an ordinary item. You attempt to pick up the longsword, but at that instant, you sense danger approaching. You react quickly, punching behind you while turning your power of divine soul into a long spear, aiming at the target. To your disappointment, this is a speed-based spirit-level monster. Your power of divine soul doesn't need a big impact. The demon only pauses momentarily before effortlessly evading your attack. You quickly cast the Thunder Snake technique and the Fire Bird technique, trying to hit the demon, but its speed is far beyond your imagination. Only the Thunder Snake technique can have a certain effect on it. The demon avoided most of your attacks and appeared in front of you in the blink of an eye. You took out the beast bone dagger and stabbed at the demon, but it was also easily evaded. You are dead. A speed-based spirit-level monster, now it's a bit difficult. Sunan's expression became solemn. He had killed many spirit-level monsters, but most of them were in the Kuntian prison with almost no strength left. Strictly speaking, he had only killed one fully powered spirit-level monster by the Warm Moon Pond. The wolf demon guards didn't count. I have a beast bone dagger. If I can use it successfully, it's not impossible to kill it. The problem is, the demon is too fast, and I have no chance to use the bone dagger. Staring at the Earth God Temple for a moment, Sunan turned and left. The spirit-level monster in the temple is not something he can deal with right now unless his power of divine soul can be increased once again. Compared to the Earth God Temple, the Whitewater River would be much easier to find. From a distance, Sunan saw a river about 100 meters wide. The river water was surging, not knowing where it flowed from, and where it was headed. It's hard to find demons in a place like this. Sunan shook his head. The river is too wide, and it's not easy to predict what would happen randomly without knowing the specific location of a demon. After watching for a while, he turned and left. To explore the Whitewater River, he could only wait for the task refresh to check again. Sunan didn't notice that as soon as he left, a young man appeared on the river's surface, looking in the direction he had left. An outsider. The young man muttered in a low voice, his eyes showing a hint of strangeness. Leaving the Whitewater River, Sunan hurried to the Chen family ancestral hall without stopping. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived at the Chen family ancestral hall, he saw 3 young men standing in front of the hall observing. Players. Chapter 94, Goodbye to the 4-star task. The Chen family ancestral hall is located in an ancient courtyard. Similar to the Earth God Temple, it has been abandoned for a long time, and the lock on the door is rusty. 3 young men are all in their early 20s, and they look very similar, they are obviously brothers. The 3 of them stand in front of the ancestral hall, hesitating whether or not to go in. A player has arrived. Seeing Sunan, they also recognize his identity, and their eyes reveal wariness. Since he has been discovered, Sunan does not hide and walks up to them. Are you also going to Skywolf Valley to hunt for treasure? The 3 do not answer, but one of them, a taller young man, says. You must be the martial artist mentioned by the tea-selling old woman, right? Weren't you going to Li Keizu's house? Why are you here again? Hearing this, Sunan already understands what happened. Obviously, the 3 had arrived at Whitewater Town after he had gone to Li Keizu's house. Like him, the 3 had also learned the news from the tea-selling old woman. They share the same idea as Sunan, wanting to prepare for the upcoming refreshed tasks and investigate Whitewater Town in advance. What a coincidence! Sunan sighs and is secretly delighted. Now that 3 players have arrived, it won't be long before more players come. As long as 10 more players arrive, the first stage of the mainline task Wrath of the Demon Monarch can be completed. Yes, I am that person. Sunan nods and admits directly. The tall young man gestures to the young man on his left and says, My name is Huang Mingfeng, this is my second brother, Huang Minjiun. Following that, he points to the young man on his right and says, This is my third brother, Huang Minjiu. May I ask your name, my friend? Feng, Yun, and you, lacking only Wu. Sunan remembers the names of the 3 young men. My surname is Zhang, but my given name isn't important. Since entering Whitewater Town, Sunan had stopped using his Wangnan appearance. To outsiders, he now appeared tall and handsome. This was the appearance he had prepared for his Zhongyang identity. He plans to use this appearance and identity during his time in Whitewater Town. Seeing this, Huang Minjiun and Huang Minjiu frown and are dissatisfied with Sunan's reluctance to reveal his given name. Without paying attention to his 2 younger brothers' emotions, Huang Mingfeng remains calm and smiles, So your brother Zhang. How many people have you brought with you? I am on my own. Sunan replies. Alone. Hearing this, Huang Minjiu and Huang Minjiun show surprise on their faces. Even Huang Mingfeng becomes a little disturbed. They knew very well how difficult it was to get to Whitewater Town. Even if they came from the nearest town, it would take a lot of effort. They were able to arrive so quickly not only because they were all strong but also because there were 3 of them. But Sunan had not only arrived earlier than them, he was also on his own. The three look at each other without speaking. Silence descends. Sunan knows that they must be discussing secretly through the game's chat function at this time. Soon, the three seem to have made a decision. Huang Mingfeng says, "Brother Zhang, it is not safe for you to be alone in such a place. Why don't we join forces? There is strength in numbers, after all." "No, thanks. I prefer being alone." Sunan refuses. He could see Huang Mingfeng's intentions clearly. It was obvious that Huang Mingfeng thought he was strong and wanted to win him over to borrow his power. "Since Brother Zhang is unwilling, we won't force the issue." Huang Mingfeng seemed somewhat disappointed, then turned to look at the Chen family ancestral hall, and said, "Since Brother Zhang is also interested in this place, my three brothers and I naturally won't try to take it from you. We will leave this place to you." "Oh!" Sunan is surprised. Just now, the three of them clearly wanted to go in, but now they have given up the opportunity. Are they trying to test his strength? Or are they using him as a pioneer? Sunan doesn't refuse immediately. Instead, he turns to look at his personal information panel. On the panel, text flickers, and the information of foreknowledge quickly appears. You open the rusty lock and enter the small courtyard where the Chen family ancestral hall is located. In the courtyard, miscellaneous grass is overgrown. Upon careful observation, you can faintly see a straight path covered by the grass leading directly to the ancestral hall. The Chen family ancestral hall is a two-story wooden building. The main door of the ancestral hall is neither locked nor closed. You can see the spirit tablets scattered inside, and there are even numerous footprints of some demon beast on the ground. You immediately realize that there are more than one demon beast within this ancestral hall. Carefully entering the ancestral hall, demon beasts that look similar to yellow weasels suddenly burst out from the corners, rushing towards you. These demon beasts are not strong, only about the same as a martial artist who has reached great perfection in one demon sutra, but they are numerous, at least 30 of them. You are not afraid at all. You use 3 bloodline powers in succession, killing one demon after another. In just a few breaths, more than 30 demon beasts are dead. Your actions enrage a more powerful demon beast hiding nearby. A demon twice the size of the others suddenly leaps from a roof beam and attacks you. You react quickly using a bloodline combat skill and punch the demon away, but at that moment, another similarly sized demon beast charges at you from another direction. These 2 demon beasts are at the peak of mortal level, equivalent to martial artists who have reached great perfection in 4 demon sutras. But still, you are not afraid. A minute later, you kill all of the demon beasts and leave the Chen family ancestral hall. Well, it seems he's stumbled into a demon beast's nest. With an unchanged expression, Sunan waves his hand at the 3 and says, "You're too kind, I can see that this place is sinister and eerie, and I don't think I have the ability to go in." He had no intention of taking action now, even if he wanted to, he would wait for the task to refresh. As Sunan turned to leave, he said, "If the 3 of you don't want to go in, it's better to leave as soon as possible so as not to waste a chance to die in vain." When Sunan had gone far away, Huang Minjiun disdainfully said, "Humph, I thought it was one of the great gods on the ranking list. He turns out to be so timid." Huang Minjiu also nodded, "Since he doesn't dare to go in, let's go in." Hearing their words, Huang Mingfeng immediately scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. This Brother Zhang may not be as simple as he appears on the surface." Sunan returned to the tea house of the old woman. The location here was excellent, a necessary path to enter Whitewater Town. If any players came, he could discover them at first glance. "Old man, give me a cup of tea." Sunan took out a piece of broken silver and said. There was not much time left for the task to refresh, so he didn't plan to quit the game and chose to wait patiently. The old woman didn't accept the silver but instead worriedly said, "Young one, you haven't gone to Li Keizu's house, have you? You must never go there. It's very dangerous." Sunan smiled, "Don't worry, old man. I won't go." That's good, that's good." The old woman nodded and turned to bring Sunan a pot of tea. While drinking tea, Sunan kept an eye on the entrance to Whitewater Town. The old woman was idle and chatted with Sunan occasionally. During this time, Sunan learned that the old woman's surname was Zhao, and the neighbors called her Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao once had a son named Hong Kun, who was also a martial artist and had even joined the Dianxing sect. However, later on, she didn't know what had happened to her son, and he hadn't returned for more than 10 years. Talking about this, tears flowed from Granny Zhao's turbid eyes. Sunan didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Time passed, and finally, the task was refreshed. Sunan quickly looked at Lang 13's task. As always, Lang 13's 3 tasks were to hunt players. Sunan wasn't surprised, for him, this was actually better. Now there were few players, and it was difficult for him to complete Lang 13's tasks. But in the future, when he went to places with more players, this would be his long-term fixed source of demon power. The life wheel scripture was activated, and he looked at Wang Nan's tasks. Daily Task 1, Clean up Chen Family Ancestral Hall. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 5 demon points. Daily Task 3, Kill the demon in the Earth God Temple. Task Difficulty? Stars. Task Reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 3, Explore Whitewater River. Task Difficulty, 4 star. Task Reward, 30 demon points. As he had thought previously, as long as he was far enough away from the Sky Wolf Valley, all daily tasks related to the Sky Wolf Valley would refresh. A glance at the 3 tasks, and Sunan's eyes revealed a strange color. There was nothing unexpected about the first 2 tasks. What surprised him was the 3rd task. The task of exploring Whitewater River is actually 4 stars. Sunan was shocked. He had only seen one 4-star exploration task before, which was to explore the Wolf King Palace. It seems that there really is a great monster in Whitewater River, and it's even a shape-shifting demon at the Demon King level. Sunan's expression turned solemn. He had thought that after the tasks refreshed, he would look and see if he should explore Whitewater River. Now it seemed that he was thinking too much. Such a task was basically impossible to complete. I didn't expect that in a town as small and uninhabited as Whitewater Town, there would be a Demon King level shape-shifting demon. I don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck. His life wheel scripture activated again as he switched roles to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1, Hunt down and kill immortal level demon. Task Difficulty. Stars. Task Reward, 5 demon points. Daily Task 2, Deliver a message to Granny Zhao's son. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Task Reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 3, Fulfill Li Keizu's last wish. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Task Reward, 15 demon points. Of the 3 tasks, besides the first one being familiar, the remaining 2 are quite strange. Delivering a message for Granny Zhao to her son, can it be that Granny Zhao's son is still not dead? This 2-star task is destined to be impossible to complete. Not to mention where Granny Zhao's son is or if he can be met. Even if he could really meet Granny Zhao's son later, this task would be refreshed due to the location. It can't be that Granny Zhao's son is in Whitewater Town, right? Sunan frowns even more when looking at the 3rd task. Li Keizu's last wish? Did Li Keizu already die? Sunan's heart jumped. What kind of wish can be called a last wish in the task name? That would naturally be a dead person's wish. If Li Keizu had already died, then who did he meet? The answer is self-evident. Well, it turns out that the demon has been in front of me all along, and I didn't even notice. Sunan's face looked bad. This task is 3-star, and it can be basically confirmed that it must involve a spirit-level demon. It will be impossible to complete without using some tricks. After pondering for a moment, he decided to go to clean the Chen family ancestral hall. This is the simplest task. And by cleaning there, he can complete 2 tasks at the same time. Before leaving, he thought of Granny Zhao's task again, and after thinking about it, he turned back to Granny Zhao and said, Granny Zhao, if I have the chance to meet your son later, is there anything you would like to say to him? I can help you pass on a message. Really? Upon hearing this, Granny Zhao was overjoyed. Afraid that Sunan would change his mind, she quickly said, I'm already half buried in the yellow soil, and I don't have much to say. I just hope that he can come back and see me before I die. All right, if I see him, I will pass on the message. Sunan nodded and remembered. Granny Zhao seemed to think of something and quickly searched her body. Soon, a wooden lion the size of an egg was found. This was carved by Akun when he was young. As long as you show this to him, he'll know. Granny Zhao handed it to Sunan. Sunan took a glance and put it away. After bidding farewell to Granny Zhao, he quickly to the Chen family ancestral hall. Chen family ancestral hall. The iron lock on the small courtyard gate had already been opened, and it was obvious that the Huang brothers had been inside. You can't blame anyone else for seeking death on your own. Sunan shook his head slightly. Although the strength of the Huang brothers is stronger than that of ordinary players, no matter how strong they are, they could have fused 2 bloodlines at most. Facing 20 to 30 demon creatures with the strength of great demon art perfection, they would probably be torn to shreds within moments. Sunan entered the small courtyard and, without even looking at the surroundings, waved his hand and a huge firebird appeared. With a streak of red light, it fell into the ancestral hall. Instantly, the flames surged, and the wooden ancient building burned at an extremely fast rate. Now it was undoubtedly poking a hornet's nest. 20 or 30 demon creatures resembling weasels swarmed out, their eyes red, and pounced at Sunan. Sunan's expression remained unchanged, and bursts of electric light shot out, causing these demons to scream in pain. At the same time, those 2 larger-sized demon creatures also sprang out, baring their fangs and attempting to devour Sunan alive. There's no way Sunan would let them go. Striking with the power of the divine soul, the 2 demons instantly screamed in pain. More than a minute later, the small courtyard was full of demon corpses. Sunan collected the larger corpses, but ignored the others. Those demons were too weak and had little value. Even if he sold them to Tiangong Pavilion, they might not want them. Ignoring the burning ancient building, Sunan turned and left. Not long after he left, 3 figures appeared in the small courtyard. It was the Huang brothers. The 3 stared at the burning ancient building and at the corpses all over the ground. For a moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Minjiun stared blankly and said, "Who did this? Who's so ruthless?" Huang Minjiu's face was also full of surprise. Wasn't it said that there were no martial artists left in Whitewater Town anymore? Could it be that some top player has come to Whitewater Town? Could it have been him? Huang Mingfeng's expression changed slightly, and for some reason, he thought of Sunan. Chapter 95. Rank 3rd. Let's go to Li Keizu's house. Huang Mingfeng quickly read the tasks on his task panel. The tasks had been refreshed. His panel showed 3 tasks: clean up the Chen family ancestral hall, Li Keizu's last will, and slay the demon in the Earth God Temple. Huang Minjiu and Huang Minjiu also checked their tasks. They also had the task of Li Keizu's last will. The 2 found it strange. Huang Minjiun said, "Big brother, why are we going there? These are 3-star tasks. We can't complete them. I suspect that the person who hunted down the demons here went to Li Keizu's house. Is that even possible? We'll know it when we go there." The 3 of them headed towards Li Keizu's house. Nobody noticed that after they left, a raccoon cat jumped down from a distant tree and quickly ran towards the Whitewater River. About 10 minutes later, the raccoon cat came to a huge rock by the Whitewater River. To its surprise, the rock moved and carried it into the river. Under the Whitewater River. Nobody would have imagined that there was a massive underwater palace here. Interestingly, this palace was built on a large ship that floated quietly underwater. As soon as the raccoon cat stepped into the ship, it shouted, "It's terrible. Little Nine's family has been wiped out by the outsider. Little kitty, what's all the fuss about?" A lazy voice sounded out, seemingly imbued with an invisible force that pulled the raccoon cat into the palace in an instant. Inside the palace, a youth was leaning against a throne sculpted from jade, holding the raccoon cat in his hand. Undeterred by the youth, the cat demon warned again, "Little Nine's family was slaughtered by the outsider. It's dreadful, their home was even burned down. Oh? He dares to kill my people." Although the youth's voice was calm, it lacked any anger. It was rather indifferent. Turn to the palace entrance. By the entrance stood 2 burly men covered in scale armor, 1 on each side. The youth ordered, "Awu, bring the outsider who dared to offend us. Remember, I want him alive." Upon hearing the command, the left man immediately responded, "Yes, my lord. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Clean up the Chen family ancestral hall. 5 demon power points have been awarded. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Hunt down and kill immortal level demon. 5 demon power points have been awarded. Current available demonic power, 25 points. After he killed the first mortal-level demon under Zhang Yang's identity, he switched his role to Wang Nan. This move allowed him to complete a daily task for each of his roles. Too bad. To elevate the waterjet fish bloodline from great accomplishment to great perfection, I need 26 demon power points. I'm missing just 1 point. He glanced at the personal information panel. 16 points of demon power disappeared, boosting the waterjet fish demon technique from great accomplishment to perfection. On the ranking list, Zhang Yang's ranking did not rise. Only after Sunan had a look did he realize that, unbeknown to him, Qian Yu's third demon sutra had also reached perfection. However, Qian Yu's third position is only temporary. With another task completed, Sunan could easily surpass Qian Yu. There are only 4 days left until the end of the survival task. The roles of Wang Nan and Zhang Yang should safely remain in the top 5. Now, only Lang 13 is left. Sunan pondered in his heart. Although he did not know what extra rewards would come from the survival task, he still hoped that all 3 of his roles would be in the top 5 with the principle of better to have too much than too little. A few minutes later, he arrived at Li Keizu's courtyard. With a flip of his hand, the beast bone dagger was taken out. Knowing Li Keizu's problem, there was no need for him to carry on the act. He planned to get the first strike even before Li Keizu could lay a hand on him. Once these are used up, I'll need to replenish my essence and blood. This is the last chance I have with a single drop of essence blood. No matter what Li Keizu's last wish was, it would undoubtedly be correct to deal with the false Li Keizu in front of him now. Knock, knock, knock. Sunan knocked the gate. About 10 breaths later, the old servant of Li Mansion opened the door again. Young master. Upon seeing Sunan again, the old servant was startled, not expecting him to return so soon. I remembered that there was a suspicious spot in the room where your master's concubine disappeared. I want to go back and have another look. Please come in, young master. Upon hearing this, the old servant hastily invited Sunan into the mansion. A few minutes later, Li Keizu led Sunan back to the bridal chamber and excitedly asked, "Young master, have you really found something?" Sunan's face was impassive, but he sneered inwardly. If he hadn't noticed the clues from the task name, he would have been tricked by the old man's acting skills. Looking at Li Keizu again, Sunan wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he could see an impatient look on Li Keizu's face, as if he were eyeing a deliciously tempting prey. So he can't wait any more? Without wasting any words, Sunan quickly looked at his task panel. You're back at Li Keizu's house and you know that the Li Keizu in front of you is not the real one. While Li Keizu is distracted, you strike with your power of divine soul and thrust the beast bone dagger into his back. Under the influence of the beast bone dagger, Li Keizu's body shakes, and his skin splits open from top to bottom. Out comes a smooth-skinned, hairless demon. You finally understand that the Li Keizu you saw was nothing more than a disguise worn by the demon. The raging demon wants to tear you to pieces. You react swiftly, releasing the power of your 4 bloodlines and clashing with the demon. This is a spirit-level monster known as a barbaric beast. They excel at hollowing out the flesh of their prey and wearing it to continue luring the same kind of prey. You are not meant to be its opponent, but due to the suppression from the beast bone dagger, you managed to defeat the demon. Remember, the suppression from the beast bone dagger is only temporary, you must fight quickly and decisively. You gave it your all without reserve, and after 2 minutes, you barely managed to defeat the demon. Seeing the demon fall, you let out a sigh of relief. However, in the moment you relaxed, Li Keizu's old servant unexpectedly launched an attack on you. You reacted quickly, yet you were still stabbed in the throat by the old servant. Right before death, you realized that the old servant was also a demon in disguise. Luckily, it was just a mortal-level demon. There's another small one, I was careless. Sunan glanced indifferently at the old servant on the side, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Thankfully, this was premonition, otherwise he really would have capsized in the gutter. Since he was assured he could take out the demon posing as Li Keizu, Sunan no longer bothered pretending. Under the pretense of searching for clues, he positioned himself inconspicuously next to Li Keizu. Li Keizu seemed to have not encountered a youth like Sunan in a long time and a fleeting greed flickered in his eyes. However, before Li Keizu could decide whether to make a move, Sunan struck first. The dagger harshly impaled Li Keizu's body. Ah! Damn human, I will eat you! Li Keizu flew into a rage, his face distorted in fury. He never imagined that what he regarded as fodder would dare to attack him. Li Keizu tried to seize Sunan but was horrified to find that his bloodline power was being suppressed. Sunan reacted quickly, unleashing a debilitating punch. After 2 minutes, the demon posing as Li Keizu was killed in a fit of rage and unwillingness. Up until death, it didn't know how Sunan had discovered it. At the same time, another demon, posing as an old servant, attacked him. Sunan was well prepared this time, so how could he let him succeed? Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Li Keizu's last will. Your reward of 15 demon power points has been granted. Current available demon power points, 24. Having obtained the needed demon power points to boost the waterjet fish demon technique, Sunan made the decision to upgrade it. He consumed 10 demon power points to enhance the waterjet fish demon technique to great perfection. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name this combat skill. Sunan lifted his hand, and a stream of water condensed into a blue water arrow. With the sound of tearing through the air, it shot at a pillar not far away. Instantly, wood chips splashed around, resulting in a hole the size of an egg on the pillar of 20 to 30 centimeters diameter. The power is already comparable to a large caliber sniper rifle. A smile touched the corners of Sunan's mouth. This was not merely the strength of the waterjet fish bloodline, but the combined effect of 3 controlling technique bloodlines. Let's call it water arrow technique. Naming of the bloodline combat skill is successful. Congratulations on fully upgrading a monster technique to great perfection once again, increasing your survival capabilities in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened, daily usage limit has increased by 1. The foreknowledge limit has now reached 10 times per day. At this time, Sunan was not concerned about the foreknowledge limit, as the 9 times a day was already enough for average use. If he encountered an impossible task, having more foreknowledge wouldn't help anyway. Conversely, if he encountered a task that could be done, he didn't need that much foreknowledge either. The foreknowledge limit can't be just increasing with my integration of bloodlines, is there no upper limit? What he needed wasn't foreknowledge times, but foreknowledge time. With the increase in strength, the 3-minute foreknowledge time was no longer sufficient for his needs. Unfortunately, this was out of his control. How the foreknowledge talent would ultimately develop was completely up to fate. Having gathered the 2 demon corpses, Sunan milled around in Li Keizu's courtyard. I wonder where those 5 players are trapped. Since Li Keizu was a fake, his words naturally couldn't be trusted. Sunan searched each room, particularly those that were locked. Before long, he found a box full of silver in Li Keizu's room. Sunan didn't hold back, pocketing all of it. Meanwhile, in a closed cellar, 5 excited players were found. Aren't those who want to treasure hunt in Sky Wolf Valley going to pass through Whitewater Town? That's where we are now, doesn't that mean we might be saved? Great, we are finally saved. The group was excited. After entering the game, they were lucky to be grouped together and, with mutual assistance, had managed to successfully complete the novice task, gaining some means. Full of high spirits, they actually wanted to attempt completing the task of Li Keizu's last will. Well, they all got wiped out on the same day, without any chance to escape. Suddenly, someone who seemed to remember something said, "Calm down, don't forget, that Li Keizu is not that simple." The comment was like a bucket of cold water, instantly silencing them. They did not know what a 3-star task entailed, but now, they were very clear. A spirit-level monster was not something current players could handle at all. The group felt heavy-hearted, but at this moment, they faintly heard some footsteps. Subsequently, the stone slab covering the entrance to the cellar was moved aside. Damn, it's not that demon creature coming back, is it? The faces of several people changed, and before they could react, they abruptly felt a dull pain in their heads, losing consciousness instantly. Suddenly, a few electric sparks fell on them, their figures disappearing immediately afterwards. They died without ever seeing who had attacked them. I have dealt with the demon posing as Li Keizu, which effectively saved you. Now, using 1 life from each of you to help me complete the task isn't too much, right? Sunan stood outside the cellar, looking at Lang 13's task, a smile appearing on his face. He was short of only 9 player slots to complete the first ring of Wrath of the Demon Monarch. Not long after Sunan left Li Keizu's house, the Huang brothers cautiously entered the courtyard of Li Keizu's house. Strange, where is everyone? After touring around, the three of them did not see the so-called Li Keizu. Right then, Huang Mingfeng suddenly made a discovery and promptly said, "Quick, look at your tasks." "What's wrong with the task?" Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiao were taken aback, instinctively looking at their task panel. Sure enough, on their task panel, the task Li Keizu's last will had turned grey. They knew what that meant. Who completed this task? It's a 3-star task, which should at least involve spirit-level monsters. How could anyone complete such a task? Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiao were surprised and unsure. When they logged in the game, the task was still there, but when they got here, the task was completed. This meant that the other party had completed a 3-star task in the time it took for them to travel here. This was simply outrageous. Huang Mingfeng was silent for a moment before he said gravely, "Do you still remember the man we encountered not long ago?" Huang Minjiao was taken aback, understanding what Huang Mingfeng meant, and exclaimed, "Big brother, are you implying that guy surnamed Zhang? Can it be that he completed the task?" Huang Minjian also shook his head, how could it be him? When questioned by his 2 younger brothers, Huang Mingfeng said, "Look at the 3rd place on the ranking list." "Huh? Wasn't the 3rd place Qian Yu? How did it change to Zhang Yang?" Huang Mingfeng nodded. Yesterday, this Zhang Yang had only reached great achievement for his 3rd Demon Sutra, but today it had already reached great perfection. In between, a total of 26 demon points were required. So many demon points can't be obtained just by completing a few common tasks, at least one 3-star task is needed. Huang Minjian and Huang Minjiao looked at each other. "Big brother, are you suggesting that the person we met yesterday was Zhang Yang? Whether it is him or not, we'll know when we get to the Earth God Temple. If he also refreshed the task in the Earth God Temple, he would definitely head there. I need to kill another 9 players. I should have killed the 3 guys surnamed Huang earlier. Instead of letting them be killed by the monsters, it's much better if I do it myself." After killing 5 players, Lang 13 only completed the daily task of hunting any player, gaining 1 demon point. To complete the hunt 5 players task, he still needed 1 more person. Sunan could only hope now that more players would arrive at Whitewater Town today. "I have 15 usable demon points left. Now I can fuse with the essence and blood of the Nether Wolf Demon God." A rotten, weathered skeleton appeared in his hand. Anticipation appeared in Sunan's eyes. He wanted to see what made the bloodline of this ancient demonic creature different. Chapter 96, The Looming Crisis. With a strong grip, the decaying parts burst, and a skeleton as thick as a forearm was instantly the size of an egg. This piece of skeleton was as warm and smooth as jade, like mutton fat, yet it revealed a bright red color. This time, Sunan was careful, gripping it in his hand and gradually applying more force. Eventually, accompanied by a cracking sound, the egg-sized skeleton cracked, and a pomegranate seed-sized red blood flowed out. As soon as the blood flowed out, it solidified instantly and formed a crystal of unmatched redness. At the same time, the cracked skeleton lost the support of its strength, and decayed at a visible speed, crumbling away. Netherwolf Essence Blood, Secret Power System, Mortal Ancient Demon Essence Blood. The ancient Netherwolf Demon God mastered the entire power of the Secret Power System. After consuming it, one will randomly acquire one of the powers of the Secret Power System, and also have a certain probability of randomly obtaining one of the Netherwolf clan's racial talents. Reminder, you already possess a racial talent, and after consuming this essence blood, the 2 talents will merge, resulting in a new talent. Racial talent. Is this what makes the ancient demon bloodlines even more powerful? Racial talents are excellent resources. His Lang 13 character has a racial talent, which increases both strength and speed when used. If he could gain another racial talent, that would naturally be the best. As for the new racial talent merging with the old ones, he wasn't too concerned about it. Clearly, a character can only have 1 racial talent, and he cannot break the norm. As long as he can acquire a talent, merging isn't a problem. With that in mind, Sunan was about to swallow the essence blood. However, at this moment, another reminder popped up. Reminder, your current blood fusion is relatively low, and there is a high probability of conflicts when fusing ancient demon bloodlines. Please choose carefully. Low blood fusion? High chance of conflict. Is there such a limitation? Sunan was surprised. Zhou Lingyan had not mentioned this before. Actually, it's not Zhou Lingyan's fault. Ancient demon bloodlines are extremely rare, and even the various major forces have a hard time obtaining them. And those who need ancient demon bloodlines are usually martial artists who have already fused 3 bloodlines and are only one step away from advancing. She never thought that someone with just one blood fusion would obtain an ancient demon bloodline. Of Sunan's 3 characters, Wang Nan has fused the mountain elephant bloodline, iron ape bloodline, and wind leopard bloodline. Zhang Yang character has fused the blazing bird bloodline, lightning bug bloodline, and waterjet fish bloodline. These 2 characters have all fused 3 bloodlines and have reached great demon art perfection. Only Lang 13, who acquired the Sky Wolf bloodline too late, had time to fuse just one bloodline. But it was this character who obtained the secret power system's ancient demon bloodline, and only Lang 13 could fuse it. Others facing this situation would definitely not dare to try fusion again, but for me, it's not a big problem. Sunan was struck by a thought and decided to try using foreknowledge. Even though he knew it's challenging to succeed, he still wanted to see the result. What if he could succeed? You have acquired an ancient demonic creature's bloodline and plan to fuse it. You know that fusing this bloodline carries a high risk and can result in a severe bloodline conflict and eventually spiral out of control. You take it seriously, adjusting your condition, carefully taking the bloodline, and using the Demon Sutra at the same time. As soon as the bloodline enters your body, you immediately feel the Sky Wolf demon bloodline inside you, trembling in fear. Affected by this, you also have a fearful thought, and your emotions quickly become anxious. Even after 10,000 years, the lingering power of the ancient demon essence blood is much more potent than ordinary bloodlines. The severe imbalance between the 2 bloodlines causes a violent conflict. You run the Nether Wolf scripture and the Sky Wolf scripture, trying to control the 2 bloodlines, but you find they're not under your control. The bloodline conflict intensifies, and your consciousness quickly becomes violent. Finally, a minute later, you lose control and become a monster controlled by evil energy. Just before losing control completely, you realize that to fuse this bloodline, you need to fuse at least one more bloodline of another demon. Foreknowledge ends, he fails. Fusing another bloodline shouldn't be too difficult. Sunan's eyes shone as he gave up the plan to fuse the ancient demon bloodline for now. Although he didn't know what kind of impact it would have on him if one of his characters lost control, he didn't dare to try. When it comes to the body in reality, even foreknowledge is useless. Packing away the bloodline, he headed out of Whitewater Town. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gates of Whitewater Town. Suddenly, Sunan sensed something, his heart was alarmed, and without thinking, he used wind step to move quickly to the side. The next moment, a burly man covered in scale armor stood where he had just been. "Outsiders, was it you who killed Xiaoju's family?" the burly man said solemnly. Sunan's face changed slightly, as he felt a strong sense of oppression facing the burly man. Xiaoju's family? Could it be those demons in the Chen Ancestral Hall? Sunan was alarmed, and without any time to think, he immediately started using foreknowledge. Unfortunately, you were found by a demon. Even though it is a spirit-level demon, it is the top existence in the spirit level, and you cannot cope with it. You try to communicate with the demon, only to find out that the group of demons you killed in the Chen Ancestral Hall have a master, and their master now wants to capture you. As the demon attacked you, naturally, you didn't want to be captured without a fight, so you used all your abilities to battle the demon. You were no match for the demon, but luckily, it didn't have the intention to kill you, leaving you seriously injured. The demon discovered that you could use 3 types of abilities and became more curious. After a short battle, you realized that you were no match for the demon, so you turned around and ran, but unfortunately, your speed was still slower than the demon's. You didn't get far before the demon caught you. The demon didn't kill you but took you towards the Whitewater River instead. A minute later, you were brought into the Whitewater River by the demon. Whitewater River. Seeing the last foreknowledge, Sunan's heart sank. The 4-star task of exploring the Whitewater River had already informed him that there was a Demon King-level great monster in the Whitewater River. Being taken to the Whitewater River by the demon, he could easily guess that it wanted to take him to the great monster. Escape. He had to find a way to escape. Sunan was anxious in his heart, but the demon's speed was faster than his. How was he supposed to run away? Quitting the game might be a temporary solution, but that's all. Since the demon was here to capture him, even if he quit the game, it was very likely that the demon would be waiting for him at the spot where he logged out. Unless he could immediately find a solution after logging back in. My strength is still too weak. Sunan's thoughts raced. To increase his strength, bloodlines and Demon Sutra were essential. And the only task he could get bloodlines and Demon Sutra from right now was 1. The mainline task of Lang 13, Wrath of the Demon Monarch. He had already completed more than half of the first part of the task, now, he just needed to kill 9 more players to finish it. Players, I need to wait for players to arrive. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and Sunan made a decision. He was already at the entrance to Bayun town, where any player would pass through. The problem was, players wouldn't be waiting here for him to kill. However, this was not a problem for him. With a thought, he came up with a solution. Since players wouldn't wait for him here, he would find a way to make the players wait for him. Operating the life wheel scripture, he switched his role to Zhang Yang. The regional chat panel appeared before his eyes, and he directly sent a message in the regional chat. Players who want to head to Skywolf Valley, hurry up. Tonight at 21 points, I will be waiting for you at the entrance of Bayun town. After sending the message, he didn't have time to look around and immediately used the opportunity of unlimited logout to exit the game. Huh? Is this the ability of the outsiders? Seeing Sunan suddenly disappear in front of him, the demon's eyes showed a strange gleam. It was after Sunan exited the game that the regional chat room exploded with chatter. It's God Zhang Yang. God Zhang Yang has also gone to Whitewater Town. What does God Zhang Yang mean? Is he taking us to Skywolf Valley? Great God, wait for me, I'm going to Whitewater Town now. If it were a few days ago, Zhang Yang's name might not have caused such a big sensation. But today, after Zhang Yang pushed Qian Yu off the 3rd place, Zhang Yang's name spread rapidly. Some players took out the screenshots of the ranking list of the top 1,000 players during the game's public beta and were surprised to see that Zhang Yang's rise was beyond imagination. Zhang Yang is undoubtedly one of the first batch of players, as all the top 1,000 players on the leaderboard during the public beta were from the first batch. However, although Zhang Yang is one of the first batch of players, he only ranked around 800 during the public beta, without fusing a single great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, ranking only slightly higher than those who haven't completed the novice task. And yet, after the public beta, Zhang Yang directly upgraded his Demon Sutra to perfection when he fused his first bloodline, and after that, his rank skyrocketed. Strictly speaking, it only took Zhang Yang 11 days to go from fusing his first bloodline to achieving great perfection with 3 bloodlines. In the chat channel, players were blown away. Many even believed that Zhang Yang was the real luck child. It wouldn't be long before the first place belonged to Zhang Yang. Are there any others going to Skywolf Valley? Take me with you. I'm already on my way. If everything goes well, I'll be there in a few hours. Sunan himself didn't expect that his impulsive use of Zhang Yang's identity to send a message would cause another wave of treasure hunting in Skywolf Valley. Many hesitant players also quickly took action. If they knew Sunan was hunting them, they would wonder how they would feel. Sunan quit the game. This is the most dangerous time he has entered the game since the last time he was chased by the Skywolf clan's great princess. This method is not perfect either. The situation was urgent just now, he didn't think much about it. Now that he's calmed down and researched carefully, he found there's a big problem with his method. That demon may wait in front of the city gate, and if players come, they may be killed by the demon first. Sunan frowns. If such a situation arises, there is nothing he can do, he will have to log in and decide based on the situation. Brother Nan, big trouble. Seeing Sunan, Wang Chong said gravely. Sunan frowned, what happened again? A group of men in black attacked the Demon Investigation Bureau last night. Not only was Yang Zheng nearly killed, but Miss Bai was also seriously injured. Both of them are still in the hospital. I also heard that a powerful person has been captured. And the people in black claimed that if Wang Nan doesn't come out, they'll kill the captive. Wang Chong tells Sunan everything he knows. After listening, Sunan quickly realized what happened. It is obvious that the captured person is Zhang Wen. Sunan is not planning to save the person. Why would he care? Is he that close to Zhang Wen? Even if they are going to save the person, it's the night patrol's responsibility, it shouldn't involve him. Sunan plans not to meddle in their affairs even if he is involved in the matter. He has noticed that the more he takes action, the more men in black are attracted, instead of fearing him. What he needs to do now is to take as little action as possible. As long as he doesn't take action for a long time, the men in black will not necessarily give up, but they will not focus on Donglan City. They might even think he has left Donglan City, which would make them search for him elsewhere. Sunan continues to work and live as usual, as if nothing has happened. In the evening, around 8 o'clock. Sitting in front of the computer, Sunan looked at a post on the forum. It was from a player who went to Whitewater Town, with a screenshot attached. You can see from the picture that the entrance to Whitewater Town has already gathered 6 or 7 players. Most importantly, from the screenshot, the players didn't encounter that demon covered in scale armor. This gives Sunan a sigh of relief. I wonder how many players will arrive at Whitewater Town today. Sunan is looking forward to it. In the game, at the entrance of Whitewater Town, several players are also looking forward to it. Do you guys think that Zhang Yang really wants to lead us into Skywolf Valley? Since he already spoke up in regional chat, I don't think he would go back on his word. But he only said that those who want to go to Skywolf Valley should wait here. He didn't say he would take us to Skywolf Valley. Is it possible that he is gathering us here to use Skywolf Valley, not to take us there, but for another purpose? There is a possibility. I suspect that Zhang Yang is gathering us here because he wants to use this opportunity to establish a guild. Establish a guild? Surrounding players' eyes light up at the thought. Yes, it's highly possible since the players who can come here now are not ordinary players. At least they have achieved one type of great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, even perfection. Establishing a guild at this time to gather players here will quickly gather a group of elite players and might even become a top 5 guild. Several people seemed to have seen through Sunan's real purpose, their eyes shining with intrigue. The more they analyzed, the more shocked their hearts became. If Zhang Yang is really successful, wouldn't that mean another great guild will emerge? We can all think of this, so will the other great guilds. Just wait and see, they won't let Zhang Yang rise so easily. Chapter 97, Plan succeeds. Time passes, and 21 points are getting closer and closer. In addition to some scattered players logging into the game one after another, many other players are arriving in groups of 3 to 5. Most of these players are mainly focused on one type of great accomplishment of Demon Sutra, and they are only a step away from completing their survival task. As more and more players arrive, the number reaches over 30 within half an hour. Just then, the crowd suddenly sees a team of more than 20 players rushing over quickly. Compared to other scattered teams, this number is undoubtedly huge. God Sealing Guild. They are players of Zhou Cheng's God Sealing Guild. Someone recognized the approaching team and whispered. Sure enough, it was said earlier that the people from the God Sealing Guild were heading to Whitewater Town, and they really came. All of them are elite players of the God Sealing Guild, all of them have at least one great accomplishment of Demon Sutra. Among them, there are even a few first batch players who have already reached the great demon art perfection. It seems that Zhou Cheng attaches great importance to Skywolf Valley. As the 20-plus players arrive in front of Whitewater Town, they hear the discussions of other players and walk with an arrogant demeanor. The strong man leading the way said, "Who among you have not joined a guild yet? Now my God Sealing Guild is giving you a chance. The quota is limited, first come first served." Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated for a moment, and then their faces showed surprise. In their view, if Zhang Yang gathered players for another purpose other than establishing a guild, it's not a big deal. But if the purpose of Zhang Yang was to establish a guild, then the God Sealing Guild's actions now are undoubtedly competing with Zhang Yang for players. The strong man glanced at the crowd. However, most of them were unmoved, with only 2 or 3 players hesitating. If they wanted to join a guild by now, they would have done so already. Those who haven't joined by now are either used to playing alone or looking for a guild with potential for development. Joining the God Sealing Guild would only be adding icing to the cake. But if they were to join Zhang Yang's guild, it would be different. Once they joined, they would become the first batch of members, and they would be elders in the future. How could the status of joining earlier be the same as joining later? Seeing the unmoved crowd, the strong man's face darkened a bit. Just as he was about to say something else, the crowd suddenly noticed that another group of 7 or 8 players was rushing over. These players, unlike the other scattered ones, seemed very organized. The leader of the group is a woman in her 30s, with short hair and a professional demeanor. They are official players. That's right, they are official players. I've seen the leading woman on the forum before. She's Yeting, a very important player of the official team besides Yang Zheng. Isn't that the player ranked 45th? Didn't expect that the officials would send someone over, and even send her. When they saw the official team, the crowd was in uproar again. While not numerous, official players are undoubtedly the most elite. The brows of the more than 20 people from the God-Sealing Guild furrowed as they felt threatened by the several official players. How come we don't see Qian Yu's War King Guild and Li Longfei's Nine Heavens Guild? Someone who seemed to know something said, the War King Guild and Nine Heavens Guild are not forces from Tianyun County. They're too far away, and they can't come. Also, I heard that Qian Yu is leading a few elites from the War King Guild on an extremely mysterious task, and they haven't shown up for days. Hearing this, the crowd showed a suddenly enlightened expression, as well as a hint of disappointment. They thought they could see the gathering of several major guilds today. Time passes. Finally, 21 points come. Sunan logs into the game. As his figure appears in front of the city gate, several pairs of eyes fall on him instantly. Without paying attention to the players immediately, he quickly scans the surroundings. Fortunately, his login did not attract any demons. It seemed that the demon had given up on him. Regardless of whether the demon will come or not, it's right to get the Bloodline Demon Sutra as soon as possible. Looking at the players in front of the city gate, Sunan was also delighted in his heart. There were actually as many as 50 or 60 players in the field. Brother Zhang, it really is you. In the crowd, a somewhat familiar voice rang out, and someone recognized Sunan. Sunan was slightly stunned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He saw that it was the Huang brothers he had met last night. When Huang Mingfeng spoke, the surrounding people all looked at Sunan. God Zhang Yang! Is he Zhang Yang? He's finally here! Seeing Sunan, the crowd instantly boiled with excitement. Sunan frowned. Just now, when he didn't see the demon in full-scale armor, he was thinking whether to take advantage of the fact that people didn't recognize him and leave first, and then find a place with no one to change his appearance to that of a wolf demon. Now it's impossible. If he walks away now and wolf demon appears right after, it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Since he has been recognized already, Sunan simply nodded and said, "It's me, I apologize for keeping you all waiting. It really is God Zhang Yang. God Zhang Yang, I heard you want to establish a guild. God Zhang Yang, quickly set up a guild. We are all waiting to join your guild." Those players who hadn't joined a guild had high expectations. Seeing this, Sunan showed a strange expression. Something was wrong with the script. He was here to hunt players, how did it turn into establishing a guild? How can he attack them with such enthusiasm? At this time, the official team leader, a woman named Yeting, stepped forward and said, "Hello Zhang Yang, my name is Yeting, and I am the team leader of the Demon Investigation Bureau in Daxia City." An official person? Sunan was surprised. He nodded and said, "So it's Captain Yet. Zhang Yang, one of the reasons I came here is to invite you on behalf of the official to join our Demon Investigation Bureau. As long as you are willing to join, we can give you a team leader position, and even the Demon Investigation Bureau of the city you are in will be under your command." It's actually an open invitation from the official to Zhang Yang. There was a stir among the surrounding players. No one expected the official to come here having such an intention. The power to command a whole city. Although the official's power in the game is not considered too strong, Yang Zheng is the only one who can make a move right now. But many people know that the official has been secretly cultivating a large number of players with great potential, and as long as they have time, they can rise quickly. Now that the real world is controlled by the official, and will continue to be so, the temptation to gain power over an entire city is too great for ordinary players. Many players showed envy in their eyes. However, Sunan was not interested. Without even thinking, he said, "I'm sorry, Captain Yet, I have no plans to join any forces for the time being." Hearing this, Yeting was somewhat disappointed. At this moment, an untimely, sarcastic voice sounded. "Captain Yet, it seems that the official's face is not very useful either. Some people, relying on their temporary lead, really think they can ignore anyone? Everyone turned to look, and the person who started speaking turned out to be the strong man from the Sealing Gods Guild nearby. The strong man was secretly angry. He had just tried to recruit people, and no one was willing to join. However, these players were fighting to join Zhang Yang's guild even before Sunan spoke. In his view, this was undoubtedly a slap in his face. And a slap in the face of the Sealing Gods Guild. There was a hint of strangeness in Sunan's eyes. He was just wondering how to find an excuse to make a move, and now someone gave him a reason. You were the first to provoke me, it's only fair that I take action. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth. He was secretly delighted, but his face turned somber. Where did this annoying fly come from, buzzing around? Hearing those words, many players around laughed and looked at the strong man playfully. Seeing this, the strong man became even more angry, saying, Zhang Yang, don't think you're invincible just because you've integrated 3 bloodlines. We have 20 players here who have attained Great Demon Sutra success. Even if you have attained great perfection with 3 Demon Sutras, you may not be able to kill all of us. Hearing this, many people in the crowd watched the confrontation with interest. Even the players who had been hoping to join Sunan's guild earlier showed schadenfreude. However, it wasn't directed at Sunan, it was directed at the strong man. Even someone who seemed to see an opportunity to perform immediately stepped forward and said, You're not worthy to compete with the great god Zhang Yang. Great god Zhang Yang, they are members of Zhou Cheng's Sealing Gods Guild. Seeing this, other people also stepped forward, looking like they wanted to teach the strong man a lesson on Sunan's behalf. Oh! Zhou Cheng's people! Sunan was surprised and felt strange in his heart. Was he clashing with Zhou Cheng now? The strong man's face became even uglier, and his eyes swept coldly over the crowd. In the crowd, the 3 Huang Mingfeng brothers exchanged glances, looking at the strong man with an expression as if they were seeing an idiot. Other people might not know how powerful Sunan was, but the 3 of them did. That was someone who could easily take down a spirit-level monster within a few minutes. As expected, the next moment, Sunan took action. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Electric light shot out, striking the strong man with lightning-fast speed. The strong man had no time to dodge and was unable to dodge. With this attack, Sunan didn't use much mana. His goal was not just to kill the strong man. If he killed him with a single blow, the rest of the people would not dare to attack him. The electric light burst out, the strong man's chest clothes burst, and fresh blood spurted out his mouth. Good, good, good. Zhang Yang, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you were the one who struck first. Don't blame us for bullying you for being outnumbered. Everyone, attack together. Let's see what's so special about his third move. As he spoke, he glanced at a skinny young man standing nearby. The young man understood his meaning and nodded slightly. The next moment, Sunan suddenly felt his divine soul being stimulated by another force, involuntarily defending himself. It's the power of divine soul. No wonder you dared to brag, this is your trump card. Sunan's gaze fell on the skinny player. Perhaps it was because the power of divine soul was hard to defend against and incredibly strong, those who could control this power were extremely rare. He didn't expect that among Zhou Cheng's 20-odd people, there would actually be someone who could control the power of divine soul. Unfortunately, compared to Sunan, the young man's divine soul power was far inferior. The young man also found that Sunan was not affected by his divine soul power, revealing a surprised expression. However, the strong man did not notice the anomaly and immediately shouted, Attack! Before his words fell, the remaining players launched their attacks almost simultaneously, trying to kill Sunan. Sunan remained expressionless, but laughed inwardly, as this was exactly the effect he wanted. As he switched his role to Lang 13, the life wheel scripture was already in motion. Streams of electric light transformed into lightning snakes, blue water currents condensed into sharp arrows, and clusters of fireballs emitted a scorching aura. 3 powers surged out, these players with demon art mastery, were no match for him. Even if Sunan only used 3 law-controlling powers, they couldn't resist him. In just the time it took for a single breath, not a single player was able to get close to him, and the attacks from the few law-controlling players were all dodged. With every attack he made, he took down a player. Congratulations, you have completed the first phase of the mainline task. Wrath of the Demon Monarch. Do you want to claim your reward immediately? Claim. Congratulations, you have obtained immortal level bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained immortal level demon sutra. Congratulations, you have obtained 15 demon points. The second phase of the mainline task has been activated. Please check the task list for details. In the blink of an eye, 9 players had died. Sunan continued to attack after claiming the rewards. The players screamed incessantly, but Sunan didn't even give them the chance to quit the game. His mana surged out. In a single breath, the team of 20-odd people was reduced to just the strong man. What? The strong man was dumbfounded. It appeared he was acting thoughtlessly just before, but actually, he was striking after weighing the options. His plan was to have the player with the power of Divine Soul launch a sneak attack, and then have everyone else attack simultaneously. Using this tactic, they had killed numerous demons. In the strong man's view, even if Sunan was powerful, he was still at the mortal level. As long as Sunan was at the mortal level, they had the possibility of success. Only you left now. Sunan didn't bother with the strong man's thoughts. A water arrow shot out, and the strong man was killed before he could react. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a great luck person. Will you plunder his chi luck? Hi, this guy is actually one of the top-ranked players. Sunan was surprised. No. He chose not to plunder the luck. If he had used the wolf demon's exclusive skill, Zhou Cheng would have thought of something. Is this the strength of a top 3 player? How could the gap be so huge? In an instant, a third of the players present were gone. The others were all stunned. Although they thought Sunan could take care of several players, they never imagined it would happen so quickly. Yeting's expression was even more solemn, as she had a feeling that the Zhongyang they were seeing was not as simple as he appeared. Sunan looked at the people and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something, looked over towards the road that led to Whitewater Town, and his face changed. Noticing Sunan's facial expression, others subconsciously looked in the same direction. In their sight, a figure clad in scale armor slowly approached from the distance. Even though he appeared to be moving slowly, it only took a breath's time for him to appear 2 meters away from everyone. It's a demon. The color drained from everyone's face and without hesitating, Sunan turned and fled. Chapter 98 New Racial Talents. What a strong sense of oppression. Is this a spirit-level monster? I've seen a spirit-level monster once, and it's definitely not as terrifying as the one before us. This monster is probably close to Xian level. Seeing Sunan running away, the other players couldn't help but realize the seriousness of the situation. They scattered and fled in all directions. Sunan hadn't expected the demon to arrive at this moment, but fortunately, his goal had already been successfully achieved. The demon didn't pay attention to the other players and went straight after Sunan. Seeing this scene, the scattered players were all surprised. Huh? The demon clan is chasing after God Zhongyang. Just now, God Zhongyang was the first to run. I understand now, the demon must have been provoked by God Zhongyang. Amazing, God Zhongyang dares to provoke even a spirit-level monster. Seeing that the demon wasn't coming after them, the players breathed a sigh of relief while admiring Sunan all the more. Some even went in the direction Sunan and the demon had left, wanting to see the final outcome. However, their speed couldn't compare with Sunan's, and in a moment, Sunan's figure had disappeared from their sight. The demon followed Sunan at a leisurely pace, although it didn't seem fast. The distance between the two was closing in. This time, Sunan didn't choose to use his chance for an unlimited logout. He could log out today, but what about tomorrow? If the demon came after him as soon as he logged in tomorrow before he completed his daily tasks, he'd really have nowhere to run. He had to find a way to shake off the demon today. Bloodline fusion is the only choice now. Compared to before, Sunan wasn't panicked this time, he already had a bloodline and the Demon Sutra. As long as he continued to fuse bloodlines, he would have a chance to escape. Without thinking too much, he sprinted at full speed while quickly taking out the bloodline and the Demon Sutra. Earth Tiger Bloodline, Secret Power System, Mortal Level Bloodline. The Earth Tiger clan excels in controlling essence power, has a tenacious vitality, and possesses strong recovery ability. Essence power? It's a pity it's not the power of the Divine Soul. Sunan was somewhat disappointed. If it had been a bloodline with the power of the Divine Soul, he might have been able to use the Divine Soul's power to outwit the demon. From the bloodline introduction, this so-called essence power seemed to be an auxiliary type of bloodline that could quickly recover from injuries. Can it only recover from injuries? Sunan frowned secretly. If it could only recover from injuries, its utility for him would be too limited. At least, it wasn't what he needed right now. There's no time to be picky. In a crisis, any improvement is good. Without much hesitation, he used the jade plate containing the Demon Sutra and swallowed the bloodline. He wholeheartedly circulated the Demon Sutra, accelerating the bloodline fusion. The demon was getting closer and closer. Sunan ran with all his might, and now what he needed most was time. Fortunately, the time for bloodline fusion wasn't long, and the process went smoothly. A moment later, Lang 13's panel finally showed a second Demon Sutra. At the same time, a distinct power had emerged within his body. This essence power. As the Demon Sutra circulated within his body, he suddenly discovered that the so-called essence power was not as simple as just recovering injuries. Under the nourishment of the essence power, his physical strength and the mana he had consumed before were recovering slowly. This recovery was not very fast because the Demon Sutra had not reached the beginner level, but it still made Sunan's eyes light up. Essence power can recover all strength. Sunan was overjoyed. Previously, if he went all out, he could only hold on for 2 or 3 minutes. With essence power, it meant he could maintain a longer-lasting battle. Level up the Earth Tiger bloodline. His heart rejoiced without any hesitation, immediately leveling it up. He originally had 15 points of demon power, and with finishing a 3-star mainline, he gained another 15 points. Meanwhile, completing the 2 2-star tasks, hunt down 5 players and hunt down one of the top 2 Destiny players, granted him another 10 points of demon power. Now, he had a total of 40 points of demon power, which was just enough to level up one Demon Sutra to great perfection. All 40 points of demon power were consumed. The Earth Tiger Sutra was directly leveled up to great perfection. Instantly, the originally insignificant essence power within his body grew rapidly. Sunan could clearly feel that his consumed mana and physical strength were recovering at an incredibly fast speed. Congratulations on awakening a bloodline combat skill. Please name this skill. A bloodline combat skill, Sunan's heart moved, and the essence power inside him instantly erupted, rushing into every part of his body. In an instant, his consumed mana was fully recovered. This power is too strong. In critical moments, it's like an extra life. Let's call it recovery technique. Naming the bloodline combat skill was successful. Congratulations on fully leveling up a Demon Sutra to great perfection, which further enables you to survive in this world. Your talent to foresee the future has been strengthened, and the daily use limit has been increased by 1. The number of foreknowledge attempts reached 11 times. At the same time, the demon, which had come within tens of meters from Sunan, showed surprise in its eyes. Is this essence power? Interesting. With just a mortal level realm, he can run so fast. It's clearly the power of the physique series, yet he also displayed the law controlling class power earlier, and now there's the power of the secret power system. Possessing the power of 3 systems at the same time, can all outsiders do this? The demon became more interested in Sunan and followed at a leisurely pace, not rushing to catch him. Sunan was naturally aware of the approaching demon, and his heart was filled with urgency. I can't escape like this, maybe I should try to fuse with the ancient demon bloodline. The ancient demon bloodline can grant me talent, perhaps I can use this talent to combat the demon beast. With the demon beast right in front of him, Sunan had no other options. However, he still needed to use his foreknowledge before this. A powerful demon beast chases after you, a huge crisis envelopes you, and you have no means of resistance left except fusing with the ancient demon bloodline. You take out the ancient demon bloodline and swallow it directly. Even after the baptism of 10,000 years, the remaining force of the ancient demon bloodline is still far superior to ordinary bloodlines. Fortunately, you have 2 bloodlines at great perfection. With the help of the Demon Sutra, the 2 sides barely reach a very fragile balance and do not immediately conflict. You know, this balance won't last long, and conflicts may break out at any time. You carefully fuse the bloodlines and pray for everything to proceed smoothly. Affected by your chi luck, this balance breaks before you fully fuse with the bloodline. Congratulations, you have successfully fused with an ancient demon bloodline. He succeeded. Sunan rejoiced greatly. With this bloodline, all 3 of his roles now have 3 bloodlines. The foreknowledge hadn't ended yet and continued. Time was pressing, every single second was priceless. Sunan had no time to spare. He immediately took out his bloodline and demon sutra to start the fusion. Hi, ancient demon essence blood. The demon beast looked surprised at what Sunan pulled out. This is getting more and more interesting, let's see what else you have. Like a cat playing with a mouse, the demon beast was in no rush to capture Sunan, instead showing amusement in its eyes. While fusing the bloodlines, Sunan continued to look at the foreknowledge on the panel. Having fused with the ancient demon bloodline, you have mastered the power of primordial qi. This is a kind of power that can amplify all forces. At the same time, you have been fortunate enough to acquire a talent called the netherworld body. Because you already possess a racial talent, the combination of the 2 talents grants you a new talent called Berserk Netherworld Body. When this talent is used, your divine soul, primordial qi, and essence energy double for 1 minute. After using it, you will fall into a 24-hour period of weakness, with your divine soul, primordial qi, and essence energy reduced by half. Charge for a day, use for 1 minute. Instead of feeling disappointed, Sunan looked excited. This ability is very powerful. Not to mention the amplification of primordial qi and essence energy, simply doubling the power of divine soul alone was quite an accomplishment. After all, the power of divine soul was now an indispensable resource for him. This newly acquired talent gives you an unprecedented confidence, and you stop running and decide to fight to death with the demon beast. Using the talent Berserk Netherworld Body, your body grows taller, your strength sharply increases, and you suddenly launch a divine soul attack against the demon beast. The demon beast is affected by your divine soul's power, pauses slightly, and you take this opportunity to get right before it, launching a fierce attack on the demon beast. Facing you with racial talent activated, the demon beast can no longer take you down easily, and you can fight it to a standstill. Sadly though, after 1 minute, you were unable to kill the demon beast. On the contrary, as the effect of your talent faded, your strength sharply decreased. You are caught by the demon beast, and the beast carries you towards the Whitewater River. Am I still no match for the demon beast in this state? Sunan was firstly overjoyed, but then immediately heavy-hearted. He was happy for the power of Berserk Netherworld Body. This racial talent had brought him to a point where he could face the demon beast head-on. This was amazing. The demon beast covered in scales was a top-tier spirit-level monster, nothing like the beast he encountered by the warm moon pond. However, the end result weighed heavy on him. Is it really inescapable to be caught today? Sunan's brow furrowed as he fused the bloodlines, continuing to think of a way out. Even after fusing with 2 bloodlines, he still couldn't escape from the demon beast, which made him feel helpless. The bloodline of the Nether Wolf demon was rapidly merging. Eventually, it succeeded when the demon beast was merely a meter or 2 away from him. The 3rd bloodline appeared on Lang 13's panel. Congratulations, you now possess the power of primordial qi. Congratulations, you randomly obtained the racial talent Netherworld Body. You already own the talent of Berserk, the 2 talents will merge to create a new one. Congratulations, you acquired the new talent Berserk Netherworld Body. The use of the Berserk Netherworld Body is already known, no need to check again. Sunan immediately felt the power of primordial qi. Such a power! With the power of primordial qi surging in his body, Sunan's eyes lit up. His strength suddenly increased by 10%. Even though he knew that the power of primordial qi could increase his strength, Sunan was still startled. Don't underestimate this 10% increase. You must know, his current strength came from the stacking on top of 7 bloodlines. Even if most of those bloodlines did not contribute much to the enhancement of his physical strength. Moreover, the Nether Wolf scripture is not even a beginner's level yet, it could perhaps increase his power by half if it reaches great perfection. The most crucial point is, the power of primordial qi can be exerted on all kinds of power. No wonder I could fight on par with the demon beast in the foreknowledge. This is not just because of the racial talent, but also due to the power of primordial qi. Now he could increase his power by 10%, and once using the Berserk Netherworld Body, his primordial qi power will double. One can imagine how much his strength will increase when it is repeatedly added up. This power is perfect for me. If others possess the power of primordial qi, perhaps they can only use it to enhance their physical power and the other two powers in the secret power system. But it's different for him. For him, it is a comprehensive improvement. Before, although he had 3 system powers, he could only use them in combination. They could not change from quantitative changes to qualitative ones. But now it's different. With the secret power system powers forming the base, his physique series and law controlling class powers could be greatly enhanced. Since I can't beat the demon, should I be able to outrun it? The demon beast was getting closer and closer, and it was only 1 meter away from him at the moment, about to catch him. Sunan had an idea and used the berserk netherworld body, and his body suddenly grew a third. In his body, the power of divine soul, power of primordial chi, and essence power all doubled at the same time. This time, he didn't choose to stop and fight with the demon. Instead, he amplified all the surging primordial chi power to his speed. Instantly, his speed skyrocketed, and he widened the gap between him and the demon just by breathing. Is this racial talent? Interesting. The demon beast was even more interested, and it still followed Sunan unhurriedly. It wanted to see what other surprises this outsider could offer. Sunan's mind was turning quickly, thinking of ways to solve the problem. I want to deal with the demon, but my current strength is lacking. I still need to keep improving. To improve my strength, the best way is, of course, to acquire the demon power. As long as I have enough demon power, I can boost the Nether Wolf bloodline and increase the power of primordial chi. Today, most of the tasks of the 3 roles have been completed, leaving only exploring Whitewater River, passing on the message to Granny Zhao's son, and killing the demon inside the Earth God Temple. Among these 3 tasks, the only one I seem to have hope in completing is killing the demon in the Earth God Temple. Sunan analyzed quickly. The demon in the Earth God Temple was powerful, it's a spirit-level demon that excels in speed. The last time in the foreknowledge, I was slain within an instance. He suspected that the spirit-level demon was the same as the one chasing him, both were the top existence in their class. If it had been before, he would definitely not be thinking of completing this task. But now that he possessed the power of primordial chi and obtained the talent, he saw hope in the mission. And there's also a sword that's possibly a treasure inside the Earth God Temple. Even if he can't kill the demon, getting hold of the longsword would be a fine alternative. With such thoughts, Sunan headed towards the Earth God Temple. Chapter 99, Demonic Sword Feather Soul. Sunan charged towards Earth God Temple at an incredible speed, and with the help of power of primordial chi, his speed increased by more than twice. I only have 1 minute. Once my racial talent time ends, my strength will plummet. Fortunately, besides the secret power system, I still have 2 more powers, the physique series and the law controlling class, so I won't be reduced to being at someone else's mercy. Sunan experienced the power of the ancient demon bloodline. If his other 2 roles could each integrate with one ancient demon bloodline, he couldn't even imagine what level his strength would reach. By then, he might be able to sweep through spirit-level monsters with just his mortal level. Realm. The distance between the demon and Sunan gradually increased, but it was still far from shaking it off completely. Power of the primordial chi was being consumed rapidly, in just half a minute, it had almost been exhausted. However, Sunan still had essence power, which burst out and instantly replenished his primordial chi power. The Earth God Temple wasn't far from Whitewater Town. Last time, he had wasted a lot of time searching for its exact location. This time, since he knew the location, he was naturally much faster. Finally, before the effect of the berserk netherworld body expired, Sunan saw the abandoned ancient temple surrounded by weeds. Stopping a few meters away from the Earth God Temple, Sunan didn't continue. In my current state, I can't fight the demon inside. I'll have to wait for tomorrow. Without entering the Earth God Temple, Sunan decisively logged out of the game. If he wanted to deal with the demon, he had to wait for the negative status of berserk netherworld body to vanish. I wonder if the negative effects of my racial talent will be refreshed after midnight. Since the game refreshes the player's state every day at midnight, this created a conflict. Finding the answer to this question was quite simple. Today he still had plenty of unlimited logouts, and only a few foreknowledge opportunities left. He could log into the game for a foreknowledge half a minute before the daily task refresh. If the daily game refresh could remove the negative effects of his racial talent, he could use it in the foreknowledge. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, he could use his unlimited logouts before midnight, then log back in after the negative effect expires. He could also find out through foreknowledge if he would be able to deal with the demon inside the Earth God Temple. With a plan in mind, Sunan was not too anxious. Not long after Sunan was chased by the demon. Regional chat and the forum heated up with discussions about Zhongyang killing more than 20 deification guild members and being pursued by a spirit-level demon. As for the incident of Zhongyang killing deification guild members, many people took Zhongyang's side, believing that deification guild had invited trouble upon themselves. While some players supporting the deification guild tried to discredit Zhongyang by accusing him of being too arrogant and despising everyone. For a time, the players on the forum had split into two factions. Zhongyang being pursued by a spirit-level demon attracted even more attention. No matter how powerful Zhongyang is, he has only integrated with 3 bloodlines, how can he possibly resist a spirit-level demon? That's not necessarily true. The mysterious god Zhongyang might have been secretly nurtured by a certain power and definitely has a backup plan. It won't be long before that demon will be killed by Zhongyang. In a hotel, a burly man laughed loudly, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, even someone like Zhongyang ends up like this. Seeing Sunan killed earlier had infuriated him, but now seeing Sunan being chased by a demon, he felt quite refreshed. Too bad, I can't log into the game today, otherwise I would definitely go and see how you're going to die. After logging out of the game, Sunan casually browsed the forum. He was waiting for other players to find the demon so that he could use their posts to track its movements. As expected, about 10 minutes later, someone finally caught up with the demon. The Earth God Temple. The demon chasing Zhongyang is at the Earth God Temple south of Whitewater Town. I didn't see God Zhongyang, he must have logged out. No sooner had the post been published than it attracted the attention of many players. At the same time, more players rushed to the Earth God Temple, wanting to see how Zhongyang would deal with the demon. Soon, another player made a post. This time there was a picture in the post. In the picture, the demon covered in scale armor stood 10 meters outside the Earth God Temple. Inside the temple, there appeared an 8-legged, spider-like demon. Just the body of the spider was as large as an antelope, and its 8 slender legs shimmered with a metallic luster, making it look quite menacing. This is definitely another spirit-level demon. Amazing, what is God Zhongyang trying to do? Drive the wolves and swallow the tigers. Drive the wolves and swallow the tigers? I think Zhongyang has nowhere to go. He's now being targeted by 2 spirit-level demons. Unless he doesn't log into the game, he's dead for sure. The 2 demons seemed to be confronting each other, but a closer look revealed that the scale-armored demon stood emotionless outside the Earth God Temple. However, the spider-like demon inside appeared much weaker and more restless. With a frown, Sunan noticed that this time the scale-armored demon showed no intention of leaving. Fortunately, the demon wants to capture me alive, otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Sunan kept an eye on the time, preparing to log in at any moment. 23:59:30. He decisively logged into the game. As soon as he entered the game, he didn't even look at the demon in scale armor and immediately began using foreknowledge. At the same time, he used wind step to move sideways, increasing the distance between him and the demon. Arriving at Earth God Temple, you know that within this long-neglected ancient temple lies a powerful spirit-level monster, and even more so, a treasure hidden underneath the temple. You didn't immediately enter the Earth God Temple, not only because you were targeted by another demon, but more importantly, your current strength has greatly diminished, making you unable to face the demon within. You circle around the Earth God Temple, stalling for time while dancing around with the scaled demon. Your speed is much inferior to the demon's. Even if you continuously use your bloodline combat skills to change directions, the demon still catches up slowly. Just when you were about to be caught, a mysterious power from beyond the heavens descends, restoring all the strength you have consumed. Simultaneously, the negative effects brought about by your racial talent also disappear and you are restored to your peak state. It really refreshed the negative status. Sunan's eyes brightened as he secretly marveled at the game's power. The power of the game comes from beyond the heavens. It seems that the powerful treasure that created the game is not in the demon world, but in the space where those people in black reside. With your strength restored, you gain confidence to confront the demon within the Earth God Temple and quickly change direction to enter. As soon as you enter the Earth God Temple, the demon inside attacks you. You show no fear and decisively use your racial talent, Berserk Netherworld Body, to confront the demon. Upon clashing with the demon, you discover that this spider-like demon is slightly weaker than the one covered in scale armor, but it is still very difficult to defeat it with your current strength. Helplessly, you decide to prioritize getting the treasure hidden beneath the Earth God Temple. You use the power of Divine Soul to attack the demon. This time, under your attack, the demon's movement becomes noticeably sluggish. You take advantage of this opportunity to open the entrance to the underground stone room. The demon breaks free from the influence of the Divine Soul's power and angrily chases after you. While attacking with the Divine Soul's power again, you go straight for the treasure in the stone room. Congratulations, you have obtained an ancient demon sword named Feather Shatter. An ancient demon sword. Sunan was surprised. Although he knew that the sword hidden beneath the Earth God Temple was likely to be a treasure, he didn't expect it to be something ancient. Moreover, it was a demon sword. This is a sword filled with evil energy, possessing great power. It is highly lethal to both demons and martial artists. Unfortunately, only demon beasts can truly use it. Ordinary martial artists who use it will gradually be influenced by the sword's evil energy, and their bloodline will gradually become conflicted and uncontrollable. The more they use it, the greater the impact. In the moment you obtained the ancient demon sword, your entire bloodline was stimulated, erupting with unprecedented power that continuously poured into the demon sword. Facing the pursuing demon, you strike out with the sword, severely injuring it. The demon is greatly frightened and tries to flee. As you restrained it with the Divine Soul's power, you strike again with the sword and directly pierce through the demon's head. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the demon. Hiss, I killed a spirit-level monster with just 2 slashes. This demon sword is too terrifying. Sunan gasped, frightened by the demon sword's power. Alternatively, his heart sank. The greater the power of the demon sword, the greater the price to pay for using it. Killing the demon with 2 slashes must not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. The foreknowledge hasn't ended yet, and Sunan continued to read on. The demon sword has drained all of your strength. You know that if you continue to use it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yet, at this moment, the demon covered in scale armor also enters the stone room. With no other options, you can only continue to use the demon sword to attack. The slash injures the demon, but you are also affected by the evil energy within the sword. Your bloodline begins to violently conflict. You are dead. Before dying, you realize that the ancient demon sword is not something you can use right now. Your strength is barely enough to use the demon sword for 2 attacks. I can only use it twice. Sunan's expression became serious. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What worried him the most was that using the demon sword would subject him to the influence of its evil energy, causing his bloodline to conflict and lose control. Exhausting his strength could be recovered by waiting for the game to refresh, but the influence of the evil energy causing bloodline conflicts would undoubtedly be irreversible. If it could be reversed, then the player from Donglan City would not have gone out of control and become a monstrous being. I must get my hands on the ancient demon sword. Even if I don't use it myself, I can keep it for trading in the future. Sunan didn't back down due to the high cost of using the ancient demon sword but became even more determined to obtain it. Once he got the demon sword, he would be able to kill the demon beast and complete a daily task, granting him a chance to exit the game. Having made up his mind, Sunan dodged the demon's capture while waiting for the game to refresh. Half a minute felt neither long nor short. When the demon was only a few steps away from him, time hit midnight. Instantly, Sunan felt all his consumed strength recover, and his secret power system's 3 powers were also restored. Now's the time. Without thinking too much, Sunan suddenly changed directions and headed towards the Earth God Temple. What is he trying to do? There's no way he's actually thinking of fighting that armored burly man and the demon beast inside the temple, right? Bullshit, he's just courting death. The demon beast in that temple obviously didn't dare to make a move on that scale armor burly man, him going inside is just asking for death. It's over. God Zhongyang is definitely dead this time. As Sunan entered the Earth God Temple, several players watching from afar naturally saw this scene and were stunned. They didn't understand what Sunan was trying to do. Inside the Earth God Temple, the moment he stepped in, he activated the Berserk Netherworld body once again. His body grew taller, and his speed suddenly increased. Seeing Sunan break in, the demon inside the temple suddenly attacked him. Sunan used the power of divine soul to make it hesitate before heading straight for the huge stone platform under the god statue. He punched the stone slab on the side of the platform, and as the entry covering slab shattered, the entrance to the underground appeared and he quickly entered. The stone room was dark, but it had no effect on Sunan. He dashed at his fastest speed towards the corpse in the stone room and grabbed the silver-white longsword resting on the corpse's legs. The silver-white longsword looked ordinary with no special features. Only on the blade, 3 centimeters away from the hilt, there were 2 characters etched, Feather Soul. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking sword would be a demon sword? Feather Soul Sword, one of the 72 ancient demon swords, belonging to the ancient Feather Demon Sovereign, containing a trace of unknown power. A trace of unknown power. Sunan was surprised. Without waiting for him to think more, the spider-like demon beast had already charged in. Sunan reacted quickly, raising the feather shatter demon sword and slashing unconsciously. As the demon sword swung, he immediately felt the bloodline inside his body boil, and the surging power poured into the sword in his hand. Moreover, it seemed that because he was currently using this character, Wang Nan, the response of Wang Nan's 3 bloodlines was even more intense. As power surged in, a violent and evil energy instantly burst from the demon sword, and the originally ordinary longsword blossomed with dazzling light. Something strange happened. Under the feather-shatter demon sword, the demon beast seemed to be intimidated, looking fearful and not daring to move casually. Pu. The longsword traced an arc, directly piercing the demon beast's body and leaving a fist-sized hole. Grievously injured, the demon beast finally woke up, angry and frightened, looking ferocious and wanting to devour Sunan alive. However, seeing the demon sword in Sunan's hand, it was frightened again and turned to run without thinking. Sunan naturally wouldn't let it escape. Using the power of divine soul, he swung the demon sword once more. The next moment, the demon beast fell. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunting demons in the Earth God Temple, and 15 demon points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 15 points. At the moment he completed the task, just as foretold, the scale armor burly man rushed into the stone room. Putting away the demon sword, Sunan didn't even have time to collect the demon corpses, he immediately chose to quit the game. At the same time, in Whitewater Town, some players who had refreshed and received the Earth God Temple task found that their task panel had turned grey. Chapter 100, Return to Skywolf Valley. Those present were not ordinary players, this wasn't their first rodeo. They naturally understood that someone had completed the 3-star task of the Temple of the Earth God. Who was it? Who completed the task of the Earth God Temple? Zhang Yang, it must be Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had just entered the Earth God Temple. How is that possible? It hasn't been a minute since he entered the Earth God Temple. In such a short time, under the pursuit of a spirit-level monster, how could he kill another spirit-level monster? I told you, Zhang Yang must have a trump card to kill the demon. Even if they didn't know exactly what happened in the Earth God Temple, everyone guessed that Sunan had killed a demon, because they saw the temple's task had been completed. And just like that, a 3-star task was completed in less than a minute. This speed was simply astonishing. Indeed, he must have also completed the 3-star task yesterday. Outside the Temple of the Earth God, the Huang brothers exchanged glances, revealing shock in their eyes. Yesterday, they had guessed that Zhang Yang had the ability to kill a spirit-level monster, but after he completed the task, he only had 3 types of bloodline reaching great perfection, which made them still have doubts. But the current situation told them that Zhang Yang indeed had that ability. Some were delighted, some were disappointed. Some were amazed by Sunan's methods, while others were jealous and angry. The burly man Sunan killed was furious, damn it! He actually killed a spirit-level monster. Climbing out of the game warehouse, Sunan heaved heavily. His power was drained in the game, making his physical body uncomfortable in reality. He could even feel that the bloodlines in his body, which were originally stable, were now a lot more restless than before. Particularly the 3 physique bloodlines from Wang Nan, they were already showing signs of conflict. Fortunately, after executing the life wheel scripture and switching destiny to Zhang Yang, the situation improved considerably. The price of using the demon sword is too high. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot use it again. Sunan's face turned pale. Bloodline conflict is a huge problem, improper handling could lead to irreparable consequences. Even if he was to be killed by a demon, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use the demon sword again. If the demon continues to guard in the stone room, then I won't be able to log into the game all day today, and I can only wait until the game refreshes tomorrow. Sunan was helpless. This was the fastest time he had ever logged out of the game since he logged in. A total time of only 2 minutes. He didn't even have time to check today's daily task. Today is Sunday. Another rare day off. Sunan opened the forum to browse around when he had nothing else to do. On the forum, posts were increasing at a rate of tens of thousands per day. At a glance, most of them were players sharing their gains in the game, with little valuable information. After a while, he finally found a post that caught his attention. Sealed news. The Tianyu dynasty invites the 3 sects and 6 religions to discuss the repair of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. The Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. Sunan's heart moved, and he remembered a task he had seen in another post 5 or 6 days ago. It was a mainline task called Sky Cupola Crisis. Just the first stage of the task was a 4-star level, and the reward was an ancient scripture, which had aroused much discussion among players at the time. He clicked on the post, read it carefully, and after a few minutes, he finally understood what was going on. Turns out, the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, which covers the 12 states, had been mostly destroyed by the demons, and its power was greatly reduced. And the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition of Dongchen State was one of the few places in the 12 states that were relatively well preserved. However, not long ago, a large number of demons began attacking various nodes of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition in Dongchen State, causing severe instability. The invitation from the Great Yu dynasty to the other 9 major forces in Dongchen State was to stop the demons' actions and try to repair the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition. The participation of the 10 major forces in Dongchen State is a big deal. Perhaps it will involve all players in Dongchen State. For some reason, Sunan had a hunch that this matter was definitely not simple. Continuing to browse the forum. Unfortunately, after 10+ minutes, he couldn't find any more posts that interested him. In the following time, Sunan would open the forum every hour, trying to keep up with the burly man's movements. Until 10 o'clock at night. The appearance of a post made him look up abruptly. It was a post made by a player in Whitewater Town. In a picture in the post, it was clearly visible that the demon that wanted to catch him had left the Earth God Temple and returned to the Whitewater River. The demon has left. Sunan was overjoyed at heart. Without thinking, he immediately logged into the game. In the game, Sunan appeared in the stone room. The room was now empty. Not only was the corpse of the demon gone, even the dried-up corpse had disappeared. His body was surging with intense feelings of weakness, and he almost stumbled to the ground. I really have no energy left at all. Sunan looked displeased. If there were players here now, they could easily kill him. Now he truly had no power to fight back. Fortunately, he still had demon power. After consuming 14 demon power points, the Nether Wolf scripture was instantly promoted from not yet started to great accomplishment. Power of primordial chi swiftly began to grow inside his body, and his weak body was filled with strength again, like a dead tree coming back to life in spring. Without thinking much, he immediately left the Earth God Temple. With the demon gone, there weren't any players who stayed at the Earth God Temple, so nobody noticed him logging into the game. However, just in case, he quickly headed towards a distant ancient forest. Upon entering the ancient forest, he immediately transformed himself into a wolf demon's appearance. Bone shifting can change one's aura, making it nearly impossible for demons to find him again. After doing all these, he got the chance to look at today's daily tasks. Lang 13's tasks remained unchanged. 1 1-star task, 2 3-star tasks, nothing interesting. What caught his attention was Lang 13's mainline task. Main quest, Wrath of the Demon Emperor. Second phase, hunt 60 mortal level outsiders and 3 outsiders in top 100 chi luck. Task difficulty, 3-star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 15 demon points. The task's level remained the same, but the number of players to be killed increased from 30 to 60. Hunting 60 players is somewhat difficult. Nowadays, there are more than 60 players in Whitewater Town. However, these players are scattered in different locations, and many of them have not logged in, making it difficult to hunt them. If he only needed to hunt a few or a dozen, it might be possible, but hunting 60 was simply impossible. He continued to check Wang Nan's task. Daily Task 1, kill the spirit level monster that is chasing you. Daily Task 2, hunt the monster in Earth God Temple. Daily Task 3, explore Whitewater River. Of the 3 tasks, only the hunt the monster in Earth God Temple which had already been completed, and the other 2 were impossible to complete. As the life wheel scripture began to operate, he switched the role to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1, deliver a message for Granny Zhao's son. Daily Task 2, hunt a mortal level monster. Daily Task 3, hunt a spirit level monster. Of the 3 tasks, even the simplest one, hunting a mortal level monster, was not one he could complete now. Unless he could return to Kuntian prison and hunt those nearly exhausted monsters inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough power with his current great accomplishment level of primordial chi to hunt mortal level monsters. After checking the tasks of the 3 roles, Sunan sighed in secret. With my current strength, even if I integrate another great perfection bloodline, I may not be able to kill that scaled monster. Moreover, there is a Demon King level great monster behind that monster. Even if I kill it, it won't be safe, it will only be more dangerous. There are only 3 days left for the survival task. I can't stay in Whitewater Town any longer. I must return to Sky Wolf Valley as soon as possible and find a way to get the bronze bell. After some deliberation, Sunan decided to return to Sky Wolf Valley. It was a pity that he only had 1 primordial chi power now, otherwise he would have really wanted to hunt a group of players before leaving. Unbeknownst to Sunan, his departure had avoided a huge crisis. Inside Whitewater River. In the palace on that giant ship, a young man was listening to the burly man's report below. Oh? You're saying that the outsider not only can use the power of 3 systems, but also took out an ancient demon bloodline, merged it to gain a racial talent, and even got a demon sword in the end. Yes, my lord. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen something so interesting. Let me take a look and see what's so peculiar about that outsider. The young man stood up, his eyes filled with interest. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the palace. Before long, he arrived at the Earth God Temple, apparently knowing that players could log out of the game, and silently waited inside the temple. Whitewater Town was more than 30 kilometers from Sky Wolf Valley. Because of his weakened strength, it took Sunan more than an hour to return to Sky Wolf Valley this time. Just like last time, he used the appearance of the Great Princess to traverse through the mountain forest and return to the Sky Wolf Valley. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes after transforming himself into the appearance of a wolf demon guard, he encountered 3 groups of patrolling monsters. The number was more than twice that of before. What happened? Is it because of the players? Or did they discover that I impersonated the Great Princess? Sunan's heart tightened, as he couldn't help but become more vigilant. He had previously used the appearance of the Great Princess to enter the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Kuntian prison several times, even collecting the keys, so it was normal to be discovered. However, he shook his head again soon after. He used the appearance of the Great Princess to deceive the mountain demons to enter Sky Wolf Valley. If it was true that his impersonation was exposed, it would be impossible for him to enter so smoothly. And if it was because of the players, the possibility was not high. Ordinary players simply couldn't enter Sky Wolf Valley, at least not before Dianxing sect makes a move. Could it be that Zhou Cheng's matter has been exposed? He thought of another possibility. This possibility was the greatest. Zhou Cheng used the Rongling disc to control Kuntian prison, and the Great Princess was also refining Kuntian prison. As the Rongling disc gradually fused, it was impossible for the Great Princess not to discover the anomaly. Just in case, I should use my power of foresight again. Returning to Sky Wolf Valley, you find that the defense seems more strict than it was just over a day ago. You disguise yourself as a wolf demon guard and head towards Kuntian prison, where you soon encounter a group of demons. You try to ask what happened. The patrolling demons don't hide anything and directly tell you that they received news that the human Dianxing sect is going to make a move against the Sky Wolf clan in 3 days. The Great Princess is very angry, and orders all Sky Wolf clan members to be on high alert. Any discoveries must be reported immediately, and patrols are increased, prohibiting any humans from entering Sky Wolf Valley. After acknowledging this, you continue to Kuntian prison. 2 minutes later, you arrive at Kuntian prison, but you find that the demon guarding the entrance stops you and tells you that without the order of the great princess, no one from the clan is allowed to enter Kuntian prison. Helpless, you have to leave. With the foreknowledge ending, Sunan frowned slightly. He couldn't return to Kuntian prison, which was not good news for him. He still hoped to use the passage behind Kuntian prison to enter the Wolf King Palace. Let's see if I can get in disguised as the great princess. He used his foresight again. Returning to Sky Wolf Valley, you find that compared to 2 days ago, the defense looks even stricter. Disguised as a wolf demon guard, you head to Kuntian prison, encountering several groups of patrolling demons on the way. The demons don't find anything unusual about you, and 2 minutes later, you easily arrive in front of Kuntian prison. You know that with your current appearance, you can't enter Kuntian prison, so you choose to use the bone-shifting technique to change into the appearance of the great princess. When you arrive back at the entrance of Kuntian prison, the guarding demon immediately salutes you, and you order him to open the entrance. Without hesitation, the guarding demon opens the entrance, and you successfully enter Kuntian prison again. I got in. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he once again marveled at how useful the great princess's appearance was. As long as he didn't encounter a king-level great demon, there would basically be no problem. Of course, this was also because he didn't use it often. If you always walk by the river, eventually your shoes will get wet. If he used it too many times, sooner or later he would be discovered. With the assurance that there would be no problems, Sunan followed the actions in his foresight to reach Kuntian prison. 3 minutes later. In the Kuntian prison, he transformed back into Wang Nan. He casually opened a prison cell, planning to complete the task of slaying the demons first. However, when he opened the prison door, he didn't see any demons, but Sunan didn't pay much attention. What surprised him was that the next few prison cells he opened were also empty, not a single demon in sight. What's going on? Did Zhou Cheng's people take care of all the demons? Sunan speculated. This possibility was high. Yesterday, he was not in Kuntian prison, so Zhou Cheng would not miss this opportunity. If this was the case, he would not be able to use the players to grind for demon power points in the future. He headed straight to the prison cell with the secret passage and entered the passage leading to the Wolf King Palace. He wanted to see if the guarding demon was still there today. At the end of the passage was the great princess's bedroom, which he didn't dare to approach without foresight. After using foresight twice in a row, he finally reached the end of the passage in his visions. To his surprise, this time there was no demon guarding the end of the passage. He successfully entered the bedroom of the great princess.